One day the world changed, and a tower and gates appeared in it, from which monsters came out. These monsters mercilessly destroyed everything in their path, thereby creating chaos in this world. But with the appearance of these monsters, there were those who could stop them. These people had superpowers. They became a reliable protection for humanity. In the modern world, they were called players, who were a symbol of wealth and an example of envy for ordinary people who had no abilities. There was also a guy without abilities named Kim Gi-kyu, who worked as a food delivery boy in the office where all the chosen ones came to study. Returning from work, he immediately ran to check the mailbox and hoped that there was a letter for him. Looking through each letter, he wanted to see a letter inviting him to become a player, but unfortunately, it was not there. The guy came home and was met at the door by his sister. She told him how their mother was doing and explained to her brother why he wasn't sleeping so late. GQ decided to go check on his mother himself to make sure she was okay, and he felt relieved that his mother was sleeping better. When he turned to his sister, he saw that she was holding a cake in honor of his birthday. GQ was very surprised and couldn't understand where she got the money for this. The sister began to joke, and then handed him the cake. The brother was very happy and happily thanked her for the pleasant surprise. But before he started eating the cake, the sister wanted her brother to read the letter, and he immediately began to open it without suspecting anything. When he opened it, Gi-chu's face turned white with shock, and in his hands he held the invitation from the Players Association that he had dreamed of for so long. Yujin was incredibly happy to see her brother so happy. She came up to him and hugged him tightly, and he couldn't believe that his life would finally change. The next day, Gi-chu was already standing in front of the Players Association gates and trying to get himself in the right frame of mind so as not to give in to his emotions. He knew that this was only the beginning of his journey and that many more trials lay ahead of him. When he entered, he was met by a female manager who congratulated him from the doorway. She immediately began to bring him up to speed and explained how he could check his player status. GQ said the necessary words and a table appeared in front of him, showing his level, but the information about his abilities had question marks. When suddenly the girl screamed and said that he had unique abilities, and the question marks meant that they had not yet manifested themselves. The guy was so impressed that he started shaking. The girl calmed him down and said that the trainer would come soon and explain everything in detail. Suddenly a guy intervened in their conversation. Turning around, they saw that it was Yu-seok Woo, one of the best players, who decided to hold Gi-kyu himself. The guy was very surprised that a player like Seok Woo suggested that he learn from him. The manager didn't want to let them go at first because it was against the rules, but then she decided that she could resolve the issue and let them go. They approached the portal that leads to the tower, and the guy could not believe his eyes that all this was actually happening. When they both entered the portal, they found themselves on the first floor of the tower, where they discovered a lot of orcs. A slightly frightened Gi-chu asked the coach why there were so many orcs and how they would deal with them, but the coach replied that he himself had never seen such a number on the first floor. The trainer convinced the guy that he had nothing to fear, and that on the contrary, it was good that there were a lot of orcs. Thanks to this, he would be able to explain the whole essence of these trainings much faster. Seok Woo asked Gi-kyu if he knew about the 100 Goblin test, and the boy replied that he knew about it, but the test was banned due to its danger. He skillfully destroyed one after another, while simultaneously telling about the test with goblins, which was invented to reveal the hidden abilities of the player. The coach continued to explain without stopping that this test measures the player's potential based on the number of orcs destroyed in a certain amount of time. Gi-kyu watched the coach and was shocked by his skill. A player with unique abilities could cope with such a difficult task in a few minutes. Seok Woo made him understand that with such abilities, he should be able to complete the task very quickly, while ordinary players take years to achieve success. These players have such a fast rate of growth and their potential is beyond imagination. The coach then said that he wanted to create a guild that would surpass even the most legendary guild, Angela. For this, he needed capable players, and especially those with unique abilities like Gi-chu. He hoped that the guy would repeatedly go beyond his capabilities, and someday they would meet again in the tower. But first, the player needs to try to start his first hunt, and Seok Woo unfroze one orc that he left especially for the guy. Gi-chu took a stance and listened attentively to the instructions of the trainer, and thus began his first battle with the orc. Several years passed since that day, and Gi-chu continued to fight the goblins on the first level. But all this also took a lot of his strength, and he had to take a long time to recover from hunting one orc. At this time, the players were watching him. They felt uneasy because Gichu was so tired, and they were worried that it would be just as difficult for them to hunt. Meanwhile, the guy opened the information window and saw that his level was still first, which made him very angry. He began to hit the ground with his fists and scream at himself in anger. The players did not understand why he was so angry and were very worried about it. Gichu's abilities did not manifest, and this made him even more angry because in order to destroy even one orc, he spent an entire hour. Another training session with the newbies ended, and he praised them for a good hunt. They were all able to raise their level and were very happy about it, as they felt it was much easier than they thought. Gichu let the players rest and said that tomorrow they would be going through the second floor of the tower. He went about his business, and at that time the players began to discuss among themselves who he really was. They discussed the rumors that were going around about Gichu and his unique abilities, but they were just rumors. After all, if his abilities had manifested themselves, he would hardly have been a conductor. There were also rumors about his failures in battles, and that he was the only player who could not level up. Gichu heard their discussion, but he didn't care. He was sure that his abilities would soon manifest. When his work as a guide is over, the guy comes to his secret place on the first floor, knowing for sure that no one will disturb him here. Every day, one goblin appears in this place, which the guy hunts. He began to creep up on him quietly to begin the attack, but he knew that if he struck him quickly, it would still not be an easy hunt. When he was already very close, the goblin noticed him and immediately began to attack GQ. The battle was quite difficult, since the guy had no abilities and he had to spend all his strength to fight. After finishing, the guy took the crystal that was left behind by the orc and returned to the association. He sold them to buy a potion to treat his mother, but this money was still not enough. When he arrived at the conductor's department, he met an acquaintance named Theo. Theo was upset about something. The guy asked him what happened, but he just apologized and left. Gichu went into the office of the manager Tae-shik-hyun and asked him about Teo, but there was no answer. In turn, the manager told the unpleasant news that Theo is now working with the players he trained today. The guy was shocked by such news. He did not understand why they refused to work with him, because the training went well. But the manager said that the problem was the rumors going around about him. They didn't want to be taught by a weak player with no ability. At that time, news about the achievements of Angela's guild was broadcast on television. Listening to this, the guy thought about how far he was from such victories, even though he was also a player. Without thinking twice, he turned off the TV so as not to get even more upset, because there was enough bad news for today. Afterwards, the manager handed him an envelope containing payment for a job well done. He asked Gichu not to hold a grudge against Theo, as he already felt guilty towards him. Gichu understood that Theo was not to blame for what happened, so he told the manager that he did not hold any grudges. Tae-shik-hyun agreed with him and asked the guy not to be late for work. And in exchange for that work, a request appeared in his name. Gichu was surprised by this news, and he wanted to quickly find out who left him. The next day, he met with the new team of students, as well as Sung Pil, who said that he had heard a lot about the guy from Seok-woo. It turned out that Song Pil and Seok-woo were cousins. Gi-kyu mentally thanked the coach for the nice comments about him. First, he decided to introduce him to the rest of the team, since Song Pil was the leader. The guy introduced 3 players named Jae-won, Sun-woo, and Kim Han-yul, who were also happy to meet them. He reminded them that they had 5 days to complete the training floor. Gichu suggested not to waste time and hit the road, and he would tell the players everything else that would interest them along the way. After walking quite a long way and destroying several goblins, Gichu decided that it was time for the team to take a break. Having settled down in a small clearing, the students began to set up tents, and Gichu began to prepare dinner. When the guide finished preparing the food, everyone gathered together and sat down to dinner, while at the same time they shared their impressions of the day's hunt. Gichu praised the team, saying that they should always be attentive and raise their level. Then they will definitely succeed. He also said that the main thing is not to meet the gatekeeper, a monster that is hunted by more experienced and larger teams. It is a patron spirit that is on each floor. In other words, it was a powerful monster that is the guardian of the gate. For such a monster, you can get a lot of experience points, but it is very dangerous, and low-level players cannot cope with it alone. The students were frightened and looked at the guide with stunned eyes. They clearly did not expect that they would have to face such a monster. But Gi-Chu began to convince them that there was nothing to fear, and that the guardians of the first floors would be easy to defeat, and that they were not encountered so often on the other floors. A few days later, at another halt, everyone was busy with their own business. Passing by one of the students, Gi-Chu noticed that he was keeping some notes. The guide asked why he was doing this, to which the student replied that he had been writing a diary since the first day of training and would write an autobiography in the future. The rest started chatting about how, in just a couple of days, they would be conquering the 5th floor and couldn't wait to raise their level. At this time, Gi-Chu was sitting near the fire, and he was not at all happy about this thought, because his level was not rising. In the morning, the team was already hunting on the 4th floor, where the goblins were faster and stronger. So they decided to repeat their trick from the last battle to destroy the monsters faster, with Gi-Chu watching them. While watching the students fight, Gi-Chu noticed a wind with dust appearing in the distance. This meant only one thing: the guardian would soon appear. The guide started shouting at the players to finish the fight quickly and run for cover, otherwise trouble would be inevitable. He rushed to collect their backpacks with things in order to leave this place faster. The students were distracted from the battles for a few seconds to understand what the problem was, and this was enough to lose control in the battle. The orcs were causing a lot of damage to each player, and the situation was getting tense, as the slightest inattention could lead to the death of the entire team. Another premonition did not fail Gi-Chu, and on the horizon he saw a huge guardian who was heading straight towards them. Having grouped together, they began to leave the battlefield, and in order to distract the attention of the keeper and the orcs, the guide threw a smoke grenade. Thanks to this, they gained some time to break away from the monsters. Then the guide showed them a shelter where they could hide, and they quickly headed there. When they got to the place, they tried to catch their breath a little to come to their senses. They began to examine everyone for injuries. Unfortunately, one of the team was poisoned by goblin venom and did not regain consciousness. The guide wanted to give her an antidote that would quickly cure her and reached into his backpack to find it. But there was no potion in the backpack, and Gi-Chu realized that he had most likely lost it during his escape. The guy was angry with himself because he didn't understand how he could have made such a mistake. Then Gi-Chu decided to go back to find help, and maybe he could find the potion. The players began to dissuade him because it was very dangerous outside, and they did not want anything to happen to their guide. The guide, in turn, convinced them that he knew this floor by heart, and that there was no point in them worrying. When he went outside, he saw goblins everywhere. He had to think of a plan and find another way. On the way, he thought over his plan of action, and he didn't have a single chance to make a mistake. Trying to move quietly so as not to be noticed, Gi-Chu was only worried about not meeting the guardian. But as luck would have it, the keeper was already behind him and dealt him a strong blow, from which the guide was thrown back several meters. At that moment, a smoke grenade fell from his backpack and went off, thanks to which he managed to buy a little time. The guide quickly pulled out a pistol with signal lights and fired a shot, hoping that someone would notice and come to the rescue. Continuing to run in hopes of finding shelter, Gi-Chu suddenly came across a gate that led to the 5th examination floor. For a second, the guide thought about rushing there and saving himself, but he understood that only death awaited him there. Hearing the sounds of the keeper approaching behind him, Gi-Chu became very scared and realized that he urgently needed to do something. He had a choice: certain death or a possible chance of survival. It was better than staying here. Without thinking twice, the guide, with a quick and sharp movement, leaned on the gate, opened it, and entered the portal. Waking up after the fall, tables appeared in front of him. One after another, they informed him that his difficulty level had been reduced. Getting up, Gi-Chu saw another window with the first task, in which he had to hunt a goat. Surprised by such an easy test, the guy passed it very quickly and destroyed the goat. The charts continued to appear before him, confirming that he had passed the test and that his untested abilities had appeared. Gi-Chu was expecting some kind of catch, since he didn't believe that it could be so simple on the 5th floor. Suddenly, the conductor began to be surrounded by tentacles of shadows, forming a black shell, the center of which was him. Suddenly, a voice addressed him, which began to call the guide its master and asked him to establish contact with it. Gi-Chu didn't understand how to act or what connection was being discussed until the system started giving him hints. The system alerted him that the ego had requested a connection with him, which he had to confirm, and that was the last thing he heard. Opening his eyes, Gi-Chu saw his sister and the manager, who were very happy that he had finally come to his senses. Later, the manager said that the guy was found unconscious on the 5th floor a couple of weeks ago. The guild players noticed a flash in front of the entrance to the 5th floor, and then saw an enraged guardian and tried to chase him into a dead end, but he managed to escape. GQ began to worry about the team, because if the keeper escaped, then his team was in danger. But when they came to visit him, he sighed with relief, glad that they were alive and no longer in danger. After everyone left, and the boy was left alone, he decided to take a walk around the hospital and talk to his mother so that she wouldn't worry. Walking along the corridor, he wondered why, after passing the 5th floor, his level did not increase. However, something changed that day. He started to pass the tower again, and when he returned from clearing the gates, the other players looked at him with surprise and interest. Now there were different rumors about Jai-Q, which made him popular among other players, who gave him the nickname, the Tutorial Killer. Fighting orcs and goblins was much easier for him because he had abilities. Gi-Chu fought well, and with his new sword it was even easier and faster. He did establish a connection with the ego, and that was his unique ability. The boy gave him the name Lu, and now he could use his power and improve his skills. Now he could easily destroy goblins, and it took much less time than before, which he was certainly happy about. It all happened so quickly. It seemed like yesterday the guide was trembling at the sight of the orcs, and now his bag is full of earned crystals. But a month ago, he didn't even understand how to use this ability and what it was. Glad that it wasn't a dream after all, and he now had an ego partner, Gi-Chu immediately headed to the tower. For the first time in several years, he felt changes and he could not sit still, but wanted to immediately try out his new abilities. The only thing that was not clear to him was how to establish a connection with the ego so that it would manifest itself. Trying to focus on his thoughts, the boy remembered the conversation with Ego and how he gave him the name Lu. Suddenly, a ball appeared above him, and the system informed him that he had successfully summoned Lu's ego. Lu doesn't have a physical form yet, because the player doesn't have enough skills, so his form will be randomly generated. To create it, the ego absorbed materials in a disorderly manner, attracting everything and even the things that were on GQ. When the ego stopped absorbing, its transformation into form began, after which a huge explosion occurred. GQ lay on the ground the whole time, covering his face with his hand from the bright light, trying to see what was happening. In front of him, he saw a sword hanging in the air. This was the embodiment of the ego. GQ picked up the sword and began to talk to it, trying to understand what it really was. The boy asked Lu if he could move on his own, but he replied that he couldn't move without his owner. He also said that he cannot change the owner and break the connection with him either, since only his owner has a choice. Hearing this, the boy asked Lu a few more questions about whether he could harm his owner if he moved around on his own, to which the ego replied that it could attack him, but if its owner died, then the ego associated with it would too, so that would not happen. He also said that he feels pain and has emotions if you turn them on. Hearing this, GQ smiled sarcastically. Without thinking twice, the guy took the stone and turned on the pain sensations of the ego. He threw a stone at Ego with all his might to teach him manners, since he was speaking to him disrespectfully. It later turned out that Lu absorbs the blood of orcs, and this increases his level and experience points, as well as his stats. Now Gi-Chu's battles have become much easier, thanks to his ability to connect with the ego that had been wandering alone for so long. Having successfully completed another hunt, the boy decided that they could now go beyond the gate to earn even more crystals. When he returned to the office, he was met by the manager, who insistently asked him not to go outside the gates yet. He said that recently several players died there because they got into the wrong gate, and he didn't want anything to happen to the guy. Tae Shik-hyun was worried about him. He hoped that the guy would listen to his words and not do something stupid. The manager praised him for his work and sent him home. GQ nodded approvingly in response and left the office. As he walked out of the building, he thought about Shik-hyun's words, realizing that it was dangerous to go beyond the gate. But he had no other choice. He knew that he would earn more money outside the gates than in the tower, and that was his main goal. The guy took out his phone and started looking at the ads that other players had posted, who were also going to go beyond the gate and were looking for company. While he was looking through them, he mentally convinced himself that nothing would happen to him. Choosing one of the ads, he called and arranged a meeting. In the morning, GQ met with the team leader, whose name was Sung-Soo, and they began to discuss their future work. Sung-Soo gave the guy a contract that specified the nuances and privileges of the job. He made an appointment with him in a few days to go hunting. There were two types of gates. The first were one-time ones, which disappeared after they were cleared, and continuous ones, which were the ones in which you could hunt endlessly. But unlike one-time gates, continuous ones have a small reward, but the advantage is that there are fewer risks. So many people go there. The day of the hunt arrived, and as Gi-chu walked slowly through the tunnel, he watched the other players on the team. The guy noticed that the players in front of him looked awkward, and perhaps they had also come in response to the ad. Suddenly, Song-soo ordered them to stop and wait. From the other end of the tunnel, they heard monsters approaching. A crowd of monsters was rushing straight at them. There were a lot of them, but the team was ready to fight. The first of them to attack was a player nicknamed Tank, who could hold back their advance with his shield. The leader shouted commands to each of the players, and everyone began to fight off the attack, trying to inflict as much damage on the orcs as possible. Gi-Q, in one fell swoop, dealt with this crowd of monsters in a few seconds, destroying them one by one without exception. When the leader and other team members saw this, they were slightly shocked at how quickly the guy dealt with the monsters alone. After completing the journey, they decided to make a stop to rest and gain strength for the next battle. Gi-Q was sitting to the side. Two of the team approached him. They began to thank him for his help, admiring his skill in battle. Hearing this, the guy laughed and said that he was just lucky, but the players continued to praise him. At this moment, Gi-chu looked at the leader. Such talk was unacceptable in his presence, although there was no reaction from him. Suddenly, the leader intervened in their conversation. He informed them that it was time to end their rest and move out. Hearing the leader's order, everyone began to gather. Gi-chu asked Ego if he was ready to fight and said that he would soon get something better than zombie blood. When they reached the wall of iron bars behind which the monster boss was located, Gi-chu was surprised at how huge they were. In turn, the team leader decided to discuss a plan to attack the gatekeeper, who was called Talon. Suddenly, one of the players began to interrupt the leader, citing the fact that they already knew everything, and there was no point in wasting time on pointless conversations. The leader reminded the player that he better listen to him again, because behind the gates, one mistake would put the entire team in danger. His partner saw how the player grimaced in displeasure at Song-soo's words, and she was very angry at such disrespect. The leader noticed this and looked at her sternly. She felt his gaze even without turning around and immediately pulled herself together. Gi-chu had been watching them the whole time and thought it was very strange, but the leader continued to tell them the strategy plan. The team began to act according to his plan. Melting the grate, they went to the boss. They needed to climb on his back to destroy him. Song-soo shot a deadly arrow at Talit, thus angering him. The Guardian was furious and began swinging his fists, fighting off attacks and attacking the players at the same time. Byung-hun, nicknamed Tank, had to block his attacks so that other players could get closer to the monster. At this point, the near and far shooters tried to inflict as much damage as possible to weaken him further. But the most important thing was that Talit, having cowered, could change tactics because of this. His defensive powers increased, so it was impossible to let him do this. As he bent over, GQ delivered a powerful blow that should have caused him a lot of damage and made the fight easier. Before approaching the monster, the system informed him that his fusion with Lu had increased, and he could use his power more effectively. When he struck the Guardian, he immediately destroyed it with his strong attack. The team, seeing this, could not believe their eyes. They were shocked, because it was very difficult to defeat such a monster alone. Signs began to appear before Gi-chu's eyes, indicating that he had acquired a new skill, cannibalism, which restored physical strength by eating monsters. When it was all over, the same players ran up to the guy and started asking him for his phone number, thus showing that he was a worthy leader. Sun Yamu interrupted them and pointed out that they had won a paralyzing dagger for the boss, which according to the contract had to be played out by throwing lots. But the tank began to persuade Gi-chu to take this dagger, and they would help him with this. Gi-Q was not surprised by his proposal since, over the years of working as a guide, he had learned to see people, but he did not think that they would behave like this. Everyone sat in a circle to begin the drawing of lots, and Gi-Q continued to watch Song-soo and the girl whose name he didn't know, but he knew that there was something else hidden behind her calmness. Just as the leader began to take out the bones, Gi-Q saw Byung-hun and Dai-oh look at each other with a mischievous smile on their faces. Abruptly jumping up, Byung-hun began to attack the leader, pointing the dagger straight at him. When he approached Song-soo, He didn't move from his place, as if that was how it should be. Right in front of his face, the tank's strike was intercepted by Gi-Kyu, sending him flying several meters away from Song-Soo. Lying on the ground, Byung-hun began to call for help from Dae-oh, since they were going to do this together. But he was very frightened and trembled all over with fear, so he did not do anything. Having neutralized it, Gi-Chu thought that if he had just a little more time, the tank would have been destroyed, because the girl was ready to repel his attack. He looked at her and saw how her eyes changed color, and in her hands she held a dagger, which he did not even notice at first. At the same time, he was very surprised by how indifferently and calmly Song-Soo sat when a knife was pointed at him. Gi-Kyu continued to hold Byung-hun while wondering what the leader would do with him. Behind him, he heard Dae-oh begin to defend himself by saying that he didn't know what the tank wanted to do. Song-Soo was surprised why he was asking him this, to which the boy replied that the leader was an interested party. Lost in thought, Song-Soo turned to the girl and called her by name, Ha-Rim, thereby giving her the command to act. Her eyes glowed red again and black energy formed around her. She moved so fast that in a few seconds she was already behind Dae. Oh, the girl dealt him a short but powerful blow, from which he immediately fell unconscious. Gi-Kyu watched what was happening, and only confirmed his suspicions that Ha-Rim was very dangerous. Having finished with the first, she did the same with the second player, who also lay there without showing any signs of life. When she finished and returned to her seat, Gi-Chu picked up the dagger, saying that he would keep it for himself. He explained this decision by saying that he deserved this dagger because he saved the leader's life, but Song-Soo disagreed with him and considered it an exaggeration. But Gi-Chu continued to insist on his own, hinting to the leader that he could do without the dagger. Song-Soo asked if the guy knew who he really was, since he thought that the dagger would not be useful to him. Gi-Chu knew that he was no ordinary player since he had such a guard, but he didn't care about it. Pointing to the two players who had been lying motionless the entire time, he told them to decide what to do with them, and he needed to go hunt. He left silently, and on the way Lu approached him, saying that he was surprised that the guy didn't run away, and even dared to tell them what to do, taking the dagger. Gi-Chu decided that it was time to go out, because there were no more zombies, and he had absorbed enough of their physical strength, increasing his stats. Finally, before leaving, they decided to go into the reward room, where they had previously destroyed the gatekeeper. Gi-Chu noticed that something was wrong. He looked at the wall through which a bright light was shining, and confirmed with Lu that he was also seeing this for the first time. After knocking on the wall, he realized that it was empty, and decided to break it to find out what was hidden behind it. When the wall was broken, a lot of dust rose up, making it impossible to see anything. But Lu could sense that there was an ego somewhere there and told the guy about it, who was very surprised by it. Gi-Chu was surprised that this was possible, and why he hadn't found it before, but Lu just laughed at him and said that he needed to look for it here. When the dust cleared, the boy saw the Excalibur sword sticking out of the stone in front of him. He didn't know what to do, so he just grabbed it, trying to get it off the rock, and it easily gave in. A pure white space appeared in front of him, almost the same feeling as when he met Lu. It was the ego inside the sword. It was waiting for its owner and asked Gi-Kyu if he was that person. The guy replied that it was not him, but he would be happy to become its owner. Then the ego asked to give it a name. Gi-Chu confidently said that now the ego's name is L, and the ego accepted his choice. The white space dissipated. Gi-Kyu continued to hold the sword in his hands, examining it. Suddenly, he saw that everything around him began to crack, and the ceiling along with the walls began to collapse right on top of him. In one voice, the ego began to tell him to leave here quickly, but he himself understood this perfectly well. When they heard each other, they started talking to each other, which distracted the guy even more. On the way, he saw Talon's body in another room, which he needed to get to as quickly as possible. Gi-Chu tried to concentrate to find a way out of this trap, but it wasn't that easy. Trying to move very quickly in order to run into another room, he saw that the floor under his feet also began to collapse. He only needed to touch the Guardian's body to move, and with maximum effort, he still did it. But at the last moment before moving to another room, he saw something strange, a huge eye that was looking straight at him. When he returned home, the news was abuzz that the continuous gate had disappeared, but Gi-Chu was above suspicion since it had disappeared sometime after he had left. All he thought about was how to get a reward in the form of crystals for passing through the gates and sell them to support the payment for his mother's treatment. He also began to climb the tower again, having overcome the 5th floor, where he was once found unconscious. And following him, he passed other floors, thereby raising his level, although he could not even dream about it before. Seok Woo was right. You can't give up, and Gi-Kyu didn't do that and was able to reveal his unique abilities. The guy was glad that his ego levels were increasing, and thanks to their fusion, he felt stronger. He thought that it was also connected with the fact that he had a sealed demon with him, or maybe that giant eye was a demon. He himself didn't know for sure. His ego had the ability to transform into an accessory in the form of a ring that he wore on his fingers, and the stronger his ego was, the stronger Gi-Kyu was. Looking through the information tables of his egos, he decided that he needed to find another one, and he knew exactly where to look. Gi-Chu came to the auction, where various items useful to players were being raffled off and sold. Sitting in the room among other people wanting to buy something, Lu and Elle tried to feel the presence of ego in each lot, but unfortunately, so far without success. The last main lot was brought onto the stage, the Bracelet of Wounds, which increases the speed of recovery from wounds. At that moment, the egos unanimously said that this bracelet is the ego. The auction ended, and Gi-Chu was a little upset because he was unable to get the bracelet as it was beyond his means. The only thing the guy was happy about was that he was able to sell the paralyzing dagger for good money. On his way home, Shik-hyun called him to ask if he was okay. Gi-Kyu started complaining that he was having a hard time finding a good team and that he didn't like the previous one. When the manager heard that Gi-Kyu had gone outside the gate, he started to swear loudly because he was worried about him and didn't want him to take risks. But the guy began to justify himself by saying that in the tower without equipment, he would not be able to move from the 1st level and would not receive a player rank. After the conversation, Gi-Chu thought that he could continue his advancement in the tower, but his ego needs blood, so this is not the place to hunt. Besides, there was a good income behind the gates last time, and that was the most important thing for the guy. Whatever the case, he wanted to earn money quickly and move to another city so that his sister would be in a safer place. Absorbed in his thoughts, he walked home, but suddenly he saw a strange light in front of him, which grew larger and larger. As he got closer, Gi-Chu saw that the point of light was expanding faster and faster until it turned into a gate. Immediately after the gates appear, they do not pose a danger, so you need to call the association service and leave a request about it. It is also dangerous to enter the gate of an unknown level without confirmation of the association. The player can even be sentenced to imprisonment for breaking the rules. The first person to witness their appearance receives priority to attack the gates for 5 days. At that time, Shik-hyun saw the announcement of the gate's appearance, that it had appeared near Gi-Kyu's house. When the manager saw that the applicant was the guy himself, he was very shocked by this coincidence. A few minutes later, there were already a bunch of experts from Shik-heng's administration at the gate, who had to verify the accuracy of the information and find out what level they were. After completing the inspection, one of the experts warned Gi-Kyu that if he did not enter the gate within 5 days, the priority right could go to auction. After which the manager called the guy to talk to him about this matter in private. They went into a nearby cafe. Shik-hyun ordered a cocktail and drank it down right away. He asked if Gi-Chu was ready to go beyond the gate alone, to which the boy replied that he had become much stronger than he thought. Shik-hyun thought the guy was very stubborn, as he always did things his own way, despite his requests not to take risks. After finishing with the questions, the manager gave Gi-Kyu 4 days to prepare, after which he was supposed to come to him, but the guy did not understand why this was necessary, to which the manager replied that if he was poorly prepared, he would not let him go anywhere. 4 days later, Shik-hyun brought the boy to the training hall. It was in the basement of the association, a wide space that had a protective layer on the walls. While the guy was looking around the room, Shik-hyun asked him if he liked the idea of joining the association, but not as an employee now. Gi-Kyu thanked him for the offer, but he did not want to commit himself, as he had other goals. The guy also asked about Theo, because when Hen became the boss, the conductor department was removed, and he was wondering where he was now. Shik-hyun said that Theo joined the Carbon Guild, and after that it was as if he became a different person. Gi-Kyu was happy for him and decided to call him later. Gi-Kyu was surprised that Shik-hyun didn't bring a weapon with him, since he said he wanted to practice with it. But he in turn said that the guy was seriously underestimating him if he thought that he couldn't cope without it. He raised his hand and released his internal energy at Gi-Q, showing him that he was still good at fighting. Shik-Hyun saw confusion in the boy's eyes, but he calmed him down, telling him not to worry and to attack him immediately. Gi-Chu tried to focus, knowing he couldn't beat him, but he wasn't going to stand still either. Before he could even begin, the teacher suddenly began to attack him first. He was so close that if he had been a little closer, Gi-Q would have missed the blow. The guy was able to block his attack and jumped away from Shik-Hyun, dodging the blows while trying to keep his distance. The teacher stopped and asked the guy if he was really preparing for the fight, since the top rankers outside the gates were different, and no one would feel sorry for him. He got angry and shouted at Gi-Chu to pull himself together, because if he was distracted even for a second outside the gate, he would die. Gi-Q understood that he needed to pull himself together, otherwise nothing would work out, but the guy had something to surprise the teacher with. 4 days earlier, Gi-Chu entered the in-game item market to buy himself some new equipment. There were a lot of ordinary people in this market, so he couldn't communicate with his egos as usual. He took out his phone and pretended to talk to someone. They didn't understand why he came here. He was already strong, to which the guy told them that his protective equipment was weak and he needed new ones. Besides, here he could try his luck and stumble upon the ego, which was an important aspect for him. Walking among the shops, he looked at different types of equipment, but they were quite expensive. The prices were too high and he could not afford to buy such equipment. He sat down on a bench and thought about how it wasn't easy to find what he needed. Everything was either too expensive but good, or cheap but very bad. Suddenly, his thoughts were distracted by the ego, which pointed to the boy. He was standing there like a craftsman and furiously proving something to the adults. Gi-Chu heard the boy say that his grandfather was a great master and that he made equipment well, but no one believed him. They cited the fact that the store was doing very poorly and that the equipment his grandfather sold did not even show information about the item. The boy was very upset by this. He really wanted to help his grandfather. When the people dispersed, Gi-Q approached him. He asked him to take him to his grandfather's shop so that he could buy something for himself. Hearing this, the boy, without hiding his delight, immediately agreed and took Gi-Q to the store. As they walked down to the shop, Gi-Chu asked Lu and L.A. again if they were sure there was an ego there, to which they replied that even the boy's things were imbued with its power. When they entered, the boy called out to his grandfather with delight to show that he had brought him a visitor. But the grandfather was not too happy with this news, as he asked him not to bring anyone. Gi-Q followed the boy in and smelled some good stuff, to which his assistant said that all that was there was ego. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. On the shelves lay parts of the ego that had no self of their own. The blacksmith immediately told the guy that he didn't have any items suitable for him, and that he wouldn't understand their value anyway, so he wouldn't sell him anything. The man didn't want to waste time, as he was sure that the guy was the same as the previous visitors, who didn't even know how to use it. Gi-Q told him that he would sell him the item if the boy could use it. But the blacksmith stood his ground, allowing the boy to only look around, but then ordered him to leave. The guy walked up to one of the shelves, picked up a sword, and began to read the description of the item. At that moment, the blacksmith's face seemed to turn pale. Jumping up from his seat, the blacksmith was delighted that someone who could see the abilities of objects had come to him. Then the man allowed the item to be used because Gi-Q knew its value. It was the blacksmith's greatest desire. Gi-Chu began to demonstrate his skills with pleasure. He gave the sword a name, Edge, but it did not react in any way. Ego didn't like the name the guy gave him. He was a little upset, so he put the sword back in its place. Shik-Hen stood motionless, waiting for the attack. The boy began to quickly approach him to strike with 2 swords. The teacher, without even moving from his place, repelled his attack with one swing of his hand, throwing him aside. After which, Shik-Hyun shouted for the boy to use all his strength and aim for his vital organs, because with such attacks he wouldn't even scratch him. Gi-Chu knew that his opponent was a former top ranker. He needed to focus, and that it would be difficult to defeat him. He began to attack the teacher again. This time he tried to do it quickly, but he deftly dodged every blow. As Shik-Hyun was about to receive another attack, he swung his arm to strike back. Gi-Chu didn't understand why he couldn't establish a connection with the ego, having already sorted through a bunch of items, to which Lu replied that the ego was picky in choosing its owner. He and L established a connection with it because there was no other choice, but it doesn't work that way with everyone. The guy walked up to the next shelf, without any hope that it would work. He tried one last time to establish a connection with the object. He touched it, and said its name, Brunhart. When suddenly he succeeded and the connection with the object was established, Brunhart had the skill to reflect accumulated damage. But the guy could not use all of its abilities, since most of them were lost. The teacher struck with such force that Gi-Kyu flew back several meters and hit the wall, but he still managed to use the reflection. When he tried to get up, he saw the bottles that Shik-Hyun had thrown to him in front of him. He told the boy to drink this. The bottle contained a potion for internal damage, so he could quickly recover. Gi-Chu took the potion, wondering why such an expensive thing was in such a bottle. His hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even unscrew it. The teacher was pleased with Gi-Kyu's result, as he really didn't think the boy would be able to scratch him. He understood that this was not an accident, but a carefully thought-out plan, and he was wrong to underestimate it. The teacher asked what it was, to which Gi-Kyu replied that these were all his subjects. When they returned to the gate, Shik-Heng explained once again that if the gate was not cleared within a week, the association would send agents there. He only gave the guy 5 days to clean up, and if he didn't come out during that time, then Shik-Hyun himself would come and get him out of there. But Gi-Kyu convinced the teacher that there was nothing to worry about and that he could handle everything on his own. Shik-Hen checked again whether the guy had taken everything with him and asked him not to relax, even though this was not a difficult level. Lu asked the guy why he was so worried if the level was the same as the last one with zombies, to which he replied that Hen was like a father to him, so he was worried. They said goodbye and Gi-Chu entered the gate. He hoped that it would be a continuous gate. Lu didn't understand what difference it made what kind of gate it was. Gi-Chu explained that you could make more money there. The guy will only understand whether this gate is continuous or not after he clears everything. It was F rank. Unless it was a difficult tower type and there were no labyrinths, he would be able to clear it quickly. After finishing their conversations, wolves approached Gi-Chu, and he began to clear them out, despite the fact that there were a lot of them. Destroying the wolves one by one, he did not stop for a second until he had completely cleared the cave. Lu and L's levels and skills increased time after time. Brunhard deftly reflected the accumulated damage. When he finished clearing the place, he suggested that he take a little rest, as he had been fighting for 5 hours without a break. Wolves were not much different from orcs. It seemed that they were even easier to destroy, probably because they were F rank. Gi-Kyu took out some food from his backpack to have a snack, and continued to talk about how in his situation it was difficult to get here alone, but he was very lucky. He thought that he needed to increase his level, and since the level measurement takes place without equipment, he would be at level 1. Because he will be at a distance from the ego, he will not be able to receive a normal assessment. L suggested that if the guy developed his abilities, then the ego would be able to establish connections with him at any distance. But Gi-Chu didn't even know how he could develop his skills to increase his level. The guy decided that he could deal with development later, but he was still confused by one detail. Looking at Lu's information window, Gi-Chu was confused by only one point: cannibalism. He thought about the fact that the ego can eat its own kind. Hearing this, Lu was shocked by the owner's conclusions, but the guy calmed him down and said that it was just a joke. Gi-Kyu had enough rest and continued to follow his plan. His backpack was filled with crystals. He thought he needed a new one with expansion magic since there was very little space in this one. The guy started looking for a way to free up some space in his backpack, and his attention was drawn to the enhancement potion. Walking a little further, his ego felt a strong energy ahead, which meant that the gatekeeper was already close. The guy took out a potion of enhancement and drank it, due to which his stats increased and gave him more strength. He continued walking, but there was still nothing ahead, and the potion was about to wear off. But the ego convinced him that they were very close. The boy saw a light ahead, which meant that Lu was right and the keeper would appear soon. When he came out of the cave, he saw the guardian. The guy realized that he was different from the boss he attacked earlier. The guardian noticed Gi-Kyu and stood up and was ready to attack. He seemed much stronger and impressive in size. The guy also noted that the pressure that came from this boss was different from what Talon exerted. This one was a real monster boss. Without thinking twice, the monster began to attack the guy, defending his territory. Gi-Kyu fought off all his attacks, and in turn tried to inflict at least a little damage. He struck the guardian with his sword, but he was unable to hit him deeply, as the monster constantly dodged and attacked again. After his blow, the monster threw the guy forward several meters. His blow was so strong that the guy had to help himself with swords to stop. The monster's attacks were stronger than he thought, and all he could do was accumulate damage and wait for the right moment. It was a long battle because the opponent was very strong, but Gi was a professional in this fight. He continued to fight off the monster's attacks, trying to inflict at least a little damage on the enemy. When enough damage had accumulated, he reflected it back at the Guardian, thereby immobilizing him. The monster could no longer attack. It lay motionless on the ground, and the guy sat next to it and tried to catch his breath after the fight. The guy felt that the effect of the potion was starting to wear off, and he also admitted that if it weren't for Brunhart, they would hardly have won so quickly. Looking at the monster one last time, he thanked it for falling by his hand and plunged his sword into it. After the Guardian was destroyed, Lu's stats and skills began to increase, and he could now quickly recover if he received heavy damage. Also, the monster's blood activated his cannibalism skill, which hadn't played any role before. After activating this skill, Lu began to absorb the Guardian's body, after which it was successfully transformed into an ego. When it was all over, a large crystal appeared in the place where the monster's body had been. The guy, not understanding anything, began to ask Lu what happened, but he replied that he had never heard of a monster transforming into an ego before. Then he asked L if he knew anything about it, but he also couldn't help him. GQ couldn't fully understand where that ego was that had transformed from a monster. He decided to open an information window. There he saw that this ego had appeared in him, but he still did not understand how to use it. Gichu decided that he would deal with this later, as he had more important things to do. Having stood up, the guy began to list what he managed to do today. The first was that he checked the cannibalism skill and how it was useful. The second thing is that he got a blue crystal which was more valuable and more expensive than the usual ones. Now all he had to do was go to the reward room and return home. Suddenly he realized that he couldn't do this, because in order to return to the room, he would have to touch the body of the gatekeeper. But the Guardian's body was absorbed by Lu, and now getting out of there was much more problematic. GQ began to search for the Guardian, hoping that at least some part of him remained inside the gate. Lu and L tried to convince the owner to just go out and not waste time. But the guy couldn't do that because if he didn't find another way to get out, he would be in big trouble. If he went out, the gate would break and it could harm people, so he had to find another way out by any means. Besides, in 4 days, Shikhen was supposed to come and get him out of there. So he would be able to avoid the worst turn of events, but still, he understood that it was better to manage to leave before he arrived. The next day, the guy also combed everything around, but found nothing. Sitting down by a tree, he decided to have a snack and think about what to do next. Thinking, he decided to destroy all the other monsters, hoping that this would help. They passed through all the caves that they had previously skipped in order to get to the keeper faster, but now they destroyed all the blue wolves. On the 5th day, the guy finished with the last monster and didn't understand what to do next. Because Tae Shik-hyun was supposed to come soon, but he still couldn't find a way to get out. Suddenly, the ego turned to the guy, drawing his attention to the place where all the energy inside the gate was collected. He asked them where exactly this place was, and they pointed to the field where the gatekeeper was. A few hours later, Gi-kyu was taking a shower with Shik-hyun, who kept asking the boy about the gate. The teacher didn't understand why the boy stayed there for so long. If his abilities were good enough to handle it in a couple of days, Gi-kyu said that he dealt with the Guardian that same day. But then a small problem arose because of which he was delayed. Shikhen was surprised. What problem could there be if he destroyed the monster? The guy explained that after the destruction, the keeper's body disappeared, and he could not return to the reward room. He also told Shik-hyun that he had to kill all the remaining monsters, which is why he had so many crystals. Continuing, he said that when he caught the last wolf, all the energy inside the gate began to gather in the boss room. When he saw this flow of energy from the room, he hurried back into it as quickly as possible. But when he ran into that room, he saw something incredible that was difficult to describe in words. It was as if pieces of the world were accumulating in one place, shimmering with rainbow colors. A ball of energy appeared in front of him, which he touched and received fragments of the ego, thereby moving into the reward room. Shik-hyun looked at Gi-kyu in confusion. He didn't understand what it meant, and the guy suggested that perhaps the gate was the ego. After they discussed everything, Shik-hyun said that he would transfer the money for the crystals to his account. Gi-kyu thanked him and decided to visit his mother and sister in the hospital so that they wouldn't worry about him. Shik-hyun offered to give the guy a ride in his car, but he wasn't particularly happy with the offer. The teacher was surprised why the boy didn't want to go with him. He thought that a real man's car should be pink. He still gave the guy a ride and continued to admire the car, but the whole way Gi-kyu felt ashamed, trying not to comment on Shik-hyun's words in any way. Upon arrival, Gi-kyu went into his mother's room to see how she was feeling, and she asked him to go get a drink for his sister to perk her up after her sleep. When they left, Shik-hyun stayed with his mother, and she began to thank him for looking after Gi-kyu. While walking down the hallway, Yoo-jin started to yawn, and Gi-kyu asked why she was so sleepy if it was just dinner. She answered him that exams were coming soon, and she had slept a little, but now she would continue studying. Gi-kyu asked her not to overdo it, otherwise she might get sick, to which she replied that he could buy her a guardian amulet so that everything would be fine. Suddenly they met a grandmother who was walking alone down the corridor. Yoo-jin asked why her grandmother wasn't sleeping. She replied that she wanted to take a walk before going to bed and heard her voice. She turned her attention to Gi-chu. She took his hands and began to praise his sister for such a good upbringing. When she held his hands, she said that he had a very good aura. The guy was grateful to her for the nice words. Granny apologized for distracting them from their walk and said goodbye to them. When they had moved a little away from her, she suddenly called Gi-chu to her. She warned him to be careful. Several different energies were colliding within him, and because of this, he could lose himself. Gi-chu looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about or how she could know such a thing. As she left, she wished him to overcome all the difficulties that lay ahead for him in the future. The guy wondered why she suddenly decided to warn him and whether she could really know something about him. The next day, Gi-kyu felt much better as he finally got to sleep in normal conditions. When he left the room, the doctor who treated his mother approached him. Gi-chu was a little nervous. As he did not understand why he was called, the doctor asked to give him some time to discuss the patient's condition. The players happily discussed the end of the hunt and planned their further rest, standing near the gate. Suddenly they saw a guy arriving who was planning to enter the gate. The players recognized him as the same tutorial killer, Gi-chu. They were delighted by the unexpected meeting and wanted to approach him to greet him. But suddenly they stopped, seeing his expression, which was distorted with hatred, and there were very good reasons for this. His mother's condition was critical, although it was not noticeable externally, but her muscles were badly damaged. She also developed serious complications, although Gi-chu took very good care of her. But there was another unknown reason that was having a bad effect on her health, but the doctors could not determine what it could be. Gi-chu was so shocked by what he heard that it felt like his heart was breaking into pieces. He couldn't believe that this was actually happening. The last thing the boy heard before his eyes were covered with a veil of hatred was that his mother had at worst a few months to live. That day, he went beyond the gate and began to destroy everything in his path, destroying monsters one after another. Gi-kyu blamed himself for hesitating for so long and not being able to muster the courage to continue working on himself. He took out all his anger and resentment on the monsters in the tower and didn't think at all about the consequences. The guy scolded himself for the fact that it took him so long to gain the strength he has now. Then all this could have been avoided. They saw how their master was suffering and they felt very sorry for him. Liu also tried to reason with him so that he would not completely lose his head. The players who came to hunt on the 19th floor were attracted by a strange noise behind them. When they turned around, they were shocked by what they saw. Gi-chu looked very exhausted, and the stubble on his face and the pile of backpacks on his back indicated that he had been in the tower for quite a long time. Suddenly, someone from the crowd offered the guy to share his load, but the offer sounded as if he didn't really intend to help. When everyone turned around at the sound of the voice, they saw the Smurf Guild, whose leader was smiling slyly and not taking his eyes off Gi-kyu's backpacks. The guy didn't react to his offer, so the leader repeated his offer once more and headed towards Gi-kyu. With a sharp movement, Gi-kyu stopped the guy with the tip of his sword, thereby maintaining a distance between them. The leader did not expect such a reaction from Gi-kyu and warned him that he would be in big trouble, but this did not play a weighty argument. Gi-chu looked at the boy as if he was ready to destroy him with just a glance, letting him know that he should not covet what was not his. He continued to hold the sword in the same position, not allowing the enemy to move. Suddenly they heard a voice. The guy turned around and saw a representative of the association approaching them. Sharply dodging Gi-kyu's sword, they began to run away to avoid trouble, leaving they threatened the guy that they would get even with him. As the man came closer, he began to ask Gi-chu what had happened. Having calmed down a little, The guy turned to the man and looked at him with distrust. The representative immediately showed him the documents, thereby confirming that he was indeed the security guard of this floor from the Players Association. Then GQ said that the red players tried to steal his things, and he simply did not let them do it. Security guard Song Hoon smiled indulgently at the guy, noticing the number of backpacks on his back. The guard also asked GQ if he was the player they were looking for, and when the guy heard this, he was very surprised. He returned home and immediately hurried to Shik-hyun to find out what had happened and why he was looking for him. Song Hoon asked the guy to be sure to say that it was he who found him and brought him to the boss, for which he promised to give him a bonus. GQ still didn't understand what could have happened and why the teacher was looking for him. But Shik-hyun argued that there had been no news from the guy for 2 weeks, and because of this, he began to worry about him. Gichu was surprised when he heard this. He thought that this was not a reason to worry so much, but there was something else. The teacher said that there was another reason why he was looking for him. He found a way to cure his mother, and hope immediately appeared in the boy's eyes. Shik-hen said that there is a method that can cure a disease whose cause is unknown. Gichu knew what it was about. It was a panacea elixir that could cure any disease, but it was not so easy to find. The teacher confirmed the boy's guess and wanted to remind him of several cases when this elixir was found. But Gichu himself began the story of how the elixir was first awarded to the guy who passed the 50th floor first, and the others came out as a prize for clearing the gates. Shik-hyun was surprised that the boy knew about these stories, but Gichu said that he had also looked into the matter. There was a similarity between those gates. They were both labyrinth gates. They differed from ordinary ones by the presence of monsters of different levels, with different traps, and a strong guardian. Shik-hyun also said that a third labyrinth gate appeared in the States. They were considered as gates beyond the level, so everyone could try themselves there. The teacher sent the boy home to get himself in order and pack his things for the trip. Gi-kyu left the backpacks with crystals in the office, since the teacher himself would count everything and send all the money to him. The next day, Gi-kyu met with the guard Sung-hoon, who would be escorting him to the gate. Song-hoon warned the boy that his boss had taken care of the arrangements for his stay in the States and had prepared everything necessary for him. When they had discussed everything, the guard suggested that the guy not delay and quickly set off on his way. But suddenly Gi-kyu stopped him and asked him to wait a little, as he had some unfinished business. Gi-chu passed the 20th floor of the tower and increased his ego fusion skill. In the information window, he saw that he could only use less than half of his skills. The guy was approached by Song-hoon, who had been waiting for him to finish the exam the whole time, saying that it usually takes about an hour to complete a floor. Gi-chu agreed with him, but did not understand why he suddenly asked about this, to which the guard enthusiastically replied that only a few minutes had passed. He stopped short and suggested getting back to business, but Gi-kyu suddenly began to worry that they were late for the plane. Sung-hoon calmed him down, saying that this was not their transport. They went to the 5th floor where there was a giant tower of incredible size. Because the zones are separated, it is rare to meet players from other countries, but the tower is connected to all parts of the planet. They arrived at the tower and headed towards the elevator. Riding it up, GQ was surprised how it worked without light. Song-hoon explained that he works on crystals, and that it is a large artifact like the tower itself. For a second, the guy imagined how expensive it is. When they reached the right floor, Gi-chu was shocked by what he saw. It was the control center of the transition portal between countries. Passing by various portals, Gi-chu never thought that he would ever use one of them. Having reached the necessary portal, the guard offered the guy a ride on the fastest transport in his life. He laughed, and they entered the portal. In Los Angeles, they got into the car and headed to the labyrinth. On the way, GQ read the news about who else would be in the gate clearing. 3 top rankers, who were much stronger than the guy, expressed a desire to participate in capturing the gate. Because of this, he began to doubt his abilities. The car stopped, which meant that they had arrived at the 3rd gate, called the Labyrinth of the Geryon. The gates were securely fenced and surrounded on all sides by military personnel with their equipment. Not far from the gates, other players noticed the new arrivals and tried to figure out who these people were. One of the players, using his ability, tried to see the level and skills of Gi-chu. But suddenly he was surprised. His level was 1st, his stats were also 0, and his unique abilities were not visible at all. At this time, Gi-kyu and Sung-hoon were already standing next to the representative of the American Association. It was difficult for the guy to talk to him, since he did not know the language. Players wondered how Gi Chu got here with the first level. One of the girls' players was watching the guy because she liked him right away and decided that the most interesting things were yet to come. As soon as they entered the labyrinth, battles with monsters began almost immediately. Sung Hoon was the guy's partner, and they fought together against huge monsters. They formed tactics to quickly and efficiently destroy monsters and move on. After finishing with another huge spider monster, they exhaled and decided to take a little rest. Gi was glad that he got such a partner, but Sung Hoon should have already returned back. The guard confirmed that he had been there long enough and that it would take him quite some time to get home. Gi thanked him for his help and for helping him quickly get used to the labyrinth. Song Hoon, in turn, was glad that he was able to help the guy, and they agreed to meet after the completion of clearing the gate. Saying goodbye, they parted. As he walked forward through the labyrinth, Gi drew crosses on the walls to mark the way so as not to get lost. A week after Sung Hoon left, Gi could destroy giant spiders without any problem. But the only thing that alarmed him was that the monsters were the same, which meant that he was moving too slowly. The closer he got to the keeper's room, the stronger the monsters that would appear on his way. Gi remembered the ball of thread that Song-soo had given him before leaving. He explained that it was the Arachne's thread, which would help transport one to the entrance of the gate, a gift from Shik Hen in case the monsters were too strong. Gi had no intention of using it until he found the elixir for his mother. Suddenly, he heard someone scream. The guy immediately took out his swords and took a fighting stance. Turning to the ego, he asked if they had heard what he had heard, like the voice of a little girl, but the ego considered it strange and did not want to check who was there. But Gi was determined. Even if it was a trap, it had to be checked, because ignoring it would be no less dangerous. They agreed to this arrangement, and the guy headed towards where the terrible screams were coming from. It seemed they could be heard throughout the entire labyrinth. When he came closer, he saw a little girl who was tied to a tree and calling for help. When Gi saw her, he found it very suspicious that such a young girl could be on the territory of the gate. Watching her closely, the guy saw that she was Korean, who looked very much like his sister. He continued to watch her, trying to understand whether he was imagining things or not. In the end, Gi decided to pretend that he hadn't seen her, since there were too many strange things, and it made him wary. As he turned to leave, he suddenly heard the voice of a girl who began to ask her mother for forgiveness for not being able to find money for her treatment. Having hooked Gi with these words, she continued to cry and repeat the same thing. Gritting her teeth, the guy could no longer control himself. The ego also tried to reason with its owner not to fall for this trap, but his feelings were stronger than his mind. He quickly moved from his place, and with sharp movements of his swords, freed the little girl, lowering her to the ground. Having calmed down a little from what had happened, Gi began to ask the girl how she had ended up there, to which she replied that she had mistakenly separated from her team. The girl's name was Su Jong. She also said that her unique ability is to enhance skills. Gi thought that anyone, even a child, could become a player, since she had a rather rare ability. All this seemed to be true. The guy handed her a set for installing a security zone that worked for no more than a day. The guy was sure that during this time someone would find her and help her. But suddenly the girl jumped up from her seat and began to beg Gi to take her with him. But Gi flatly refused this offer. Beyond the gates, the players had to be responsible for their own lives. The girl immediately grabbed Gi hand and began to pitifully ask again, citing the fact that she would be useful and could help him. She continued to persuade him and press on his pity, repeating the same thing over and over again so that the guy would take her with him. In turn, the guy said that his goal was to clear the gates, and he did not plan to go back. He warned her that what was to come could be very dangerous, and that they would split the reward for completing the labyrinth in half, but he would take the elixir for himself. Su-young was glad that he was taking her with him, but the guy immediately added, saying that if she got in his way, he would give her to another team along the way. Gi thought that hunting would be much easier with an assistant, although she could become a burden for him. They continued hunting now together, and along the way, they began to encounter new types of monsters, which meant that they were on the right track. Working in pairs, where Su-jung, on the command of Gi enhanced his skills, and he destroyed the enemy many times faster than usual. Dealing with the monsters very quickly accelerated their progress through the labyrinth, which could not but please. By killing poisonous monsters, Ego absorbed their blood, and his ability to resist that poison increased significantly. After 2 weeks of hunting in the labyrinth with a new partner, GQ immediately felt that the passage was much easier. They took a break, discussing how quickly Soo-jung's levels were increasing, which the guy was genuinely happy about. With delight, Soo-jung egged the guy on that very soon she would catch up with him and be as strong as he was. Suddenly, GQ felt movement nearby. He asked Soo-jung to be quiet, and he went to check who was there. He looked out and saw an Iron Guild approaching him, led by an American top-ranker nicknamed Iron Shield. Gi-chu immediately hid and began to worry that the top-ranker must have sensed his presence and that he would be in trouble. They might think that Gi-chu was watching them, and then the guild would start attacking him, so he needed to get out of there quickly. Suddenly, the wall behind which Gi-chu was hiding collapsed right on him, and in front of him he saw the Iron Shield sword. His team was surprised why the guildmaster suddenly sent a Kalion there, and he, in turn, did not look away, trying to understand whether there was someone there or not. When he saw that it was empty and the sword was just sticking out of the ground, he reassured his partners that he had simply imagined someone's presence. Gi-kyu and Soo-jung stopped in a cave a little away from the guild and tried to come to their senses and catch their breath. Soo-jung didn't understand why they ran away if they hadn't done anything wrong, but the guy explained to her that under other circumstances nothing would have happened, but not now. In this situation, they looked like spies, and that a sudden attack could happen, so it was better to stay away from them. He continued to say that such attacks happen rarely. Even with large guilds like this one, there are many enemies, and they could mistake us for such. Gi-kyu decided to follow their tracks and keep a small distance between them to avoid unnecessary trouble. He added that it was good that their paths crossed with a strong team. It meant that they were on the right track. After some time, they continued on their way. On the walls, Gi-kyu saw marks that the guild had left and was glad about it, since there were no traps and monsters too, thanks to them. He turned to look at Soo-jung, but she was nowhere to be found, and he was at a loss as to where she could have gone. Here they began to furiously shout at the owner to run away faster, but it was too late. Behind Gi-chu stood that same Iron Shield. Before he could say anything, the guildmaster's strong hand grabbed him by the back of the head, and he flew face down into the ground and lost consciousness. Gi-kyu came to his senses from the blows to the face that the master was furiously inflicting on him, not giving him a break. He grabbed the guy by the hair and repeated the same thing over and over, trying to find out who sent him to spy on them. The master spoke in English, so Gi-chu didn't understand what he wanted from him, but most likely they mistook him for a spy. The guildmaster continued to interrogate the boy, trying to understand who he was and how he managed to deceive him. Gi-kyu did not understand well what the master was saying. He tried to explain in their language that he was not a spy, because if he remained silent, they would not leave him alive. When they heard his bad speech, they realized that he did not know the language or was pretending not to understand. The master then called one of his subordinates, Rogers, a Korean American who could continue interrogating GQ. Rogers approached the guy and started asking if he knew him, since he was quite famous in Korea, but GQ silently listened and watched him. The player realized that GQ was Korean by the writing on his backpack, and when he took the items out of it, he saw that they were all expensive and smiled sarcastically. He also apologized to GQ for the master's rude behavior, although the apology did not seem sincere, but the guy still hoped for peaceful negotiations. Rogers continued to question the boy, wanting to know why he was following them and where his team was hiding. In his defense, GQ said that he was hunting alone without any team, and in no way tried to follow them. The player just smiled slyly. It was clear that he did not believe a single word he said. On the contrary, he was convinced that the guy was hiding something. Rogers decided to get the guy to talk in another way. He took out a knife and pierced his leg, and the guy immediately screamed from sharp and severe pain. Leaving the knife in his leg, the player continued to interrogate the guy, ignoring all his words said in his defense. He believed that he was simply hanging noodles on his ears. He immediately guessed that Gi-chu was most likely hunting for the elixir, but the guy didn't answer him. While Gi-chu's interrogation continued, not far from them the guildmaster and other players were examining his weapon. They couldn't look up the information about this sword, and it looked very dull, and in their opinion wasn't even capable of causing any harm to an orc. The guildmaster decided to keep the sword for himself, and upon his return he ordered it to be handed over to the workshop to see what had happened to it. His assistant added that compared to the leader's sacred sword, This sword was just an old piece of iron. Meanwhile, Rogers continued to torment GQ, stabbing him with a knife and then healing him with his own potion. The guy looked at him with hatred, and he continued to press him with mockery and heal his wounds again. Rogers asked again about the team and where the guy was hiding it, but GQ repeated the same thing, that he really was here alone. When the player heard this again, he became very angry and hit the guy in the face. He didn't believe that the guy was telling the truth. After checking his stats while he was unconscious, he couldn't understand why Gichu wasn't resisting. He had a normal rope on his hands, not a player item, but he still can't untie it. Rogers started yelling at the guy, not understanding how this could be, that he couldn't do anything, and at the same time said that he ended up here on his own without anyone's help. Suddenly the guildmaster approached the player, calling him to have a snack and rest a little from the interrogation. As he was leaving, he hit Guy Q again, warning him to think about his behavior and tell them the truth. As he doubled over in pain, Gichu remembered that he never wanted to boast about his strength, as his imperfections were very painful to him. Going through a labyrinth with zero chance of winning, but deep down, he hoped that he would succeed. All he believed in was borrowed power. Now that his weapon had been taken away, he was completely helpless. Not far from where Gichu was being held, another guild appeared and was advancing in their direction. The leader of this guild was a woman in a mask. Her team noticed that something was happening in the distance. After looking around, the subordinate asked the leader whether they would take any action or move on. From the moment the guild captured Gichu, they had abused him profusely, amputating his limbs and inflicting numerous piercing and stab wounds on him. At first, he tried to count the number of injuries, but then he didn't have the strength for that either, but he still tried to hold on until the very end. The whole team surrounded Gichu. Some admired how resilient he was, while others simply laughed at him. The guildmaster looked at the guy and was also amazed by his courage. He asked to give him one of the guy's swords. At first he wanted to melt him, but he decided to show respect to Gichu for his courage and kill him with his own sword. He also said that he would bury him at the entrance to the gate, which would go down in history. He believed that this was a worthy death for the player. The guildmaster took the sword and brought it to the boy's stomach to deliver the final devastating blow. But when he touched Gichu with his sword, his connection with his ego was restored and his powers returned. The boy quickly reacted and took his sword from him. He pointed it straight at the master to start the attack, but he in turn managed to prevent the attack and stop the sword in front of his face. While still holding the sword, the master felt the energy of the Demon King, which definitely piqued his interest. Gichu did not let go of the sword, trying with all his might to stay on his feet, but it was very difficult for him since his body was very exhausted. The master still could not understand how he managed to deceive him and hide his power. No one had succeeded in doing this before. Suddenly, the guildmaster felt someone approaching, and before he could understand anything, he was attacked. The hand he was holding the Gichu sword with was struck by an arrow that pierced right through it. Looking closely, he saw that it was Artemis's arrow, which meant that it was none other than Athena who had attacked him. He spoke her name out loud, and she immediately responded, smiling, as she greeted her sworn enemy of the Iron Shield. The master broke the arrow and pulled it out of his palm. He turned to the warrior, asking if this attack could be perceived as a declaration of war. Hearing this, she laughed and reminded him that the war between them was not ending, while at the same time preparing to attack him. Having finished with the pleasantries, the enraged Athena went into a state of aggression and made a powerful dash to attack. With absolute composure, the guildmaster drew his sword for the upcoming battle. He slammed it into the ground, and a sword-shaped energy shield immediately appeared in front of him, completely protecting him and the entire guild. The collision of Athena's sword with the master's shield caused a great burst of energy that destroyed everything around it. The sound wave was so powerful that huge trees were uprooted. At this point, the master instructed Rogers not to kill the spy yet. He wanted to finish what he started himself. Iron Shield was determined to finally put an end to this war. With a battle cry, he called the guild to prepare for battle. They immediately supported him and went on the attack. Meanwhile, Rogers watched the battle from afar and made fun of the guild leaders. Gichu didn't care much about what he said. He was only interested in finishing him off and using this opportunity to escape. Rogers saw that the guy was not in the mood for conversation, but there was no order to kill him. But then he decided that if he deceived the master and destroyed Gichu, nothing terrible would happen. He jumped up, quickly finding himself behind Gichu, and swung his sword to deliver a killing blow. When the blade was already at the guy's throat, he quickly reacted and used his skill. He reflected the accumulated damage that Rogers had previously inflicted on him, thereby saving his own life. The reflection was so powerful that Rogers was thrown several meters away from Jai-Q. Gi-Chu could barely stand on his feet, as he had not had time to recover from the interrogation and bullying by the guild. The damage that Brunhart's ego could absorb exceeded its limit, and thus it was destroyed. The boy walked up to Rogers and raised his sword to finish him off, his face showing no mercy for his opponent. When the player saw that Gi-Chu had no intention of stopping, he became contorted with fear and began to beg for mercy. But the guy didn't pay attention to what he was saying. It seemed like he was not himself at all. He swung and thrust the sword into his chest with all his might. When Rogers stopped making any sounds, Gi-Chu slowly began to descend to the ground. This battle took a lot of his strength, although when the iron shield struck him, he managed to transform Lu into an accessory, and because of this, his wounds were not deep. But the consequences of the reflection were too great and the blood did not stop. He was sure that this was the end, when suddenly he heard someone's voice. Opening his eyes, he saw in front of him a girl who looked very much like his sister. As she came closer, he realized that it was the girl, Su Jung, the one who was with him before he was captured by the guild. She sat down next to him and began asking strange questions, asking if she saved him and got the elixir. How would he thank her? Su Jung offered the guy to become her slave or give his life to her in exchange for her help. Gi-Q listened to her and tried to collect his thoughts. He understood that she was his only option to survive, and he had no other choice. Suddenly he raised his hand and said there was one more request he needed to make. His wish was to destroy the Iron Shield, but he also added that he wanted to destroy the Iron Guild. Su Jung was glad that Gi-Q agreed to her proposal, even though he asked for 2 requests instead of 1. But then he remembered that his second sword had been taken by one of the guild players, and it also needed to be returned. Su Jung nodded approvingly at the guy, agreeing to his requests. She was glad that everything was going according to her plan. At that moment, her subordinate approached her, with whom they began to discuss the guy and how he restrained his anger, trying to seem kind. She drew his attention to the hatred with which Gi-Chu dealt with the player, precisely aiming for a vital organ. Su Jung also noted that this was most likely his first kill, but he still acted in cold blood and without the slightest hesitation, and this delighted her. The subordinate looked at Roger's body and asked what to do with him, since his wound was fatal, although his level was not bad. Su Jung decided that they would leave him lying there, and if he survived, then that was his fate. She was not going to finish him off, citing the fact that revenge is sweeter when it ripens. Suddenly she began to change. Her appearance took on a completely different look, which was incomparable with what it was originally. The subordinate congratulated the girl on returning to her true form as the Demon King. But she did not like this nickname, because it was invented by fools who do not understand anything. Now, Su Jung was a mature and confident girl after a spectacular transformation. She was the one who would destroy the Demon King. Meanwhile, Gi-Q lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was in a box. This nightmare haunted him for several years until he met Lu, after which it no longer tormented him. His nightmare was that he couldn't get out of the box no matter how hard he tried. He reached out and grabbed the rope and was able to get out of the box, but ended up in a well. It seemed to him that even the dream was mocking him. This could be interpreted in such a way that he did not achieve success by his own efforts, but with the help of others. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. It was his ego, who said that the connection between them was broken for a short time, and everything would soon change, convincing him that the power that was lent to him is no different from other players who also have some abilities. In this way, he made him understand that even if he did not achieve this power himself, but was simply lucky, it was still his power. At that moment, he heard L's voice and turned to him, who also confirmed that their power now belonged to Gi-Q, and he did not need to be discouraged and blame himself. Waking up suddenly, the guy did not fully understand what it was, and whether they really were talking to him. He was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of his subordinate, who was standing not far from him. He asked how the guy was feeling. Gi-Q looked at the man and remembered that he was somehow related to Su Jung, who was the Demon King. But he only saw the confusion on the guy's face and only smiled back at him. The subordinate immediately pointed to the sword he had found at Gi-Chu's request. The boy lowered his head and saw that both of his swords were lying next to him. The guy tried to get up, but a sharp pain in his chest did not allow him to do so. His subordinate asked him not to make any sudden movements, since his wounds were still healing. Suddenly, the ground beneath Gi Q's feet began to vibrate, and everything around him lit up with a bright red color. When he raised his head, he saw Su Jong floating in the air. The ground beneath her began to collapse, forming a hole of incredible size. Gi Chu had never seen anything like this before, so he was shocked, but his subordinate reassured him, saying that this was the very same Legion commander. At first, the guy didn't understand who they were talking about, but when the monster appeared, he guessed that it was the very owner of the labyrinth, Gerryond. Gi Chu felt both fear and surprise at the same time. He had never seen such a huge monster. He suddenly thought about how he would fight him and whether he had enough strength to defeat such a monster alone. Su Jong looked so tiny compared to the Guardian that it seemed like he could destroy her with just one finger. When he fully appeared in front of her, he began to create a huge ball of electricity above his head, which looked like a gate. Gi Chu was taken aback when he saw this, but his subordinate immediately ordered him to come to him. Otherwise, the guy could be sucked into that gate and die. The guy obediently stood behind him and carefully watched the actions of his subordinate. He in turn made a cut on his palm, blood dripped onto the ground, and thus he summoned a dome that protected them both. Gi Chu continued to watch what was happening. He saw how dragons began to fly out one after another from the gate that the Guardian opened. The dragons flew towards Su Jong, but they didn't scare her at all. She looked so confident that she simply watched them motionless. When they flew closer to attack her, they burned right in front of her, all because she also had a unique ability, Black Flame. It was as if she was burning through and through with this flame, so every attack of the monsters was in vain. They simply disappeared as they approached her. Forming a huge sword from the black flame, she pointed it at the Guardian with one flick of her finger. This sword was so big that it seemed it could destroy all living things around, and with incredible speed, it attacked the Guardian. When the sword reached its target, a powerful explosion occurred, which ultimately destroyed it without leaving a trace. After the battle was over, they returned to the reward room to collect the prizes for completing the maze. Gi Chu opened the box and saw the long-awaited elixir. He couldn't believe that it really happened. He was happy, but at the same time confused because he still could not come to his senses. Su Yung was also happy and reminded him that she had fulfilled her promise. Although she remembered that the guy still wanted to take revenge on the Iron Guild, he didn't intend to kill everyone. Gi Q suddenly asked if the girl's name was really Su Jung, and she honestly answered that she was also Korean like the guy. They received 3 elixirs as a reward, one of which was promised for his mother. She handed the second one to Gi Q, and he was surprised why Su Jong was giving him another elixir. But she explained this by saying that he needed to finish his recovery, and the elixir would help him with this, and it was also her help in the upcoming revenge on the Iron Guild. Su Jong and Baal, as the subordinate was called, were after the Legion commander, not the elixir, so they gave it to the guy as an investment, since they would still need it. The guy held the elixir in his hands and thought about how easily he got it. He decided not to compare himself with others anymore, but simply to become stronger. Gi Chu didn't believe that they were giving him the elixir for free, so he asked what they wanted in return. He remembered that Su Jung wanted to make him her slave, but in response, she only laughed at his words. In turn, she offered him to become her student, but only when he was fully recovered. He needed to get to the 50th floor of the tower, and only after that would she seriously take care of him. When he heard this, he even became a little embarrassed. She came closer to the guy and touched his temple with her hand, and a small object appeared in that place. Su Jong explained that it would be a sign of the contract and the connection between them, but now this thing has no abilities or functions. She also noticed his swords. They seemed very unusual to her. There was very little time left before the gates closed, and she decided to tell him how to strengthen one of his swords. But first, he needed to drink the elixir, as this method would require a lot of strength. They returned to the battlefield where the Iron Guild had been fighting their enemy until now. Gi Q held a sword in his hands and prepared for battle. El and Lu began to warn the guy about Su Jong. It seemed to them that she was very dangerous. A few meters away stood Iron Shield, holding his sword with one hand and the enemy's body with the other. When he turned his attention to them, he saw that the Demon King was with the guy, who instantly destroyed the keeper of the labyrinth. Su Yung smiled back at him and said that it wasn't his and that she found him first anyway. She also began to encourage the guy. hinting that he should already start attacking the shield. Ji-Chu gripped his sword tighter and shouted at Iron Shield that he would destroy him, thus beginning the battle. The Guildmaster was ready for battle, and suddenly he jumped up and began to attack the guy. As he approached Ji-Chu, he saw that he had changed since their last meeting. The Guildmaster called him the Demon King 6, but these words did not affect the boy in any way. Before they arrived at the battlefield, Ji-Chu still drank the elixir to restore his strength. He recovered, but did not feel any particular changes. Su-Yung explained that this was how it should be, and that the changes were only in capabilities and potential, and that the physical changes after the elixir would be minor. But he will only be able to notice this difference in capabilities in battle. Now he can only look and react, not like before. In other words, his sensory abilities have become much better, and this will greatly help him in battle. Ji-Chu dodged the Iron Shield's first attack. Although his movements had seemed elusive before, he could now clearly discern them and quickly react to avoid injury, just as the Demon King had said. However, Ji-Chu was still not on the same level as the Iron Shield because he was just starting out and could not be compared to a great warrior. But the fact that he managed to dodge one blow does not give him victory. He had to act wisely. Iron Shield was quite relaxed because he was confident in his abilities. Most likely he already guessed that the guy had changed thanks to the elixir. If he understood everything, then his next attack will be stronger and more powerful than the previous one. And so it happened. He activated the power of his sword and began to attack even more furiously. Ji-Chu at this moment tried to hold the blow. He blocked his attack with his sword. When the blade of his sword touched the sacred sword, Kallion, L immediately awakened his abilities and began to absorb the opponent's skills. Iron Shield was confused. He didn't understand why his sword started to lose its power. L was only able to absorb some of the sword's power due to Ji-Chu's low level, but it was enough to leave him without an advantage. The guy was glad that he was able to prevent and block the attack that he couldn't even dodge before. As L finished absorbing him, Ji-Chu quickly increased the distance between them. After that, he immediately took out the thread that Song-Hoon had given him as a parting gift. He unwound it, and it began to act. When the Iron Shield saw that Ji-Chu wanted to escape, it immediately began to attack him. He was furious and wanted revenge on the guy for what he did to his sword. Ji-Chu saw how angry Iron Shield was, and it made him laugh a lot. He managed to show him an obscene gesture as he said goodbye. The Guildmaster ran towards the guy with all his might to prevent him from leaving, but all his attempts were in vain. He disappeared in a matter of seconds. When the Guildmaster realized that he had lost him, he became even more angry. Stopping, he tried to come to his senses. At this time, Su-Jong was watching him, who just like Ji-Chu was gloating over his defeat. Su-Jong called out to Iron Shield, thereby drawing attention to herself. She wanted to continue the battle that Ji-Chu had started. In turn, the shield was very tense, as he knew that the fight would be very difficult, because she was much stronger than him. Archon's thread carried Ji-Chu to the exit of the gate, where he calmly waited for the association representative to return him home. After some time, Sung-Hoon came for him. When he saw Ji-Chu, he was very glad that he was okay. The guy was also glad to see him, as he couldn't wait to get home and finally do what he had planned. Upon arriving home, Ji-Chu picked up his mother from the hospital so that she could get the elixir, and Shik-Hyun also called him to find out if everything was okay with him. With all the worries upon arrival in Korea, the guy was helped by Song-Hoon, and for this he was very grateful to him. Mama Ji-Chu was very weak and unwell. When she opened her eyes, she could not immediately see where she was and who was next to her. When she heard her son's voice, she was very happy, as she had always been very worried about him. Through tears, she told Ji-Chu that she really wanted to see him before she died, and thanked him for the opportunity. Ji-Chu took his mother's hand and began to ask her not to worry, and that everything would be fine now. She tried to tell him something else, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced her entire body. Ji-Chu became very scared, and began to ask his mother to be patient for a little while. He quickly opened the bottle of elixir and began to give it to her. She obediently drank it. Her pain stopped and she immediately fell asleep. Ji-Chu was glad that now his mother would be cured, and suddenly he himself lost consciousness. He fell right next to her bed. He was too exhausted by what was happening, and he needed to rest, which he had not done for a very long time. Lu and El were also worried about their master, but they understood that he needed rest. He had been through too much in the last 24 hours. They were only worried that he had gotten into a strong connection with the Demon King, and this could bring him a lot of problems in the future. But they decided that they would not disturb him for now, so that he could rest and recover sufficiently. While he was sleeping, the whole room was illuminated with a bright light, which meant that the elixir had begun to work. At that time, his sister Yu Jung was rushing home while trying to call her brother. He sent her only one text message asking her to come home quickly, and after that there was no news from him. Yu Jung was very angry about this because she didn't understand why her brother wasn't answering his calls, so she decided to quickly go home to deal with him. Walking home, she started cursing at Gi-kyu from the doorway because he invited her home without explaining anything to her. But her swearing was interrupted by her mother, who asked her to be quieter and not disturb her brother while he was resting. When Yu Jung heard her mother's voice, she was stunned. She didn't expect to see her at all. Yu Jung couldn't hold back her tears of joy as she looked at her mother, and was happy that she was finally healthy. Gi-kyu was awakened by voices in the kitchen, waking up. He sat on the bed and could not collect his thoughts. All he had to do was leave the room to finally see his mother healthy, something he had dreamed of for a long time and risked his life for. He tried to control himself so as not to cry with joy when he saw her. Opening the door, he smiled as hard as he could and greeted his mother, but was suddenly taken aback when he saw her. His mother looked completely different from before, but much younger. She smiled at him and invited him to join them. Gi-kyu stood and looked at her, not understanding how this could happen, but having calmed down, he accepted her offer and sat down at the table. Over dinner, they began to discuss how he had obtained the elixir and beaten all the top players. Also, the sister could not understand why their mother became younger when she drank the elixir, but Gi-kyu himself did not understand how this happened. My sister still couldn't get over such drastic changes in her mother and didn't understand how to behave. Suddenly, she turned to her brother with a request that he obtain the same elixir for her, but Gi-kyu refused her, since he knew at what price he had obtained it. Mom was pleased that her son tried so hard for her, but Gi-kyu felt awkward from such praise addressed to him. The next morning, Shik-hyun came to visit them to see and talk with Gi-kyu. The boy's mother strongly insisted that the teacher join them for breakfast, but he refused, citing work. As a present, Shik-hyun gave Gi-kyu's mother beef, which was considered the most expensive and delicious in Korea, and promised to definitely come next time. To talk in private, they went to a nearby cafe. Shik-hyun ordered food for them and alcohol for himself. Gi-kyu was surprised that the teacher drank during the day, but he explained it by saying that he couldn't resist when such a snack was in front of him. In turn, Shik-hyun began to ask the guy how he got the elixir, since they had no opportunity to discuss it. But then Gi-kyu interrupted Hyun and asked him an immodest question, causing him to choke on his drink out of surprise. He asked if he liked Gi-kyu's mother. The teacher did not expect such a question at all, and his face immediately turned red. He also said that he had long suspected that he liked her, and that he took such good care of her while the guy was away. Gi-kyu was all for it if he had a father like Shik-hyun and he wouldn't be ashamed in front of him. That's where they ended, and they returned to talking about the elixir. The guy warned that the story would be a bit confusing, since a lot of things happened to him. When Shik-hyun found out what had happened, he was outraged and so angry that he wanted to immediately break loose and go and sort things out with Gi-kyu's offenders. The guy was pleased with Hen's reaction, but he asked him not to do anything. He wanted to take revenge for all the bullying of the Iron Guild himself, without anyone's interference. But Hen was very worried about the guy, reminding him that revenge also needs to be done wisely, otherwise he could lose. When they started talking about revenge, Gi-chu remembered that he owed something and asked what happened to the guardian of the 4th floor. Shik-hyun said that a C-rank squad was sent there to destroy him. He was confident that they would quickly deal with the keeper, since most of the players were strong, and therefore they would finish soon. Meanwhile, terrible things were happening on the 4th floor, because the keeper destroyed all the players. The last of the survivors, trying to save himself, kept thinking about how he needed to somehow warn the association that his squad had been completely destroyed. But unfortunately, he was unable to do this, as the monster caught him and his chances of survival were extremely slim. The next day, the guy met with Sung-hoon, and their task was to check the condition of Gi-kyu and his mother after taking the elixir. Sung-hoon convinced the boy that Chief Shik-hyun would take care of it, so there was no need to worry. Along with the elixir came a reward, a yellow crystal, which Sung-hoon sold and transferred half of the cost to the boss's account, as Gi-kyu requested. He resisted for a long time and refused to take them, but the guy did not want to remain in his debt and he still took the money. Then Sung-hoon calculated the remaining money in Gi-kyu's account and told him that he had also found several options for moving to a new house. He took into account all of Gi-kyu's wishes regarding the new house to the maximum extent possible, and all he had to do was make a decision. The guy couldn't understand how it happened that Song-hoon was dealing with matters that concerned his family because he didn't ask him to do it. Song-hoon said that he was acting on the orders of his boss and that he would now be his personal assistant. He took Ji-chu's phone and wrote down his phone number for quick contact in case any help was needed. Song-hoon gave the guy a ride home and took out the bags of money from the trunk that he had prepared at his request. He casually asked Gi-chu where he planned to spend such a large sum. The guy replied that he needed to buy new equipment and pay off debts. The equipment cost the guy a decent amount last time. When Song-hoon found out how much it cost, he was shocked. Gi-kyu remembered his grandfather, from whom he bought equipment last time, and how lucky he was that he understood his situation. Song-hoon gave the guy a lift to that very shop, where the owner's grandson met him and led him into the office. The guy's assistant helped him carry all the suitcases with money, and he himself remained upstairs to wait for him. When the grandfather saw who came to him, he was very happy about this meeting. He also noticed how much the guy had changed in the few months of his absence. Gi-kyu was also no less pleased with this meeting. He immediately asked his grandfather about his affairs and progress in business. Grandfather said that he was doing well because he had received payment from Gi-kyu for the equipment, although it was not the full amount. And when he read the letter that the guy would return the rest of the money later, he thought that this might not happen. Knowing that not everyone returns from the gate alive, he was even going to forgive Gi-kyu the debt, since he did not expect a different outcome of events, but the guy still returned to pay the debt, and the grandfather accepted him with gratitude. He also asked about the item with which Gi-kyu had previously established a connection. His grandfather was interested in how his fate had turned out. The boy told that Bronhardt saved his life and died, but the grandfather reacted to this news normally, since he understood that this is what he was born for. Despite the sad fate of all weapons, grandfather asked Gi-chu to tell him about his last moments, and he told him everything without further questions. Returning home, Gi-kyu and his mother had to go to the hospital for an examination in the morning. Their preparations woke up their sister. She left the room to ask where they were going, and her attention was drawn to Gi-kyu. He looked much bigger, as if he had grown overnight. This surprised her greatly. She decided not to dwell on it and simply wished him luck before they left. Gi-kyu was the first to undergo the examination and went to the locker room to change and freshen up while waiting for the results. Song-hoon saw the guy from behind and was amazed by her appearance and immediately complimented him, which greatly embarrassed him. The assistant was delighted with how the guy had grown so much in one day, and even his muscle mass had increased several times. He suddenly wanted to become the same, and he jokingly asked Gi-chu to get him another elixir. In response, the guy only laughed and remembered that his sister had recently said the same thing. Gi-kyu thought about how he used to have to train a lot to become stronger. When he drank the elixir, his cup was restored, but he did not know that it meant restoring his physical strength. While he was changing clothes, Sung-hoon had already received the results of the examination, which showed that with Gi-kyu's physical strength, he could become the winner of all Olympic Games. The assistant also said that the guy has so much strength that he can be considered to be at level 10. And the last indicators that determined the level of magical power and working capacity were SSS-Rank, which means that Gi-chu has the potential of a top ranker. Gi-chu, in turn, was not at all surprised by such results, since the Demon King had already told him about this. At that moment, Shik-hyun came to them to talk to the guy about the examination and other things. He reported the results of the examination of Gi-kyu's mother. Her physical condition was at the level of an adult man, and she was completely healthy. But the most interesting thing was that she could now use items thanks to the elixir, which the guy was very surprised about. Shik-hyun promised to tell all the details later, since there was still very important news. Having learned that the boy was currently taking a break from hunting, since L was still absorbing Kalion's power, the teacher became thoughtful. Gi-kyu planned to return to hunting after the weekend, but the teacher asked him to free up that time for him. Shik-hyun reported that the C-rank squad that was supposed to catch and destroy the Guardian was not responding. He is currently assembling a new B-rank squad, which he will send out to search next week. This meant that the Guardian of the 4th floor was still at large and needed to be caught quickly. But the worst thing was that this monster hunted players and gained strength at their expense. The B-rank squad itself consisted of a minimum number of participants, 30 people. And with them was the player GQ, who despite drinking the elixir was at level 1. Shik-hyun called the boy into his office to discuss the details of the squad's assembly, and he suggested that he go through the official commission again to determine his level. Because of the elixir he drank, the boy's strength was much higher, so the teacher believed that he could easily obtain B rank. GQ remembered the table that determined his level depending on his rank and disagreed with the teacher, since potential and achievements influenced the increase in level. But Shik-hyun started comparing other players who had abilities, but they were just as strong and powerful, and the level wasn't that important for that. He believed that the main thing was hanging the player's characteristics and not his level, especially since due to the protection of personal information, the level could not be checked. GQ was worried about how the other raid members would react to him being a level 1, but Shik-hyun also couldn't stop rumors about the birth of a new top tanker. The guy didn't want much attention to himself, since the Iron Guild was watching him and he didn't want to get caught by them. In his opinion, this was excessive caution, but for the sake of GQ, he agreed to supervise everything. Shik-hyun couldn't give the boy the required level on his own. It was beyond his power, but GQ hoped that the teacher would come up with something. Unfortunately, the level affects the attitude towards the player, but since the guy will not pass the test, he will not be able to become a full-fledged participant in the raid. Gi-chu really wanted to get into the B-rank team to hunt the Guardian. He was very upset and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the teacher called him and showed him a list of guild members who were going on the expedition. He offered Gi-chu to temporarily join the guild and sign up for a raid, but the guy doubted that they would take a guy from the outside, and the teacher promised that he would help him with this. When the guy carefully looked at the list of all the participants, he suddenly saw a team called Morning Star, whose leader was the player Songpil. Gi-chu had finally signed up for the guild and was already standing in the tower with other players. They were listening to one of the representatives who was their leader in this raid. When Don-hee checked all the participants, they immediately went in search of the keeper. There, the guy met his old acquaintances, for whom he had once been a guide. It was thanks to them that he was accepted into the guild, as they players believed that they owed him their lives for the fact that he once saved them. Gi-chu was very grateful for their help. Even though Songpil said that their guild's reserve power was only C rank, it didn't bother him. The guy was glad that he didn't have to be a porter, and if the opportunity arose, he could even take part in the battle and prove himself. But Songpil doubted that this was possible, as there were quite a few high-ranking players who would hardly need help. One of these important players was their leader Don-hee. He was soon to receive A rank, and from this rank a player is considered a top ranker. Gi-chu thought for a moment why it was so important what rank a player had when compared to the Demon King or the Iron Guild, who were simply strong enough. Hanyul distracted him from his thoughts, noting that the guy had become quite handsome since their last meeting, and the other players also began to confirm this. Gi-chu was surprised by their observation, as he didn't think he had changed that much, but Lu explained to him that he was now impressive, which is why the atmosphere around him had changed. The guy began to deny it, citing the fact that he had simply acquired a skill, the influence of which had such an effect on him. The players were delighted with Gi-chu's words. They believed him unquestioningly and wanted the same ability for themselves. When they reached the 4th floor, the leader gave the order to the search party to look for the keeper and allowed everyone else to rest. The Gi-chu guild found a nice place to rest. They settled down and watched the other players. The guy looked at the players and tried to remember what abilities they had, starting to name them out loud. He also asked why their guild was called Morning Star. What was the reason for that? Everyone except Songpil started laughing. Player Seong-woo began to explain that Seong-pil came up with this name because Gi-chu, when he left the cave to look for help for them, a light emanated from him. Laughing again, he couldn't finish the story, and then began to tell Songpil that the light was coming from the Morning Star, which is what inspired him to give it the title. Gi-chu did not continue the conversation about this, since he saw that the guy was uncomfortable. In turn, he suggested addressing him informally, since he was no longer their guide, but a member of the team. Hearing this, they happily agreed and began to discuss something again, but suddenly their idyll was broken by someone's dissatisfied voice. Looking up, they saw players who looked much bigger than them and who clearly wanted something. Gi-chu quietly asked Songpil who they were, and he began to explain that they were B-rank players from another guild. According to him, these players were quite famous. They lived by the principle of natural selection and valued only strength, hierarchy, and loyalty. In other words, they were boomers. Nam Young Seok, the leader of this team, continued to tease the guys, mockingly making fun of them. All of this was closely watched by Gi Q. One of the boys, named Che Wan, was about to respond to their ridicule, but Hanul stopped him in time, asking him to be patient. Yeon Seok continued to laugh at them, calling them too overconfident for getting into a B-rank raid. He was annoyed that instead of looking for the keeper, they just sat and talked, and he thought that they were of no use, and in this way tried to show his importance in the raid. In turn, the C-rank guild did not react to his words in any way, so he decided to leave them alone and leave. The guys started apologizing to Gi Q for witnessing such a situation, but the guy didn't react to their words. The raid leader was standing not far from them and was talking to other players, when suddenly he felt a strong negative energy and turned around to see who it was coming from. Turning around, he saw Gi Chu, who was beside himself with rage and seemed to be unable to control it. The rage that Gi Chu felt came out of nowhere, and he himself did not understand why he was so angry about this situation. But suddenly, the leader's voice, who asked about what happened, brought him back to reality, and he immediately came to his senses. He didn't intend to interrogate Gi Chu and the other players. He just needed to assess the situation and how much it required his intervention. The guy told about a small quarrel between them and the B-rank players and asked the leader for one request, which surprised him a lot. Gi Q asked for permission to fight the player Nam Yeon Seok in order to resolve this misunderstanding before the battle with the Guardian began. The other players heard Gi Chu's words and immediately perked up and began to come closer to see what kind of fight was brewing. He asked the guy again if he was sure he was ready to fight a player who was significantly higher in rank than him, to which the guy nodded approvingly. Gi Chu added that he was a lower rank and was a reserve force, and the B-rank guild was the main raid team. He offered to fight on his terms, because combat power was more important than any ranks. This meant that if he won, the guild's positions would switch places, and they would now be the main team allowed to fight. Hearing this, Songpil tried to stop Gi Q, as he was not at all prepared for such a situation, but he asked him to trust him. Yeon Seok intervened in the conversation, not understanding why they were deciding this without their knowledge, and that they had no benefit from it. Gi Chu offered to pay him 50 million if he defeated him. The guy was sure that he would not be able to resist such a condition. The Yongseok Guild began to discuss Gi Q's offer, doubting his honesty, but they decided that there was no point in lying in front of everyone, so they agreed, rejoicing in their premature victory. Watching them from the side, the leader Dan, he thought that he shouldn't have supported such unrest in the raid, but the energy he felt from Gi Q did not give him peace, and this was the only chance to test his guesses. Having addressed both guilds, he agreed to the conditions they proposed and gave official permission for their duel. They stepped forward, and a crowd of spectators from other guilds gathered around them. The leader announced the rules of the battle, which were that no weapons or powerful attacks were allowed. Gi Q gave his swords to So Pil, who was at a suitable distance so that the boy would not lose touch with his ego. He asked Lu and El again if the distance was okay, to which they responded positively and asked him to be careful anyway. Yeon Seok gave Gi Q the opportunity to attack first, as he was confident that if he did it himself, the fight would end quickly. Gi Q looked closely at Yeon Seok and tried to understand his weaknesses. Doubting his honesty, he thought that the player had a hidden weapon since he was so confident in himself. He decided to use a speed attack first, trusting his wits more than just analyzing the battle. When Gi Q was close enough to strike, he noticed that Yeon Seok was so confident that he didn't move at all. The guy immediately thought that perhaps the player's counterattack skill would instantly activate, which is why he was so calm, but it was too late to retreat. Gi Chu immediately thought about how he would quickly need to dodge his attack and prepare his next strike. When the guy hit him, he instantly flew forward several meters from its power and did not move anymore, thereby losing the duel. The leader was shocked by what he saw, but pulled himself together and announced that Gi Q was the winner of this fight. His team began to joyfully shout his name and congratulate him on his victory, and the players from Yeon Seok's team ran to help their leader. When they approached Gi-Kyu, they began to ask him how he managed to become so strong and praised him in every possible way. Dan-hee, in turn, saw that Gi-Kyu was elusive in his actions, and it seemed to him that the guy would become a significant figure in this raid. The leader was distracted from his thoughts by a player who said that the search party would return from the mission. Meanwhile, Shik-heng was summoned by the president of the association, to whom he told all the details of the expedition he had assembled to urgently destroy the Keeper. The president looked through the list of players who were involved in this raid and saw Gi-Chu there. He began to list all the assistants from the association to this player, who was not even a member of it, and asked Shik-hyun to explain the reason for this assistance. The player's profession was in first place in terms of mortality rate. You need to get used to it, even if you don't want to. But when you are surrounded by nothing but predators, in their eyes you are just prey, and it was harder to get used to that. As the raiders got closer to the Keeper, their leader Dan-hee was the first to attack him. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster was busy destroying the bodies of other players, he attacked it from behind, thereby inflicting a small amount of damage on it, which made it very angry. The leader, in turn, gave the order to all the participants of the raid, who were already ready to enter the battle. The leader's preemptive attack served as a sign of the beginning of the operation. Dealing damage with his strongest skill, he attracted the attention of the Guardian. When he starts to attack back, tanks enter the battle, putting up their shields for defense. By using defensive skills simultaneously, they successfully repel the monster's attack. At this point, the porters had to throw the explosive devices they had brought with them over the fence. They were assisted in this by long-range fighters with their firearm skills, who were able to hit the target accurately and quickly. When they did everything according to the strategy, many explosions occurred at the place of the monster. Everyone watched what was happening, hoping that their tactics had worked 100%. Gi-Chu turned to his guild leader and asked him not to do anything for now, but to observe the situation. Song-pil didn't understand why. If they had already determined the positions of the main forces, and each guild was carrying out its own assignment. Suddenly they heard a noise from the side where they were attacking a monster that was destroying everything in its path as it approached the players. This tactic had a significant drawback. If it didn't work the first time, the monster would get even more angry, and a chaotic fight would begin. The Guardian began to attack players who were too close, but they in turn tried to take the hit to avoid a large number of casualties. The players covered each other to have time to heal their wounds and drink healing potions. It seemed to them that the fight had lasted at least half an hour, but in fact only a few minutes had passed since the start of the fight. One of the players saw the leader fiercely fighting the Keeper, thus impressing the guy with his courage. When most of the players retreated, the raid leader Dan. He decided to confront the monster without retreating. He dealt him powerful blows, but the monster's wounds healed too quickly. His recovery power was at the level of the Guardian of the upper floors. The leader gave the order to replace the first team so that they could heal themselves while the others fought. He also ordered the backup team to prepare for an explosion. When Song-pil heard this, he turned to Gi-Kyu to also intervene in the fight. But Gi-Kyu didn't react to his words and started moving towards the Keeper. The guy thought that he agreed to his proposal, but then he saw that it was not so. Gi-Chu confidently walked towards the monster, which scared his team members and they tried to stop him. But the guy was so confident in his abilities that he didn't attach the slightest importance to their words. He came close enough to him and assessed the situation once again. Gi-Chu's guess was correct. This monster moved just like normal orcs, and he could easily dodge each of its attacks. The only thing that distinguished him from other orcs was his physical appearance and regeneration speed, so this opponent was suitable for Gi-Chu. He wanted to test the powers of the new ego with whom he had previously established a connection, and the orc was just perfect for this. Moving very quickly, Gi-Chu struck the monster, dealing quite a bit of damage, all thanks to his new ego, which he named Hermes. His skill was that he would speed up the speed of Gi-Kyu, and after a few minutes he would be able to move at maximum speed. All the participants of the raid simply watched Gi-Chu's tactics and could not believe their eyes. Where did he get such abilities from? The leader decided to help the guy, telling him not to waste his strength on multiple blows, but to deal one strong blow that would not allow him to recover immediately. Continuing to give advice, he suddenly fell silent when he saw that the monster's regeneration had stopped. This effect from the sword strikes was due to his ego, which he acquired in the shop, the skill of which was to slow down the enemy's regeneration and worsen the damage inflicted on him. The monster was furious. He continued to wave his arms, trying to resist. This is how all the orcs behaved when they were driven into a corner. Gikyu also foresaw all this, and did not wait, but sped up, and began to inflict many blows on him, not giving him a chance to recover. Not stopping there, he continued to attack the monster, which could not catch a single movement of the guy. Gikyu made a final dash and rushed towards the monster at full speed to deliver the finishing blow. All he had to do was swing his sword wide and cut horizontally. A very small problem, and even raising his level wouldn't help him at all. In any case, he was an orc, and Gikyu was not afraid of him, so he did as he planned. When he delivered his decisive blow, the orc immediately fell to the ground dead, showing no signs of life. Everyone around was amazed at how Gikyu destroyed the Guardian single-handedly. The system confirmed that the monster called Demon Ferres had been destroyed. At this moment, Lu's cannibalism skill activated, and he began to consume the Guardian's corpse. The players did not understand why the monster's body suddenly began to disappear and were very scared. After completely absorbing the Guardian, he should have turned into an ego, but this did not happen due to the low level of Gikyu. Therefore, only the particles of Ferres that remained after the failed transformation penetrated into Lu. The raid leader was shocked, but he pulled himself together and began giving orders for those not participating in the battle to help the wounded and check the property of their unit. He also ordered the other players not to weaken their positions on the borders and to be ready for battle. Having finished giving orders, the leader turned to Gikyu and asked him to step aside so that he could speak with him alone. The guy began to worry about this conversation, thinking that the leader wanted to ask him about the missing corpse of the keeper, since it was very valuable. Moreover, it evaporated without leaving behind any crystals or objects, which was very suspicious. However, Gikyu knew that the leader would not jump to conclusions, since there was no evidence of his involvement. When they had moved a decent distance away so that no one could eavesdrop, the leader got straight to the point and invited the boy to join his guild called Child. Gikyu, in turn, thanked him for the offer, but declined, since he did not plan to join anywhere, and that he even joined this guild only to participate in the raid. He was a little upset by the guy's answer, but he would still be pleased if they remained on good terms. He also gave Gikyu his business card, in case he changed his mind or needed help. The leader would not mind helping him. When they returned back from the gate, Gikyu thanked the team for the opportunity to hunt and turned to Songpil. Gikyu felt awkward asking him about it, but he still wondered why he didn't join the guild called Kane that Seok Woo created. He justified this question by saying that Songdust had enough skills and talents, and if he joined this guild, he would always be a winner there. Songpil told him that there was no point in joining. He didn't want other players to say that he was accepted there through connections, but wanted to achieve everything himself. The guy also asked Gikyu what he was doing, noting that with his abilities, Seok Woo probably had many offers of cooperation. While Gikyu was thinking about how to answer this question, other players approached them and invited him to have dinner with them. The guy politely declined, citing the fact that he was moving soon and needed to leave already. They praised him again and said goodbye, and Gikyu promised to invite them to the housewarming party, and so they parted ways. On the way, the guy remembered that his secretary asked him to call him after work, so he took out his phone and suddenly saw a text message. It was from Shik Hyun. He asked him to call after the raid so that the teacher wouldn't worry. Gikyu called him first. When they met, Shik Hyun told the boy that the association president wanted to have dinner with him. As they rode up the elevator, Gikyu began to worry that he looked less than presentable, but the teacher reassured him that there was no need for that. Gikyu knew from rumors that the president was quite an outstanding figure, and that he always remained in the shadows and was rarely seen. The guy didn't understand why he wanted to see him, and what he was doing at Shik Hyun's house. The teacher said that the president wanted to personally cook dinner and treat Gikyu, explaining that his hobby was cooking. When they approached the teacher's apartment, the only thing that worried the boy was what the association president was doing at Shik Hyun's house. Having crossed the threshold of his house, Gikyu was a little confused and did not know how to behave. Shik Hyun indicated that they had arrived, and an adult man came out to them. The man noted that they had arrived on time since he already had everything ready. Shik Hyun asked what he had prepared for dinner since the refrigerator was empty. But the man replied that he had bought the food in advance and asked the teacher to come over and help him set the table. Watching their conversation, Gikyu did not understand what was happening. He was standing in the kitchen in an apron, preparing dinner, and making comments to Shik-hyun about cleaning the house, and he was the same association president. When the man finished scolding Shik-hyun for the mess, he turned to Gi-kyu to greet him. Gi-chu extended his hand in response to greet him and began to introduce himself, but suddenly he stopped. The president, in turn, also introduced himself. His name was Oh Tae-gu, and he was very pleased to finally meet the guy. Gi-kyu suddenly felt the pressure of the power that emanated from the president, and realized that not everyone could be the leader of the superhumans. Shik-hyun asked them to sit down at the table, as they had been looking at each other for a long time and were tense. Suddenly, Gi-kyu heard the teacher call the president father and was stunned, as he did not expect such a turn of events. Shik-hyun set the table and they began to eat dinner. Tae-gu wished everyone a bon appetit, hoping that they would like his cooking. Gi-kyu ate quietly, trying to digest the information in his head, but was distracted from his thoughts by Shik-hyun's father, who said that he had talked a lot about the boy. He also recalled that Shik-hyun helped Gi-kyu a lot, taking advantage of his position in the association. Gi-kyu confirmed his words, because the teacher helped him even more in many ways. Shik-hyun began to scold his father for starting such conversations while eating, citing the fact that the boy might have indigestion. They started arguing with each other again, and the guy just silently watched what was happening. After they finished arguing, Tae-gu returned to talking to Gi-kyu again, telling him that he wanted to make a special offer regarding working in the association. The guy immediately started to refuse because Shik-hyun had already offered him a place in the association, but he didn't want to join anywhere. But that wasn't what Tae-gu wanted to propose. He wanted Gi-kyu to become a mercenary for the association. After finishing dinner, Shik-hyun gave the boy a ride home and tried to convey the president's words correctly so that Gi-kyu wouldn't think that his father was pressuring him in any way. In fact, he meant that Gi-kyu, on the contrary, would be able to receive help from the association, and if he wanted, they would help and provide him with what he needed. For Gi-kyu, it wasn't the worst option, even though he wouldn't be an official employee, but there are many advantages to this position. As he walked up the stairs, Gi-kyu thought about Shik-hyun's words that being in the association wasn't so bad. But while he is still at level 1, Seok-woo is already leading a guild, of which there are not many in Korea. Gi-kyu was tormented by the thought that all he did was receive help and he couldn't be in debt all the time. He needed to get back on his feet. Meanwhile, Seok-woo's guild was fighting a monster in the tower that was quite strong. The monster was approaching faster and faster. Hearing this, the players were ready to confront it. A few seconds later, a huge lynx, blazing with fire, rushed at them, but the players were ready for its attack. One of the guild members attacked her back with a sword and dealt her heavy damage, causing the lynx to fall to the ground and no longer move. The player suggested ending the monster hunt since it was already quite dark, to which the other player replied that they would catch a couple more of them and be done. They went further into the forest in search of prey. Suddenly they felt that it got colder outside, but did not attach much importance to it. The player just assumed that it shouldn't be that cold on the 26th floor, and he thought it was strange. When they reached the foot of the hill where the monsters were supposed to come out, they saw something terrible. Below stood the animals, who were completely covered in ice, like everything around them, standing like statues frozen in motion. They reported their discovery to guild leader Seok-woo, who came to check what had happened. But he found nothing. He didn't like what was happening, and he gave the order to the team to go back. Meanwhile, Gi-kyu came to Shik-hyun to discuss the details of his work for the association, at which point the teacher turned on the TV to watch the news. The news began to talk about the achievements of the Angela Guild, and that she had recently announced the capture of the 80th floor, causing shock throughout the world. The best in this guild were the leader and #1 ranker in the world, player Lee Seon-ho and newcomer Shin Yu-bin. Her name was added to the list of top rankers only recently. And then the host of the program began to list the chart of the best players for the week, and the first on her list was Asura. Asura was one of the top 5 rankers, but nothing was known about him, even his gender was unknown. Hearing this, Gi-kyu thought about how Asura was one of the best rankers in the world, and was also the president of the Korean Players Association, and also Shik-hyun's father. The teacher confirmed everything the boy said, to which he replied that Hyun was very lucky to be born into such a family. But Shik-hyun in turn asked Gi-kyu not to tell anyone about this, since he did not need gossip. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and took out a box. Opening it, he handed the ring to the guy. Gi recoiled from him when he saw him. He thought that the teacher was making him a completely different offer. Shikheng explained that this ring was an identification card given to all mercenaries. With this ring, Gi could use all the opportunities with the same rights as the director of the association. Hearing this, the guy was shocked. Also, Shik-hyun said that the guy will now be helped with other issues by his official secretary, Song-hoon. When capturing a gate, Gi will be treated the same as a top ranker. After completing tasks, the fee will be sent to his card, and he will be able to sell those items to the association without commission. And another significant plus, the guy could refuse tasks if they did not suit him. When Gi heard this, he was simply delighted. Meanwhile, in the Iron Guild office, standing facing the window, Iron Shield was thinking about something of his own. There was a knock on his door and a man approached him, who really wanted to discuss something important with the guild master. The same player, a member of his guild named Rogers, whom the Demon King had left alive, entered the office. The guild master asked him why he was so furiously rushing into his office. Rogers, with all the hatred in his eyes, began to ask the master for permission to send him to Korea so that he could take revenge on Gi. Iron Shield, without thinking twice, agreed to his request, which he did not expect at all and seemed to lose the power of speech for a second. His plans were to open a branch in Korea, with Rogers as the head, and he didn't care what he did with the guy. The master also promised him that he would give him the sacred sword 9. Rogers was overjoyed and began to bow and thank him. Now the Iron Shield had a trump card with which he would take revenge on Gi for the stolen power of his sword. His plans also included revenge on the Demon King, because of whom at their last meeting, the shield lost his leg and now has a prosthesis. Gi himself was already traveling with Song-hoon on his first mission, thinking along the way about where to get the sacred sword, since after absorbing Kalion, his powers had increased significantly. He asked his egos if they knew anything about it, but Elle didn't remember everything after awakening her abilities, so she apologized to the guy that she couldn't help. He then turned to Lu and remembered that after he had taken out Chang'en's ego, he still didn't know how to use its fragments. And Lu recently absorbed parts of Faraz and GQ became curious if the ego felt any changes after the absorption. Suddenly, Sung-hoon turned to the guy, thereby confusing him with his thoughts. He began to ask about the changes in his hairstyle, to which GQ replied that he simply wanted to look neater. Returning to his thoughts, the guy asked Lu again about the fragments, but he didn't really answer him because he didn't feel any changes yet. GQ decided to take a break and started asking the secretary what the name of the place they were going to was. Sung-hoon said that this place is called the Yesu Special Gate, and its difficulty level according to the evaluation results is between F and C rank. Gi-chu just needed to complete the mission, but because it was his first time as a mercenary, he was a little worried. Song-hoon reminded the boy that his first goal was reconnaissance, so there was nothing to worry about, and he would go with him. The secretary also asked if the guy knew that all mercenaries were given code names to make it harder to track them down. At the morning meeting, it was decided what name to give Gi-q, but the guy was surprised that he could not choose his own name. Sung-hoon announced that Gi-q's code name would now be Morning Star. Hearing this, the guy blushed a little and remembered the team that had the same name. Gi-chu turned to the secretary, who was barely holding back his laughter, which really infuriated the guy, since he didn't think it was funny. When they arrived at their destination, a group of people from the association were waiting for them there, guarding the gate. The head of the Players' Association of this city greeted Gi-chu upon his arrival under his new code name, and said that he was very glad to finally meet him in person, and bowed to him. GQ became embarrassed and asked them not to do that again and to address him by name, while the secretary stood behind him and began to laugh again. These gates were discovered a few days ago, and it was only recently that they were discovered to be special, so no one has entered them yet. Song-hoon was right about the intelligence. Since no one knows what awaits them inside, he asked about additional help from the military. Chief Inchul could provide a B-rank squad if help was needed. The secretary agreed. He was sure that it was enough. He added that the necessary equipment for reconnaissance is already ready, so once they are ready, we can begin. While they were discussing all the details, Gi-chu, meanwhile, headed towards the gate. When they saw what he was doing, they began to try to stop him. Because it was a special gate, it was dangerous to get close to it, but Gi-chu had no intention of stopping. Lu and Elle felt that this gate was the ego, or it was inside the gate. Gi-chu decided to touch the gate to check. When he touched them with his hand, the gates burst, which greatly frightened his secretary and the head of the association. They started calling the main office in a panic to have reinforcements sent from one of the nearby guilds. Gi saw an information window in front of him, which contained an inscription about connecting to the gate, which was the ego. While everyone around was running and trying to call for help, the guy stood at the gate as if under their hypnosis. This gate felt very similar to the one he saw during the battle with Chang'an. The guy knew that he would encounter such a gate again. While he was still standing near the gate, someone's hand pulled him from behind and he began to move away from them. Sun Hoon took him because he understood that it was very dangerous and did not want anything to happen to the guy. After this, the necessary services arrived and the gates were quickly fenced off so that no one could enter them unnoticed. A temporary office was assigned to GQ and his secretary, where they awaited the commission's decision regarding the gate. Sung Hoon started to tease the guy, saying that wherever he was, something strange always happened, as if he was doing it on purpose. Gi-chu felt a little ashamed of these words, justifying himself by saying that he himself did not know that this would happen, and he was interested in what actually happened there. The secretary said that miraculously the gates returned to their previous state, although by all indications it was a gate rupture. Gi-chu guessed that it might be due to his unique abilities. He still hadn't figured it out himself. The secretary did not ask about his abilities, as he felt uncomfortable in front of him. In response, he only handed him a mask. Seeing it, the guy's face showed incomprehension. Sung Hoon explained that due to the obvious signs of the gate being torn apart, they urgently gathered the players and placed them outside to guard the gate. In addition, reporters were also supposed to arrive soon, since many people knew about this situation. The secretary didn't want Gi-Q to become a news hero, so he asked him to wear a mask in public so as not to attract too much attention. Gi-Q thanked the secretary. He didn't really like the mask, but he had no choice and took it. After several hours of meetings of all the experts, it was decided that Gi-Q would enter the gate alone. Although not all of them agreed with this decision, most likely the association decided to help and supported it. While seeing the boy off, Sung Hoon was a little worried about him, but Gi-Q reassured him. Since the gate was clearly connected to his ability, he had nothing to worry about. The guy finished being polite to the secretary and headed towards the gate, and after a few seconds he entered it. When he found himself behind the gate, he immediately headed forward, and at that moment the system gave a voice that the ego was checking his right. The guy could not understand what this could mean. In the case of Lu and El, he just had to give them names, but with the gates, it was probably different. He suggested that perhaps he just needed to take possession of this gate. Thinking about this, he took off his mask and hid it in his backpack. The guy continued walking and felt uneasy about the tense situation. He decided that his mental health required an urgent cleansing of this dungeon. At that moment, El felt a dark magic, while Lu, on the contrary, liked it. The guy suggested that they go in the direction where the magical energy is felt stronger. Suddenly, Lu asked the guy not to hurry anywhere, since the prey was walking towards him on its own. At first, he didn't understand anything, but a second later, he heard a noise behind him. A few meters away from his location, an enraged crowd of monsters was rushing at full speed. These were the skeleton warriors who were approaching Gi-Chu very quickly, and he began to prepare for battle. Among them, the guy noticed an intermediate keeper named Dullahan, whom he definitely did not expect to see so soon. It was the first time he saw him in person, and he found it too suspicious that this boss had appeared so quickly. Gi-Chu took out his swords and commanded another ego to increase its movement speed. He deftly and without any hesitation began to destroy the skeletons one after another, getting closer and closer to the boss. When he reached him, he knew that normally you had to cut off the boss's head, but this one didn't have one, so Gi-Chu dealt him one strong blow, which destroyed him. When he destroyed all the skeletons, he collected the crystals and went in search of the main guardian of the gate. He reached the so-called skeleton cemetery and saw in front of him a path that led to a large grave. Lu began to warn Gi-Chu. He thought what was happening was strange and wrong, there were too few skeletons, and the intermediate boss appeared literally right away. Compared to the magic that was floating in the gate, all this was too weak. The guy agreed with Lu's opinion. He also thought that the passage was much easier than he heard from other players, but he still did not understand what the catch was. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a tomb opening in front of him. He looked intently towards it and felt alarm inside. He knew that it was at times like these that the main boss of the gate usually showed up, so he watched the tomb as it began to open with caution. Lu warned Gi Chu to be careful, as there was probably a reason why Dullahan was so weak. The guy listened to Lu and took out both swords. He assumed combat readiness and waited for the boss's next actions. According to Lu, the magical power that should have been in the gate was all concentrated in the main boss. This boss looked like the skeletons the guy had seen before, but he had a lot of strength and power, and it certainly scared him. Watching him, Gi Chu knew that someone like him could only be found in the gates of the highest level, or after the 60th floor in the tower. Before him was none other than the king of immortals named Lich, whom not everyone could handle. The Lich raised his hand, pointing towards the boy, and asked if he was the one who wanted to become his master. His gaze was so frightening that Gi Chu was speechless and did not understand what he should do. The guy was very tense and kept eye contact with the boss so as not to miss anything. The only thing that seemed strange to him was the system's voice that came from him. Not receiving an answer from the guy, the boss repeated his question again, looking at him with a threatening gaze. Gi Chu pulled himself together and shouted back at Lich, confirming that it was he who wanted to become the master of this gate. When he said this, he immediately asked the boss a question in return. He was interested in whether the Lich was that very gate. Hearing a human voice, Gi Chu was surprised. The boss standing in front of him explained to the guy that he was the gate. Gi Chu's gaze was focused on the boss's hands, in which he noticed the appearance of a weapon. Realizing that action was needed immediately, Gi Chu told his egos to prepare for a powerful attack. The gate boss accepted the boy's challenge to show how worthy he was to become its master. He swung his staff and released a powerful stream of energy at Gi Chu, thus beginning their battle. At that moment, the guy was approaching the boss at full speed, and when he saw his attack, it was too late to retreat. The guy took the blow on himself, and a second later there was an explosion that was impossible to avoid. As the smoke began to clear, Gi Chu tried to recover as quickly as possible to continue the fight. He did not expect such a strong attack at all. Lu started to urge the guy on so that he wouldn't relax because the boss had launched a new attack that couldn't be missed. In turn, the Lich fired arrows, of which there were so many that it seemed impossible to hide from them. He began to doubt the guy's strength, since he did not repel his attacks in any way, despite the fact that the boss had not yet shown everything he was capable of. But Gi Chu activated his speed skill and began to deftly dodge the arrows, trying to get closer to the boss. The Lich was sure that the guy was trying to dodge in vain, since the speed and number of arrows were much greater and seemed insignificant to the boss. Arrows flew at Gi Chu in a swarm, and it seemed like there were more and more of them. He tried his best to concentrate so as not to lose control of the fight. Having gained enough speed, the guy came up with a plan and asked Lu not to worry and to trust him. Lu was a little confused because he couldn't quite figure out what his boss was planning. So Gi Chu launched Lu towards the boss so that he wouldn't lose touch with his ego when he got close to him. Dodging another barrage of arrows, Gi Chu picked up Lu and dashed towards the boss to deliver a devastating attack. When he was already close enough, the guy pointed his sword straight at the boss, but he immediately prevented this attack. The boss was sure that at this rate, Gi Chu would never become his master. His attacks were too predictable. But the guy very quickly dodged and made it clear that this was not all. He delivered a powerful blow straight to the boss's chest, thereby taking him by surprise. The guy quickly dodged in case of a counterattack and jumped away from the boss, thereby maintaining a distance between them. The boss doubled over in pain, saying that Gi Chu's weapon was too annoying and that this fight needed to be ended quickly. The guy raised his head and tensed up. He saw flying arrows, of which there were even more than last time. A huge swarm of arrows was aimed at him and there was nowhere to run, so he decided to fight them off with his swords. Lu wasn't sure he could escape this attack, so Ella, who was confident she could handle them, wanted to take charge. After gaining speed, he began to move and counter the attack with L without Lu's participation, as Gi Chu believed that he was not suitable for it. But Lu wanted to prove the opposite. Even though he wasn't completely sure he was right, he still wanted to help his master. While continuing to fight back, the guy simultaneously watched the boss and realized that he was getting stronger and stronger, and was not sure whether he would be able to hold out any longer. Gi Chu asked Lu again if he was confident in his strength, as he needed to fight back quickly and start attacking again. Having heard a positive answer, the guy transformed the ring into a sword and began to fight back with both of them. But as soon as the arrow touched Lu, the system began to inform that he was absorbing the energy of the magical weapon. The consciousness of the magic weapon master was awakening in Lu. Hearing this, the boy did not understand what it all meant. After a few seconds, a huge dome formed around them, protecting GQ from the boss's attacks. The Lich also got under this dome. He had never seen anything like it, and he was very surprised how a person was capable of such a thing. When the boss stopped attacking, the dome disappeared. He knew that the guy really wanted to become his master, but he still couldn't recognize him. He decided to begin the final test for GQ, which would show whether he was truly ready. The Lich raised his hands and the dead began to crawl out of the graves and head towards him. They fell at his feet and formed into one whole, turning into a huge monster. Watching this, Gi-Chu wanted to ask many questions about what happened, but decided to put it off until later. When all the dead gathered together, they formed one monster of incredible size, with a boss standing on its head. Gi-Chu was contorted in horror. He had never seen such a large creature created from the flesh of the dead, which looked like a golem. The monster struck with all its might, which was aimed at Gi-Chu, trying to destroy him. The guy understood that if his opponent was very different from him, then he had to take him with a force superior to his. Otherwise, nothing would work. While the monster continued to punch the ground, thinking that his opponent was there, Gi-Chu, having gained enough speed, began his attack. He made another dash and jumped, leaving the monster behind and pointing his sword straight at the boss. When he was close enough, he shouted to him that he had now proven himself worthy of being his master. Gi-Chu launched a powerful attack and in one fell swoop destroyed the boss, who uttered his last words, recognizing the boy as his master. The system began to notify Gi-Chu that the gate had accepted a connection with him and that he needed to come up with a name. As he descended to the ground, the boy thought about a new name for the gate, but suddenly he noticed Lu. The sword began to glow all over, and Gi-Chu couldn't understand what it was connected with, since he had never noticed anything like that before. Lu started shouting and laughing loudly, trying to indicate that it was all thanks to him. He began to shout at Gi-Chu that he was not going to stand aside and not let the sword become stronger than him. Continuing to laugh loudly as if he had gone crazy, the boy was shocked by his behavior. Gi-Chu shouted at Lu again to come to his senses and began to scold him for being rude and waiting for him to explain it. El interrupted them, saying that Lu was confused, but the guy still didn't understand what it was about. But Lu didn't let her finish and told the owner that he needed to rest, citing a headache. Gi-Chu had a lot of questions for Lu, but he decided to deal with them later and give him a rest after the fight. He opened the information window and began to think about what name would best suit the new ego. He remembered the dead ego named Brunhart and decided to name the new ego after him. Meanwhile, the situation in the city was extremely tense, as everyone was warned about the gate breaking, which was dangerous for ordinary residents. The association staff warned people of the danger and helped them get to shelter for their own safety. Players from different guilds, who had not been in such a situation for a long time, gathered near the gates themselves. Song-Hoon brought the boss Hyun's box to the gate, explaining the situation to him, and that they had gathered all the guilds that were nearby to help. The secretary also informed the chief that the evacuation of civilians was proceeding calmly and would be completed in a few minutes. But the biggest problem was that the journalists did not listen and did not leave the territory, among whom were the players. Because of this, the situation became more complicated. Shik-Heng got angry and told them to leave them alone. If they didn't want to leave themselves, then he wasn't responsible for their lives. The gate break wasn't much of a problem since there were quite a few strong players, including Shik-Hyun. But the only thing that worried the chief was that if there was a gap in the gate, it meant that something had happened to Gi-Q. Suddenly the gates began to glow bright red, which meant they were breaking and everyone needed to prepare for battle. Shik-Hyun couldn't stand by and began preparing to enter the gate, hoping to somehow help Gi-Q. He was so angry and broken that he could not control himself and ran towards the gate at full speed. Shik-Hyun mentally promised Gi-Q to take revenge on all his enemies and made a dash. Not noticing anything in front of him, he shouted his name out loud. As he approached the gate, he was suddenly stunned by surprise, and in front of him stood Gi-Chu in all his glory. Upon seeing him, Shik-Hyun fell to the ground with a bang, and Gi-Q didn't understand what was going on. The boy asked the teacher what was going on and why so many people had gathered near the gate. Suddenly, reporters pounced on Gi-Q and started taking pictures of him and asking who he was and how he managed to get out of the gate. The guy started covering his face with his hands. Fortunately, he had a mask, and the reporters kept repeating their questions, trying to find out at least something. When they left that place, Shik-hyun brought the boy to his house to find out the details and discuss them with the association president. Gi-kyu told him what happened behind the gate. Shik-hyun and his father listened to him attentively, and now they understood why he became strong so quickly. Secretary Gi-kyu also went with them, and he was also interested in listening, although he was worried about whether he had the right to be with them, but his boss trusted him, so he took him with him. Shik-hen continued asking questions. He wanted to understand what happened after the boy connected with the gate. But the guy himself did not understand, since this happened to him for the first time, and at the moment the information window of this ego showed that he had stabilized, and he did not respond to his calls. Then Shik-hyun asked about Lu's ego, how he was feeling and whether he was responding to the guy after what happened. But the guy's Lu was silent, but he could still use his skills, so he hoped that there was no problem with him. The president, in turn, was delighted that Gi-kyu could possess the gate. He was only troubled by the fact that if this were found out, the world would be turned upside down. But he convinced the guy not to worry about the press and that his interviews and photos would not be made public. Gi-kyu was grateful to the president for his assistance. He did not want to show himself because he had enough ill-wishers. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang. He apologized and got up to go out and answer the call. His younger sister Yu-jung called him, and in order to quickly get back to the important conversation, he told her that he had no time and would call her later. But she didn't let him finish, telling him that she had seen him on TV and immediately realized from his jewelry that it was him. The guy was a little shocked by the news, and in the meantime, Shik-hyun and his father received text messages on their phones. Yu-jung continued to say that the news was talking about an unknown masked hero who prevented the gate from exploding. His sister wanted to brag to her friends, but she knew she couldn't do it, so as not to reveal Gi-chu, who was no longer listening to her. When he turned to Shik-hyun and his father, he saw their worried faces and realized that they already knew everything. The SMS that came to them simultaneously was the very news that all of Korea was now buzzing about. The Demon King also learned about this news. Carefully reading the article, she was delighted by it. Her assistant also noticed her joy. He asked her what was making her so happy, but she replied that she was just happy for her student. He was really good. Paparazzi mainly follow those players who have already retired and collect information related to the tower, gates, and other players. Shik-hyun apologized to the guy for not being able to control the information leak, but Gi-kyu already knew that he had nothing to do with it. The teacher suggested that when the paparazzi were looking for information about the guy, one very annoying reporter got involved. This reporter used to be a famous ranker named Ko-hyun-chul, and among the rankers, he was one of the best. Shik-hyun asked Gi-kyu to be careful and not get involved with this reporter in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gi-kyu thanked the teacher for the warning and went to his grandfather's shop to buy a new item. When he arrived there, he remembered how Lu would have reacted to this purchase, as he believed that new items were spoiling him. The boy felt a little lonely without Lu's comments, but he could only wait for his ego to come to its senses. Hearing the owner's thoughts, Elle wanted to somehow support him, but Gi-kyu convinced her that everything was fine with him and asked her not to worry about it. The grandfather saw the guy and asked why he was talking to himself, but without answering, Gi-kyu changed the subject. Grandpa also noted that he saw an article about GIQ and called him a celebrity, because now the items started selling better, and he even offered to pay the guy for advertising them. The guy was a little embarrassed and decided to get straight to the point. Since he couldn't show himself in public, he needed something that would hide his identity. Grandpa remembered that in the photo in the article, the guy was wearing a mask and suggested that this was the one he wanted to buy because he thought it was terrible. But there was nothing suitable in his workshop to hide his face. So the guy explained to him that it was not a mask that was needed at all. Everyone knew about the mask and the ego now, but the mask could be removed. But he couldn't do the same with the rings, and they attracted a lot of attention. He needed to somehow hide them, but at the same time, not lose the opportunity, and also not take them off. Grandfather pointed him to a shelf where there were several types of mittens, warning him that there was not much choice there. The guy thought about the fact that he hadn't been able to establish a connection with the ego named Brunhart right away, but with others it was much easier. Elle explained to him that the connection had become easier to establish because the boy's cup had become larger, as he had become much stronger. Previously he was inferior due to lack of skills and strength, and the names he came up with for previous egos did not suit them. Looking at the gloves, They all seemed too bright to him, which could have the opposite effect, so he could not decide which ones to take. Suddenly he saw some black, unremarkable gloves and chose them. The grandfather watched the boy and praised him that the gloves he chose were not a bad option at all. Gi-Chu spoke the key words and gave the item a name, Oberon, after which their connection was instantly restored. The system confirmed the connection with Oberon, which made Gi-Chu very happy, although his feelings were strange. Opening Oberon's information window, he saw his power skills that temporarily increased strength, an option that suited these gloves well. But the guy was interested in something else. Would he be able to summon Lu and El in these gloves, since regular gloves would tear during this? He called upon his egos, and in the same second the places appeared in his hands and the gloves remained unharmed. Having made sure that the seals were intact, he had to check whether the ego could return, taking the form of rings. Without removing the gloves, he said a phrase after which Lu and El took the form of rings, and nothing happened to the gloves. They were still intact. Gi-Chu was happy with this find, since now he would not have problems with rings in everyday life. He asked his grandfather the price of these gloves in order to buy them, but he told him in response that he did not have to pay for them. In return, he asked Gi-Chu for one request, saying that when he needed him, the boy should help him. The boy agreed to his grandfather's conditions. He took the gloves and went to the association. When he entered the first floor with his secretary, he saw a crowd of journalists who were asking everyone in a row to find out at least some information. The secretary explained to the guy that these people started coming to the association after that sensational article about the rancor in the mask. Now Gi-Chu couldn't get into the tower because of the reporters, so he asked Sung-Hoon to find out if a gate had appeared somewhere so he could hunt. But the secretary didn't see the need for this, since the reporters thought that Gi-Chu was a rancor, so they were trying to get to the higher floors. The guy, in turn, was on the first floors, so they could easily enter the tower, but Song-Hoon's words made him a little angry. When he entered the tower, he began his passage from the first floor, where there were weak orcs, so Gi-Chu destroyed them without straining himself at all. On the way, he remembered Grandpa Huang's request. He knew that he would never put a price on his item from the ceiling because he was very proud of his products. This only meant that most likely his request would be very serious and he was obliged to help him. Suddenly he heard someone's voice calling him master. When the guy turned around, he saw no one. Gi-Chu asked Elle if she heard something, but she did not understand what he was talking about. Then the guy explained that he heard a voice that called him the master. After walking a little more, the guy again heard a voice that asked to call him by name. The guy stopped and again began to ask Elle if she heard the same thing. Elle thought that maybe it was Lu talking to him, but the voice was different. Then he thought that maybe it was Brunhart's ego and said his name. An energy ball appeared above the guy's head, which reminded him of a very similar situation. Before connecting with Lu, he absorbed all the objects around Gi-Chu and even his clothes. Remembering this, the guy was a little scared. He squatted down, hugged his clothes with his hands, and closing his eyes, waited for the ego to begin to absorb everything around him. But when he opened his eyes, he realized that nothing like that was happening. In front of him, he saw only a system notification. He looked at the ball and did not understand how he was supposed to determine its shape, since with Lu, everything was completely different. Gi-Chu asked Elle if she knew what to do in such a situation, and she told him. He had to touch the ball and imagine the image he needed, and that would be enough. The guy walked up to it and touched it with his hand, trying to come up with an image of it. He closed his eyes to concentrate. Gi-Chu remembered Brunhart and how little time they had been able to spend together, but he had helped him a lot. The guy was grateful to him for protecting his master until his death, and he would not have minded if Brunhart could protect him this time too. He thought about how good it would be if Brunhart never left him and always protected him. After these thoughts, his image began to form. The ball of gravity seeped into Gi-Chu's chest, simulating the protective layer he would have, and thus Brunhart would protect him. The guy was holding his chest, feeling a little discomfort. At that moment, Brunhart turned to him, happy that they met again. Gi-Chu was very surprised by Ego's words, as he did not understand how he could appear to him again. Opening the information window, Gi-Chu saw that this ego could take over memory, and most likely he did so. Brunhart couldn't be happier that they finally met the owner. The guy was also very happy about their meeting. The image of the ego was a little different from what he had imagined, but despite this, it would be very useful to him. Gichu said the phrase that made the ego become an accessory and continued to examine his skills. With the help of the name, ego took over the memories, and also gained the ability to reflect, which Brunhart had before. The boy realized that new opportunities had appeared thanks to the gate skills, and at the same moment, he praised Brunhart. He decided that there was no point in wasting time, and that he needed to test new possibilities and open the gates. Over the course of a week, the boy climbed the tower and looked at the state of the ego, starting with Brunhart. At first, he acquired new skills to open and close the gates, but the guy himself could not enter them, just as the monsters that came out of the gates did not obey his orders, and he had to destroy them. But this skill was still very useful, because the guy could cause the gate to break. He thought that if he could control the gate, his power would go beyond human capabilities. Brunhart's next skills were acquisition and management, which were linked to his growth. The ego could absorb gates and grow at their expense, and the same with lower-ranked gates. But this only applied to those gates that Gichu possessed. He wanted to test his newly acquired skills in action, but he had to put this activity aside for a while. First, he had to catch the guardian of the 28th floor, the giant Smilodon. During the week of passing the tower, the guy only encountered weak monsters, so he wanted to stretch his body well by hunting this monster. He activated his strength skill and rushed towards the monster with great speed. The guy delivered several powerful blows and cut the monster's huge paw, not giving it a chance to recover. The giant Smilodon let out a loud roar of pain and began to attack Gichu in response, trying to destroy him. But the guy was so fast that he dodged every attack, and at the same time inflicted even more damage on the beast. Having collected enough damage, he reflected it back at the monster as soon as it approached him. The damage reflection was so strong that it did not give the keeper a single chance and destroyed him in a few seconds. All the guardians were similar in build, so Gichu was used to fighting with them. It seemed even more convenient to him. And thanks to the enhanced reflection skill, the guy dealt with the monster much faster than usual. Gichu praised Brunhart and said that he would soon thank him for his help. When Ego heard this, you were delighted. He dealt the final blow to the guardian and destroyed him, and Lu, in turn, absorbed the blood of the giant Smilodon. Of the trophies, Gichu only got a green crystal. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a single item of equipment. The guy knew that he could get some kind of reward for the keeper's flesh. But first he wanted to fulfill the promise he made to Brunhart. He opened the gate and threw the crystal in there. This is one of the abilities of this ego that he learned about recently. The gates gain experience points, and the monsters inside the gates become stronger. Thanks to the crystals, monsters can grow, and the guy also tested all the skills and adapted to Brunhart's strength and speed. Even if Lu didn't wake up, the guy could still use his skills, and there was no problem with L's skill upgrade either. He decided to go to the next floor, although he didn't think he would see anything worthwhile there, but he didn't want to jump straight to the 30th. On the 29th floor, the guy heard noise and unpleasant squabbles. The Red Players Guild was arguing with the Cane Guild. They exchanged a few words and began to fight, trying to prove what their guild was capable of. Hearing the sounds of blows and weapons, the guy stopped and tried to understand why the players were fighting among themselves. Brunhart suggested that the owner go on reconnaissance and see who was fighting there, but the guy decided that he shouldn't get involved in such a showdown. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a life-and-death battle was taking place between the guilds. The injured guild player Kane couldn't understand how the Red players dared to touch them, to which the leader of the Smurfs replied that they were just losers and he wanted to fight their leader. The leader of the Cane Guild was Seok Woo, and the player was eager to fight him. While he was speaking, Gi-Kyu suddenly appeared and grabbed him by the head with all his might and slammed him to the ground. The guy was furious when he heard how Seok Woo was spoken about by a player who, in his opinion, was insignificant. There had never been so much rage and fury in the guy's eyes, except perhaps the last time it was before the battle in the raid. Gichu saw what he had done to the player whose face seemed familiar to him, and tried to calm down and come to his senses. He turned to the rest of the members of this guild and couldn't understand why they allowed themselves to do this to the Cane Guild. One of the Red players decided to take revenge on GQ for his partner and began to persuade another to attack with him. He ordered the team to attack and they started attacking the guy, thinking that the advantage of strength was on their side. Gichu quickly reacted and began to dodge and repel their attacks one after another. As he did so, he thought about how it was his first time killing a man, and he didn't hesitate at all when he swung his sword. When he felt the sword pierce the flesh, and his heart did not stop beating at a furious speed, as if it brought him pleasure. He destroyed players mercilessly without feeling any guilt or fear. He was covered with a veil of hatred. Hearing and seeing nothing around him, he was controlled only by the thirst for blood, and through force, Elle was able to reach him, trying to reach him. And she succeeded. When he finally heard her voice, he seemed to come out of a trance and began to calm down. When it was all over and the criminals were tied up by the players of the Cane Guild, their guide once again thanked GQ for his help. The guide began to tell that he had heard a lot about Gi Chu from the guild leader, but he did not expect him to be so strong. The guy was glad that Seok Woo remembered him, and the guide also said that the leader constantly said that he wanted to take him into his guild. But Gi Q was very different from the guy Seok Woo told him about. He said that the guy was very soft and even worried about him. Gi Chu's main sword strikes, and the strength that the guide saw during his fight with the red players were not inferior to the leader at all. Tearing him away from his thoughts, Gi Chu was curious about what happened to the Smurf Guild and why they suddenly started hunting Seok Woo. The guide only said that the Smurf Guild does not make enemies easily and that they plan to clarify at least something during the interrogation. He added that the red players would have to be destroyed in any case, and torture might be required to obtain information, even though they themselves didn't like it, despite the fact that the association allows such lawlessness. After finishing the conversation, Gi Chu decided to move away so as not to be present at the interrogation and not to disturb the players. The guy remembered how he took part in a raid on the keeper, and for some reason could not control his emotions, thinking that such behavior was a consequence of torture. Besides, the stress of being wounded had taken its toll on him, but when the guide started talking about torture, the guy didn't show the slightest bit of interest. At first, he blamed it all on the fact that these guys were criminals, and he had no reason to feel sorry for them, but he still didn't understand the reason why he couldn't control his anger that time. But more importantly, in this battle with the red players, he was so happy killing people. The guy was approached by the ego, and he immediately asked them for forgiveness for making them worry, telling them that they don't have to worry about it anymore, as he has an idea why this is happening to him. He believed that the Demon King was to blame for everything, as she touched his face and clearly did something to him. Returning back, the guy was noticed by the guide, who felt awkward because Gi Chu saw them torturing the players. The guy treated this situation with understanding. He knew that they had no other choice. Gi Chu asked what they had learned about the hunt for the leader, but the guide said that the red players kept repeating the same thing, that they were simply following orders. The guy thought that these players were the lowest of the guild, who couldn't do anything and didn't know anything. But the player thought that it was Gi Chu who was too strong. The guide began to say goodbye to Gi Q, saying that they were glad to go together to the chief, but they still had unfinished business. Suddenly, Gi Chu stopped them as he felt someone approaching. A second later, they were surrounded on all sides by none other than the Smurf Guild. There were so many of them. It was as if the entire guild had come to the rescue at once. Gi Q asked the guide if they had sent someone to the association to report the situation, to which he replied that they should not expect any help. The boy signaled to the guide that he would clear the way while they prepared a messenger and a flare. The guide was a little shocked, as he did not understand how the guy was going to clear the way for them, since there were too many players. But Gi Q was so excited about the fight that he could not wait and asked him to hurry up and rush into battle. He moved at such a breakneck speed that the guild did not have time to react to his attacks, much less fight them off. Not understanding what was happening, they tried to concentrate on the enemy, but he was much faster and stronger than them. With quick movements of his swords, the guy deftly destroyed the players, continuing to move forward. The Cane Guild was horrified by what they saw, but decided not to lag behind and also began to advance. This fight was no different from slaughtering monsters for Gi Chu. He didn't feel any guilt or heaviness in killing people. On the contrary, it seemed to him that this process brought him only pleasure, and this made it even more frightening. Suddenly, balls of fire started flying at the guy out of nowhere, which he quickly dodged. When the fire attack stopped, Gi Chu saw the guy who was controlling it and became a little tense. He praised Gi Chu for being good at dodging attacks, even though the item he used to inflict it was quite expensive. The guide recognized the guy. It was a fallen ranker and leader of the red players named Che Min Seok. Mir Seok turned to Gi Q again and told him that he was very similar to them, the same ruthless killer. He offered him to join their guild and take a high position, while looking at him with wild eyes that were terrifying. Those who committed crimes in the tower were called red players and were almost impossible to track. All the association could do was monitor the entrance to the tower, which was a portal, and block escape attempts. Former ranker Min Seok was the leader of the Smurf Guild. He gave up all the privileges of a ranker and chose the path of a wanted person. Gi-Kyu knew that Min Seok was a real psychopath who was simply obsessed with killing. As Gi-Chu watched them, the leader repeated his proposal, hoping for a positive response. He continued to say that he immediately understood that the guy was the same as them, and he would not be bored with the blue ones. When Gi-Chu heard this, he immediately remembered the fury with which he killed players, and he felt uneasy. In response, he shouted at him to shut up and not to classify him as a criminal and ruthless killer like himself. One of the members of Min Seok's guild became very angry at Gi-Kyu's words and decided to teach him a lesson. But as soon as he headed towards Gi-Chu, the player's head suddenly caught fire and he fell down dead. Min Seok was so ruthless that he killed his own deputy who interrupted their conversation without permission. Turning to Gi-Chu, he apologized to him for the unworthy behavior of his team members. Min Seok decided to continue the conversation by calling on Gi-Kyu to become his new deputy. Gi-Chu ignored his questions and asked his own, trying to understand the reason why they were hunting the Kane Guild. Min Seok was unhappy that the guy needed an answer, but he decided to tell him the reason for their hunt. The Smurf Guild was about to go outside the tower because they were tired of hiding. Hearing this, the guide couldn't understand why they needed the Kane Guild unless they wanted to take hostages. Min Seok just smiled in response, and Gi-Kyu immediately understood why they were doing this. The only thing he was interested in was how he knew about Seok Woo's special skill, which was that he could turn everything he touched into ice, but not everyone knew about it. When Min Seok realized that the guy also knew what they were talking about, he was very surprised. But Gi-Kyu did not let him finish speaking. He immediately rushed into the attack, wanting to get answers to his questions. The leader was delighted with Gi-Chu's reaction. He watched with pleasure the gleam in his eyes and began to repel his attacks. Attacking him back, he continued to tell the guy that he was exactly like them. Not paying any attention to his words, Gi-Chu noticed that he had 2 weapons and began to speed up his movements to avoid getting hurt. Wanting to show who was boss, Mir Seok struck him with all his might, but Gi-Kyu managed to dodge it. When he had run a long distance, he tried to figure out the leader's tactics, as he felt the presence of something else. Gi-Chu had met many people who had high experience points, but this guy scared him because he was a pro at killing. Meanwhile, Min Seok began to attack again, not giving the guy a chance to rest. Gi-Chu was lagging behind in speed because she needed time to reload. Even though he was superior in strength due to the enhancement, it was still not enough. When he was slightly distracted from the fight, he did not notice how the leader got too close to him and thus missed his blow. Unable to dodge the attack, he flew back several meters, but tried to stay on his feet with the help of his swords. Gi-Chu noticed that the leader's movements suddenly became faster, which meant that he also had some kind of speed skill. But L disagreed with the owner, saying that the enemy's speed had not changed at all. Min Seok was pleased that the boy was trying to resist his firepower, even though it wasn't his only weapon. He added that during a clash the enemy accumulates, and as soon as the battle drags on, the winner is immediately determined. The leader believed that Gi-Kyu had no chance of winning, and if he gave up, he would be accepted into the guild. Gi-Kyu remembered Brunhart and that he could also accumulate damage. He quickly got his bearings and began to attack the leader. He was approaching Min Seok very quickly, thanks to the acceleration that had been restored. Min Seok in turn seemed to be glad that Gi-Kyu had something else hidden away. He released Hellfire and decided to fight the guy with full force. The fire was everywhere, and the heat was burning Gi-Chu's skin. But thanks to this, he knew for sure that he could defeat him. The guy got too close to the leader and swung his sword, and he caught the blow. Then the guy used the reflection skill, and Brunhart reflected the accumulated damage. Min Seok didn't understand what was happening because he was sure that victory was already in his hands. This time, the reflection was so strong that it caused a powerful explosion, and the leader was thrown back several meters. His team members watched what was happening with fear and were horrified when they saw something fly past them at great speed. The leader was destroyed because he himself revealed his weaknesses to Gi-Chu and made his job easier. When the guy approached and touched Min Seok with the sword, Lu's ego's cannibalism skill activated. He began to absorb the player's body, after which the process of his transformation into an ego began. Gi-Chu was shocked by this. He did not know that Lu could absorb the bodies of not only monsters, but also people. The guy's legs were exhausted, even though he had defeated the ranker. it was still difficult and dangerous. But he couldn't show weakness since there were other members of the Smurf Guild left. Although the guy hoped that after he destroyed their leader, they would retreat. Turning around, he heard the guild players start discussing what was happening and watched their actions. They had no leader or deputy left, all high positions were vacant. One of the players came to the conclusion that the one who destroyed their leader is now their new boss. Gichu was at a loss as the guild members' thoughts were diverging and it would most likely not end well. A riot began. The players were divided in their opinions. Some said that he should be killed, and others that he could become their new leader. Elle and Brunhart were very worried about the owner and tried to persuade him to escape, since he had not yet recovered, and the chances of winning were extremely small. Reflection does not guarantee damage without any risk to the player. In order to accumulate enough damage, it must first be received. The higher the damage output, the greater the recoil, as was the case in the Labyrinth of Geryon. Now the guy's body was broken, he needed at least a few minutes to recover a little. The guild players watched Gichu and some even admired his strength. Gichu's dark aura attracted them very much. Even though he was not a red player, he looked just as ruthless. But having let go of these thoughts, they were ready for the fight, confident that after a couple of blows from Gichu, it would be the end. Citing numerical superiority, they began to attack the guy in order to finish him off and avenge their leader. The guy got into a fighting stance and waited for a battle that could lead to the worst outcome because he had no other choice. But suddenly he noticed something strange. When he looked up, he recognized a familiar skill and smiled, knowing that he was saved. In a second, the entire Smurf Guild turned into ice cubes. The boy breathed a sigh of relief and saw his friend Seok Woo, glad that he made it on time. Seok Woo also did not hide the joy of their meeting, because even though they had not seen each other for a long time, they never forgot about each other. The leader was happy to talk to the guy, but he needed to deal with the remaining red players first. He turned towards the enemy and used his snowstorm skill, which once again covered several players in blocks of ice. After that, he started counting how many players were left and realized that there were still a lot of them, so he needed to join the battle. He shouted to Gichu to wait a few minutes and then they would discuss everything. Seok Woo sped up and began attacking the red players, his attacks leaving behind chunks of ice that pierced through the opponent's body. Gichu watched him from the side and noticed that he had become much faster and stronger than he was. He decided to keep up with his friend and drank a potion to speed up his recovery. Having joined him, he began to destroy the enemies at great speed, not giving them a single chance to dodge. It took them less than 3 minutes to deal with all the guild members. When they were finished, the remaining players were tied up for further investigation. Seok Woo approached the guy and noticed that he had changed a lot and was now unrecognizable. He also asked what was wrong with his eyes, but the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Seok Woo explained to him that his left eye had turned purple. Hearing this, Gichu became really tense. As he guessed, all his changes were the work of the Demon King. Gichu joked that it was because of his skills, so that Seok Woo wouldn't continue talking about it. The head, in turn, saw that the guy had not only changed in appearance, but also, according to the stories, had become much stronger. But he didn't think that much. Songdul told him about it, but Seok Woo couldn't even imagine that the masked ranker in the article was Gichu. At first, the guy didn't understand how Songpil knew it was him, but then Seok Woo explained that his brother recognized him from one photo. Gichu sighed as the reporters were giving him a lot of trouble. The guy was curious how Seok Woo endured all this fame, since he was constantly on everyone's lips, but he replied that it was because of the difference in their personalities. Gichu thought that the reporters still couldn't leave him alone, but Seok Woo reassured him by saying that they had moved on to another story. The guy was so busy climbing the tower that he wasn't interested in the latest news at all. Seok Woo was surprised by this and said that now everyone is talking about the chairman of the Players Association, who showed his face for the first time. GQ immediately guessed that Taegu did this in order to divert attention from him. Seok Woo, getting ready to leave, thanked the guy for the pleasant and long-awaited conversation. He wanted to go to dinner with Guy Q and talk in a normal setting, but unfortunately, he was too busy dealing with the Smurf Guild. But he suggested at least having coffee together, since they had something else to discuss, and waved his hand casually. When Gikyu saw the mercenary ring on his hand, he was shocked. He didn't think that Seok Woo also worked for the association. Seok Woo warned the boy to show his ring less in public, since even among the mercenaries not all are friendly, and he did not want the boy to get into trouble. That's why everyone uses either skills or items to hide its presence. Gi-Q thanked Seok Woo for the warning and asked him about his code name. It was obvious that Seok Woo was embarrassed to say it, but he still answered that his name among the mercenaries was Arok. GQ also said that he knew the reason why the Smurf Guild attacked Kane. He was curious about how he was able to escape from them. Seok Woo decided to tell GQ about his other unique ability that saved him. It was the ability to create portals that was independent of the tower. Such a unique skill previously unknown to anyone could raise the ears of many countries. Therefore, Seok Woo took care to hide this ability for his own safety. But Gi Chu didn't understand how the Smurf Guild could know about this ability, because even his guild didn't know about it. The story was very long, so they decided to change the place to talk until his guild finished work. Gi Q thought that the leader should put everything in order himself, but for Seok Woo, it was more important to talk to the guy, especially since his guild was doing well on its own. The guy was glad that they would finally be able to have a normal conversation and said that he would choose the cafe for their meeting himself. When they left the tower and returned to the city, they immediately headed to the association. Sitting in the office of the general manager, Shik-hyun was unhappy that Gi-Q had not warned him. Gi-Q explained that his office was the only place where he could use soundproofing for free, but Shik-hyun said that he would charge him crystals for it to teach him a lesson. The teacher noticed the boy's eyes and asked why they were different colors, but the boy lied and said it was because of the skill, so as not to worry him. Without answering, Shik-hen asked about the Smurf Guild that they had destroyed. He decided that if they came to him, it meant they needed his help. But Gi-Q said that they didn't need anything and that they really came to talk. Seok Woo began his story about how a few months ago he had to open the gate right in front of several guilds. Among them was a player who was later captured by the Smurfs, and most likely tortured and tormented by them in order to obtain information. Shik-hyun was upset by such an accident that brought so many problems. During the interrogation of the Smurf Guild, they did not find out anything about this player, which means that he may be alive. Seok Woo admitted that it was possible that a new group could form from the remnants of the guild, which would cause problems again. Then the manager decided that it was necessary to extract as much information as possible from those whom they had captured in order to destroy them for sure. Seok Woo agreed with Shik-hyun and was willing to help carry out the operation by further analyzing where the missing player might be and preventing information leakage. At this point he said goodbye, citing business, and left. Gi-Q and the teacher looked after him with regret, since they knew that he was only pretending that everything was under control. In fact, he was very angry about this situation because he considered every member of the team as his family. Shik-hen also asked the guy how he was feeling, to which he replied that he had drunk the potion and was already feeling much better. But the manager didn't mean that. He meant that Gi-Q had killed a person for the first time in his life, and he probably didn't feel as good as before. But Gi-Chu remembered that he had once been ready to kill Rogers from the Iron Guild. Shik-hyun reassured the boy, saying that those people deserved such a fate, so there was no point in regretting it. Gi-Chu was fine. The only thing that bothered him was that he felt joy from killing a person. Shik-hen patted the boy on the head, saying that it didn't matter, because in their business there were many people with black souls. The main thing was that Gi-Q could control it, no matter how much he enjoyed it. Gi-Q responded by making fun of the manager, saying that he didn't know how to speak beautifully at all. The next day, Gi-Q went to the tower again to the same floor, since he could not pass it last time. On the way, he found the remains of frost and ice from yesterday's battle. Looking at the ice fragment, he was curious about Seok Woo's level. Just yesterday, he injured so many people on this floor that now he can't even believe it. Looking at the tracks, he couldn't say that he was shocked. Most likely, he was surprised that he didn't feel shocked. He touched his eye and was puzzled why it was not becoming the same, or maybe it had changed so much that now it would always be like this. When he reached the gates that led to the 30th floor, he stopped to collect his thoughts. He remembered going through exam floors several times, where he was informed that the difficulty level had been reduced and given easy questions. But that was before. Now he knew that it would not be so easy for him, and he needed to be prepared for it. As he reached for the door, his hands suddenly began to shake, as if his body was giving warning signals. Gi-Chu knew that the player couldn't ignore his premonition, and his senses became twice as sharp after drinking the elixir. He pulled himself together and cast aside all doubts. He just needed to go in, and Elle and Brunhart supported him in this. When he opened the gate, he hoped that he would receive as a reward not only an increase in skills, but something better. With these thoughts, he entered the gate. When he reached the 30th floor, the system notified him that a special test was beginning for him. There was a lot of sand around, and in the distance a castle was visible, which he decided to head towards, expecting a trick. There was a strong enough wind on the floor that sand was flying straight into the guy's face, and he was constantly covering it with his hand. Suddenly, the sand began to move too suspiciously, and a second later, Gi-Chu stood surrounded by giant scorpions. The guy quickly took out his swords and got ready for the fight, as he expected something like this. Activating his speed skill, he suddenly got stuck in the sand and couldn't keep his balance. The sand prevented him from gaining speed, so he activated his strength skill and began the battle. Meanwhile, the scorpion got so close that it almost grabbed him with its claws, but the guy managed to stop it. Having jumped up quite strongly, he raised his swords behind his back and decided to attack the scorpion from behind. Landing on him, he quickly dealt with him, giving him 2 deep blows to the back. The sand wasn't the best place to use the boost, so he had to climb over the monsters to get to the castle. Suddenly the guy's face distorted in surprise. He heard Lu's voice, which was speaking unintelligibly. Gi-Chu immediately started asking what was wrong with him, since he had been sleeping all this time. But when they entered this place, Lu suddenly woke up. But now this was not the most important thing. Lu wanted the guy to go to the castle faster. Gi-Chu asked again, not understanding what the ego wanted from him and why he needed to go to that castle, but Lu repeated the same thing, saying that his body was there. The guy could not figure out how Lu's flesh could be in the castle. But he had no time to listen to the details, as he was attacked by scorpions. Dodging the tail strike, Gi-Chu placed Lu's sword under his feet. Lu didn't understand why the owner was doing this, but Gi-Chu said with a grin that since he had been gone for a long time, he should be a footstool for a while and help him out. Gi-Chu didn't have time to take into account every feature of this area, especially since there could be an enemy in the castle. Therefore, he needs to get to it as quickly as possible, and the sword will serve as a basis for one jump, during which he must reach the castle. Jumping up, he sped up as much as he could and warned Brunhart that he wouldn't be able to get him the crystals, but he wasn't the least bit upset. Lu heard Brunhart's voice and asked who he was. GQ explained to him that he was the ego of the gate with Brunhart's memories. Lu didn't like it, but Brunhart in turn greeted him and showed him respect, since Lu was the first one to appear at the boys. He answered him lazily, not wanting to continue the dialogue, but GQ immediately understood that he liked Brunhart's way of addressing him. The guy finally landed at the castle gate, with a crowd of monsters heading towards him behind him, and he quickly went inside. When he entered the castle, he saw another door, on either side of which stood 2 huge iron statues. Everything looked the same as always, a large room and high walls. Everything indicated that this was the keeper's room. Lu pointed to the door for the owner and confirmed that it was behind it that his flesh was located. GQ understood this because he clearly felt that there was something behind that door. Suddenly, the statues that had been standing motionless all this time began to move and attack GQ from both sides. They simultaneously dealt a strong blow to the place where the guy was standing, but he managed to dodge the attack by jumping up. These statues looked like golems, huge guards who guarded the entrance. The guy even found it funny. He ran to the other side to be closer to the entrance, and noticed that the guards were stronger than they looked. Gi-Chu thought about entering without fighting them, but he immediately discarded the thought. He didn't know what was inside the gate, so he couldn't leave the enemy behind, and no matter how strong they were, they still had weak points. The guy decided to start attacking them first in the head to find these places faster. Having gained enough speed, he jumped towards the golem's head and struck it several times with his swords, but there was no effect. Enraged, he quickly jumped back to avoid being hit by a counterattack. But a second later, a huge axe was flying towards him. The berries didn't hit it, but the blast wave threw the guy up quite a bit. Having run a short distance, Gi-Chu was amazed by the power of these monsters. He put his whole body into the attack, but his blow was very weak. The guy's skill to aggravate wounds didn't work on these blocks, and the weight categories were too different. He needed to come up with something urgently. While he was thinking, the golems were approaching him again, ready to continue attacking him. Lu suddenly gave the guy a hint to use their power against them. Gi-Chu activated the enhancement and speed skill and began to attack first. When he flew closer to him, he immediately reflected the damage and then began to attack, moving too quickly, which greatly confused them. The golems couldn't keep up with Gikyu's movements and made a mistake, thereby attacking each other. From a strong jump to the side, the guy fell to the ground. When he got up, he saw that the golems had destroyed each other. Gikyu stood up and walked towards the gate, while asking Lu what exactly he meant when he said that his flesh was behind the door. Lu began to explain to the guy that what was behind the door was his flesh, which he had during his life. He also hinted to the guy that he used to be very strong, and he would never have defeated him even in his dreams, but Gikyu was amazed by his shamelessness. Gikyu believed that Lu was not as strong as before if his body was there, but Lu disagreed. Behind the door there was only his shell, which was held together only by the memories of the body, and it was not quite complete. Gikyu had recovered his strength with the potion, so his buff was at its maximum. With such preparation, he should be able to handle it quickly. When he went inside, he saw a silhouette in the distance, who was unhappy that the guy woke him up. The guy tensed up, because the aura of the shell was so powerful that it could be felt even at a great distance. Gikyu didn't understand where the shell had such strong energy from and whether it was really Lu. The flesh began to slowly walk towards the guy, saying that Lu was not his name. The guy became even more wary, but the flesh continued to say that he was the master of all demonic objects and swords. Gikyu was shocked by his words, as he did not expect such an outcome at all. Coming closer to the guy, the flesh called itself the Demon King and said its name. He was the king of that very demon he had first seen when he met El, the master of that huge eye. But the guy couldn't get his head around the idea that Lu could really be the king of these very demons. When the flesh said its name, Gikyu for some reason did not hear it, as if something prevented him from doing so. The guy thought about how much new he had learned about Lu lately, and it always happened during battles. Gikyu asked Lu if he would be okay if he destroyed his flesh. Lu was sure of it, because it was just his shell. He encouraged the guy to destroy it faster, and no one would dare to mock his body anymore. Gikyu decided not to waste time and began to attack the demon. He activated the skill of speed and strength to deliver an effective blow. When he approached him, he began to strike, which the demon quickly blocked, not allowing himself to be hit. The demon activated his abilities and began to attack him in response, but he did not move from his place. The guy didn't achieve any results with his attacks, so he ran back a little. At that moment, a swarm of swords flew at him, which the demon controlled with his eyes. Having dodged them, he flew back several meters so he was able to avoid colliding with them. Gikyu was very tense because he didn't think the demon would be so strong. A bunch of swords pierced the place where the guy had stood before. The demon even praised him for his good abilities. But he was sure that with such skills, the guy still wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on his body. Gikyu didn't like the demon's words, but he still knew that he was right. The wall of swords that kept appearing made it impossible to get closer to him, and this really irritated the guy. With a smirk on his face, the demon decided to make his move, and directed a huge number of swords towards Gikyu again. The guy saw that the demon was attacking him again, and prepared to dodge the swords, even though their number made him very wary. A second later, a series of powerful explosions sounded in that place, from which it seemed impossible to escape. When it was over, the demon saw that the guy was not there, and was a little upset about it. Meanwhile, Gikyu was already behind him, and swung his sword to deliver a powerful blow, but the demon immediately noticed him. He changed the course of the swords, and they flew at the guy with all their might, which he was definitely not prepared for. Some of the swords hit him, as there were more of them, and he did not have time to fight them off. He stepped back, trying to keep more distance, but the swords continued to rush towards their target. Landing on the floor, he tried to catch his breath and gather himself, as he had another Taka ahead of him. Lu tried to encourage him to react faster as the demon continued to attack him. Gikyu quickly stood up and began to defend himself, repelling the enemy's attack. The guy sped up and tried to concentrate on the number of swords to avoid getting injured. This was not just an offensive action, but a very annoying attack from the demon. Gikyu felt like he was fighting 1,000 swordsmen at once, and so it was very difficult for him, continuing to fight back. The guy turned to Lu to find out if these swords were also demonic, and he confirmed his suspicions. He remembered how El had absorbed Kalion's sacred sword, and thought that Lu could do the same with these swords. As they spoke, the swords flying towards Gikyu increased in number. Unfortunately, Lu couldn't help the guy because the place was run by a demon. Hearing this, Gikyu was upset and didn't know what to do if these attacks didn't stop. However, Lu offered the guy another option to help. He could give the guy his power, since this place was special. Lu asked the guy to stall for a little while so that he could accumulate enough of this power. The guy tried his best to stay on his feet and didn't know if he could hold on any longer because it wasn't that easy. Gi Chu swung his swords, and with the help of the power-up and a large amount of energy, he made a small wall through which the demon's attack wave was reduced. The demon was very surprised by Gi Chu's skills and did not expect this from him, so he decided to change tactics. Now the swords flew even faster and from the other side, going around his wall. Gi Chu sped up and dodged the blows as much as he could, even though he knew he was already at his limit. He shouted at Lu to hurry up and help him, otherwise the boy wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Flying almost right up to the swords, he activated the skill and reflected the accumulated damage. This stopped the demon's attack a little, and he himself flew back to the wall and held on to the sword so as not to fall down. But the demon was not frightened by his actions. He turned to Gi Chu and launched swords straight at him. The boy couldn't hold on any longer and asked Lu to finally help, or they would die. Suddenly, the system began to notify the guy that his magical sensitivity was increasing, and his assimilation had reached C rank. Gi Chu smiled, realizing that Lu had saved him in time. Now he could use his abilities even more effectively. The swords that flew at the guy did not touch him in any way, but an incredibly powerful energy began to gather around him. When the demon saw this, he was amazed and could not figure out where the guy got such strength from. The system informed Gi Chu that Lu had taught him the death skill, and now he could use it. An incredibly powerful energy was gathering around the guy, which served as a shield, and attacks had absolutely no effect on him. The demon was overcome with horror. He believed that a human could not control such power. Having descended to the ground, Gi Chu watched the reaction of the Demon King. Now he was full of strength to continue the battle. The demon continued to repeat the same thing. He could not believe what he was seeing. He was so furious that he screamed with an inhuman cry, indicating that this was only his power. He gathered all his energy and directed it at the guy with full force and hatred, to tear him to shreds. It seemed like 1,000,000 swords were flying towards Gi Chu. His attack was so powerful that there was no escape from it. The guy calmly watched him and prepared for a counterattack. He raised his sword in front of him and dealt him a direct blow. The death blow was so powerful that it repelled the demon's attack in a matter of seconds and killed the demon. When the smoke cleared, the boy saw that the demon was standing on his feet and was unharmed, only slightly scratched. The Demon King raised his sword to attack Gi Chu again, putting all of his fury into this attack. His face twisted with hatred, and his anger was so strong that it was terrifying. The demon struck the ground with his sword, destroying everything in front of him. But the guy managed to dodge and flew back, hitting the wall without any injury. The power had eaten away at so many demonic swords, but even after a direct blow from death, the demon stood firmly on its feet and could attack even more powerfully. Gi Chu didn't expect that the demon would still have the strength to fight after this, but Lu explained that even though it was a shell, it was originally very powerful. The guy asked Ego to repeat this death blow trick to finish off the demon. Lu began to dissuade him, because the guy's body might not be able to withstand it a second time, but the guy was confident in his abilities. The boy once again created a wall of energy to prevent the sword attack. In turn, the demon swung a huge sword at Gi Chu and said that the guy was repeating his mistakes again, since he thought he could stop him with this. He hit the guy with all his might, hoping that he would get caught in his attack. But then he saw that the guy held back his blow with his sword, not giving him the opportunity to attack himself. The demon considered him an insignificant enemy, and that he had no chance of winning. He looked at him with a grin and wild eyes, thinking that the guy could not do anything more. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face when he saw that the guy was holding off the blow with only one sword. Before he could figure out how he could miss such a trick, Lu's second ego sword appeared behind him. At that very moment, Gi Chu activated his newly acquired skill for the second time and repeated the death blow. The demon did not have time to react to the attack and screamed in pain and fear, realizing that this was the end. He couldn't accept the fact that someone could defeat him, because for him it was impossible. His face twisted in pain and disappointment as death consumed him completely. When he disappeared, Gi Chu was unable to stay on his feet and fell to the ground completely exhausted. His ego began to call out to its master, thinking that he had died, but it was simply fatigue, because he controlled enormous power and the recoil was too great. He took out a potion and drank it to restore his strength after a difficult battle. The floor system began to notify that the guy had passed a special exam and was receiving a reward for it. The system also rated Gi Chu's battles as ideal clearing and gave an additional reward. Opening his eyes, he didn't realize at first where he was until he saw a table with rewards in front of him. The system continued to send notifications to the guy about his skill level increasing and receiving several more additional skills. He opened the information window and was surprised by such a quantity of everything. Now he could connect and appropriate the ego, which he was very surprised about. Gi Chu thought that he could connect his egos with each other, but when they heard his thoughts, they were not at all happy with this arrangement. But the guy calmed them down, saying that it was just a joke. First, this skill needed to be tested in practice to understand how it works. He decided that now was not the time anyway, since there were 2 boxes in front of him, one of which was gold and the other diamond. Gi Chu began to choose which of the boxes to open first, since they were both not bad, and he got an elixir from the diamond one last time. Deciding to leave it for later, he first opened the golden box, eager to find out what was inside. When he opened it, he saw 3 round objects that seemed very familiar to him. The system notified him that he had received 3 ego fragments. When he heard this, he immediately remembered the same fragment when clearing the gates of the Blue Wolf. But why the same reward appeared in the tower then remained unclear. He closed the box, with the hope that these fragments would somehow help him in the future. Then he approached the diamond box, anticipating something interesting and perhaps another elixir. When he opened it, he was puzzled as to why there were someone's bones in the box. Suddenly Lu came to life and Gi Chu couldn't understand why he was acting so strangely. Then the ego plucked up courage and said that these bones were part of his real flesh. The guy took the awards and left the tower. He decided to go to the Association Cafe, where he wanted to discuss what was happening with Lu. He placed the sword on the table and sat down opposite him, willing to listen to Lu, as they had much to discuss. The guy started asking Lu who he really was and why he still hadn't told him anything about it. Lu began his story by saying that the bones are his flesh, because in the past he was the Demon King. Gi Chu wondered if one of the floor guards was just a low-level demon. Then what level could the one who sealed El Bay? The boy then asked Lu why he had turned from the Demon King into an ordinary sword. Lu continued to ask if the guy knew what needed to be done to ensure that the creature did not lose itself and existed for eternity, as he did. But the guy thought about it, because he didn't know the answer to this. Then Ego gave him a hint, saying that for this he needed oblivion. To survive for so long he had to forget everything, even his name, otherwise his essence could disappear, along with the passing of time. He was the king of all demons, but there were traitors who imprisoned him, and he had to languish for eternity. And in order to hold out as long as possible, he had to forget his feelings, his goals, and even who he was. But when he awakened as the demon swords, his memories were briefly awakened. It was too little, but even this tiny part of the memories was able to confuse him, and he did not know what he should do. Therefore, he chose to forget everything again, as he was confused and saw no other way out. In the end, the guy didn't manage to learn much from the conversation with Lu. He decided to fall into oblivion again, so there weren't many options for what to answer to this. And Gi Q himself didn't want to see him suffer, so he decided not to ask anything else and to deal with his remains later. Whatever his past, Lu was the first one to give the boy hope for the future, and he decided to create new memories for it from now on. Heading home, he wanted to get there quickly so he could have a good rest, because he had a lot of things to do tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the department head's office, Box Hen was typing something at a rapid pace on the keyboard. Seok-hoon looked into his office and looked at his boss with concern. Noticing him, Shik-hyun praised him for his work and allowed him to go home, but the secretary was in no hurry to leave. He knew that Shik-hen had been busy lately due to the incident with the Smurf Guild, but he had not left work for 2 days already, and this greatly frightened the secretary. But the boss wanted to finish all the work first, and only then leave, continuing to quickly click on the keyboard. Seok-hoon noticed that Shik-hyun was using magic to speed up the work, but he didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. When he stopped, smoke was coming from his fingers, and he explained to the secretary that he had to be at Gi Chu's housewarming party the next day, which was why he had sped up so much. The next day, Gi Q's friends from the guild began to come to his housewarming party, and they were stunned by the new home. Gi Q saw their reaction and tried not to focus on it and invited them to go inside. The boys admired the beauty of his new home. At that moment, Brunhart decided to say hello to them, but Elle reminded him that only the owner could hear them. When they entered the house, they doubted that it was Gikyu's house, because it looked like a cottage. The guys walked around the area with their mouths open, mesmerized by the house, compared to which their guild premises were simply insignificant. When the leader Songpool heard this, he became a little angry, but Gikyu asked them not to argue and to go into the house. Upon entering the house, they were met by his mother and sister, who began to smile sincerely and greet the guests. The boys greeted each other in return as they entered the house, and mom and sister continued to set the table. Sundust approached Gikyu's mother and presented her with a gift from the entire guild. She was very pleased. She thanked him and asked him to take care of her son. When they heard that she called Gikyu her son, they were very surprised and could not hide their shock. Gikyu's mother didn't understand this reaction and asked why they were so surprised by her words. They pulled themselves together, saying that she just looked very young, and they thought she was his sister. In response, she just smiled and thanked them for such a compliment. Mom invited them to the table and went to make dinner, while Soo-jung asked her brother where his friend Seok-woo was. He made fun of her by saying that she missed him, which made Soo-jung blush and reply that she just wanted to get his autograph for her friend. Gikyu explained that Seok-woo was too busy lately, so he didn't come and promised to get the autograph for her. And his sister, in turn, suggested that he take off his mask in order to finally become famous, so that she could sell his autographs to her friends. Gikyu was unhappy, because she should have understood that he didn't need this at all. He asked his sister to help his mother while he met the rest of the guests. When he came out, Shik-hyun and his secretary Seok-hoon were already standing at the threshold and began to greet him. He was surprised that they arrived so quickly, but the teacher explained that it was because the work had finished faster than he expected. The secretary immediately apologized to the guy for not preparing the gift as he was very busy. But Gikyu reassured him, saying that he had already done a lot for them and even found this beautiful house. Shik-hyun also asked if he could give nothing, and the boy agreed, since the teacher bought all the furniture at his own expense. Although the old furniture was still in good condition, he didn't need to buy new one. Gikyu suddenly asked Shik-hyun if he had bought this furniture with the hope of moving in with them and looked closely at his reaction. The teacher did not expect this and blushed, not knowing what to answer, and even began to stutter. Shik-hyun, upon entering the house, immediately went up to Gikyu's mother and gave her a housewarming gift, which greatly embarrassed her. When they finished dinner, everyone in chorus thanked him for his hospitality and praised the host. The boys started to help Gikyu clear the table, but he flatly refused to help, wanting to do everything properly himself. The teacher approached the boy and said that they needed to talk urgently, and it couldn't wait. Gikyu wondered what could be so urgent that they needed privacy for this. He warned everyone that he would be back soon and asked his mother not to do anything herself, but to go and rest. When they left the house, Shik-hyun said that this information would be announced officially soon, but he thought it would be better for the guy to know it in advance. He informed him that the Iron Guild had decided to open a branch in Korea, and Gikyu's face immediately changed, shocked by these words. Shik-hyun continued to say that the association opposed this statement, but the Angela Guild intervened, with whom they apparently had some kind of agreement. At that moment, Gikyu was suddenly overcome with memories of the Iron Guild's torture of him, but the teacher could do nothing, since Angela could not be ignored. So, in order to divert the reporter's attention from Gikyu, they had to reveal the identity of the association's head. He glanced at Gikyu and wanted to help him somehow, but decided to just leave him alone to think it over. Gikyu was seething with anger and fury, just like that time when he couldn't control himself, and in such a state he couldn't appear in front of his family. Meanwhile, in England, Rogers was waiting in the wings, who was supposed to arrive in 3 months to head that very branch. Photo of GQ from the news, paddle on his board, and he was looking forward to paying him back. He didn't care how strong the guy had become, because Rogers also had a pretty good advantage. He had the sacred sword that the guild leader gave him, and he was confident that with it, he would definitely quickly defeat Gikyu. The guy, in turn, had already escorted the guests to the exit, wishing them a good journey, and at that point, they parted ways. Having finished cleaning, the guy went to his basement with thoughts about the new branch of the Iron Guild. He saw on the news who the director of this very branch was, and realized that the chance for revenge was running out faster than he expected. When he entered the basement, it was completely empty, which upset Brunhart a little. But Gi-Q had planned it that way since he wanted to use it for training. The guy was going to test the opening of the gate, because he couldn't allow monsters to get into his house if something went wrong. He mentally thanked his secretary for such a suitable home for his training. The guy sat down and began to think over a plan of action, admitting that even though this was a branch, they were still strong enough, and he only had 3 months to prepare. To do this, he needed to know everything about his new power. First, he decided to figure out the skills he received on the 30th floor. He opened the information window and started to study it. When he selected the fusion skill, the system offered him to choose its main one. Gi-Chu guessed that this meant that he needed to choose an ego to merge with and wanted to choose Lu. He imagined how the system confirmed his choice of the main ego to merge with the Changyong ego. In front of him appeared a blue wolf, Changyong, who was connected with Lu's energy. He had 3 eyes and his name changed to Fenlilu. Lu was amazed by the owner's imagination and really thought that something like this was possible. Gi-Chu started laughing, saying that he was just joking, but Lu was not laughing at all. The guy hadn't fully understood this power yet, so he couldn't rush. First, he needed to think everything through carefully. The fusion of his 3 egos, which had consciousness, was too dangerous. Because he did not know the consequences, he could not unite the other 3 egos either, because they were an integral part and his main help in battles. Then he decided to try using parts of Min Seok and Changkyung. Suddenly, Brunhart spoke up, saying that he also wanted to become stronger and would be happy to try merging. Gi-Chu asked Ego if he was sure he wanted to try, since they didn't know what the result would be. In the worst case, Brunhart would not be able to maintain his consciousness or change at all, but the ego refuted these guesses, saying that he felt that everything would be fine. Gi-Q thanked him for his generosity and trust. He began to act. He selected Brunhart's fusion with the ego fragment from the table and waited for the result. Suddenly, Gi-Q's entire body began to glow as if the fragment was inside him. Brunhart also felt the changes and started calling for the owner. The guy got scared and decided to stop the merger. At this moment, the system notified him that a transition to the gate was being carried out. When he crossed into the gate, he realized that he was in the same place where he had established contact with them. The system again gave an alert that the fusion of Brunhart and the ego fragment was complete, and the ego could now influence the gate. Gi-Chu wondered how exactly the fragment could have affected Brunhart. Lu suggested to the guy that perhaps he would find the answer to his question ahead. The guy looked forward and saw the same coffin from which the Lich had emerged last time. The coffin was glowing inside and out. The guy came up to take a closer look at it, but did not dare to touch it. The gate had no manager, so the guy had to create a new one using a composite ego fragment and appoint someone to take his place. Gi-Chu began to think about who to choose for the position of manager. Only monsters came to mind. He remembered the various zombie goblins and skeletons, but most of them were just undead, which would surely reflect the nature of the gate. Then he started looking through higher-class monsters, and suddenly it dawned on him that the Lich was the best fit for this job. When the boy said his name, the coffin immediately opened and the Lich came out of it, and the system confirmed the appointed manager. After this, the Lich knelt down and bowed before his new master. Gi-Chu felt a strange feeling, because just recently he fought with him, and now the master of the gate serves him. The guy asked the Lich if he was really the gate manager, to which he agreed without raising his head. Gi-Chu decided that now the Lich would be able to control all the monsters inside the gate, and would obey his every order. But he upset the guy by saying that everything is not so simple. He extended his hand towards the guy, and his information window appeared in front of Gi-Chu. Now the Lich's control level was at 0. In order for him to control the monsters, one of them needed to destroy the monsters in the gate's territory. This will increase their control level and they will be able to summon more monsters. Gi-Chu turned around and saw in the distance the very monsters that needed to be beaten so that they would start to obey him approaching him. He took his swords and was ready to fight, confident that he could handle them with ease. Lu warned the owner to be careful, because after the gate was changed, the monsters might become stronger. But in response, Gi-Q said that he too had become much more powerful than before and rushed into battle. Meanwhile, Gi-Q's mother was very worried about him and invited Shik-Hyun and Seok-Hoon to help find him. She told them that the guy hadn't been in touch for several days, although he had always warned her before if he was going somewhere for a long time. Shik-Hyun tried to calm her down as he was sure that Gi-Q was strong enough and that he was definitely okay. According to Yu Jung, the last place the guy went was the basement. and she also added that he forbade them to ever go there. Upon hearing this, the secretary found such a warning strange. When Gikyu's mother and sister went into the house, Shik-hyun and the secretary immediately went to the basement to check what was going on there. Once inside, they started looking for clues, but saw nothing suspicious. Shik-hen didn't understand how a person could disappear in the basement unless there was a gate there that he could enter. After his words, everything around lit up, and when they turned around, they saw those very gates. Shik-hen was very scared. He did not understand where such magical power could come from. He did not dare to enter them, because he felt that there was something behind the gate. Gi-chu came out of the gate, which shocked them even more, as they didn't expect it at all. The guy looked at them and was confused as to what they were doing in his basement. Shik-hyun and the secretary began asking the boy questions at the same time, regarding the gate and his magical power. Gi-kyu did not have time to answer all the questions and asked them not to be nervous because he was just about to contact them. Then Shik-hyun grabbed the guy by the ear to make him explain everything in order. Gi-chu, grimacing in pain, began to explain to him that these were the gates he had established a connection with last time, and that he could now control them. They were shocked by his words because even a ranker like Shik-hyun didn't have such strength. He was so stunned that Gi-chu could control monsters, open and close gates at will. It was the same as if he could stop a natural disaster. Shik-hyun tried to pull himself together and asked the guy if anyone else knew about his new ability. The guy replied that he hadn't figured it out yet, especially since it was his first time trying his hand, so he didn't want anyone to know about it. The teacher agreed with the boy and asked him what he wanted to ask him when he came out of the gate. The boy said that he wanted to test the power he had recently gained, but there was no suitable opponent, so he asked Shik-hyun to fight him. Shik-hyun didn't agree at first, but then the boy said that he would arrange dinner for him with his mother, and the teacher quickly perked up. When they finished, Shik-hyun reminded the boy to go see his family, who had been very worried about him all these days. After he seemed like a family, he began to think about the work he had done, namely that it had taken him 3 days to level up to 100. Because of the crystal, the gate became stronger. It took longer to clear than he expected, but when he thought that all this would become his power, it became easy for him again. He named the manager of Lich after Brunhart, Hart, although he initially wanted to give him the name Bruno, but his ego was against it. The next day, the boy met with Shik-hyun in the association's training basement. Before the fight, Shik-hyun told the boy to start releasing his magical power and completely let go of all thoughts and worries. This meant releasing all the magical power without a trace. With the increase in level, not only the volume of magic increases, but also the art of hiding it. So when a strong player unleashes his magic, the pent-up magical power simply begins to cascade. When the teacher saw that the boy listened to him and fully released his power, he decided to fight properly too. The office upstairs was shaking from the intense energy of the two players. The workers began to talk among themselves, trying to understand where such vibrations were coming from throughout the building. Gi-kyu, in turn, began to fight Shik-hyun with full force. The teacher also did not lag behind him and released a powerful stream of energy from his weapon. The secretaries, meanwhile, were not sure that this vibration was coming from the training hall because there was so much barrier there that no force would leak out. Unless the boss makes every effort to destroy everything there, but for that, he needed an appropriate opponent. Gi-kyu was such an opponent. He attacked Shik-hyun with all his might, but he deftly repelled them. Repelling another attack, he easily held it and delivered his own counterattack. Not expecting this, the guy missed his attack and fell face down on the ground. But he immediately reacted when he saw that Shik-hyun was not going to stop at one blow. When the teacher stood right above him and aimed at the boy, Gi-kyu immediately reflected the accumulated damage and thus dodged another blow. Some players who were near the association also felt the vibration. This vibration seemed to them not just an ordinary shaking, but a collision of great magical forces. They began to speculate what it could be, since the source was blocked, but it was not far away, perhaps even closer than they thought. One of the players allowed the thought that these were players at least of the top rank level, and they were definitely fighting face to face. They continued to fight. No matter how many times Gi-kyu attacked, the teacher easily repelled all of his attacks. After another blow, the guy flew back to the wall and was a little unhappy with his work. They tried to convince him not to push himself too hard, but he was fine. He was driving stronger than before. The boy was amazed by Shik-hyun's strength, as he was able to break through his gloves. Although Gi Chu hit him with the defeat skill, and the aggravation of the wounds definitely affected the teacher, but at the same time, his movements did not change at all. Others might have died from that many blows, but not this man, so the guy decided to attack even harder. Gi Q attacked with speed and began the attack again, hoping for a good result. As he approached the teacher, he dodged, and the boy realized that the teacher had anticipated his high-speed outburst in advance. After all, a person like Shik Hyun is not just a player but a top-ranker nicknamed Behemoth. And the reason he was nicknamed that was because he used his legendary weapon, the Behemoth Spike. Gi Chu had no choice but to use his most dangerous skill and signaled Lu to prepare for an attack. Lu was a little afraid for Shik Heng, although he was still weakened after the 30th floor, but he had enough strength to destroy the teacher. Despite this, he released the energy for the death strike and directed it towards Shik Heng. There was a huge flash that was visible even from the association building. Two strong energies met and destroyed everything in their path. The secretary was very worried and came to them to make sure that everything was okay with them. When he entered the training hall, he saw that everything around was destroyed, and his boss and Gi Q were lying on the floor, completely exhausted. He asked them what had happened, but in response he only heard a request that he bring them an elixir for healing. The secretary immediately fulfilled their request and brought them a potion. They got up and began to heal their wounds. Shik Hen didn't understand what kind of skill the guy had. He spent a lot of potions, and his wounds still healed very slowly. The secretary waited for an explanation as to why the training hall was in such a state. Shik Hen looked around and didn't know what to answer. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in the hall. After finishing the healing potion, Gi Chu asked the teacher how good he had become in combat. But he replied that he was still far from him, because he had acquired enormous strength too quickly, so his movements were very primitive. The hundreds of weak enemies he had encountered before might seem like a piece of cake, until he encountered a truly strong opponent and was no longer so careless in battle. The first thing Gi Q had to do was to understand his opponent, and the second was to make it so that his opponent could not understand him. He needed to use technique rather than rely on strength, since he wasn't very good with the double sword yet. Gi Q thought about the fact that he still wouldn't be able to master the technique without being in a real fight. Strength without technique is only half of the total power, but the guy still managed to surprise the teacher. His weapon was a legendary rank weapon that had no concept of wear and tear, but Gi Chu was still able to leave a scratch on it. There will be no need for technology if the guy manages to fully master the new power and learn to control it. Shik Hyun decided that it was time for the guy to apply. When he heard this, he did not understand what was being said. The teacher explained to him that they would be applying for the rank of ranker. But if he gets this title, everyone will know him by sight, and he didn't want any publicity. Shik Hyun confirmed his suspicions and said that he didn't have to worry about his identity being revealed. He added that he was a mercenary guy first and foremost, and a personal defense first and foremost, but Gi Q still had doubts. The teacher admitted that there might be a similar situation as with the masked ranker, but he had nothing to worry about since he had been quite good in battle today. Shik Hen meant that even if the Iron Guild was watching him, he was still able to protect himself since he had reached a high level in this regard. When the boy heard these words from the teacher, he was a little embarrassed. Even his ego was caught by this. The boy was pleased to hear praise. For GQ, the rank was not important, because he wanted to reduce the risks and work as a mercenary was enough for him. But Shik Hyun pretended not to hear and said that he was very tired and that his secretary would tell the guy all the details. After they parted ways, Sung-hoon took the boy home and began to tell him about the benefits of being a ranker. And the first of them is that his influence on the association will increase, and access to information will also expand. His powers, which he exercised through his chief and secretary, will become his directly. But the guy didn't understand what would change, because he, as a mercenary, knows some information. But Song-hoon explained that it was not only work, but also administrative matters. But there was something else equally important, and that was that the mercenaries had influence within the country, and the rankers had power that was recognized throughout the country. Gi Q began to doubt such a large reach, but the secretary was sure that the guy deserved more. The guy became shy again and turned away from the secretary. His ego also began to praise him, which made him blush even more. But since everyone was so confident in him, he decided not to miss such an opportunity and try himself in this, because he was just some ranker, He said it in such a dismissive tone that the secretary was a little offended because he considered rankers special. When Gi-kyu saw his reaction, he said that he didn't mean it that way at all, and Sung-hoon accepted his apology. The secretary also added that in any case the guy has nothing to lose and there will be no losses or unpleasant situations, except perhaps one. Gi-chu will have to participate in a closed ranker battle once, but the title can only be obtained through an official duel. Because the guy applied to participate in an unofficial battle, and even if the association accepts it, many rockets may be against it. The guy needed to fight a ranker. He started to worry that he would have to fight a high-level ranker, but Sung-hoon reassured him that there were newbies participating. He gave the example of a girl who had recently become a ranker and was currently conducting a cleanup on the 45th floor of the tower. There was nothing around except huge stones and rocks. The guild stood in anticipation of the monster that was approaching them at full speed. The leader of this guild was a young girl named Shin Yu-bin, who stood confidently in place and looked straight into the monster's mouth. When he was very close, the monster suddenly stopped, as if his opponent had disappeared somewhere. Yu-bin climbed onto his head at this moment and began to explain the battle strategy to her team. Having said that, this monster has thick skin, so instead of fighting face-to-face, it's better to do as she does. After that, she began to attack him, striking him in the eyes, which was much more effective. When she jumped off him, the monster began to scream furiously and wave its tail chaotically. She then showed her team how to act in such cases, and struck the inside of the monster's knees to make it easier to hunt, after which she dealt several more damaging blows, thereby destroying the monster. She added that the most important thing is to be strong enough to deal that kind of damage and hit the enemy quickly. The players were amazed by her fighting skills and began to praise her in every possible way. Once they finished and returned from the tower, Yu-bin went to get her things and met with her grandmother, who wanted her to hand over the guild's affairs to someone else. But she enjoyed doing it, as her late father had said that mentoring future players brought more joy than leveling up. He tells her especially a lot about the guide who helped him a lot when he was a beginner. At the same time, she was watching the news on her phone and saw an upcoming closed battle of rankers and asked her grandmother what exactly it meant. She explained to her that this was a formal battle for those who had already been approved as rankers, which made Yu-bin very angry. Yu-bin believed that he was accepted through connections, and in her opinion, such a ranker not only does not educate the younger players, but also steals their chance. Looking at Gi-chu's photo, she realized that she couldn't let him get the title so easily, hoping that he would be even a little bit like the conductor her father had told her about. The observers at the closed battle of rankers were the head of the association, Director Shik-hyun, and ranker Seok-woo. When Gi-kyu read this news, he realized that it looked like a pull, but the secretary began to convince him that it was just a formality and not worth paying attention to. Moreover, these people were not the kind who would judge based on their personal attachments. They would judge honestly, no matter what. Song-hoon believed that the guy had long since reached the level of a high ranker, and it was not he who should worry, but his opponent. Gi-chu looked at the information again to see who he would be fighting. He saw Yu-bin. She was a dealer of a guild that only included girls. The guy was surprised. The girl's face seemed very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. The secretary in response only looked thoughtfully at the guy and admitted that perhaps he could have seen her on TV, since she was a ranker. The day of the battle arrived, everyone gathered in the association's training hall, and the players stood opposite each other waiting for the start. Sung-hoon explained the rules of the match. He talked about excessive attacks that were prohibited, and if the rules were violated, the player would be expelled. Seok-woo started shouting words of encouragement at the guy, and Shik-hyun joined in, making him feel a little embarrassed. When Yu-bin heard this, she only confirmed her suspicions that he got here thanks to connections, but RNA still doesn't acknowledge him so easily. If he is not qualified enough, she will make an official refutation. Song-hoon announced the start of the battle, and they immediately rushed into battle, attacking each other. The fight started with swords. Gi-kyu did not use his strength, but fought only with technique. He blocked and parried every one of her blows, which made her even more angry. She sped up a bit as her fighting technique was also quite good. When she found herself behind him, she tried to strike, but the guy deftly dodged it. He ran a short distance to avoid her direct blows. Liu praised the guy for holding back his strength and speed as much as possible. Gi-kyu needed to work on his technique, just like Shik-hyun said, and Yu-bin was a worthy opponent for that. She didn't expect the guy to be so good with swords, and it made her a little angry. The guy blocked all of her attacks well and was quite focused on the fight. He deftly dodged her attacks. It was the best option to avoid direct blows, so he dodged instead of blocking them. The judges watched the battle closely. It seemed to them that the fight was quite calm, because they were fighting only with equipment. The head of the association noted that both players move excellently and dodge each other's attacks. Yu Bin was very tense, deciding that she had jumped to conclusions. Her opponent was quite strong, even though he had come through connections. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't get closer to him because he blocked all her attacks. She didn't want to use her skills, but she decided that she couldn't defeat him any other way and began her attack. Yu Bin activated her sword power skill and attacked the boy with a wave of energy that destroyed the floor beneath his feet. She did it so fast that when the guy dodged, he didn't notice the sword in her hand, his ego telling him that it was her special skill that caused hallucinations. The guy was glad that she used her power first and decided not to drag out this fight. He sped up and in a second was already next to her, which scared her a lot, because she didn't expect that he could move so fast. He then activated his strength skill and attacked her. In response, she tried to hold back the attack. But with his blow, he knocked the sword out of her hands, and now she had no advantage, because she was completely unarmed. After that, the guy stopped, and Yu Bin stood with her head down and understood that she had lost this fight. Without thinking twice, Song Hoon began to declare Gi Kyu the winner, as a result of which he was awarded the title of ranker without additional fights. Yu Bin felt ashamed that she had jumped to conclusions too quickly, thinking that the guy was weak and losing, and she couldn't even lift her head from shame. Suddenly, the guy extended his hand to her, thanking her for the fight, and saying that he was very pleased to see her again. She raised her head and looked at the guy, not understanding how he could know her. Then he asked about her father, who was in his group when the guy worked as a guide, and he often told the guy about her. Everyone watched them with surprise, because 5 years of experience as a guide finally made itself felt. The guy explained that the last time he saw the girl was at her father's funeral, and when he saw her now, he immediately recognized her. The girl was flooded with memories of her father and his story about how he met a guide who couldn't level up, but still helped others rise. And then she remembered her words about Gi Chu, how disrespectful she had been to him and to their battle. She felt very ashamed in front of him. She extended her hand in response, but could no longer look him in the eyes. The judges began to disperse. Shik-hyun once again congratulated the guy on his victory, and the head of the association said that they would need to meet and talk separately. When they left, the secretary called the guy to sign the documents about his new status. While he was finishing up his last chores, Yu Bin approached him. She asked for his phone number so that she could contact him if she had any questions, and she was very shy when looking at him. The guy happily agreed and wrote down his number in her phone. The secretary glanced at Gi Chu and began to smile, which he didn't like very much, because he really felt awkward in front of the girl. When they parted, the guy took the elevator down to the teacher's office. He didn't want to go to the tower, so he decided to chat with Shik-hyun. He approached the door and began knocking, asking if he could come in, but there was no answer. He then opened the door to check if the teacher was there, but when he walked in, he saw Shik-hyun twisted in pain on the floor. He immediately rushed to him and was very scared, because he had never seen him in such a state. The guy looked at him closely and saw that the teacher was bleeding. He became even more scared, not understanding who could have done this to him. Gi-kyu began to ask Shik-hyun who attacked him, or perhaps it was poison and someone poisoned him. In response, he heard only wheezing. It was difficult for him to speak, but he was still able to say about the head of the association. Gi-kyu decided that he needed to contact the head of the association and started looking for his phone. But Shik-hyun stopped him and said that it was the association head who beat him up. The guy helped him up and brought him a potion to restore his health. Shik-hyun began to talk about how he once took the podcast to court for such an attitude. Gi-kyu asked him what was the reason for his father's attitude. The teacher replied that it was because the headmaster offered him to go on blind dates, but Shik-hyun only wanted to marry the one he truly loved. The boy thought that his father was offering him a marriage of convenience because he was rich, but the teacher did not agree with him. The thing is that Shik-hyun's father is afraid for his grown-up son, who is still alone. He told him that there could be no mutual love at his age, and there was no guarantee that the girl liked him. Gi-kyu thought for a moment and asked if the teacher had been very busy lately, and he confirmed that he had a lot to do. He pretended to be upset to get the teacher's attention. He continued to say that he was very worried about his family. The boy needed someone to help his mother when she went shopping or for a walk. When Shik-hyun heard this, his eyes immediately widened. He jumped up from his seat and started shouting that he was not busy at all, and that he had plenty of time to help his mother. His face expressed a feeling of anger and joy at the same time. He added that he would take a day off at any cost for this. This is exactly what Gi-kyu wanted. He asked Shik-hyun to take care of his mother. When the teacher calmed down a bit, the boy started asking him if there was any new information about the Iron Guild branch in Korea. Shik-hyun confirmed that there will be an official announcement soon as all the formalities are almost completed, and even a building for the branch has been chosen. The guy realized that there was no way back, and he was interested in how the International Association reacted to this. But they no longer had the right to interfere in the affairs of other associations, unless some kind of conflict broke out. The only problem was the Anzera Guild, which without any reason began to support the opening of a branch of the Iron Guild. At the moment, it was only possible to find out that they only took part in the establishment and immediately withdrew from business. But Shik-hang was more concerned about what kind of conversation could take place between guilds that did not communicate, and moreover, they were at odds with each other. Iron Shield and Lee Seon-ho are guild leaders. There is speculation that there was some kind of conflict between them. Gi-chu wondered why such a deal had been made between the two major guilds. Shik-hyun asked the boy if he would take revenge now, since this was the best time for revenge. But he couldn't advise anything, because there were too many risks. The guy wondered why they wanted to open a branch in Korea and Rogers Khan in particular. It was definitely not without reason. Gi-chu was sure that they were hunting him, and he could not avoid this confrontation. There were 3 months left before the branch opened, and the guy was determined to eliminate all the risks one by one in order to take full revenge on him. In the following days, Gi-chu reviewed the news, where everyone was excited about the news of the Iron Guild branch. There were people who were happy about their appearance, because it significantly reduced the risk of a gate rupture. And, on the contrary, some were against letting foreigners into their territory. The secretary approached the guy and asked him what he was looking at on his phone for so long. He replied that he was just watching the news, hiding his indignation. They arrived at the destroyed city after the gates were torn apart, where the guy had arranged a meeting. The guy didn't understand why this man chose such a place for the meeting, once again making sure that this was the correct address. The secretary noted that the man was late, but they would have to wait for him anyway, because this meeting was important. Gi-chu felt someone's presence. He turned around and immediately realized that it was that very person who had arrived. This was the first step in preparing for revenge in 3 months. The guy was serious. An inconspicuous guy approached them and introduced himself as Ko Hyun-chol's assistant. Hyun-chol himself didn't make a good impression on Gi-kyu, but all that mattered to him was his ability to obtain information. Hearing the assistant's words, Gi-kyu asked him to arrange a personal meeting with Hyun-chol. But the assistant refused to do this, saying that his boss was conducting negotiations through him, but the guy stood his ground, talking about the importance of the matter and that he would guarantee safety. The assistant did not agree at all, repeating that only he was present at the negotiations and could either accept the offer or reject it. He asked Gi-kyu to begin telling him what his request was and not to worry about anything. The secretary began to whisper in the guy's ear that it was too dangerous to give information to this assistant, but the guy himself knew this and he had a plan. At first, Gi-chu named the initial payment at 5 billion, and if he got the information, the guy would pay another 10. The assistant was very surprised by such a huge sum and immediately asked what the deal was. Gi-kyu began to explain that he needed information about what kind of deal the Angela Guild made with the Iron Guild when they decided to open a branch in Korea. When the assistant heard Gi-chu's proposal, he was overcome with horror and immediately refused him. He turned around and started to walk away. He didn't care what the reward would be. He didn't want to risk his life. He made a dash from his place to fly away as quickly as possible, and added that he would forget about this conversation. But the guy managed to grab him by the leg, not allowing him to leave, because he heard everything and Gi-kyu couldn't let him go so easily. Although the assistant flew to the guy of his own free will, he won't be able to leave so easily. Gi-chu ordered him to come down if he didn't want to die and asked him to stop pretending. The assistant pretended not to understand what Gi-chu was talking about and continued to try to escape. Then the guy pulled him by the leg with a strong jerk and threw him to the ground with all his might. Gi-kyu reminded him that he had given him a hard time last time, so he was left with some unpleasant feelings. The boy looked at the assistant with the power of his eye and asked him to start cooperating with him, calling him by the name Ko Hyun-chol. When the dust cleared, Gi-kyu saw that Hyun-chol was standing much further away from him. The assistant continued to say that he did not understand why Gi-kyu was acting like this. But the guy didn't pay any attention to his words. He knew for sure that it wasn't the assistant standing in front of him, but Hyun-chol himself. He told him again to stop pretending, because the guy knew who he really was. The day before, the boy looked at information about Lu and saw that he was fully awakened in the body of a magic lord. So much happened to the guy there that he forgot about Lu's changes after waking up. Gi-chu started asking Lu if he felt any changes. He thought for a moment and said that the guy's magic eye skill should have opened up. Because by demonic objects we mean everything that belongs to the devilish world. Gi-chu didn't understand what kind of demonic eye Lu was talking about, because he didn't have anything like that. Lu explained that the guy's left eye was the demonic one. Shocked by these words, Gi-chu did not understand why he did not tell about it earlier. But at that time, Lu was not yet sure of this, because the magic eye is not so easy for a person to obtain. In his opinion, this was influenced by the woman who praised the Demon King. Although the eye has not revealed its full power, it can now see the demonic essence. Gi-chu could now see the names of the players hiding under the appearance of another person, and he was glad for such a useful skill. The guy opened Lu's information window again and saw another new ability of his. He could put the power of demonic objects into the ego, thereby making it more powerful. He needed to invest a skill that matched the ego's character. Without thinking twice, he tried his gloves first. And he succeeded. He used a new power called binding, which bound the enemy with the help of black magic. When he extended his hand, black energy burst out from his gloves, grabbing the assistant and preventing him from moving. The secretary, seeing this, was surprised by the guy's new skill and didn't even expect this from him. The boy continued to hold the assistant in the threads of black magic and repeated his warning, wanting to see his true appearance. When the assistant saw Gi-chu's demonic eye, he immediately realized that he had met the Demon King. A second later, he broke free from Gi-chu's grip and transformed into his true form. Now, standing in front of them was not just an assistant, but the former ranker Hyun-chul, who was now interested in Gi-chu's proposal. The guy was glad that Hyun-chul had finally become himself, and now he could talk to him normally. Gi-chu repeated his terms of the deal again, but Hyun-chul did not agree to such an amount. His life was not that cheap. Then the guy asked the ranker what else he wanted to get. Hyun-chul didn't think long and immediately answered that he needed information about the relationship between Gi-kyu and the Demon King, and details about the power of his eye. The guy was surprised by his request, because he didn't consider this information so valuable, but this was enough for Hyun-chul. The guy told him that he was a disciple of the Demon King, and with the help of a magic eye, he could see the essence of other people. Hearing this, Hyun-chul immediately believed him. He stood up and said that he was accepting payment, and as soon as he got the information, he would contact him immediately. Lu and El were surprised that this man believed their master so quickly. Most likely he had some kind of skill. The secretary was confused, because he did not expect that everything would be recorded so quickly. The guy suggested that he not waste time and go to another place. They went to the Players' Association, where he met with the head to discuss further plans regarding his situation. The chief couldn't help him in any way. Even though the guy was a mercenary, all he could do for him was just turn a blind eye to all of this. Gi-chu didn't want to call his plans against the Iron Guild revenge. It was more of a preemptive attack, because he was sure that they would start hunting him. And if the head of the association would stand aside and not interfere, then this would be the best option for the guy. But he had one more request. The guy needed control over all information about the guild, and he also wanted the association to evacuate everyone who was within the radius of the guild's actions. And to make sure that other guilds couldn't get in there, that was his only request, and he really hoped that the leader would help him with this. Otaigu reminded the guy that he was fighting one of the strongest guilds, but the guy understood this perfectly well, which is why he prepared so carefully. The association was not so powerful as to organize such a large control, but there was one option. If the gates break, the association will evacuate people and will be able to close such a number of territories without any risks. It was Gi-kyu who could have done something similar, but the head didn't know about it yet. After all, he himself had tried many times to destroy the gates, but had never succeeded. He believed that it was beyond the power of one person. The guy hesitated a bit and decided to say that he could do something similar to a breakup. The head remained silent, because he expected something like that from the guy. He himself wished he had such an ability, or would gladly take it from Gi-chu. The guy only had 3 months to do all this, so he needed to act urgently. He entrusted some dubious matters to Hyun-chol and received, albeit small but significant help from the association. Now he needed something else. Even though he could control the gate, his strength was still not enough to fight the guild. When Brunhart heard his thoughts, he thought that he was completely useless to his master. But Gi-Q calmed him down and explained that he helps him a lot, and he becomes stronger when he absorbs crystals, but the power of the ego is not limited to just that. In any case, Gi-Chu's opponent is a guild that is among the top 10 strongest, and even if the guy manages to become stronger, he still can't cope alone. The association cannot help in battle personally, so Gi-Chu needed to look for a force with which he can fight a large number of enemies. First, he came to his friend Seok-woo, who was bogged down in the affairs of his guild. They greeted each other. The guy saw in him not only his friend, but also an ally who would fight alongside him. Gi-Q told all the details regarding his feud with the Iron Guild, which Seok-woo heard for the first time. Seok-woo reminded the boy that his guild was indebted to him, and he would try to satisfy any of his requests. But he also knew that the boy's case was too big a risk, and Gi-Q himself understood this. He approached Seok-woo not as a friend, but as someone who wanted to offer him a deal. If the Iron Guild branch disappears, there will be many benefits that will be transferred to the Cane Guild through the association. But that was already clear. The guy had one more condition. If the Cane Guild asks Gi-Q for something, then he will fulfill their request, no matter what it is. Lu taunted the owner that he was being too arrogant and offering himself up as a deal, but the guy just rolled his eyes. Seok-woo looked at the guy carefully and remembered how he recently trembled at the sight of goblins, and now in front of him was a worthy person who was ready to do anything for the sake of the goal. Gi-Q's offer was tempting, and Seok-woo clarified with him that his guild's mission was precisely to confront the members of the Iron Guild branch. The guy confirmed his words. Then Seok-woo stood up and said that he would try to persuade his guild, because he couldn't decide everything alone. He extended his hand to Gi-Chu, and they confirmed their future cooperation with a firm handshake. There were less than 2 months left until the branch's opening day, and in the meantime, Gi-Chu was clearing various gates to collect as many crystals as possible. The representative from the association and Secretary Gi-Q stood at the gate waiting for his return. Sung-hoon began to get nervous due to the boy's delay. The representative did not understand his worries, since very little time had passed since he entered there. But suddenly he saw Gi-Q come out of the gate and was amazed because he didn't expect the guy to clear them out so quickly. When the guy came out, he looked a little scruffy, but he still quickly completed the cleanup. The representative, in turn, did not understand how one player could clear a B-rank gate in such a short time, since even a guild needs several days to do this. The secretary praised Gi-Chu and asked if he would sell the crystals, but the guy didn't plan to do that, and even the reward for clearing it he was going to spend on the gate. The guy warmed up a bit and asked the secretary where the next gate was so as not to waste time and immediately go to clean up. The secretary, with a satisfied face, announced to the guy that he had cleared all the gates that existed in the association. The guy was surprised by this turn of events, and Brunhart was even upset when he realized that he would no longer be able to eat crystals. Then Gi-Q decided to go home to get himself together, and after that he invited Sung-hoon to have a glass of beer and rest a bit. When he had finished his business, they took drinks and settled down on the bench. Sung-hoon began asking the guy what his plans were for the next 2 months, and he began to think that he didn't want to go abroad to mine crystals. He thought about going to the tower and getting the most out of them there. Besides, he hadn't yet fully mastered the powers he had acquired and he needed training. While he would be busy with various similar matters, 2 months would fly by. The secretary agreed with his words and supported the guy. Sung-hoon suddenly remembered the person who was getting information for Gi-Q and with whom he had an appointment that day. The guy admitted that he had suddenly appeared behind their backs again, just as he had done the last 3 times. Gi-Q felt that Hyun-chul had just appeared behind them again, and so it happened he figured him out again. Hyun-chul was very surprised how the guy managed to do it. The guy only responded by saying that he had a very strange accent when he appeared, which wasn't that hard to predict. But what was more important for Hyun-chul was that even high rankers couldn't predict his appearance, but the guy sensed him right away. But Gi-Q thought that this was nothing, and immediately asked what interesting thing he had found out this time, since the previous times had not been particularly successful. But Hyun-chul didn't think that the news that Iron Shield's leg was cut off was bad news, and the Blue Boy agreed. This matter involved two of the largest guilds, and Hyun-chul felt like the guy wasn't taking it that seriously. Before reporting what Hyun-chul had learned, he warned the boy that this was their last meeting and that he was leaving the case. First, he reminded him of the rumors that Lee Seon-ho had been injured while clearing the tower. He didn't know what kind of injury it was, but rumors said the situation was quite critical, and that's why Lee Seong-hui needed the elixir. After they finished talking, Gi-chu went to his basement and began to think things over. The last place where the elixir could be obtained was the Geryon Labyrinth, and if no one knows what happened there, then it looks like the elixir is in the Iron Guild. It turns out that the Shield wants to make a deal using an elixir that he doesn't have, but Gi-chu doubted that he could go through with such a deception. All three elixirs that were found earlier have already been used, meaning that the Demon Queen is involved in this deal. Gi-chu began to think about how badly injured Song-hu was that he needed an elixir, when L's ego suddenly interfered with his thoughts. She admitted that perhaps Sun-hu's vessel was badly damaged, but at first the guy didn't understand what she meant. Then she reminded him how he also drank the elixir and his vessel was restored, and if Song-hu needed this effect, then his vessel was also damaged. The guy thought again about the fact that he needed to meet with the Demon Queen, even though she told the guy to come after clearing the 50th floor. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Brunhart. At that moment, two skeletons were filling the gate with crystals. Ego could already absorb them and asked the guy to stop feeding him, otherwise he would become very ill. The boy then decided to deal with the Demon King issue later and move on to more important matters. He took off his accessory that B's ego was turning into and began merging it with another ego. That very day came. Representatives of the Iron Guild arrived at the Korean airport. Most of the guild members walked behind, and at the head were the four main characters, the main one being Rogers Han. The airport was filled with paparazzi filming the momentous event, and reporters asking a lot of questions about their plans. Rogers looked around and saw some of his fans holding up welcoming signs with his name on them. This really irritated him, because he didn't consider himself the same as them, and it infuriated him that they were so happy to see him. When he turned around, he saw a little girl holding a wreath of flowers and coming closer to him to hand it to him. Rogers was twisted with anger and indignation. He hated everyone and even this child. When the girl saw his angry face, she became very scared and immediately fell silent. Suddenly, the head of the association, Otaegu, grabbed her from behind and placed her on his shoulders. The chief turned to Rogers, saying that he lacked the showmanship and that there was nothing wrong with accepting a wreath from a little girl. In turn, Rogers, without hiding his hostility, looked at the head and could not even communicate with him politely. He was angered by the fact that the leader was behaving so openly in front of ordinary people. For him, this was unacceptable. In response, the chief simply said that Rogers had no idea about the strength and capabilities of his interlocutor, that he was just a harmless child and that he would not harm him. Rogers was even more angered by the chief's words, and he barely restrained himself from saying too much. He abruptly snatched the wreath from the girl and tried with all his might to squeeze out words of gratitude. Then the head suggested that Rogers drop in on an event that the association had prepared in honor of their arrival. As he turned and began to walk away, the reporters followed him as well, and Rogers threw the wreath on the floor and began to stomp on it with hatred. Once in the car, he sighed with relief and ordered the driver to go straight to the branch. The assistant asked him whether they would be going to the association. But Rogers immediately refused. He believed that he was not obliged to do what they told him and asked his assistant to tell them that it was more important for him to inspect the branch. On the way, he only thought about the fact that all the information about Ji-Chu was hidden, but he remembered that the guy was connected to the Demon King, and that explained everything. It wasn't that important, because he was able to find all the information about his family. He smiled wickedly and thought about how pleased he would be to look at Gi-Q's face when he found out that all his relatives had been destroyed. When they arrived at the location of their branch, Rogers was surprised that there was no one around, although the area was quite busy. But a moment later, the sirens began to transmit information that the gate had been breached, and the system began to call for everyone to evacuate the city. Meanwhile, in another area, the secretary informed Gi-Q that the evacuation and cordoning off of the area was almost complete. He let them know that they could begin the operation little by little, saying that this was their last call. They could no longer talk on the phone because Song-hoon had activated the silencing barrier. Now Gi-kyu could not worry about witnesses and decided to proceed further. He opened the gates, and his reinforcements began to emerge from them, an army of skeletons of which there were many. The army's commander, the Lich, and the intermediate keeper, Durakan, followed the army. When they came closer to Gi-kyu, they immediately knelt down and greeted their master. The guy asked them if they knew about his plan, to which they nodded silently. Then he clarified for them that those who had a red bandage on their hand were their allies, and everyone else was their enemy, and they had to be killed immediately. They listened carefully to the guy and accepted his command for execution. Then the guy gave the order to the others to act according to his plan. Seok-woo watched the boy and was amazed by his well-coordinated work and incredible strength. Gi-chu was able to cause the gate to rupture, and his skeletons looked quite powerful, while Lich and Durahan were around the level of rankers. Also watching from the side was the leader of the Child Guild, along with Sung-pil, who also became part of his team. It happened a month ago when they suggested that Gi-kyu meet at a cafe. They unanimously expressed their desire to join Kim Gi-kyu, and upon hearing this, he was a little surprised by such a proposal. He wondered why they came to him together, since they were leaders of different guilds. Then the guys told that they became friends after the raid on the guard. They were united by conversations about Gi-kyu, which he led to make a great contribution. But Gi-chu still didn't understand why they wanted to unite with him. Then the leader of the Child Guild said that he had recently become their leader, since the previous one left this post, and during the conversation with Song-pil, the conversation turned to Gi-kyu, and that if they unite, everyone will only benefit from it. The guy was pleased to hear that they had so much confidence in him, but he reminded them that he was not a member of any guild. But it didn't matter to them. The leader of the Child Guild told how he saw Gi-kyu in a mask on the news and realized that a good relationship with him would not hurt him. Then the guy decided to be the first to make a request as a new ally. He said that exactly 1 month later, they would have to show up with all the fighting force they had at the place, and time they had appointed. For their safety, he could not give all the details, but added that they would be fighting a very powerful enemy. Gi-kyu understood that this was quite a weighty request, but he was ready to immediately enter into an alliance with them after the ethno. The guild leaders thought about it, because a lot depended on their decision, but he was convinced of the guy's strength when he saw how he controlled the gate. They were both confident that Gi-chu could lead them to the highest level. When the guy gave everyone instructions, he began to prepare for battle himself. He called on his egos Lu and L, as well as B. When he said his name, a huge, multicolored wolf immediately appeared next to the guy, which was connected with the ego Chang'an. Gathering his strength, Gi-kyu was ready to begin implementing his plan for revenge. Meanwhile, on the roof of one of the buildings stood the head of the association and Shik-hyun, who were watching what was happening. The chief was amazed by the number of skeletons that the guy called for help, because it was almost an entire army. He asked Shik-hyun if he was sure that he wouldn't turn Gi-kyu into a monster, but Shik-hyun replied that he had never thought of such a thing. He just wanted the boy to be happy. The head, in turn, warned his son that if the boy turned into a monster and interfered with his plans, he would have to take action. At that moment, a security guard approached them and informed them that he had done everything as he was told. Shik-hen warned him once again that no matter who tried to enter, no one was to be let in, and the guard swore on the name of Gregory. At the same time, the Cane Guild was slowly approaching their enemy. Seok-woo ran ahead. He suddenly felt an aura that was different from that of a normal player. When he felt it, he immediately understood how they managed to control such a large territory. These were Gregory's guards. They seemed to be members of the association, but in fact they were the soldiers of Chairman Shik-hyun. Their origin was unknown to anyone, but this organization was the guard and protection of South Korea and all of humanity. One of his team members distracted Seok-woo from his thoughts by pointing out that there was something ahead. And so it was. The Iron Guild was waiting for them ahead, but they were not aware of the plans. Seok-woo decided to take advantage of this and launch a surprise attack, which would be much more effective than a frontal attack. He flew closer to them and decided to take them by deception, saying that they came for reinforcements because of the gate rupture. But suddenly, one of the Iron Guild members began to attack Seok-woo. The leader was not prepared for this, so he received a small scratch but still managed to dodge the attack. When the player saw this, he praised him, saying that he didn't think that Korean players were so capable. With a quick movement, he broke the ice chunks that Seok-woo had left behind. He also told Seok-woo that he was not interested in any reinforcements or breaking the gate. He had clear instructions to kill anyone who interfered with him. He looked at Seok-woo with wild eyes. He was only interested in the fight, which he got great pleasure from. Seok-woo looked at him and immediately recognized him. It was the leader of the second group of the Iron Guild, Mad Rhodes. Meanwhile, Gi-chu watched his army from the roof of a building while riding a wolf. The boy called Brunhart to praise him because he became much more powerful after eating the crystals. Now was the real start of the battle, and the most important thing was to understand the team structure of the Iron Guild branch. The guild leader was Rogers Han, the leader of the first team was Chaelmont, the leader of the second was Rhodes, and the leader of the third team was Carlin. And GQ's role was to prevent these teams from uniting with each other. He activated his new elemental water skill, which could turn a person's body into water, and flew at full speed to help his allies. In terms of the number of his armed forces, he was superior to the Iron Guild, but it was too early to make positive predictions. After all, they were an impromptu alliance, and if the guild teams united, then Gi-chu would be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the Child Guild, along with the Morning Star Guild, fought against Chaelmont. Songpil attacked him with his arrows, while the other players held back the enemy's attacks with their shields. The effect of his arrows was such that when they approached and reached their target, they were accompanied by multiple explosions. When the smoke cleared, Chaelmont stood there completely unharmed and without a scratch. Songpil's team and the Child Guild continued to fight the Iron Guild. Even with ordinary guild members, it was not easy to deal with, and there was no way to come to the aid of your team. Meanwhile, Chaelmont began to attack with his huge sword, which made his blows difficult to stop with a normal shield. Then, the Dust Dream Guild used their skill and summoned an earthen shield that was supposed to hold back the enemy for a while. But Chaelmont was much stronger than they thought, and he immediately destroyed this wall. One of their guild members couldn't withstand the attack and was thrown back several meters. Chaelmont was fully dressed in protective gear that was difficult to penetrate. He considered his opponents weak, and all their attempts to somehow hurt him were useless. He needed, at the very least, a ranker if they wanted to defeat him. When he said these words, suddenly the very ranker he wanted to see appeared behind him. Gi-chu jumped on his shoulders, since he was huge, and thrust his two swords into him. The guy pulled the swords from his body with a sharp movement, and this movement became fatal for Chaelmont. Everyone around was shocked, especially the Iron Guild, who were not prepared for the loss of their commander so quickly. After the boy destroyed Chaelmont, the system activated Lu's cannibalism skill, and he absorbed him. It was not possible to transform the player Chaelmont into an ego, but his fragments were absorbed. Gi-chu did not understand why only fragments were absorbed, but he didn't have time to deal with it. His friend was wounded, and he needed his help. The guy came closer to the player Jae-won and asked how he was feeling. It was obvious that he was badly injured, but he still held on and replied with a smile that Gi-chu was a little late, but he was fine. Then Gi-chu opened the gate and took out a healing potion for Jae-won, who was very surprised when he saw how the guy got it. On the other hand, the Child Guild continued to fight with the remaining members of the Iron Guild. One of them suddenly noticed that it had become very dark around him, and when he raised his head to look, he saw a huge wolf approaching him. B almost completely swallowed the player and destroyed him, and everyone else was seriously confused. He began to panic when he saw the monster. He didn't understand if it was an enemy or their ally, but when he looked at Gi-chu, who winked at him, thus letting him know that the wolf had come to help them. He gave orders to his guild not to attack him but rather to retreat back. B was quite impressive in size, so at the sight of him, some of the enemy guild fell into a stupor, not understanding what to do next. Others began to attack the wolf, trying to somehow stop him, but their blows were useless. After another attack, Bai suddenly dissolved and his body turned into water. The Iron Guild players rejoiced, thinking that they had finally destroyed him, but B suddenly appeared behind them and began to attack them again and destroy them one by one. One of the members of Donghee's team suggested that he attack from the rear to carry out a simultaneous attack. But he was against such an idea. He understood that if they interfered at the wrong moment, they could also get caught. He suddenly thought about how Chaelmont's body had disappeared, as if someone had swallowed it. And I remembered the same situation when Gi-chu destroyed the Guardian during the raid. B aggravated the wounds of his opponents, and thus did not give them the opportunity to recover. He attacked them again and again, disappearing and then reappearing where they didn't expect him, The players were very scared and tried to somehow resist him. Bees circled around them and they attacked not only him, but also each other, not having time to catch the wolf's movements. At the same time, the skeleton army continued to attack Rogers and his team. She let out hysterical laughter, thinking that she was helping them cope with the gate ruptures. The army of skeletons was quite large and they continued to advance without giving them time to rest. The gate manager Lich watched the battle from above. He needed to tie up the crowd as ordered by his master. He watched Rogers carefully, whose strength did not frighten the Lich, but the sword he fought with was too dangerous for everyone. The Lich decided not to waste time and start implementing the plan. He released a huge number of arrows from his staff, which were aimed at the enemy. When Rogers noticed Lich, he decided to show him what his sword was capable of. With one swing, he released an energy dome that quickly gained speed and reached right at the Lich. In turn, Lich managed to protect himself from the attack, but he was still slightly affected by this attack. Rogers was furious. He was pissed at himself that his sword power was being so underestimated. He gave orders to Carlin to go and help the other team, but she didn't listen to him right away, saying that they could handle it themselves, but that her help was clearly needed here. Rogers stood his ground, as during the battle he realized that the skeletons were not acting like normal monsters, and he had a bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, Songpil's guild and Child's guild dealt with one of the Iron Guild's teams. They also noticed an unknown green light in the distance and did not understand where it was coming from. Don He admitted that the Battle of the Rankers looked like this because they were on a completely different level, but GQ did not like what he saw. The boy asked Lu and El if they knew what it could be, and they immediately felt the aura of the Holy Sword. Brunhard approached GQ and told him that the entire skeleton army had been destroyed. The guy didn't expect them to fall so quickly, and now he needs to change his plan. He climbed onto the wolf to fly to the aid of the other team, and the rest, as soon as they finished treating the wounded, were also to join him. Having finished giving the instructions, he took off with lightning speed and rushed to help the other players. Meanwhile, the association gathered guild leaders who were unhappy with being kicked out of their own territory. Guild leader Hephaestus was very angry about this and was not going to just keep quiet. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild also supported him, saying that the association had never allowed itself to be so arbitrary, and this situation seemed very strange to him. They noticed that the guild leader Kane Seok Woo was not present at their gathering, which also seemed strange to them. Then the head of the Dohyun Guild took the floor. He wanted to hear the opinion of the leader of the 10 Guilds Union, Lee Seon-ho, on this matter. At that time, GQ was still heading to other teams and asked Brunhard about the condition of Hart and Durakan. Brunhard said that they were fine and fighting, because they had eaten enough crystals, so they should hold on. But on the other hand, the armed team that the monsters were dealing with had already split into two, but no matter how many crystals they ate, it would be difficult for the two of them. It turns out that the Kane Guild was now fighting two teams, and GQ needed to rush to their aid. The day before, in the manager's office, Shik-hyun explained the details of the barrier they would put up to fence off the Exum area, but it wouldn't be possible to do so for long. Besides, it wasn't cheap, and even if they managed to convince other guilds, the guy would have a maximum of 3 hours to finish everything. The guild leader stood with Shik-hen a meter away from the barrier and confronted him with the fact that everything would end in an hour. Shik-hyun was in a panic because they had agreed on something completely different and this time was not enough. But he replied that he could not help in any way and that this was the maximum he could allow. Oh Tai-gu felt someone else's energy and assumed that the leader Lee Seon-ho would soon arrive. He asked to call Gregory and prepares for the possibility of a battle if they want to go behind the dome earlier. At the same time, battles continued on the battlefield, which were fought for life and death. One of the guild members, Kane, was also fighting another player, attacking him with his sword over and over again. At some point, the enemy intercepted his sword and was determined to strike back at the player. When he swung his fist at him, it was too late for the player to dodge the blow. Suddenly, another guild member appeared behind the enemy, and with a quick movement cut off his head. The player breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the guild's deputy, Kane himself, came to his aid. The deputy, in turn, began to worry that they would not be able to cope with such a number of players, but the hardest part was for their leader. He fought with two strong guild leaders who were not easy to divide. They attacked him simultaneously and argued periodically, since Rhodes wanted to destroy him himself, and Carlin knew that he could not cope on his own. Seok Woo saw their discord within the team, but it didn't stop them from working together. He jumped back a little further and immediately used his snowstorm skill. Huge blocks of ice appeared in front of him, thus slightly delaying the attack of his opponents. He took a short break to quickly decide who he would fight first, and he chose Carlin. She had no specific skills, but her speed and reflexes were a problem. She anticipated his actions in advance, so he could not take advantage of the environment. But fighting her was not a problem for Seok Woo. The only obstacle was Rhodes. At that moment, he just fell into Seok Woo's trap, where his legs and arm were now immobile. He called for help from Carlin, who was unhappy that Rhodes was so careless. She walked up to him, and with quick movements of her sword cut off his limbs to free him. Rhodes flew several meters without legs, but a second later his body was restored and he could move again as before. He was not cautious, because such techniques did not work on him. His special skill was regeneration, with the help of which he quickly recovered. Seok Woo watched them and realized that the further they went, the greater the difference in physical strength, and he needed to attack with a fatal blow from the very beginning. Rhodes' combat power was less than Carlin's. He acts as a tank so she can use her skills. He wanted to separate them to make the battle easier. Carlin suddenly felt someone approaching and told Rhodes about it, who in turn felt nothing. Suddenly, a player appeared behind Seok Woo and flew through his ice barrier. It was none other than Gi Chu who came to the aid of his friends. Carlin didn't even have time to notice how the guy was able to appear behind her so quickly. Gi Chu stopped a little further from them, his speed now exceeding human capabilities. This was a new acceleration skill he had obtained through Lu's demonic powers. This skill was great in combination with speed. Its only downside was that it put too much strain on the legs. Turning around, Carlin saw the guy and tried to understand where he got such speed that she couldn't even follow his movements. At that very second, Rhodes didn't even have time to realize or feel how Gi Q had inflicted numerous cuts all over his body. Blood began to flow from all sides and he howled in pain, but then began to laugh hysterically. Rhodes thought GIQ was very funny, because such scratches had no effect on him, even though there were a lot of them. In response, the guy named Rhodes' special skill, and thus let him know that he knew about it. But he also added that now regeneration is unlikely to be able to help him, because he is also quite good. Seok Woo watched them from the side and was glad that the guy came to his aid so quickly. Carlin was confused as to how the boy was able to stop Rhodes' regeneration, which was impossible with normal items or skills. Rhodes looked straight at Gi Chu and guessed that he also had special skills. The guy didn't answer him, but only smiled slightly, which confirmed his suspicions. Rhodes was surprised. He had not been inflicted with such deep wounds for a long time. He admitted that Gi Q was a worthy opponent, and the fact that his unique skills were a little behind the guy's, but none of that mattered. The most important thing was that he was prepared for such an outcome of events, and showed the guy another of his powerful skills. He said the word, Berserker, and began to grow before our eyes to incredible sizes. All the muscles in his body became much bigger and stronger, and now he was ready for an equal fight. The guy was a little shocked by its size, and his ego began to worry a lot about its owner. Despite his enormous size, he quickly reached Gi Q to attack him. When Rhodes got too close, he swung his huge sword at the guy and was ready to strike, after which there was a huge explosion, which left behind a large column of dust. The other players in the guild noticed the dust and were surprised where it came from, because it was pouring rain and it scared them a lot. Carlin looked in their direction and was sure that Berserker had destroyed the guy. After all, this skill, which temporarily increased combat power, replaced excess regenerative power with increased power of other indicators. The guy didn't stand a chance against a tank like that, although she didn't think Rhodes would use a skill that left consequences. She was distracted from her thoughts by Seok Woo, who wanted to continue the fight, since it had just begun, and she had not yet defeated him. He broke the ice blocks into small pieces and sent them straight at her. Carlin, noticing them, began to quickly dodge, trying not to fall into his trap. As she knocked away the ice flows one by one, she realized that Seok Woo was aware that his attacks had no effect on her, and she then decided that she could easily deal with him without Rhodes's help. With a quick movement, she found herself behind him and was about to deliver a powerful blow to him. Seok Woo expected this and hinted to her that she was greatly underestimating him, glad that he was so easy to attack. He used his second unique skill and everything around him suddenly started to freeze. Feeling the extreme cold, Carlin realized that she too was turning into ice. Seok Woo had already given in to her in the fight because he was saving his strength in case his plan failed. But with Gi Q here, there was no longer a need for that. She, meanwhile, avoided Seok Woo's reception, doubting that his partner was still alive. She was rather sure that he could no longer be helped. But Seok Woo told her that he wouldn't be so sure, since she didn't know Gi Kyu as well as he did. When the dust cleared, she saw something she didn't expect at all. Gi Chu sat astride Rhodes and held both his swords, which were driven into the enemy's back. She couldn't believe her eyes. How the guy managed to stop Rhodes' attack was a mystery to her. Seok Woo turned her attention back to him, preparing to strike again. He was sure that she would hardly be able to block this attack, and activated his ice wall skill. Carlin continued to stand in absolute stupor, because it was already too late for her to dodge his attack. A second later, everything around was covered with a thick layer of ice, which could be seen from behind the houses. His guild noticed this and did not understand what was happening. Only his deputy, seeing the huge ice flow, smiled, realizing that Seok Woo was okay. Meanwhile, Seok Woo looked at Carlin, who was frozen under a block of ice, and at the size of his attack, thinking that he had overdone it a bit. He turned around to see how his friend Gi Kyu was doing, and was surprised that the guy wasn't finished yet. Sitting on Rhodes's back, the guy couldn't pull the swords off him. Rhodes, in turn, smiled sarcastically, and abruptly threw the ball straight into his stomach, trying to hit the guy, but he managed to avoid the blow. The boy jumped away from Rhodes to avoid being hit, but he immediately pulled the sword from his body and headed towards him. Rhodes was certain that in this country, there were no other worthy opponents besides the Demon King and Seon Ho, but he realized that he had jumped to conclusions when he met Gi Chu and his partner. Then he decided that now they would fight at full power to show the guy what real strength was. Suddenly, someone's voice called the guy. Turning around, he saw his secretary, who said that he needed to finish everything as quickly as possible. After all, Ranker Seon Ho is already on his way, and they might get into big trouble because of this. At the same time, outside the dome, the head of the association and Shik Hyun had already met the unexpected guest. He expected the chief to explain why they weren't letting them in and what was going on there. When the guy heard the secretary's words, he tensed up, because everything was not going according to plan. Rhodes was very angry that outsiders were interfering in their fight, so he decided to teach him a lesson and started attacking Song Hu. Gi Chu managed to react to his attack and used his communication skill to restrain Rhodes. Tentacles of darkness grabbed him and did not allow him to move from the spot. Rhodes was furious and tried to quickly get out of his technique. Gi Chu shouted at Seong Hu to leave quickly while he still had the chance, and promised that he would try to finish everything quickly. Song Hu understood that the association shouldn't have interfered in the battle, but he couldn't stand aside. He decided to help the Kane Guild in the battle, since he was already here anyway. He decided to speed up the process. Rhodes, meanwhile, was burning with anger and hatred, and using all his strength he tore apart the threads of darkness that held him back. Realizing that no one was stopping them anymore, he began to attack the guy again with all his might. He struck at the place where Gi Kyu stood, hoping that his attack would definitely hit him now. But when he saw that the guy was not there, he became even more angry. Gi Chu deftly dodged his attack and was already behind him. He mockingly turned to Rhodes, saying that he did not want to interrupt him at the hottest moment. But he didn't have time to wait because he had to finish everything as quickly as possible. After these words, the guy activated the elemental darkness. Outside the gate, negotiations were still ongoing with the guild leaders, led by Lee Seon Ho. Sun Ho was surprised at how firmly the guards, Grigori, blocked everything. It looked like the two of them were ready to fight them. The head of the association refuted Sun Ho's guesses, saying that everyone present had agreed to this barrier, and there was no point in him hiding anything from him. But Sun Ho did not agree with him, since for the leader of the Hephaestus Guild, whose tower walked inside the dome, this was tantamount to demanding that he move to another place, adding that they had only come to block the gate's rupture, and he did not understand what reason there could be to prevent him from doing so. He admitted that perhaps there was something going on inside the barrier that he shouldn't know about. But the chief replied to him that this was an unfounded proposal, and the barrier was only there to avoid unnecessary damage. Moreover, he did not want to interfere with those fighting inside with useless reinforcements and risk his life. Hearing the chief call him a useless reinforcement, he barely restrained himself from exploding. Having calmed down, he assumed that if they broke through the barrier by force, the leader would not be against engaging in a fight with them, to which he confidently agreed, and everyone around was outraged by such behavior, because no one planned to fight with him. After the association leader's words, Shik Heng demonstratively activated his unique skill and summoned his weapon. The guild leaders saw Shik Heng's famous weapon, Behemoth, in his hands and realized that they were absolutely serious. Someone from the crowd was even ready to compare their strengths, but Xian Ho had another proposal for the chief. He suggested to him that he would go behind the barrier alone and that no one else would be with him. With his skill, he transmitted the thoughts to the leader so that no one else could hear. Sun Ho promised him that he would not tell anyone what was inside, but would instead be on his side. Meanwhile, Gi Chu activated his skill, Elemental Darkness, which turned his body into darkness. A large dark energy formed around him, seeming to emanate from every part of his body. He released tentacles of this darkness, attacking his opponent with them. When they reached their destination, they grabbed Rhodes's body, preventing him from moving. But he was sure that this skill would work on him the same way as last time he broke the threads, and this time, he couldn't do it. Gi Chu's new skill seemed to only change the appearance, but the most important thing about it was the additional effect. It strengthens magical powers of similar meaning, and thus makes the threads even stronger. The tentacles of darkness began to pull Rhodes towards Gi Chu, and all his attempts to get out of them were unsuccessful. When Gi Chu pulled him close enough, he quickly moved to deliver a devastating blow straight to his head. This was enough to completely destroy him, after which the system activated the cannibalism skill and began to absorb his body. Once Liu had completed the takeover, the transformation of the Rhodes player into an ego began and was completed successfully. Gi Chu turned off the skill and the darkness gradually began to leave his body, returning him to his previous appearance. The guy sighed with relief, because he had been saving this skill until the last, since it puts too much strain on the body. Liu reminded Gi Chu that if he rested too much, all his training would go down the drain. The boy turned his attention to the guild of Kane and Seok Wu, and was glad that they had already finished fighting. He summoned B and activated the elemental water skill to get to the next point faster. On the way, Gi Q asked Brunhart about the condition of his subordinates Hart and Durahan. Brunhart replied that they were still holding out and showed where their location was. At the same time, Rogers was fighting Durakan face to face. Meanwhile, Hart had assembled a huge monster from the flesh of skeletons and attacked him in the same way. Rogers was puzzled as to why his opponents were Leech and Durakan, when his weapon was the Holy Sword, and it was no problem for him to fight against the likes of them from the start, even if there were more of them. He considered them pathetic parodies of a truly worthy opponent. He swung and used the power of the sword, pointing it at the huge monster led by Hart. In one fell swoop, he destroyed the monster and dealt a good blow to its creator, who was trying his best to dodge the attack. Watching them, Rogers began to suspect that these were not simple monsters, and that usually a powerful technique was followed by a direct attack. But Durakan does not attack him, but on the contrary waits for him to recover, as if they are here not to kill him, but only to stall for time. He initially began to suspect that this was not just a gate rupture, and he was right. A huge wolf flew over his head with Gi Chu sitting on its back and greeted Rogers. When he raised his head, he didn't recognize him at first, because the guy had changed a lot since their last meeting. Gi Chu jumped off the roof and flew straight towards Rogers, preparing to strike him. But Rogers was also ready, and with a powerful swing of his sword, he released a tremendous amount of energy. Hart and Durahan were surprised by such a powerful force. They did not think that the sword was capable of such a thing. Gi Chu attacked Rogers from the air, pointing both swords at him. But Rogers managed to fight her off by holding him back with his sword. Suddenly he remembered the words of Iron Shield, who told him to be careful with his sword. Iron Shield guessed that the boy could absorb the power of sacred swords, and Rogers immediately retreated to prevent Gi Chu from touching his sword. The guy realized that Rogers had figured out his plans and was a little angry about it. He turned to his subordinates and thanked them for holding out. Hart and Durahan bowed to him in return and thanked him for the honor of following his orders. The guy let them go, giving them the opportunity to rest from the battle and opened the gate so they could leave. When Rogers saw this, he was shocked by such power and immediately realized that it was Gi Chu who caused the gate to rupture. But what worried him most was how he managed to become so strong in such a short time. After the guy closed the gate, he turned to Rogers, telling him that he was now ready to give him a proper fight. Watching from the sidelines was his secretary, Song Hu, and the guild leader, Kane Seok Woo, who had arrived in a hurry to help if needed. Seok Woo looked at the guy and thought about how they hadn't seen each other for a short time, and yet he had become so strong. Gi had worked on his fighting technique and was now able to strike much better and faster. Rogers, in turn, barely had time to fight off and dodge his attacks. GQ accompanied each of his blows with phrases that Rogers himself once said to him during interrogation. The guy struck Rogers again and hit his leg with his sword. At the same time, he repeated his words again about why he was so weak. Rogers was beside himself with anger and hatred towards GQ, and he was not going to back down. GQ was happy to see Rogers' reaction, but Liu asked the guy to finish faster if he had gotten enough revenge on him, and the guy agreed. Then he swung his sword and began to attack Rogers again. He, in turn, still did not believe how the guy had turned from a good-for-nothing weakling into such a strong player. It was too late to dodge his attack, so Rogers decided to try to fight it off. Meanwhile, Iron Shield invited his assistant to his office to discuss Rogers' arrival in Korea. The assistant was worried if everything would be okay if Rogers used the sacred sword in a fight with someone who could absorb its power. But Iron Shield was confident in his decision, especially since he had warned him of all the risks and was confident that he would not let him down. He also added that this sword is not simple, but when he understands this, it will be too late. When Gi touched Rogers' sacred sword with his sword, something happened. But what exactly? None of them understood. The guy felt that he had absorbed some kind of power, but it was different from the one that was in Callion's sword. Liu also confirmed that he felt something strange, and Elle determined that it was no longer the sacred sword. She called this sword fallen. The guy did not understand what Elle meant. Then she and Liu explained to him that he now looked like a demonic sword. Rogers interrupted his thoughts, saying that he would now destroy him no matter what it took, while his face looked completely different, as if the power of the sword was consuming him. Gi admitted that if the sword was demonic, then Liu would be able to handle it, but this was just words, and in reality it was not clear how to act. Rogers shouted to GQ again that now was not the time to be distracted, and it was time to start the battle. He ran with all his might and pointed his sword straight at the guy, hoping to destroy him. His face was distorted with rage and madness, as if the demon himself had possessed him. Meanwhile, in the Iron Shield office, he continued to say that his sacred sword was not simple. When Rogers approached Gi, he attacked him with his sword, but the guy was able to dodge, although it was really difficult. The secretary saw this and considered the situation extremely dangerous. He rushed to help him, but Seok Woo stopped him. He noticed that something was wrong when Rogers raised his sword over Gi-chu's body. A second later, the guy quickly jumped away from the sword and kicked Rogers in the face. He flew forward several meters from the force of the blow, not trying to somehow reduce the force of his hovering. Gi-chu noticed that something was wrong with Rogers, as he was becoming weaker with each attack. Elle told the guy that his powers were being taken away by the sacred sword, which puzzled Gi-chu greatly. Because the sword was fallen, it initially gave a lot of power to the one who uses it, but eventually it takes away all the power and absorbs it. The same thing happened to Rogers. He didn't understand why his body was so weak, and he thought that GQ was to blame. But Iron Shield knew the consequences of using a sword that takes all his powers and gives them to the true owner. The aide asked if there would be a problem in securing their position in Korea if Rogers weakened early, and it all led to failure. Iron Shield was confident in his sword, which would slowly consume Rogers without him even noticing, and thus it will become the foundation for the Iron Shield's revenge, in his opinion. All this should take about 6 months. But if you overdo it and squeeze out all of Nine's strength, then nothing will work. But he was convinced that this would not happen in Korea. At this time, Rogers was so angry at Ji-Q that he again ran at him with all his might to attack. The guy stood still and didn't even try to dodge. He just raised his sword and struck Rogers back. He didn't even understand what exactly had happened. All his hatred filled his eyes so much that he didn't look like himself. And when he saw that his hand was half cut off, he fell to the ground and began to crawl towards the sword. Gi-Q watched as he suffered but continued to crawl. The guy was surprised that he had been preparing for revenge for so many months, and everything ended exactly like this. The egos began to tell him in unison that this was the most appropriate punishment for his enemy, and that he needed to finish with him quickly. Then Gi-Chu decided to help Rogers. He took out a healing potion and began to pour it on his hand to at least somehow dull his pain. Rogers looked at this and began to laugh loudly. He decided that victory was his, since the guy was treating him. But Gi-Chu did not understand his joy, because Rogers was not in the best position, and he told him to check his status window before he got so happy. When Rogers opened his window, he saw that his stats were all at 0 and his level had dropped to 1. He started screaming in fear that he was now a worthless player with level 1. Rogers had never felt so worthless, because the first level was useless to him. Listening to him wail, Gi-Chu couldn't stand it any longer and slapped him in the face to finally shut him up. The guy found it unbearable to listen to this, because he is also a first level, but he does not consider himself insignificant. Gi-Chu was so angry that he kept yelling at Rogers, saying that even the highest ranks were first at level 1. The secretary and Seok Woo watched him from the side and found the situation a little funny. Suddenly they noticed that the barrier had opened, and they had to finish immediately. The secretary warned the guy about this, and he immediately stopped hitting Rogers, saying that he was lucky this time. GQ opened the gate and threw him through it, and ordered Hart that he had cured Rogers. He also asked him to take his sacred sword with him. Hearing this, Hart obediently fulfilled his request, and the gate closed. Turning around, Gi-Chu sensed a huge magical power from afar. Sun Ho descended to the ground and began to approach them. He felt that something was wrong, and it could no longer be perceived as a simple gate rupture. Lee Sung-Hoo walked closer to them and addressed Gi-Q. The boy was surprised that the leader knew who he was. To which he replied that Gi-Q is on the list of the Angela Guild, although he is not proud of it. However, he didn't know anything about what was happening here, so he waited for Gi-Chu to fill him in on all the details. Without giving the guy a chance to answer, Song-Hoon got ahead of him, introduced himself to the leader, and began to explain the situation. He spoke about the gate being torn apart and how all the members of the Iron Guild had died during its suppression. But Sun Ho didn't believe a single word the secretary said, saying that he knew it was all their doing. He didn't even care because the only thing that worried him was the deal he made with the Iron Guild. They promised Seon Ho that they would arrange a meeting with someone who had what he needed. GQ immediately realized that they were talking about the elixir. After that, he turned to the Void, saying that if they didn't want their successor to be torn apart, they'd better show their true faces. He said the name, Demon King, and everyone, including Gi-Chu, were shocked that the man who called himself the Apostle of the Gods was playing such a dirty game. A second later, a gate appeared behind Gi-Chu, and the Demon Queen and her assistant emerged from it. She looked at the guy and was glad about this long-awaited meeting with her student. The secretary and Seok Woo were very surprised when they saw her. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was really the Demon King standing in front of them. Their reaction even made her laugh a little because they were seriously scared. The guy couldn't understand why he didn't feel her presence because she was so close. But then he realized that his subconscious did not perceive her as an enemy, so he could not predict her appearance. The guy's reaction upset her because she wanted to surprise him, but in the end he stood there scared and tense. But she decided to deal with it later and turned her attention to Lee Seon-Ho. She looked at him and confirmed that his bowl was indeed very dirty. However, she didn't understand why Seon-Ho decided that they were in such a close relationship that she could give him the elixir. He then offered her a deal, but the Demon Queen immediately refused it and said that the elixir would not be able to cleanse his cup. It would only slow down the process, and she felt sorry to use such a valuable thing for that. Hearing this, Sun Ho changed his appearance and stood at the front, armed and ready to fight. Gi-Q noticed a snow-white sword in Lee Seon-Ho's hands, which seemed familiar to him. Then El confirmed his suspicions, saying that this was also a sacred sword, but it was now much stronger than her. The Demon Queen approached Sun Ho and asked him if he was sure he could handle her, since as long as Baal was with her, things would be tough for him. If they started fighting, everything around would turn into a sea of fire, and as she knew, Song-Hoo didn't like to kill. After these words, she evaporated and stood next to her partner Baal. He took out the elixir from his pocket and handed it to her. Seok Woo and Sung-Hoon were shocked by what they saw, because they knew that the elixir was almost impossible to get. The Demon Queen held the elixir in her hands and was ready to listen to the terms of the deal that Seon-Ho wanted to offer her. Then he said that he would save everyone who was in this place and also help GQ. But she didn't like these conditions. To her it sounded more like a threat. Then she added to this that Seon-Ho would not touch GQ for a year. Sun Ho confirmed her words and said that he would fulfill his promise. Then she gave him the elixir. He returned to his original form and turned to leave, but she stopped him and asked him to swear by his divine name. Shan Ho stopped and recited an oath to show the Demon Queen that he was more than serious about the deal. When he left, the secretary fell to the ground and tried to catch his breath. Because of the pressure, he couldn't even breathe normally. Suddenly, the demon queen approached him and Seok Woo, asking them to finish cleaning themselves as she wanted to take her student away. Having hugged the guy around the neck, they immediately disappeared, and his secretary, along with Seok Woo, continued to stand there shocked by what was happening. Gi-chu was unconscious and slowly coming to his senses, so he heard the words that the demon queen was speaking to him in fits and starts. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they were in his house, namely in his basement. He thought about how the demon queen had appeared so unexpectedly, and even knew where his house was. Gi-chu asked her if it was true that the demon's eye served as a means of communication, and that they had been watching him through it all this time. The demon queen confirmed his suspicions, saying that everything that the eye sees, she sees too. The guy was very angry about this because she was violating his personal boundaries, but the demon queen only smiled at him in response, seeing that he was embarrassed. Then he stood up and asked why they had come to his house. She explained that as a teacher, she had the right to do so. Gi-chu didn't argue, as he understood that he was in her debt, since it was because of him that she had to use the elixir 3 times. The guy started asking her a bunch of questions about who she really was, but she interrupted him. The demon queen understood that the guy wanted to know a lot, and she would be happy to tell him everything gradually, but now was not the time. She said she had something much more important to do than all this, but the guy doubted that it could be even more important than what had happened. The demon queen turned to the boy and asked him to take her into his home for a while. That same evening, they were already sitting at the table with Gi-chu's relatives. Soo-jung, that was the name of the demon queen, was giving out compliments. Gi-chu's mother was very pleased to hear such words addressed to her. She even felt a little embarrassed by such a number of compliments. Soo-jung also paid attention to his sister, whom she also did not ignore. Gi-chu's sister began to ask him where he found such a beautiful girl and why he didn't introduce them earlier. The guy, in turn, sat in a stupor and could not understand how it happened that they were sitting at the same table. They kept asking him questions about how they met and such. The guy started thinking about how to find a way to avoid this conversation. He understood that he would not be able to satisfy his imagination, which had been running wild after watching various TV series. Therefore, he needed to come up with something urgently. If he started talking nonsense, they would start asking even more questions. Then, all that came to his mind was to get up from the table and say the word dog, thereby changing the subject of the conversation. He suddenly jumped up and ran into the street, saying that he had been given a dog and needed to check on it. When he ran out into the street, he tried to catch his breath and immediately turned to B. He asked him if he could accept the small size, and he deftly turned into a small puppy. As soon as this happened, his mother and sister came out into the street and saw the very dog that Gi-chu had spoken about. Yu-jung picked up the little puppy and began to admire its color. She asked her brother if she could give the puppy a name, but he replied that he had already named him B. Yu-jung was so excited that she started spinning around with the puppy, happy that her brother had become so cool. Meanwhile, Soo-jung stood behind Gi-chu and praised him for his intelligence, but he only responded with a sarcastic remark. She didn't pay attention to this and decided to thank him for his efforts and still discuss the issues that were troubling him. They arrived at a nearby cafe. The guy was in no hurry to go in, as he had received a call from Song-hoo, who was worried about him. The guy apologized to him for disappearing so quickly and asked him to restore order without him. He finished the conversation and was tormented by a feeling of guilt because he had smashed everything there, and other people had to clean up after him. When he entered the cafe, Soo-jung noticed his expression and understood why he was upset. She told him not to worry about it, as his friends were real veterans in this business and he would only get in their way. Having calmed down, Gi-chu was surprised why they were sitting in an ordinary cafe where there was no soundproofing and suggested that they go to the tower where there were a lot of suitable establishments. But Soo-jung asked him not to worry about such things, since Baal's barrier was much more effective than any plugs. People not only don't hear them, but they don't even see them. And Elle was surprised by this because not everyone can establish such barriers. Soo-jung decided to return to the topic of their conversation because it was time to answer his questions, and she was waiting for him to start. The guy wanted to ask about a lot of things, but from the moment they met, he was haunted by a feeling of discomfort. In the situation where Soo-jung warned Seon-ho about fighting her and Baal, he didn't pay attention to it. But now he asked him who he really was, since the guy was trying to convince me that he was even human. Soo-jung was not at all surprised by how Gi-kyu started his questions. She was once again convinced that he had excellent instincts. But she answered him that he should ask this question not to them, but to his sword. And Lu began to explain that he had not said anything before because he could remember her, but now he knew that Baal was a demon, and was the most cruel of all demons. Unexpectedly for Gi-chu, Baal began to kneel down and greeted the one who is the master of the great king of all demons. The guy was speechless and didn't know how to react to this, while Lu simply chuckled at Baal's bow. Sao Young started laughing really loudly when she heard Ego's reaction, but Gi-kyu didn't understand what was going on at all. She turned to Ego and clarified that his name was now Lu, and he confirmed her suspicions. Gi-chu jumped up from the table in shock and was amazed that she could hear the voices of his ego. She calmly answered him that she really heard all of his ego, including the one driven into his heart. Lu told the guy that there was nothing strange about it, because he even shared the review with her. Gi-chu was sure that she could read his thoughts, but it was not that simple. She could only hear his thoughts if he allowed her to. But when the guy is in a calm state, she is unable to read his thoughts. Gi-chu grabbed his head. It was very difficult for him to take in too much information at once. Soo-jung didn't expect that her disciple would be a little stupid. After hearing this, Elle and Brunhart didn't think so and started to defend their master. Then she decided to explain everything again, as there was some misunderstanding. First of all, she explained that Baal had shown respect not to Lu, but to Gi-chu. The guy was surprised by this, but Lu said that Baal was one of those who betrayed him once. And Soo-jung confirmed it. Baal led the rebellion to imprison the Demon King. To him, Lu was just the one who was once his king, so he showed respect to the one who became the king's master. After finishing her explanation, Soo-jung wanted to return to another question that interested her very much, namely, the demon's eye. She understood that the guy probably had a lot of questions about this, because the eye had recently been reborn, and Lu didn't know everything about it. However, she was also interested in how the guy managed to revive the demonic eye, because it is the sign of the demon. Gi-kyu was surprised by her question, because until the very end, he thought that it was she who gave him those eyes. Then he wondered if he could accept such power. Most likely the power that this girl put into him worked as a catalyst. But his manifestation was the merit of Gi-kyu. Soo-jung could not imagine that he was capable of awakening such power. Lu admitted that perhaps the guy was a descendant of a demon, but the guy refuted his guesses, because his mother was an ordinary person. Then Lu asked about his father. The guy suddenly thought about it, but couldn't remember anything since he knew him very poorly. Soo-jung reassured the boy, saying that it was nothing special, since almost all high-level demons had a demon eye. However, among them there are special eyes, and his purple eye was one of them. The color of the eye determines the level of the demon, where green is for the lowest level, red is for the middle level, and purple is for royal demons. Demons who possessed such an eye were considered to be at the highest level. It was the last one. There was no one better than them. Soo-jung could use any of the demon's eyes, but Lu doubted her words because even he didn't remember using all of his eyes. But Lu was a real demon who could only fully control one eye, and she was in a completely different situation. Then Gi-chu asked her if she was really human. If she could use demonic eyes, then she was also a demon. But she said that she had a special case which could easily be Gi-kyu. She decided to show him what was special about her and started lifting her t-shirt. Gi-kyu got scared and started covering his eyes with his hands, turning red all over trying to stop her. But Lu was very surprised by what he saw and asked Gi-chu to stop panicking and take a look too. When she lifted her t-shirt, the guy saw a small stone in the shape of a cat's head underneath. Soo-jung explained that a demon had been transplanted into her. It was another face of Baal. Therefore, she is half human, half demon, that is, stuck on the border between them. Baal's cat had the same predatory power as Lu, although there are side effects, but it is still able to absorb demons. Although she didn't expect the guy to be able to revive the demon's eye, he turned out to be a special student, and now he will help her fulfill her dream. Gi-kyu asked what exactly she meant, to which Soo-jung replied that the reason she was called the Demon King was because she wanted to kill the real one. In the following days, members of the Korean Association erected a memorial to the Iron Guild players who died on the day their branch was founded. Thanks to the well-coordinated work of the association, there was no information leak, but the public erupted in violent reactions to this incredible event. Lee Seon-ho volunteered to calm the press and the public, since the #1 player's statement had power. On the other hand, Iron Shield was surprisingly calm. Despite all his guesses, at the conference he limited himself to expressing grief for the dead. Due to such a cold reaction from the immediate participants, the American media soon calmed down, and so the incident ended, leaving a small residue in the form of weak doubts and disputes. Even though the damage to Gi Chu's team was minor, the numerous casualties still weighed heavily on their hearts. But El and Lu's egos began to calm the owner down because it was not his fault. They themselves made their choice. After the event, the guy returned home and greeted Su Jung. She was glad to see him back and continued to eat while sitting in front of the TV. He asked how long she planned to live with him. But she still didn't have a place to spend the night, although the guy didn't understand where she had lived before that. He went to his room to change his clothes and began to think about how he had never heard the whole story that day. After all, Su Jung said that he didn't have the right to know the whole truth yet, and only after he passed the 50th floor would she tell him everything. Gi Q asked Su Jung where his mother and sister were, and she replied that they went to a restaurant to have dinner with Shik Hyun, and they also took B with them. The boy smiled because his teacher didn't waste his time and he was happy for him. Suddenly he remembered that Su Jung could watch everything he did through his eye, and quickly went down to her to find out if she was watching this time too. She smiled and complimented his figure, but he asked her to do something about it, because he couldn't even go to the toilet normally. Su Jung began to explain to him that she was watching him not because she liked it, but because it was the only way to sort out the situation and not have contact with him. But now it was not necessary, because she was always nearby and he wanted Su Jung to lose this ability. Then she asked him if he would regret it, but the guy didn't understand why he should do it. To break the connection, it was necessary to take away from him the energy with which she filled him, but it was easier to give it than to pull it from him. Moreover, the guy's demon eye skill has awakened, and in order to get rid of its influence, she will have to do something extraordinary. After which, she came closer to the guy and kissed him on the lips. He definitely didn't expect that. Gi Q walked away from her and started yelling at her, not understanding why she was kissing him. Su Jung was surprised by this reaction and guessed that this was the first kiss in Gi Q's life. He covered his face with his hand without answering her, and she realized that he really hadn't kissed anyone yet. With a kiss, she canceled the transmission of the vision, and soon the boy's pupils would become as before, explaining to him that he had not lost the demon's eye because of this, but he had simply returned to his previous state. Now she could not hear the voice of the ego, although she was very interested in it. She also apologized for his first kiss, but the guy got angry again, so much so that he wanted to hit her, but he had little chance of winning, so he kept quiet. Since no one was home, Su Jung suggested that they also go to the basement, since Baal had prepared something special there. When they arrived at the basement, the guy stood with his mouth open, because his basement was different from what it was before. He would have been surprised how Baal managed to do this, but El explained to the master that he had put up a barrier that increased the space. He also set up a shock-proof barrier, and now they could train here without any problems. The boy didn't understand why they would do this, but Su Jung decided that there was no need for a reason for a teacher to fight with a student. She was already standing in full combat readiness, and waiting for the guy to begin the attack. At the moment, she couldn't teach Gi Chu much, since he hadn't passed the 50th floor yet. After all, on this floor there is a second-class change, and for those who have unique skills, the floor was considered special. There, all the players' unique skills are enhanced, or a new unique skill can be obtained. She gave the example of his friend Seok Woo, who also acquired a new unique skill. But first, she suggested that he attack her first, and then it would become clearer to him. The guy activated his skills and gained enough speed to attack. When he approached Su Jung and stabbed her with his sword, she was not there. Before he could react, he was already standing motionless as she held her sword right at his throat. Gi Chu quickly dodged it and flew back a short distance. El noted that Su Jung's fighting skills were top-notch. Su Jung asked the guy if he understood what her fighting technique and experience was, because now she planned to use all of it on him. And she quickly began to approach him, but he did not have time to look back, as she was already behind him. She began to attack him with her swords, but the guy managed to dodge her blows, even though the technique was lightning fast. Continuing her attacks, she began to talk about how she and Sun Ho had a mutual dislike that did not allow them to exist. If they collide, neither of them will remain intact. They maintain a balance of power. But the existence of Gi Chu and the intervention of the Iron Shield had upset this balance, and the boy, continuing to block her attacks, could not understand why she was talking about this now. Then she decided to say directly that the guy needs to become much stronger than he is now. After all, if within the year that she agreed on with Deseon Ho, the guy does not become as strong as the Iron Shield, then he will die. After these words, Sujong activated her unique skill, Ink Flame, and began to attack the guy with all her might. Then in response, he activated his death skill and prepared for her strike. When they collided, both energies created a powerful explosion that was hard to escape. But Baal didn't even move from his place, but simply watched them. When the dust and smoke cleared, Gi Q was lying on the floor, completely exhausted. Soo-young walked up to him and praised him, as his last attack was quite harsh. She also added that he could address her informally, since they were the same age. Meanwhile, at the gate, Rogers was hauling huge boulders with a single rope. Hart stopped him to give him some food. He threw a loaf of bread at his feet, and he stopped. When he saw the bread, he immediately pounced and began to eat it bloodthirstily. Hart looked at him and was surprised that the man who deserved to have all his limbs torn off seemed to want to live too. He reminded him not to forget that all this was the grace of the great master, and it was out of his kindness that he had glued his hand back on. Claiming that he understood everything, Hart pulled out a huge whip and struck Rogers on the back, ordering him to continue working. The powerful blow knocked Rogers off his feet, and he fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, his eyes were burning with revenge, but now not towards Gi Chu, but towards the Iron Shield. Hart watched as he resumed working, and was struck by the fact that his anger was now directed in a different direction. Instead of finally ending his revenge, he uses it for his next one. Everything was as Guy Q had told him, who had forced Rogers to build the huge structure. Hart thought that this business had great meaning, and that this structure would be useful to him in some way. But in reality, GQ made Rogers do this just so he could suffer. Gi Chu addressed Baal as you, but Baal asked him to address him simply by his first name, since he had every right to do so. Then he addressed him again, but by name, and asked how his work was progressing. Before they entered the gate, Baal asked Gi Chu for permission to do so, as he wanted to conduct research there. And Soo-jung confirmed that Baal knows a lot about the demon world, and he will definitely be useful to him. Even though she said so, the guy thought that Baal was quite unpleasant, although very capable. Baal answered Gi Chu's question and said that he had everything ready, but all the guy saw in front of him was some kind of seal. Then he explained that his gates were using too much power, or in other words, they were getting very hot. So Baal collected the remaining magical power and made crystals out of them. This meant that all the crystals that Brunhart had swallowed would come back, but he had no use for them, even if they could be sold. But Baal explained that if they only extracted the crystals, it would mean a slight improvement in the gate's efficiency, and that's all. But his goal was different. He created something special that distinguished him from other crystals. The crystal itself is a material for various magical items and fuel, and depending on its magical power, its color and appearance can change. Gi Chu picked up the crystal and began to examine it. He understood that it was a special item, but he did not understand where to use it. Egoel also said that she does not feel any presence of magical power in this crystal at all. Baal called this crystal very rare, and that was its value, but people still line up at the auction. Gi Chu still didn't understand why he needed to sell the crystal, but Baal said that when the guy learned its true value, even 1 billion wouldn't be enough for him. The guy was even more confused, but Baal was not going to tell him anything further, because he had to find out everything himself. Baal was mostly silent, although he called Gi Chu a great master, but at the same time he was not particularly friendly, and said nothing if he himself did not want it. However, the experiment to extract the crystal was successful, and most likely that is why he seemed happy and talked a lot lately. He said that the gate was an abandoned kingdom. Then Gi Chu admitted that there was someone who ruled this kingdom, and most likely it was a demon, but he gave an ambiguous answer saying that not only demons can take over the kingdom. Then Gi Chu began to ask Bell even more questions, because there were many things that he did not understand, and they had a very long conversation ahead of them. He said that no one left this territory of their own free will, they simply had no other choice. Although at that moment it was impossible not to stop this territory, he did not continue his story. First, the guy had to go up to the tower and get to the 50th floor, and only then would they be able to return to this conversation. The next day, Gi Q fought again in the basement with his teacher, He dodged her blows and constantly tried to avoid her direct attacks. She didn't understand why, when a girl like her stepped on him, he still continued to run away. The guy thought that she meant something else by this expression. He also believed that in a battle with the Demon King there was nothing left but to escape. When she heard this, she immediately rushed straight at him in an attempt to strike again. Soo-young got too close to him. He also used his sense of smell and distracted her so he could escape. Having flown away a short distance, she continued to attack him. Although death was a strong skill, it was not considered to be anything special. It is not a fact that the guy will be able to immediately defeat the enemy after using this skill, and if this happens, then he will have no chance of winning. She attacked Gi-Q with all her might, using her most powerful skill, and the energies collided again and the guy managed to avoid her powerful blow. But the recoil was so strong that he couldn't stay on his feet. Soo-young kept telling him not to always rely on his strength when attacking. After all, nothing good will come of this, and such a technique definitely won't work with the Iron Shield. Gi-Chu heard her words and quickly stood up and began to pick up speed to launch a counterattack. When he had released enough energy, the system informed him that the assimilation level had increased. The huge ball of death skill energy began to grow bigger and bigger. When Soo-young saw it, she was satisfied, because now the energy was in 2 rows. Gi-Chu's expression changed slightly, but Lu began to explain to him that the greater the assimilation between them, the stronger the skill that controls death. But the guy didn't react to his words in any way. He seemed to be in a trance and was overcome by strange feelings. Soo-young saw what was happening to him and immediately understood what it was connected with. She flew up to him, grabbed him by the chest and threw him to the ground with all her strength, telling him to pull himself together. Her blow was so powerful that Gi-Chu was knocked out for a moment, but came to his senses a few seconds later. When he woke up, he didn't understand what happened, but Soo-young explained to him, and he almost went crazy. She asked him how he felt after he was almost swallowed by the darkness. Gi-Chu didn't understand what she meant, because he was confident that he had everything under control. But she guessed that during the stupor, his body was filled with a feeling of complete satisfaction, which he could not refuse. This was magic. Because at that moment she felt a huge power over everyone around her, which is why demons are so dependent on this magic. Then she told him to find a player who had 100 swords. She explained that this player had swords, and the sacred sword Kalion Iron Sword and the sword Nain that Rogers had were obtained from him. He needed to find the sacred sword and strengthen L's powers, as his demonic power had grown so much that it was beginning to upset the balance. Gi-Chu's peculiarity reached the middle, and he could not replenish his strength from only one side. She suddenly grabbed him by the neck and asked why he still addressed her as you, if they were the same age, because by earthly standards this was indeed the case. Soo-young decided to go inside to have a snack, because she was very hungry after training. She asked the guy if his relatives had returned home yet, and he decided to call them to find out about it. He opened the gate where he hid his phone to see if there was any news from them. When he picked up the phone, his face immediately changed. He had a missed call from Grandpa Ji-chul from the bench. The guy immediately tensed up, because his grandfather called him for the first time in all this time, and this meant that he needed help. When he called him back, the voice on the other end of the line was intermittent, and Gi-Chu couldn't make out a single word. And then the voice died down completely. The guy couldn't understand why his grandfather was silent, and Elle admitted that most likely the connection was interrupted because of the barrier. But Gi-Chu was sure that this was not so, because Baal said that he left it open. The guy continued calling the girl, hoping that she would answer him. And finally I heard his voice. He was talking about the guy coming to the workshop as soon as possible. He said that he had very little time left, and something about his grandson Min-Soo, but the connection was lost again. When the guy heard his words, he was seriously scared, realizing that something bad had happened. Meanwhile, Secretary Song-Hu was having dinner at the association's cafe, but he was interrupted from his meal by Gi-Q's insistent call. He picked up the phone, and the guy immediately asked him what would happen if a player ran around the streets without permission, and whether it was considered a violation of the law. Song-Hu confirmed his words because it was indeed dangerous, but he didn't understand why the guy was asking him about it. The guy explained that he urgently needed to go to one place, and if there were any privileges for mercenaries, he would be very happy about it. Sung-Hu started asking Gi-Q questions to figure out where exactly he needed to go, since he could easily give him a ride. But the guy, without waiting for an answer, hung up, which seemed very strange to Song-Hu. Ji-Chu immediately took off and activated his acceleration skill to get to the shop faster. He moved so quickly that no one around even noticed him. When he stopped in one of the areas, a column of dust stood around him. Elle and Lu confirmed that he had arrived at the appointed place. Then the boy activated his defense and took both swords in his hands, preparing for the worst. When he began to descend into the basement of the workshop, he did not feel the presence of other people. But Elle and Lu's egos still asked him to be careful. No matter how good his perception was, it was better to be prepared. The guy went down to the workshop door and decided not to rush into it. Gi-Chu decided to use his eye skill and tried to see what was behind the door and if there were any strangers there. When he saw that it was empty, he decided that he could go in and open the door. Then the guy opened the door a little and started asking his grandfather what had happened to him. But when he saw Ji-Chu lying on the floor with his head down and not moving at all, he panicked. The guy quickly ran up to him and began to see if he was okay, trying to see if he had any injuries. Gi-Chu saw that his grandfather's hands had become completely weak, as if all his strength had left him. When the guy looked around, he realized that all the weapons from his workshop had been stolen. Suddenly, the grandfather began to wheeze and spoke up, asking Gi-Chu if it was really him. But the guy asked him to wait with the conversation, because the grandfather urgently needed to drink the potion and then take him to the hospital. But Ji-Chu stopped him and asked him not to do anything, because he felt that he didn't have much time left. The guy was shocked by the old man's words because he could not leave him in such a state. Ji-Chu asked the guy to listen to him, because he didn't have much time left. He asked Gi-Chu if he remembered his request, and the boy nodded approvingly, because he remembered it well. Then Ji-Chu began to explain that he was one of the pioneers they had talked about so often. The boy was stunned by his grandfather's words and asked him again if it was true. But the grandfather confirmed this with confidence and continued to talk about the fact that the guy himself knew about the people who became the first players when the tower appeared. At the beginning, there was no information about the tower, and it was difficult to hunt goblins. So many players died, but his comrades continued to fight to protect humanity. Jin-Chul admitted that he had no interest in getting stronger and stopped lifting, after which he began to cough heavily, which frightened the guy even more, but he tried to calm him down, saying that he just had a sore throat. He went on to say that at the time he was a tank and was not involved in making weapons, but had already been involved in blacksmithing before that. As a player and using his blacksmith skills, he could make good weapons, although back then he couldn't make special weapons like he can now. It was precisely this type of weapon that he began to make later, since he had a good incentive to do so. Gi-Chu listened attentively to the old man and became curious about what prompted him to create a special weapon. Grandpa said that this happened before he went to the 50th floor to get a new class, trying to find a way to improve his blacksmithing abilities. And then a question came to his mind, which he and the guy asked, "Why in the tower you only need to go up, and not the other way around?" At that moment, he was consumed with thoughts about whether the tower was directed only upwards, and what could be in the basements of the tower. It took Ji-Chu several years to find that very dungeon of the tower. He had to circle around the first floor over and over again, passing the same places. He has even been to places where no one has ever wandered before. Perhaps no one but him knows the first floor so well. And then he finally found the door that led to the basement, which was hidden from other players, and through it he entered another world. The guy was so shocked by Ji-Chul's words that he was speechless. But after he heard them, he suddenly felt ill. He fell, and his brain felt like it was pierced by an electric current. The system began to notify him that he had received information to which he had no right, and that he would be punished for this. His brain felt like it was being torn apart from the inside. He grabbed his head and couldn't understand what was happening to him. The pain was so terrible that it completely disoriented him, and he could not see anything in front of him. The sharp pain continued to dull his brain so much that blood began to flow from his mouth. Lu tried to reach him and shouted at him to pull himself together. The guy remembered Sujung's words that he had no right to know the whole truth until he passed the 50th floor. Also the words of Bao, who said absolutely the same thing and could not tell the guy any details. All twisted in pain from what he heard, Gi-Chu now understood what they meant. The grandfather looked at the boy with confusion and did not understand what was happening to him and why he was so tense. But Gi-Chu asked him to continue his story and not pay attention to him. He felt as if someone was picking at his brain, but he couldn't stop talking because he didn't know when he would get another chance. Then the old man continued talking about the tower's dungeon, a place that turned out to be not so incredible. All around there was only burning earth and barren desert. Not the most suitable place for life. Gi-chu still felt pain but continued to listen, but Lu seemed to remember something, but decided to tell about it later. The old man wandered and explored the area for a long time but found nothing special, as if he had entered an endless gate. So he decided to go back along the same path, but at that moment he met a monster. Among the other pioneers, Ji-chul was also considered to be among the strong, but when he saw the monster he stood there dumbfounded. The monster was much stronger than all those he had encountered in the tower. He was so exhausted that he prepared himself for death, because he had no chance of winning. But suddenly a girl appeared in front of him and saved him from a terrible monster. This girl was his wife, and their first meeting was very bright. Then the guy assumed that perhaps she was also a player like him. But the old man suddenly fell down without strength and could no longer answer him. Gi-chu was overcome with panic and quickly ran up to the old man and started calling him, trying to bring him to his senses. Ji-chul briefly came to his senses and pointed to his pocket. The guy took a map and a small object from his pocket that reminded him of a hammer. The old man, with his last strength, began to explain that this was a map that indicated where the door leading to the dungeon was. He tried to say something else, but a strong cough prevented him from doing so. Life began to leave him, and he still tried to say something about his grandson Min-soo, but he didn't have time. He lay completely immobile, and it was clear that he could no longer cope with the pain. Suddenly Brunhart remembered that his master could turn a person into an ego, and perhaps he would be able to save the old man. The guy thought about it, but El thought it was too dangerous, and there was no certainty that everything would work out and he would be able to revive him completely. But Lu, on the contrary, thought that this was a good option, especially since the old man was dying anyway. Gi-chu turned to his grandfather and said that he would try to help him, but there was no time to explain the details. To do this, he would have to take his life once, but the probability of success was extremely small. Ji-chul tried to smile and told him to go ahead. This was his only chance to try anyway. The old man added that he called the guy because he trusted him, and these words touched the guy's soul. Then the boy took out his sword and asked his grandfather to be patient for a little while, as it would hurt a little. He thrust the sword into the old man's body, and he thanked him, telling the boy to be sure to save Min-soo. Meanwhile, the sword activated its cannibalism skill and began to absorb Ji-chul's body. The last thing Gi-chu heard from him was that his grandson was an excellent blacksmith and that the boy should take care of him. When Lu had completely absorbed his body, the boy opened an information window. The system informed him that the player Ji-chul had failed to turn into an ego and had only absorbed its fragments. His ego began to calm him down and tell him that they would find a way to get him back because the fragment was not a complete failure. Gi-chu agreed with them, since it was still better than if nothing had happened at all. He asked Lu if he knew anything about it, because he thought he remembered something. But Lu was in no hurry to tell him, since this information could have led to another punishment, but the guy was very lucky that everything turned out that way. Since this is usually punishable by death, Lu decided to tell the guy some safe information. He said that the old man was right, and another world exists, and he is far from alone. There are so many of them that they cannot be counted. After these words, Gi-chu felt sick again and grabbed his head. Then Lu stopped telling, since the guy first needed to get a license. Meanwhile, some kind of ceremony was taking place on the first floor of the tower. In the center stood a man who said that soon the gods would come to them, who would punish this world, and their apostle would become the king of the gods. The excited crowd began to shout that they needed a sacrifice, which they would make to open the gates. They were all dressed in white cloaks, and their faces were hidden behind masks. The man who was standing near the sarcophagus where the little boy lay suddenly stopped. He thought about how all these people who had gathered for the ceremony really didn't understand what would happen when the seal on the door was removed. But despite this, the apostle decided to hold the ceremony and began to open the seal. Suddenly a loud explosion sounded behind them, which frightened everyone around. As the dust began to settle, they saw the outline of the guy who had gotten in their way. Gi-chu, with complete hatred in his eyes, looked at them and tried to figure out where Min-soo was. Sometime before this, the guy left the shop and headed at full speed to the first floor of the tower. Lu asked him if he was sure that they were heading to the exact place marked on the old man's map, and the boy confidently confirmed this. He couldn't forget that place, because before meeting El and Lu he had often been there. Even when he was still a guide, after work he would come there, to the farthest corner of the first floor, where the players couldn't reach. He wandered around the lower floors more than others, so this was his secret place. And every time in that place only one goblin appeared, on which he trained. When the boy entered the tower and went up to the first floor, he found the place, but he couldn't get to it. I placed a barrier on this place, restricting the entrance, and another barrier, creating interference for recognition. The guy began to think about how to open the barrier, because if he just hit it, it was not a fact that it would open. Then Lu told him that usually such barriers require a key, and the guy suddenly remembered. The old man gave him a map and a small hammer-shaped object. Perhaps it was the key to the barrier. The guy took this object out of his pocket and touched the barrier with it, and a moment later it opened. Gi-Chu landed right into the crowd of people waiting for the ceremony, and with such force that some were thrown back several meters. The guy was ready for battle, because he knew that no one would give the boy to him just like that. He noticed a coffin ahead and felt Minsu's aura emanating from it. On the way to this place, Gi-Chu interrogated the guards and was able to find out something about them. First, they all belonged to the Carbon Guild, and their purpose was to hold the ceremony. Namely, they wanted to sacrifice Minsu, who is the descendant of the Guardian, and open the door to another world. The Carbon Guild seemed somehow familiar to the boy, but he couldn't remember where he heard about it. Most of them were mid-rankers, like the leader Don Hai and a few high-rankers. But the most dangerous thing was that their so-called apostle was almost on the same level as Gi-Chu. Then the guy began to think of a plan, because while she would fight with the others would choose the moment to attack him. He decided to call on his wolf bee for help, who immediately began to attack the crowd. On the other hand, Gi-Chu opened the gate and summoned an army of skeletons led by Hart and Durahan, who covered his back. The assistant who stood next to the apostle could not believe his eyes. How could a man possess such divine skills? Because it was impossible. He was sure that the guy had used some kind of trick and decided to teach him a lesson for his antics. Thus, he began to attack him and ran towards him with all his might, shouting furiously. When he started to strike towards Gi-Chu, he deftly dodged them. Then the player began to attack the guy with even greater fury, trying to destroy him. But all his attempts to somehow touch Gi-Chu were in vain. He dodged absolutely every one of his attacks. This made the player even more angry, because he thought the guy was acting like a coward. Once again, the player tried to strike. Gi-Chu dodged and struck him back. When the guy destroyed it, he still managed to say a few words, but they were incomprehensible. The boy looked at him and suddenly heard one of their guild members call the man by the name Andras. When Lu heard this name, he immediately became so angry that his anger was too strong. The guy felt it and realized that Lu had never had such a rush even on the 30th floor when he met his flesh. But Lu decided to tell about it later, because first the guy needed to think about the enemy who was right in front of his nose. The boy looked at the man called the Apostle and noticed that he did not react to him in any way. Gi-Chu began to think about his plan, because if he attacked first, it would be too risky. Then he asked him what his goal was in this matter. If he was in cahoots with the members of the chain, then why didn't he attack first? The Apostle, without thinking twice, replied that he too did not want to see his son being used. The guy was shocked by his words. It turns out that this man was Minsu's father and the old man's son. The Apostle was surprised that under such circumstances, Gi-Chu was trying to conduct an analysis of the family. He realized that judging by the fact that the boy was able to pass through his barrier, the old man had sent him, the Apostle confirmed that it was he who had wounded his father and stolen his son. But he did it, not because he wanted to, but because it was a forced choice, even though it sounded like an excuse. Lu felt that this man looked very old, but this was impossible, because the tower had only been built 23 years ago. Gi-Chu told Apostle that his age was not quite true, because Grandpa Huang said that he met his wife when he was still a player. And if we take into account that the tower appeared quite recently, then the Apostle should have been about the same age as Gi-Chu. But Minsu's age and the Apostle's appearance did not match at all, and this seemed even more strange to him. After Gi-Chu's words, the Apostle only smiled and asked if the boy knew about creatures from another world. He explained to Gi-Chu that the flow of time in other worlds is different from that on Earth. The guy suddenly remembered Su-Jung's words about Tony being the same age as her, but only by earthly standards, and he understood what she meant. Meanwhile, the Apostle continued his story, saying that his father and Minsu were born on Earth, but he was born and raised in another world. His belonging to another world entailed great punishment, so he began to think. He couldn't decide whether to go back or what he needed to do to go back. After these words, the guy noticed that a crack appeared on the Apostle's face, which made him very wary. The Apostle covered his face with his hand and continued to say that his father was against him remaining in this world and breaking off relations with it. The boy decided that the apostle meant that after sealing the door that led to another world, he was torn away from his son. He felt bad about it, but he endured it all just for the sake of his son. However, in order for him to live for himself, he needed to become the king of that other world. But the boy did not understand who Andras was, about whom the apostle's minions spoke. Then he said that Andras was the leader of those who were now fighting the warriors of GQ. After these words, he tried to say something else, but suddenly began to stutter and could not speak normally. The guy noticed that something was wrong with him, and Lou explained that it was Andras's psychic attack. The apostle held out until the very end due to his high resistance, but this turned into poison for him. After prolonged brainwashing, the apostle developed a completely new consciousness. His face began to glow like fire, and he kept repeating the same words about sacrifice and how he would become king. Suddenly, it exploded completely and everything around started to burn with fire. Everyone started shouting that this was the coming of the apostle and tried to run away in order to somehow save themselves. Hart gave orders to his warriors to catch every single one of them and not let anyone escape. All the guild members began to run in different directions and tried to open the barrier. But B and the warriors led by Hart did not give them a single chance of salvation. At this moment, the apostle no longer looked like himself. Now in front of Ji Chu stood a huge stone monster that was burning with fire from within. The guy covered himself with his hand, but it was too hot, and then he called B for help. But the monster began to attack the guy with his fire to kill. It seemed that this was the end for him. After the attack, the guy still stood in place and his body was swallowed by water. He survived thanks to the elemental water, but the monster's flames were too strong and the mastery of Gi Chu's skills was not enough to withstand it. The monster began to attack the guy again and tried to grab him with its fiery hands, but Gi Chu managed to dodge him and quickly ran behind him. The guy tried to catch his breath, since using elemental skills took too much of his strength, although it was already working out better. Then the guy thought that B could attack the monster himself, since elemental skills don't affect him as much. But Lu disagreed with Gi Chu because the basic defense power was completely different, and it would be very difficult to damage him. While they were thinking about their plan, the monster attacked them again with a huge fireball that it released straight from its mouth. Gi Chu waited until the ball was very close, and with a quick movement bounced away from it to the side. But suddenly he noticed that the ball of fire flew straight into the sarcophagus where Min Su lay. There was a loud explosion, and the guy was overcome with fear for the boy he could not help. Gi Chu was beside himself with fear and anger, but Lu calmed him down, saying that the boy would be fine. When they came here, Lu felt that Min Su had good skills. When the smoke cleared, the boy saw that the sarcophagus was protected by a barrier. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked Du to talk about such things in advance. Now the guy had only one thing left to do: fight the huge monster. He came up with a plan, and if he couldn't destroy it with elemental water, he would use elemental fire. Gi Chu activated his elemental fire skill and began to burn all over. He sped up and flew towards the monster with all his might to check whose fire was stronger. When he approached the monster, he began to inflict a huge number of blows with swords all over its body. And just as quickly he dodged his attacks and flew away a short distance. He asked Lu what the monster's condition was now, to which he replied that there was some progress from the guy's attacks. Then the guy established a connection, and tentacles of darkness began to wrap around the neck of the huge monster. They hit him so hard that the monster couldn't hold his head up, and then the guy pulled him harder towards himself. After that, he swung his sword and dealt him a strong blow, aiming straight at the head. The monster let out a loud cry of pain, but it still didn't stop him. Then Lu asked Gi Chu why he was not fighting him at full strength, because the enemy was much stronger, and he needed to be finished off while there was still the opportunity. But the boy didn't fight with his full strength, since it was still Min Su's father, even though he was consumed by the forces of darkness. While lost in his thoughts, the boy noticed too late that the monster had begun to attack him. The demon hit the spot on his back where Gi Chu stood, and barely managed to jump back from the blow, and flew with all his might to the ground. When the boy noticed that his equipment was starting to suffer, he realized that the damage was piling up, and he had no time to hesitate. The demon's eye that had disappeared when Sujong took away his power began to gradually return to him. Thanks to the demon's eye, he realized that this giant was the same man, and at the same time not him. But they did not understand what he was talking about, and he could not explain it to them, because he himself did not fully understand everything. But he knew exactly what he had to do, because Soo-jung had told him that death was not just about resolving something. And if a guy looks at it a little deeper, then he will be able to use this skill more extensively than before. This fire, which is not Min-soo's father, he will try to destroy only him. The guy sped up and climbed onto the monster, avoiding its attacks. He jumped away from his head and now hung right above him and activated his death skill. Gi-kyu began to attack him and swung his sword through the monster's entire body, cutting it in half. After his blow, the monster began to fall to the ground, and his fire instantly began to go out. As he fell, a huge explosion occurred. The fire that had engulfed part of the floor was gradually dying down, which Elle was very happy about, as she was worried that the fire would destroy everything. Min-soo's father lay on the ground completely charred, and it looked like he was dead too. Gi-kyu came closer to him and saw that he had come to his senses. In pain, he began to say that his real name was Hwang Chae-il, and his other name is Paimon's descendant. Suddenly, Lu responded to his words, saying that he understood this from the very beginning. Gi-kyu didn't understand what Lu meant, but he didn't bother to explain anything, since that wasn't the most important thing. Then the boy told Chae-il to tell him who Andras was. He replied that the guy should find the Carbon Guild, in which that same Andras was. Life was leaving him, and he reached out to the boy and asked him to take care of his son. The boy silently accepted his request, then raised his sword and plunged it into Chae-il's body. The system activated the cannibalism skill and began to transform the fire giant into an ego. After the giant's transformation was successful, the body evaporated. It so happened that the guy killed both the father and the son with his own hands, but he had no other way. Now he had to think about how to get the boy out of the sarcophagus, which he wanted to try to open with a hammer. But Lu refuted his guess, because this barrier had a completely different mechanism. At this point, Hart turned to GQ, saying that they had dealt with all the participants of the ceremony. When he turned to them, every single one of them bowed before him. He ordered them to do everything else, and returned back to the gate. And they obediently began to take with them all the bodies of the guild members. The guy also ordered the rest of the warriors to take the sarcophagus and carefully carry it. When they finished and completely left the place, the guy suddenly heard a noise and turned around. In front of him stood an orc, the same one that kept appearing in the same place. When he saw him, the guy was even a little happy, because he hadn't seen him for a very long time. But the orc suddenly screamed and began to quickly run away towards the forest, and the guy did not understand what had happened to him. Lu admitted that perhaps the orc instinctively felt that he could not win and decided to run away. The guy smiled, picked up a small stone from the ground, and shot it at the orc. The stone hit him straight in the head and thus destroyed him. The guy's mood improved a little, because he didn't think he was hitting the target. Suddenly, Elle and Brunhart started calling out to their master to get his attention, because they felt the ego. Turning around, the guy also felt this aura, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Gi-kyu walked towards the direction from which he felt this aura, and saw a cave on the way. The guy remembered that he had seen this cave before, but when he entered it, he did not feel the presence of the ego. Elle admitted that this cave might have been the entrance to the basement that the old man had spoken of. He found it strange, because he had just clearly felt the ego's aura, and it suddenly disappeared somewhere. Lu thought he was unlikely to find anything in such a narrow place, and Ella didn't see any changes. The guy agreed with them, but decided to sit down and talk to Lu before returning home. At the same time, he decided to wait until the cooldown of the elemental skill passed. He opened the gate and took out some water to refresh himself a little, waiting for Lu to tell him something, but he was annoyed that Gi-chu was constantly demanding something from him. The guy explained that Lu himself always pretends to know something and has a feeling that he remembers everything but does not talk about it. But Lu said he just had fragments of memories when there was a special occasion. Gi-chu wanted Lu to explain to him who Andras was and who was Paimon's descendant. Then Lu revealed that Andras and Paimon were the demons that occupied the 72nd position. By position, he meant the Demon King class, but not like Soo-jung, but the Great Demon class that occupied the position right after the real king. There were a total of 72 positions in which Baal occupied the first place. Andras was in the last position, but he was called a terrible demon, not because he was strong, but because he had a bestial character. Paimon held a high position and was one of the 2 guardians of hell, and he was also the great blacksmith of hell. The boy remembered that Hwang was a descendant of Paimon, and that was why his weapon was so special. Lu suddenly became silent, and Gi-chu ordered him to continue speaking, but Lu replied that he had told everything and that he did not remember anything else. The guy was a little upset. He had expected a little more information. When he returned home, he was caught off guard by Soo-jung, who wanted to go on a date with him. But he politely turned her down, saying that they had not agreed on a date, but were simply planning to have dinner together. Moreover, Gi-kyu did not have time for this, since he had urgent matters. Soo-jung asked what kind of business the guy might have had, and Gi-kyu decided that it was worth knowing about it. Their conversation was quite long, but after he told her everything, she looked very serious. Soo-jung was curious about what was going on with that boy, and the boy said that he had given the sarcophagus to Baal, and that he was now trying to remove the barrier. She thought for a bit, but then confidently said that the guy needed to go with her and meet someone. When they arrived at the association's office, they met with the head of the association, Oh Tae-gu and Shik-hyun. The boy felt awkward because he didn't think that the Demon King could calmly sit at the same table with the head of the association. The guy looked at Soo-jung and she asked why he was so surprised that they knew each other. Then Chief Oh Tae-gu said that they don't have such a bad relationship with the Demon King, although he doesn't know what he thinks of him. Moreover, Soo-jung was also a mercenary of the association and showed the guy her ring. The head of the association was obsessed with increasing power, and they helped each other when the situation required it. They had roughly the same relationship as Gi-kyu had with the association, which also met some of his needs. The only thing Gi-kyu didn't understand was that although Soo-jung was cooperating with the boss, the guy didn't consider her manner of speaking and pointing her finger to be a normal attitude towards an elderly person. But suddenly it dawned on the guy. He remembered that in another world, time flows differently than on Earth, and it is possible that in fact she is the same age as the chairman. Soo-jung heard his words and tried to stop his crazy stream of thoughts, explaining that it was not about that at all. She couldn't stand it any longer and started yelling at Gi-chu, saying that she simply didn't like the head of the association, which is why she was speaking to him so brazenly. Soo-jung got so angry at the guy that she started to beat him up because she didn't understand why she had to explain everything to him all the time. In turn, Gi-kyu was very ashamed in front of her. He apologized and said nothing more. After a short argument, Soo-jung decided to get straight to the point and asked the leader if he knew that the Carbon Guild had already begun to act. Hearing her words, Shik-hyun was very surprised because it seemed like he didn't know about it. Soo-jung looked at Shik-hyun with a puzzled expression, as she thought he should have known since he was also a pioneer. Then the head replied that his son did not know much about the other world, but he was already trying to find out everything little by little. Shik-hyun thought that he couldn't stay downstairs all the time since his disciple was growing bigger every day. The name of the guild seemed very familiar to him, and Gi-chu noticed that he was also trying to remember where he had heard about it before. They suddenly started remembering their conversation before training, when one of Gi-kyu's teammates left the association to join it. When they both realized that they were talking about the guild that Theo had joined, they jumped up from their seats in shock. Soo-jung and Chief Tae-gu were confused as to why they had such a reaction. Lu asked the guy who this Theo was, and the guy explained to him that they worked together when the guy was still a guide. Gi-chu couldn't understand if his close colleague was among the Carbon Guild members he had destroyed, since he had checked all the bodies. From Gi-kyu's reaction, Soo-jung realized that he had acquaintances in this guild. But the guy was interested in what exactly the head knew about this guild, and who they really were. The head of the association did not know where to begin his story, since he did not understand what exactly Gi-chu knew about the tower. And then he started from the very beginning of the story, that the tower is an innumerable number of other worlds. The tower is a wedge that passes through each of the worlds and connects them with a chain that binds them together. She gradually devours and captures all these worlds, and the proof of this is the gates that began to appear simultaneously with the tower. After hearing this, the system began to give the guy signals that he had received information that he had no right to, and that he would be punished. Hellish pain engulfed him again, and everything around him seemed blurry, and he was completely disoriented. The leader and Shik-hyun were very scared for the boy and started asking what was wrong with him. Then Soo-jung remembered that due to the lack of rights, the guy had to endure punishment. The head of the association was shocked that the guy still hadn't passed the 50th floor. They all suddenly fell silent, and the guy continued to sit holding his head and trying to come to his senses. The guy began to think that because he hadn't passed the required floor, they all despised him, and that's why they didn't say anything. The leader turned to Gi-chu and said that until now, there had been no cases of such rapid growth as the guy's, so he thought that he had passed the 50th floor. Su-young thought for a second and touched the guy's head with her hand, asking him to be patient for a little while. An electric charge passed through her fingers into his head, and thus she activated the stigma. Gi-kyu opened the information window to see what had changed, and saw that he was now temporarily subordinate to Su-jung. He became very angry, because he didn't want her to control him in any way. Su-young explained to the guy that it wasn't what he thought, and that she simply used her second unique skill on him. It's called submission, but in reality, she'll just share his punishment, since he's not the type she could subjugate with the stigma. Lu confirmed Su-jung's words that it was just a kind of contract, and the conditions, on the contrary, were rather unfavorable for her, and he would not suffer in any way. The guy breathed a sigh of relief, and Su-jung asked him not to worry about the stigma, as she would remove it as soon as they finished talking. When he heard this, he remembered how she had taken away her power and blushed all over. The head continued the story about how on the upper floors there are the rulers of the tower, those who created it and are the master, as well as those who at one time ruled other worlds. Earth has not yet been fully captured, so they cannot use their power here, but inside the tower that connects the worlds it is quite possible. So there was a reason why Gi-kyu was in no hurry to conquer the upper floors. Su-young's head also hurt like the guy's, but this pain was much more bearable. Gi-chu thought that the tower and the gate, although dangerous, were considered treasure troves of various resources, but the very existence of rulers posed a danger to humanity. Su-jung asked the guy not to worry about it, because many of the ghosts were sealed, and they were still very far from capturing the land. On the upper floors, Diseon-ho was inferior to them in strength, but there were many times when they descended to the ground and were unable to resist him. The boy was surprised at how strong Lee Seon-ho was, since he could fight back against such great rulers. Now his vessel was polluted, and therefore he was weak, but during his peak, he was very strong. Even if everyone present in that room had joined forces, they would have had difficulty resisting him. Gi-chu was once again lost in his thoughts, thinking that even though he had become stronger, he was still far from that kind of strength. On his way, he had already met so many strong players that he had no idea how much more he would have to overcome. Lu distracted him from his thoughts and reminded him of one girl who was also very strong. The guy couldn't understand who they were talking about. Then Lu called her by her name Ha-rim, and Gi-kyu remembered her. She was the one he met at the very first gate, Talon's dungeon, along with the team leader. Gi-kyu thought she seemed strong enough, and he wondered how much stronger she was than him now. Lu's assimilation level was low back then, so he doesn't remember how strong she was, but she was most likely no less strong than Su-jung. The guy looked at Su-jung carefully, and she, in turn, thought that he was looking at her because he liked her. He started to deny it, saying that he was just talking to the ego, and glanced at her, but she didn't believe him. Then the head took the floor, saying that the most important thing now is Andras, because who would have thought that he would become the leader of the Carbon Guild? The guy looked at the chairman in surprise. He didn't expect that Taegu knew Andras, but he knew him well, and guessed that this terrible demon probably wanted to remove the seal from the rulers of the tower in order to destroy the world. After they finished their meeting, Gi-kyu called his secretary to take them home. But Su-jung did not go with him as she needed to talk to the head. On the way home, Gi-kyu apologized to Sung-hoon for calling him late. But the secretary wasn't angry with him at all, because he was paid for his evening overtime. The guy felt very tired, as he had learned quite a lot today, and Elle suggested that he rest upon arriving home. But the guy couldn't afford it yet since he still had things to do at home. Upon arriving home, he entered the gate and saw that Baal had found a way to use his blood to open the sarcophagus. When the blood hit the seal, the sarcophagus began to glow and the barrier gradually began to disappear. The guy was surprised by the strange method that Baal used, as he didn't think it could work. When the barrier completely disappeared, Gi-chu walked up to the sarcophagus and opened it. Inside lay the boy Min-su, but he was still unconscious. Baal looked through his vision skill and saw no damage or magical effects on the boy. He was completely fine. Then Lu suggested to the guy that he give the boy a healing potion that was supposed to help him. The guy immediately took out the potion and began to give it to Min-su, and he miraculously woke up. The guy was glad that the potion worked. He turned to Min-su and asked if he remembered him. The boy looked at Gi-kyu with surprise and without thinking twice called him Dad. The guy took the boy to his home to feed him and decide what to do next. When they entered the house, they were seen by his sister and mother, who were shocked by this picture. In front of them stood Gi-Q, and the boy held onto his shirt and hid behind his back. His mother and sister were so shocked that they could not understand where he got the child from and how everything happened so quickly. But the guy started saying that it was not what they thought and was going to explain everything to them. Yu-Jung didn't listen to the guy and started jumping with delight that she now had a nephew. GQ didn't like his sister's behavior, and he grabbed her by the ear to make her calm down a little and stop talking nonsense. The sister grabbed her ear, which was hurting badly, and moved away while the mother stood still and waited for an explanation. The boy began to tell his mother that this child was the grandson of a man to whom the boy was greatly indebted. Leaning slightly towards her, he began to whisper, lying that the boy had lost his family in an accident, and because of the shock, he didn't remember anything. That's why he considers Gi-Q his father. After these words of the guy, his mother felt very sorry for the boy. She squatted down and began to talk to him, asking his name. The boy was very afraid, but still answered her that his name was Min-Soo. Gi-Q's mother smiled at him and invited Min-Soo to call her his grandmother. The boy returned to the gate again, but Lu didn't understand why he went home if he ran back anyway. But Gi-Q needed to at least feed the boy, because he had been unconscious for a very long time, and Gi-Q's mother looked at him as if he really was her grandson. The boy sat with Min-Soo on a small stove and watched him eat, and he also noticed that the boy seemed to have become younger. Lu explained this by saying that the child saw his father try to kill his grandfather, and then stole his own son. The guy assumed that the boy might have some trauma left after the events that had happened, and was thinking about how to help him. And El decided that maybe he needed to see some things or places connected with his grandfather, and maybe then he would remember something. The guy immediately thought about the workshop, but it was a mistake to take him there, because that was where he got injured. Then he remembered the small hammer that Grandpa Min-Soo had given him and decided to show it to him, hoping that it would work. When the boy took out the hammer and gave it to the boy, he was very surprised. The boy asked Min-Soo if he knew what it was, but the boy only repeated that the hammer was very beautiful. He got off Gi-Q's lap and started to twirl the hammer in his hands, continuing to examine it. The guy was glad that he liked it. Suddenly, the hammer lit up and became several times larger than it was, but the boy held it just as confidently. The boy was scared when he saw what happened to the hammer in Min-Soo's hands. Lu confirmed that the boy is indeed a descendant of Paimon and that he bestows a blessing on any weapon. Suddenly, the boy stopped spinning and began to walk towards the sarcophagus in which he lay. The guy looked at Min-Soo and started calling him, but he seemed to be in a trance and did not react to Gi-Q in any way. Min-Soo raised the hammer above himself, and the boy became even more scared, not understanding what he was going to do. Then the boy swung the hammer with all his might and hit the sarcophagus. The impact was so strong that the sarcophagus shattered into piles of stones, and everything around was covered in dust. The guy covered his eyes with his hands to keep the dust out, but suddenly he saw that Min-Soo had split the sarcophagus in half, which frightened him greatly. Lu asked Gi-Q to watch carefully what the boy was doing, because this was the blood of Paimon's descendant. Min-Soo continued to be a hammer on the sarcophagus, and everything that was left after it. Gi-Chu saw that the boy had started to create a sculpture with one hammer and was even more shocked. But Lu told the boy to look deeper, because Paimon was on a completely different level compared to other blacksmiths. Gi-Chu felt like Lu was praising the demon, although it was not like him, but he explained it by saying that Paimon was one of the few who did not betray him. Meanwhile, the boy continued to knock some kind of sculpture out of the sarcophagus. When morning came, the boy was lying in Gi-Q's arms, as he was too exhausted from the hammer, which was larger than him, and he had been making a sculpture for several hours without a break. Lu, in turn, was amazed by his strength, but judging by the fact that the potion affected him, he was not a descendant. But judging by the fact that he was able to enter the tower, it is immediately clear that this is not an ordinary kid, but be that as it may, he is a craftsman. Now it was clear why the old man had called him more outstanding than himself. Despite the fact that the boy did not remember anything, he managed to accurately reproduce the image of his grandfather in the sculpture. Lu asked the boy what he would do with the sculpture, leading him to believe that it was the bowl. The guy didn't even believe it at first, but now he could use this cup to save Grandpa Min-Soo. He only needed to put Grandpa Huang's ego into this cup, but he didn't understand how to do it, because he only had a fragment of ego left. El explained to GQ that Brunhart had taken over the future's memories, and since he had not disappeared completely, a way could be found to bring him back to life. The boy touched the head of the sculpture and tried to create a connection with it, which he managed to establish. It was an ego without a personality, like all those the old man had created. But if he could put a whole ego into it, he might be able to revive it. However, Ji-Chu did not know if there was a way to restore the ego fragment. Baal suddenly approached him and replied that there was such a way. Then the guy took the boy into the house and put him to bed in his room, and he himself returned to sort things out. Baal looked at the sculpture and praised Paimon's heir for such a superb cup. The guy wanted to check with Baal whether the method really existed, but he replied that half of it existed, but he couldn't say for sure. After all, there have never been anyone like GQ before, and since there have been no similar cases, there can be no certainty. But Lu was sure that Baal had started this conversation for a reason, which meant that there was almost certainly a way. Baal said that the old man's ego needed to be restored first, and also noted that GQ had everything he needed to do this. The fragment of the ego and the piece of the ego that the guy has had to be connected, then it would be possible to restore the missing parts. Gi-Chu couldn't understand how Baal knew about the piece of ego and its connection. Baal replied that Su-Jung told him about it because she was the demon queen, and then continued to explain the plan of action. If they restore the original form of the ego, then the basic essence cannot be restored, since the personality is not so easy to restore again. Therefore, for this they will need the sacred sword 9 and a transparent crystal. Baal began to explain to the guy why they needed these items, but the guy didn't understand anything from his story. He apologized for confusing the guy, but Lu understood everything he said, although that was exactly why he didn't like explorers. Lu decided to explain everything himself to Gi-Chu and told him to first pick up the 9 sword and the crystal. When the boy did as he was told, Lu noticed that the sword had become completely demonic and realized that it was most likely the work of Baal. But there were also advantages to this. Now, it would be easier for Lu to deal with him, since Gi-Chu had established a connection with the owner of the demonic swords. The next step was to connect the fragment piece and put it into 9. This sword is capable of absorption, so it will handle it itself. The boy raised his sword in front of him and spoke the words of connection, after which the system confirmed the connection of the fragment of the grandfather's ego and the second piece of the ego. Everything around was illuminated with light, and Lu confirmed that now all parts of the ego and the life force of the sword 9 were mixed into one. Next, Gi-Q had to take a transparent crystal and bring it to the sword. When he did this, he held the crystal near the sword and waited for further clues from Lu. Baal watched as the pieces mixed inside the sword naturally absorbed the crystal. After this, Nain begins to lose vital energy and ages rapidly. Baal's face changed from calm to one of anticipation of the outcome of what was happening, because he was amazed that everything was going as it should. Meanwhile, Rogers, while carrying the slabs, noticed a flash of light in the distance and could not understand what was happening there. After the crystal had completely absorbed Nine's energy, the system confirmed that the connection had been successful. Now Gi-Q was holding Huang Ji-Chul's ego in his hands and couldn't believe his eyes. Baal suggested finishing the experiment and pointed to the statue of his grandfather. All that was left for Gi-Chu to do was to put his grandfather's ego into the cup, since this was no longer just making a new ego, but returning the personality to the dead. The boy slowly approached the sculpture and was overcome with doubts about whether he would be able to bring his grandfather back. He placed his ego on the sculpture's head, and it quickly absorbed it, spreading throughout its body. Baal was so happy with everything that was happening because he was obsessed with research, and this brought him an incredible shock. The sculpture began to crack and crumble right before our eyes. A beam of energy emanating from the sculpture pierced the sky, and everything around lit up with a bright light. Gi-Chu looked at all this and thought that there was no hope in his life before, but after meeting the ego, everything began to change. He cured his mother, became the Demon King's disciple, and even became the master of the gate. And the center of all these changes was ego. And now a completely new ego appeared before him. Perhaps such beings did not exist before. When the stones had completely crumbled and the light had stopped shining so brightly, a man-ego stood before Gi-Chu. What the outcome of all this would be, even the guy couldn't know, and probably no one else could either, because this was the first time something like this had happened. Huang Ji-Chul stood up and began to examine himself, and the system informed Gi-Q that the Guardian was fully formed. Meanwhile, in the Iron Guild office, their leader Iron Shield was talking about how an unusual gate would soon appear in Korea. Under the pretext of this, he wanted to go there again to catch the Demon King. The shadow behind him answered him that if everything turned out exactly like this, then it would be the best scenario for them. Then Iron Shield asked the man in the shadows to repeat his name. He began to emerge from the shadows, calling himself the leader of the Carbon Guild. When he fully revealed himself, it became clear that this man was Andras, but he suggested that Iron Shield simply call him Ras. In recent days, Gi Chu has been undergoing tests in the tower, climbing higher and higher through the floors. During the battle, he thought about the origin of the tower and the monsters that began to appear from there. A huge crowd of stone monsters attacked him at that moment, but he was well focused on the fight and had no problem dealing with them. He also remembered people who increased their levels inside the game, fighting monsters. They gained more and more power, and among these people was Gi Q, who was treated as an unfinished player. Rising up and pointing his sword at the leader of Crusit, he destroyed his enemy with a death skill. Lu absorbed it, and it successfully turned into an ego, after which Gi Chu walked out of the gate and saw a surprised guard from the association who was shocked by his speed of clearing. He ran up to Gi Chu and thanked him for his work, calling him by his new name, Morning Star, which the boy didn't really like. Gi Chu was pleased to be treated with such respect, but he could not get used to it. His secretary Song Hu suggested that he should enjoy it if he couldn't avoid such praise. He also gave Gi Q his phone number and said that his sister had called him. She was looking for something and wanted to ask him about it. When the guy called her, Yu Jung started yelling at him and asking where B's dog had gone. Gi Q asked her to speak more quietly, but she couldn't contain her emotions because he kept taking the dog away and she couldn't play with it. Then the guy started making excuses, saying that he took him to the hospital to get a vaccination. But Yu Jung realized that he was lying, since he had already taken him for a vaccination last time. But Gi Chu had no more excuses, because he wasn't going to present him as a puppy, and the situation was getting out of his control. He decided to tell her that he was very busy to avoid conflict and quickly hung up. The secretary approached the guy and asked where he needed to be taken. Gi Q asked Sung Hoon to drop him off not near his house, but in front of the neighboring house. Song Hu warned the boy that if there was a leak during the gate test, he would no longer be able to cover for him unless he bought that house for himself. He admitted that perhaps Gi Chu was going to start a joint household with the Demon King, but the guy immediately stopped him and asked him to stop talking nonsense. GQ explained to the secretary that he was staying there because a neighbor was moving in. When the guy arrived at the place, he rang the bell and the door to the yard opened. He was met by Grandfather Huang, who was very happy about his arrival. Grandpa called him a precious guest, but joked that he could also call him master. When the transformation from Huang's ego into a real person was completed, the boy began to doubt. Outwardly, the grandfather looked exactly the same as in life, but he still could not understand whether he was the same creature as in the past. An information window appeared in front of the guy, which said that his guardian was completely ready, but the guy was wary of this. After the table, a magic map appeared in front of the guy, which showed the surroundings of his house. He needed to determine the keeper's zone, and the smaller it was, the more reliable, and the larger, the weaker the protection. GQ began to think about which zone to set, and whether there would be a suitable zone within 500 meters from his house. He said it out loud, and the system accepted this setting. Suddenly, the boy heard Huang's voice, who couldn't believe that he was alive again. GQ ran up to him and was very glad that his grandfather was conscious. Huang, in turn, did not even think that the request he made to the guy could be realized. He grabbed the boy by the shoulders and started asking about his grandson and what happened to him. The boy smiled at him and asked him not to worry, as the boy was fine. The grandfather was very happy to hear this, and succumbing to his emotions, hugged the guy and began to thank him for his help. Now, he invited Gi Chu into the kitchen and treated him to tea, thanking him again for being alive again and for saving his grandson. Grandfather didn't even know how to thank the boy for all his good deeds. But GQ rocks that he has already thanked him, and this help is his payment for Oberon's ego. The guy asked how Min-Su was feeling, since he was completely invisible. Huang replied that the boy had been sleeping for a long time during the day lately. But the guy guessed that it was because he had been sculpting all night and had spent a lot of energy. Grandfather added that Min-Su's memory had almost completely returned, but he still didn't remember his father. He thought that there was nothing good in these memories. The boy wanted to explain to Huang that his son was not himself at the time, but his grandfather had heard about it, and that did not mean that his actions were not considered bad. He also added that everything that happened to his son was only because of his greed. Lu confirmed Huang's words, because even if his son had human blood, Paimon's heir would not be so easily defeated. Huang nodded approvingly at Lu's words. When the guy saw this, he was very surprised by this, but Lu explained that Huang was now also his ego, so he hears everything. Then Brunhart responded, and he was very happy about this, because he really wanted to talk to Huang, whom he called father. Huang smiled at him. He never thought he would talk to the weapon he created himself. Grandfather asked Brunhart to wait, as he still had an important conversation with Gi-Chu. He turned to GQ and told him that he could no longer create weapons, which greatly shocked the boy. Carbon's men were after one thing in his workshop, and that was Paimon's legacy, which he had been guarding as a custodian. Lu guessed that the old man originally had the skills of a guardian, which is why he reincarnated as him. Huang continued to say that he kept absolutely all of his legacy and even himself. When Lu heard that he had Paimon himself, he was in complete shock, because now such an important thing had fallen into the hands of the Carbon Guild. Grandfather reassured Gi-Chu that there would be no major problems in the near future, since most of what was stolen could only be used by him or his grandson. So he couldn't do anything more for the guy, but Gi-Chu didn't need anything, since he had repaid his kindness and all he could do was guard his house. But Huang suddenly remembered one thing that he could give him, and it would be the best value that even he would want to possess. When they finished talking, the guy returned home, where Su Jung met him. They began to say goodbye to him, as they were going to leave together with Baal. The guy was surprised that they were leaving so quickly and asked why they were in such a hurry. Su Jung explained that now the circumstances had changed, and as long as Andras was acting so openly, they couldn't stay away. The guy expressed his regret about their imminent departure, holding his hand near his mouth. He also told them that over the past few days he had gotten used to them, and that they were leaving so unexpectedly, which made him very sad. Su Jung looked closely at GQ, and his face didn't seem entirely sad to her. In turn, the guy could barely hold back a smile, but tried not to show it to Su Jung. When they left, GQ went in search of the treasure that his grandfather had told him about and given him the key to the vault where it was located. The guy came to an abandoned building, which seemed to him not to be in a particularly good condition, and his ego did not feel any special aura at all. He could not understand what was special behind that door, that his grandfather spoke about it in such a way. When he removed the lock from the doors and opened them, he was simply delighted with what he saw. In front of him stood a large number of cars and a pile of gold with crystals. But out of shock, for some reason he called all of this civilian objects, and was even surprised at how he came up with this. The next day, Gi-Chu continued to climb the tower and was already on the 34th floor of the tower. He skillfully destroyed the monsters that were in his way, and Lu absorbed their blood, and his resistance to mental attacks improved. When Gi-Chu destroyed another evil eye, he laughed maliciously, which greatly frightened his egos. The guy kept thinking about Huang's gift, which contained 20 limited edition foreign cars and rare items that were not easy to get. Lu couldn't understand whether the guy liked some kind of means of transportation, but Gi-Chu said that he couldn't understand a man's dream. But Lu kept telling him why he needed all this, since he already had enough money. The guy decided to explain to Lu why this was so important to him, saying that there are things in the world that cannot be bought for money, and this collection of cars is exactly that thing. Gi-Chu suddenly became worried when he thought that a thief could break into this garage, and there were no security measures other than the lock. Lu asked him not to worry so much because this garage was guarded by his grandfather, which meant that a thief would not be able to break in. But for now, Lu said that he needed to focus on hunting first, and then he would move the warehouse to the gate for better security. He also reminded the guy that Andras's abilities are fire, sword, and summoning, and he needs to be especially careful with mental attacks. To prepare for the battle with him, he needs to absorb the blood of these monsters and increase his resistance to mental attacks. The monsters surrounded him on all sides, but he sped up and jumped straight towards them. He began to strike quickly and 4 times with his swords, dealing fatal damage to them. When he landed on the ground, all the monsters that surrounded him were destroyed. After them, only crystals remained, and information windows flew out one after another, saying that resistance had increased. The guy told Lu that he didn't feel like he was fighting. but the ego told him to take his time because he needed to score points first. But because of the 1-year limit that Sun Ho promised, the boy thought it was better to climb the tower quickly. Suddenly, the guy heard the grinding of teeth and turned around to see what it was. B came out to meet him, bringing him a monster in his teeth. He placed it in front of Gichu and bit it, causing it to instantly be destroyed and a crystal to appear in its place. B ate the crystal, which surprised the guy very much, since he didn't think that he could also absorb them and become stronger, although it wasn't very effective. B started jumping playfully. He apparently really enjoyed catching monsters. You could consider it his snack. Gichu approached B and asked him not to eat monsters anymore, but only to catch them and bring them to him. Hearing the guy's words, B quickly ran back to look for the monsters. The guy was sure that he had nothing to worry about because he was not like other players. For him, hunting was the only way to become stronger, so he decided to continue hunting. But suddenly he felt a lot of alien energy and looked up to see who it could be. B was running towards him again, and a huge number of monsters were flying after him. When Gichu saw them, he was shocked that B brought so many monsters to him. But the guy didn't lose his head and prepared for battle, activating all his skills. He started to destroy the monsters one by one using his death skill. His movements were so precise and fast that the monsters had no chance of survival as he deftly dodged their attacks. After all the monsters were destroyed, Brunhart began to grab Lu, because in his opinion, he was the strongest among the egos. Lu really liked that Brunhart spoke so nicely of him. When GQ heard this, he did not understand why they were suddenly being so polite. Suddenly, Ella turned to the guy and tried to tell him that she was completely useless to him. But he didn't hear her, because at that moment a huge monster, who was the guardian of the floor, began to attack him from above. Gichu apologized to Elle and asked her to wait to talk as he needed to deal with the keeper. He sped up and jumped straight towards the keeper, who had already opened his mouth, which contained a huge number of teeth and was ready to swallow him. When the boy flew too close, the monster immediately swallowed him. The monster thought it had destroyed its enemy, but Gichu, who was inside, pierced it with his sword. He quickly walked through the monster from the inside and cut it in half, destroying it. As he landed on the ground, the system began to inform him that the Evil Eye Guardian had failed to turn into an ego, but had only absorbed its fragments. The guy asked Lu to try harder, because when he can't turn the monster into an ego, Gichu can't collect items. Gichu remembered about Elle and again began to ask what she wanted to talk to him about. As she began to speak, she was suddenly interrupted by the system, which showed a window of Lu, who had reached level 100. Lu suddenly started acting strangely and started emitting electric shocks. The guy didn't understand what improvements in progress were being discussed, while Lu didn't understand what was wrong with his body, because it began to heat up. Then a new window of information about Lu's first change appeared in front of the guy. Gichu guessed that the entire list in it were conditions for the progress of the ego, and they were all fulfilled. The first condition is a part of Lu's body, the remains that the guy found on the 30th floor. Gichu asked Ella if they might find her remains on the next floor, but she didn't know that, although she thought it was quite possible. Next on the list were the ego fragments, pieces that GQ had collected before the fight with the Iron Guild had happened. The souls that became egos were the Smurf Guild leader Che Min Seok, and then there was Rhodes and Min Su's father, Huan Che Il, and his new ego was the gatekeeper Crusette, whom he destroyed just recently. Everyone except Huang Che Il will become ego, but one day he will be able to resurrect him too. The final conditions for improving progress were a demon fragment and monster blood. Gichu guessed that the demon fragment was most likely the 4th floor guard Ferez, and on the section, the monster's blood, there were question marks, and Gichu thought that perhaps there was too much of it. So there was no specific number. So far, only 5 have been converted into egos, including Changyan, and the exact conditions are still unknown. This meant that he had to think again whether all the ego could be used for progress or not. But Gichu understood that Lu still wanted to try to make progress right now. The guy wanted the same thing, so he decided not to wait and started making progress. He placed the sword in front of him, and after he said the right words, the sword glowed bright red. The sword suddenly slipped from Gichu's hands and began to change right before his eyes. After which he completely changed form, and a new window of information about Lu appeared. The guy began to examine the sword, the appearance of which had changed, and asked Lu if he felt anything. But Lu replied that he hadn't experienced any particular changes, and that he would most likely need some time to process the new power, and they decided to end it there. GQ remembered Elle again and asked her what she wanted to talk to him about. But Elle decided not to tell him anything and replied that she was fine. The next day, the guy was already driving one of the collectible foreign cars that he had taken from Huang's hiding place. Sung Hoon was delighted with the car, because he didn't think that he would ever get to ride in one. But GQ himself was in such a car for the first time. Although Sung Hoon didn't mind being the driver, he was interested in why the guy didn't drive the car himself. He replied that he had a license, but he preferred to drive with his secretary than alone. Sung Hoon suddenly became tense and immediately warned GQ that he liked girls, and GQ replied that he liked girls too. The egos started making fun of GQ, but he asked them not to cross the line and not to say such things again. Sung Hoon remembered that GQ gave his number to ranker Shin Yu Bin after the battle and asked if they had contacted each other after that. The guy replied that they text each other sometimes, but he doesn't know how best to respond to messages. Sung Hoon guessed that GQ had never met the girl, so he was unable to correspond with them. After some time, they arrived at the location of the guild office. When the guy got out of the car, he saw that the Child and Morning Star guilds had truly united. He went inside where he was met by Song Pil, who immediately apologized for distracting him from his work and invited him to join them as they were also very busy. But GQ replied that there was nothing wrong with that and that he was glad to come to them. The guy asked where their second leader Don He was, to which Song Pil replied that he had gone to a meeting, of which there were now many. GQ took the cup of coffee that Sung Pil had offered him and decided to get straight to the point he wanted to talk to him about. Song Pil was a little embarrassed to ask GQ such a question, but he still pulled himself together and asked him to lend them his skeletons. Since they have a lot of new members in the guild, they don't have enough people to explain everything, and they could practice with the skeletons. GQ listened to Song Pil and agreed to his request, which he did not even believe at first. The guy felt guilty that the guild had shrunk significantly, and he had not yet thanked them for their help in the battle with the Iron Guild. Moreover, it was beneficial for Gi Chu for the guild to become larger, since they were now allies. Sung Pil was very happy that Gi Q accepted his request, and they bumped fists, signifying their alliance. Brunhart was outraged by this attitude of GQ, who considered them just a tool, but Lu calmed him down because before meeting the guy, they were just tools. A few days later, Gi-chu reached the 39th floor of the tower. The team of players stood in a stupor and did not know what to do because there was nowhere to run. At that moment, a huge monster was flying towards them, which had large wings and very sharp claws. Gi-chu swung his sword and destroyed it with one blow, and Lu absorbed the blood of this pseudo-succubus, and his resistance to mental attack increased again. The players surrounding Gi-chu were shocked by his fighting technique and the power of his strikes. They began to discuss him among themselves, trying to understand who he was. As GQ left, he heard the players' words of admiration, and he was pleased that they spoke of him that way. On the way, he stopped to look at Elle's information window, whose level had also increased, and he was thinking about how to improve her as well. Lu suddenly asked the boy why he no longer wore a mask to hide his face. But GQ explained to him that the Iron Guild and Lee Seon-ho already knew about him anyway, and now he had no reason to hide. Having reached the gate that led to the 40th floor, the guy was ready to begin the tests. As he reached his hand towards the door, he felt the same sense of unease that he had felt before entering the 30th floor. He turned to Elle and tried to cheer her up by saying that he would try to improve her once he got past this floor. Elle thanked the guy for his support, and he began to open the gate. As he began to enter them, Elle added, saying that everything would not be as simple as he thought. Meanwhile, in the Kane Guild office, Seok Woo was busy with paperwork. He was distracted from his work by one of the guild members and asked to pay attention to the news. He showed him the phone and suggested that the news was talking about his friend who was with them in the Yoksam area. The leader looked closely at his phone and saw that there were players on the wall. They were discussing Gi Chu and how well he fought. Seok Woo was happy for the guy because he finally decided to reveal himself. The association office also saw this news, and the head was surprised that the guy decided to reveal his identity. Shik-hyun believed that Gi Q had been patient for so long, and now it was time to show everyone his strength. But his father disagreed. Even though he hadn't known the guy for as long as Shik-hyun, he didn't think that Gi Q was the type to want to gain power for satisfaction. The chief assumed that Gi Q most likely wanted to show something to his colleagues who were following his example. Namely, what kind of person is he? Because the guy achieved all his goals with great difficulty. At the same time, the guy entered the fifth examination floor and checked all his egos to see if they had changed. He called B. The system confirmed that all conditions had been met and gave the right to begin the special exam. The boy looked around and saw that there was absolutely nothing around him. Lu noticed this white space and found it a little unpleasant. Brunhart asked Gi-Q why he had not named him, but he had no need to do so, for the ego had already taken the form of the armor. But Ego believed that he could be useful to him. Since he could open the gates, the guy explained to him that this exam would be related to L and the undead would not help in any way. He started walking forward and asked L on the way if she felt any changes after entering the floor. But L didn't answer him. He called her again, and in response there was only silence. He found it very strange. Suddenly he saw shadows in front of him that looked very much like swords. When he raised his head, he noticed that a huge number of swords were flying straight at him. The guy had seen such a primitive attack many times before, so he knew how to act. When he prepared to fight them off, he suddenly realized that they were not flying at him. He was surprised that all the swords landed off target. He couldn't figure out where they were aimed. Despite this, the situation reminded him of that battle where Lu's flesh controlled the magic swords, and he decided that somewhere there was L's body that controlled these swords. But Lu told the boy that this was not the case at all and asked him to prepare for battle. The swords sticking out of the ground began to glow with a bright yellow light. Gi-Chu covered his face with his hands to avoid being blinded, as the light was incredibly bright. When it all stopped, he opened his eyes and saw that instead of swords, he was now surrounded by angels. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He saw angels and Lu confirmed his suspicions. Gi-Chu guessed that if there were demons, then there must be angels too. But the ones in front of him were different from what he imagined. Their faces were disfigured, and they looked just like zombies. Lu also didn't understand why they looked like that, but the guy had to fight with them. After a few seconds, the angels began to quickly fly towards Gi-Q to attack him. At that time, Huang looked at Nine's fallen sword, trying to understand something. But there were limits to this, because he had little life force left, and he wanted to at least once look at the sacred sword. Suddenly, Nine's sword began to tremble right in his hands as if he was afraid of something. In turn, Su Zhong dealt with the Carbon Guild, destroying another enemy. When he stopped moving, she threw him back to the rest of the guild members who were also sharing the ground. She informed Baal that she was finished and ordered him to read the memories of one of them. But Baal did not react to her words in any way. He stood with his head thrown back and looked somewhere into the distance. Su Yung asked him what was wrong, and he pointed to the tower, saying that for some reason it was shaking. Meanwhile, in the tower, the training hall, in the center of which stood Lee Seon-ho, was completely destroyed. He looked completely calm when he heard a shaking sound, which was most likely due to someone waking up. Gi-Chu continued to watch the angels and tried to understand how strong they were, because judging by their appearance, they would not be able to show their full strength. Lu told the boy that dealing with angels would not be as easy as dealing with monsters. Then Gi-Chu asked what Elle thought about it, and she also shared Lu's opinion. Elle usually spoke little, but the guy noticed that now she had become completely silent. Then he realized that it had happened. From the very moment she tried to tell him something, the angels began to advance on Gi-Chu, who was prepared for this heated battle. The guy moved from his place and flew straight at them, attacking them in return. He flew up to one of the angels and began to strike with his swords. Gi-Chu was confident that they would not be able to repel this attack, since he was moving quite quickly. But the angel blocked his blow, which surprised the guy greatly, so he called B for help. B flew up at a very fast speed and in a few seconds was already behind the angel. The angel didn't have time to react, as he didn't expect an attack from behind, and B immediately grabbed him. B flew down and slammed the angel hard into the ground, destroying him. All that was left of him in B's teeth was the sword from which he appeared. But at that moment, other angels began to attack them again, and they immediately began to fight them off. Gi-Q was very annoyed because there were too many angels and he simply couldn't cope with them. Lu offered him to use his new power, but the boy began to doubt because he needed time to call upon it. But Lu convinced the guy that he could use all his power to its full potential. Then the guy began to remember what new skills the ego had acquired. But first, Gi-Chu had to deal with the angels, of which there were too many. He ordered B to return back so that he would not be harmed during the fight. Angels began to flock to Gi-Chu again, and he, with the help of Brunhart, reflected the accumulated damage. Some angels were destroyed and others were wounded. and this at least somewhat reduced their influx. Gi-Chu asked Lu which skill he should use first to make sure it worked. Lu suggested that he try the summoning skill, and Gi-Chu accepted his offer. Invocation is the ability to give form to the absorbed ego and call it forth. When Gi-Chu said this word, the sword began to release a huge amount of energy. This energy turned into a monster of incredible size, which was directed at the crowd of angels. The monster had 4 arms with which he caught angels and crushed them. Despite his size, he moved quite quickly. The guy watched him from the side and realized that this monster was very similar to Crusetta. Brunhart pointed out to Gi-Q that there were 2 more warriors ahead who could also fight the angels. They jumped up and flew to help Crusetta to destroy the enemy. Angels were flying towards them, but they had no chance, because these monsters were much stronger than them. While one was fighting, the other also attacked his opponent. He was very fast and easily dealt with the target. When one of the monsters approached the angel, he began to wave his sword. But Min Seok was already behind him. He grabbed the angel by the head and twisted it. Crusette, meanwhile, continued to catch and destroy angels, because his size and strength were much more effective than their attacks. When Gi-Q saw Min Seok and Rhodes again, you were stunned that Lu was able to summon the egos he had absorbed. The guy decided that he couldn't stay on the sidelines and rushed back into battle. She also began to attack the angels, helping her allies. Now they fought hand in hand, although recently they were sworn enemies. When it was all over and all the angels were destroyed, Gi-Chu stood in the middle of everything and tried to catch his breath. The angels' bodies turned into swords again, and it seemed to the boy that they were originally sacred and swords. Gi-Chu approached Ella and offered to talk to her to clarify the situation. Since she knew the owner of the sacred sword better, he wanted her to tell him more about it. And Elle said that these were the angels of Princedom, who were of the lowest level and were abandoned because they were useless, and they were the beginning. Then the guy admitted that perhaps Princedom himself was here, but that was not the case. Elle simply called the place a grave and thanked him for the opportunity to finally find peace. After all, now she remembered them and her duties in this place. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about, but after her words, she suddenly lit up with a bright light. Gi-Q closed his eyes and began asking again what was happening to her and why she was speaking so strangely. When he opened his eyes and looked at Elle, she was no longer in his arms. He began to shout her name in fear, hoping that she would appear at any moment. Lu and Brunhart called for Gi-Q to turn around. When he did, he saw Elle and began to scold himself for not being able to figure it out right away. In front of him was that same Elle, only now in the form of an angel, and Gi-Q realized that since he had arrived on the floor, she had never once called him master. Meanwhile, Lee Seon-ho stood in the training hall, holding his 2 sacred swords in his hands. His swords suddenly began to tremble and rise up, and Seon-ho realized that they were greeting her. After all, now their queen has awakened, and that very same Elle was. Lee Seon-ho understood that changes had begun, but he could serve God alone. Gi-Chu looked at Elle and couldn't believe that it was really her, because she looked completely different from usual. She told him that his special exam had begun, but Gi-Q didn't care because he wanted to talk to her first. Lu managed to tell Gi-Chu to run away from her, and a second later a flash of energy flew into the place where he was standing. Gi-Chu managed to jump back from Elle's attack, which was followed by a loud explosion. He didn't understand why she was doing this to him, but she replied that all angels had duties, just like she did. Her duty was to destroy. She was preparing to attack the guy again. She released a huge wave of electrical energy at Gi-Chu, which he barely dodged. After running a little, he sped up and tried to get closer to her, but she didn't let him do this and began to attack him with her sword again. The boy covered himself with Lu's sword to block her attack, but her blow was so strong that the boy was thrown back several meters. Having fallen to the ground, Gi-Q was able to stay on his feet, although it was very difficult for him to fight. Lu was very angry about Elle's betrayal, and he was sure that this day would come one day. Gi-Chu felt a very powerful, sinister aura from Lu. This was possible if he remembered the betrayal of his subordinate in the past. While he was considering his actions, Elle was already preparing to strike him again. She unleashed a huge stream of energy on him, from which it was impossible to escape. While Gi-Chu dodged her attacks, Lu suggested that he use the death skill so that he could take revenge on her for betraying him. But the guy ordered him to calm down, because he was too excited about this situation. Gi-Q also couldn't control himself. When he landed on the ground again, he noticed Elle attacking again. The guy used the reflection skill because he had already accumulated enough damage. Having fought off the attack, The guy thought about a plan, because he could not get closer to her, since she constantly attacked him from the air. Then the guy decided to go all out and use the skill, calling on Crusette's ego. When Crusette appeared, he immediately went on the attack against L.A., GQ hoping to weaken her with this. When he got close enough to L, she used her Holy Breach skill. The monster immediately began to be sucked into the small black space that she created. Gichu saw that now, instead of the huge Crusette, only a small black dot remained. Lu told the guy that his powers with Ella were directly opposite, and that he was much inferior to her. He could still handle the angels, but Lu was unable to withstand such a level of divine power. Brunhart began to doubt that even the death skill wouldn't work on El, but death was a completely different power, and Lu was sure that it would work. Giq in turn began to shout her name and hoped that she would come to her senses. But instead, Ella hit him again with an electric charge of energy that burned his body. Lu was shocked by Gichu's actions, as hoping that she would come to her senses was a waste of time. If this problem could have been solved in this way, it would not have come to this. The guy became even more angry because he did not understand what he had to do. And Lu told him that he had to kill El because they simply had no other choice. When he heard this, he was very scared. But he himself understood this, because his opponent had a sacred sword that was not easy to defeat. And there was no other way to suppress her power while keeping her alive, because if he died, then his entire ego would die too. After some thought, he finally activated the death skill and prepared to attack. As he approached her, Ji Chu also activated the rest of his skills and increased his strength and speed. He swung his sword at El, putting all his might and strength into it, and was about to deliver a crushing blow to her. But before the blow, he suddenly looked into her eyes and remembered what she was like before. His arms went limp and he couldn't attack her because she meant so much to him. But El didn't stop and struck him first, and his face suddenly lost all emotion. She stabbed him with her knife and hit his vital organs, thereby destroying him. At that moment, his guardian Huang clutched his heart and fell to his knees. He was torn apart by pain. He felt like the connection between him and his master was disappearing. Huang couldn't believe that this actually happened to Gi Q and fell unconscious to the floor. As El pulled the sword from his chest, Gi Chu, his eyes completely empty, began to fall down like a stone. Lu and Brunhart began calling him, but he no longer responded to their voices. Suddenly, El came to her senses and saw what she had done. She was very scared and quickly began to fly towards him, hoping that she would be able to help him in time. El landed next to Gichu's body and began calling out to him, louder and louder, to bring him to his senses. Lu was very angry with her and started saying nasty things to her, because it was all her fault. Suddenly, all his egos began to lose touch with him, including El. In a state between life and death, Gichu saw darkness and began to wonder what had happened to his ego. Memories of his family, whom he had not had time to say goodbye to, began to surface in his head because they were probably worried about him. Then he remembered Sujong, declared him her heir, and he died like that, and didn't even have time to thank her for the elixir. He also wanted to help his friends Seok Woo, Sung Pil, and Dong Hai, who don't even know what happened to him. Images of the Iron Guild, whom he had not taken revenge on, and Lee Seon Ho, who might become his enemy in the future, appeared in his mind. Marquis of Discord Andras and the demon who sealed El, there were still many dangerous things that could threaten his family. He thought that all he had to do was cure his mother, but he still had so many things to do and he couldn't disappear from this world. At that moment, he opened his eyes and did not understand what kind of place this was and why he was sitting on the throne. When he stood up and walked a little closer to the cliff, he saw a huge number of monsters around him. Dragons and creatures he had never seen before in his life filled the sky. There were many huge monsters and armed warriors around. On the other hand, there were angels opposing these monsters. He turned and looked at the throne in which he sat and lived. Everything seemed too real to him. Suddenly he heard Lu's voice, which brought him to his senses, and he opened his eyes. Gi Q was lying on El's lap, and when she saw that he had woken up, she was very happy. When he got up, he looked around and it seemed to him that this place was very similar to paradise. El smiled and said that this was not heaven yet, but just an examination floor. The guy ducked his head and replied mockingly that he would never get to such a place, because only hell awaited him. He suddenly began to think why he didn't die, and remembered Kalion's ability that Ella had absorbed. This ability blocked the deadly attack, and thanks to El he survived, although he almost died, since he also took on her. El looked at GQ kindly and suggested that they take a little walk and talk. On the way, El asked Gichu why he didn't destroy her, because she was a traitor who dared to raise a sword against her master. The guy smiled and calmly answered her that he immediately understood that she had not acted of her own free will. She started to speak, but the guy interrupted her, saying that he also knew that she had foreseen this situation. He only wished that she had told him about it beforehand, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Elle admitted that she wanted to stop GQ and ask him not to go through this floor, being content with what he had. But she couldn't stop him because he had to climb the tower. GQ calmed her down and asked her not to blame herself since everything had already been resolved. He asked where his other egos were. Elle explained to him that this was a completely different space, and they were now in a different place. Gichu was worried if Elle's memory had returned, and she confirmed that she remembered almost everything, and said that she was created to follow the will of her master, and this left her confused. When she decided to serve Gichu, she cleared her mind of doubts, which is probably why her memories became clouded. She had one clear memory, the sacred swords that sacrificed their bodies to become tools in his hands, and the very first of them was Elle. So she is the master of the sacred sword, and the rest were created by her will. Gikyu wanted to answer her, but she interrupted him and said that her time had come. Elle began to thank the guy for giving her a second life, appreciating her and always being there. She wanted to talk more, but decided that they needed to end it there. Gichu looked at her and didn't understand what she was going to do. Suddenly the thought came into his head that she was going to leave him, but he did not want to accept it. Elle went on to tell him that he was much better than he thought, and that neither she nor Lu could ever measure how amazing he was at what he did. A bright light began to gather around her, and Ji-Chu became even more tense, trying to stop her. She gave Ji-Chu her final instructions to remove anyone who would hinder him from climbing the tower and create obstacles on his way. GQ started calling her again, shouting her name louder. Before disappearing completely, she wished him to become the master of the tower, because he was worthy of it. After these words, she disappeared, and GQ began to seem to fall into an abyss. Suddenly, he woke up in the same place where he had fought with Elle and was trying to catch his breath. His ego was glad that he was okay, and he, in turn, apologized for making them worry. Suddenly, he noticed a sword sticking out of the ground, which looked very old and had completely lost its powers. He recognized it as Elle. Meanwhile, at the Players' Association, Yu-Bin was saying goodbye to her team after finishing work. One of her guild members noticed that Yu-Bin was heading towards the portal and asked why she wasn't going home. She told them that she was waiting for someone, and they suddenly started to quietly laugh, as they realized that she was waiting for a man, which made Yu-Bin blush deeply. When they finally left, Yu-Bin took out her phone and opened the correspondence with Gi Q, who wrote to her that he would not be staying in the tower for long. But she understood that he was unlikely to leave the tower today, and still decided to wait for him just in case. As her guild was leaving, they met Lee Xianho, whom they had never seen in person. At the same time, the system notified Gi Chu that he had successfully passed the exam and that he was receiving a reward for it. A box appeared in front of him, in which lay a feather. It was the sign of a lay. The guy looked at the box with fear and checked the connection with Elle, which was broken. He was so out of his mind with anger and resentment that he grabbed his head and started screaming very loudly. And then he started punching the ground with all his might. His ego couldn't understand why he was behaving like that. The boy was overcome with pain and disappointment. Despite the ego's requests to stop, he continued to furiously hit the ground. Gikyu was devastated by what happened and blamed himself for everything. When she stopped, blood was flowing from his fists, but he didn't care about the pain because his heart hurt more. He fell to the ground again and began to cry because Elle meant a lot to him. Lu asked the boy to pull himself together and not get upset over a traitor like her, but Gi Chu yelled at him to shut up. But when he began to calm down a little, he apologized to him because he didn't want to be angry with Lu. He asked Lu to be silent for a bit so that the boy could calm down and think things over. At the base of the 40th floor of the tower, a gate appeared, from which Gi Chu emerged. He was completely exhausted and broken. At this point, Lu warned him to be careful as he felt a barrier. The guy looked around and noticed that there was not a single soul at the base, and this seemed very strange to him. A few seconds later, Lee Xianho came out to Gi Q, saying that he came to check, but it was all in vain. He looked at the boy and realized that he looked like this because the master of the holy sword had left him. GQ, upon seeing Xianho, became very angry and immediately grabbed his sword. But Lee Seon-ho turned around and started to leave, saying that he had no intention of touching him, but just wanted to check. He also added that he was now convinced of the shame of Gi-chu, who was unable to keep just like some sword, and smiled maliciously. Gi-chu became even more angry at his words, because he understood that Lee Seon-ho was making fun of him, and the guy did not intend to tolerate it. The boy grabbed his sword and activated his death skill in order to attack him. Lu started to stop Gi-chu and ask him to calm down, as this would not lead to anything good, but the guy did not listen to him. He used all the strength he had left to accelerate and began to attack Lee Seon-ho from behind. When Gi-chu was already very close and pointed his sword at the enemy, Lee Seon-ho blocked his attack with just 2 fingers holding his sword. Then he threw the guy aside with the same hand, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Lee Seon-ho reminded the guy that he was obligated not to touch him for a year, and the reason he agreed to these conditions was because the guy didn't pose any threat to him. He looked at Gi-chu, who was both angry and broken at the same time, and didn't understand how the owner of L could be so pathetic. Finally, Lee Seon-ho told the guy that the tower doesn't do anything meaningless, and he left. At the same time, it started to rain on the association floor, which Yu-bin, who was still waiting for Gi-chu, was hiding from, not noticing how evening had come. She decided that the guy most likely had not yet had time to pass the exam and decided not to wait for him any longer, but to go have dinner herself. Suddenly, she heard voices passing by, which began to talk fearfully about something. As she got closer to the crowd, she heard that they were talking about some player and tried to see who he was. Gi-chu walked through the crowd of people. His things were covered in blood, so this caused indignation among the people passing by. When Yu-bin saw him, she immediately ran up to him and started asking what happened to him. The guy looked at her, but he no longer had the strength to say anything. From weakness and extreme fatigue, he began to fall, and Yu-bin managed to catch him. He leaned against her, and she didn't understand what was happening to him and was very scared. When Gi-chu began to come to his senses, he felt how much his head hurt and tried to remember what happened to him when he left the tower. After he woke up, he felt like Yu-bin was sitting next to him. But it wasn't her, but his loyal secretary Song-hoon, who was glad that the guy had finally come to his senses. Gi-chu looked around and tried to figure out where he was, but Sung-hoon explained to him that they were at his house. The secretary began to tell the boy how he fell right into Yu-bin's arms, but since he was watching him, he was able to quickly find him. And after the doctors from the association provided him with assistance, Sung-hoon immediately brought him to his place, because it was impossible to take him home in such a condition. Gi-chu asked him why they were following him, but the association couldn't remain idle while their mercenary was going through such a difficult journey. He added that Ranker Yu-bin had been by his side the entire time and had only recently left, so it would be better for the guy to contact her later so that she wouldn't worry. Sung-hoon asked Gi-chu what he was planning to do since it was already late at night. Gi-chu, in turn, asked the secretary if he had any drinks, and he nodded approvingly. After some time, they were already sitting at a table, where they were surrounded by snacks and a pile of empty beer cans. The guy asked the secretary why he didn't ask how everything went and what happened to him during the exam, but Song-hoon didn't want to disturb the guy because he understood that he needed to collect his thoughts, and if he wanted, he would tell everything himself. Gi-chu was grateful to him for this. He also noticed that the secretary's apartment was quite spacious, and he wondered why he lived alone. The secretary explained to him that he lived with his mother, but she was in the hospital. After a hard life, Sung-hoon was lucky enough to become a gambler and earn money, but it will no longer help cure the disease. His story was very similar to Gi-chu's story about his mother's illness that could not be cured. He remembered when Sun-hoo walked him to the labyrinth of Geryon and then met him when the guy already had the elixir. He wondered what exactly Song-hoo felt at that moment and whether he was genuinely happy for him. Gi-chu decided to go out onto the balcony and get some fresh air, as he was a little upset about the situation. When his mother was in critical condition, he considered himself the most unfortunate person, because it seemed to him that all the troubles of the world had fallen on him. Now he felt about the same because in the battle with the Iron Guild he lost many comrades and then he cried a lot. And since then he hasn't grown a bit because it was painful for him to lose people close to him. Bernhardt wanted to support him, but Gi-chu was just trying to sort out his thoughts. He knew he could never get used to losing, which meant he had to become even stronger so he wouldn't lose anyone else. So he decided to talk to Lu, but when the guy approached him, he remained silent. He tried again, and Lu told him that he could not answer his questions because he had to keep his mouth shut. Gikyu realized that Ego was still upset with him, so he asked him for forgiveness again. Lu thought for a moment, but still forgave him and said that he could ask him a question. Gichu told Lu that he had an idea about whether they could save Ella and bring her back to life, and Lu confirmed his suspicions. The owner of the demonic sword is Lu, and the master of the sacred sword is El, and the fact that Gichu became the owner of two opposite egos is not a coincidence, because their characters are completely symmetrical. For passing the 30th floor, Gichu received the flesh of Lu as a reward, which he then used for his progress. And on the 40th floor, he received the L sign. Perhaps this item will also be useful for progress. When he thought about Lee Seon-ho's words that the tower doesn't do anything meaningless, L's death during the exam for the sake of progress seemed contradictory to him. In the morning, with these thoughts, the guy went to Huang and showed him what happened to the sword L and whether there was a possibility of restoring it. Huang examined the sword and said that the appearance could be easily repaired. But this will only be an external form. He will not be able to return L's personality. The guy was happy with this news because the main thing was that he would be able to fix it, and everything else would be Gikyu's task. He also asked about his grandfather's well-being after the incident when their connection was almost broken. Huang smiled and said it was an interesting experience, but he wouldn't want it to happen again. Grandfather asked Gichu for permission to work on the sword in his gate since it contained concentrated magic and would be useful to him in the repair process. The guy immediately agreed to his request and opened the gate for him. He ordered Hart to take care of his grandfather so that he would be comfortable and told Huang that he could also call on the skeletons for help. Huang thanked Gichu for his help and went to practice his sword. When the gate closed, the boy asked Lu what their next plan of action was. Lu explained that L died because she lost her original source, but even with Kalion's defensive skill, GQ was in serious condition. And in order to save her master, she had to sacrifice her life. And now her task was to revive this original source. The source of the sacred sword is life, the fire of death, which was the source of Lu. In order to revive L, he had to learn to control the power of life. That is, he had to learn to manage life and death at the same time, which was not at all easy. Lu believed that such an outcome of events was almost impossible even theoretically. Gichu needed to get close to the level of a deity, but the guy was ready to do anything to save L. The guy came home and immediately went to the basement where he needed to check his bowl. He assumed the lotus position and, on Lu's advice, tried to concentrate and block out all external information. He needed to feel what was inside him, namely the heartbeat, the blood flow, and the contraction and relaxation of muscles. Concentrate on the magical power that flowed from the heart to the head and limbs. Feel the connection with the ego. Concentrate and observe yourself. The boy did everything Lu told him, following his every hint. But suddenly he began to shake violently and fell to his knees, after which he vomited. Brunhard and Lu began to worry about him and wonder why he suddenly felt ill. This happened to him because he saw the boundless emptiness inside himself. Lu began to scold Gichu because he asked him to look a little, and the guy saw the entire contents of his cup. The boy sat down to rest for a bit, and Lu began to explain that these lessons would take the boy several months, but he was making very good progress. After all, it is simply impossible for an ordinary person to measure this emptiness. Just the thought of it makes one's head spin. Gichu didn't understand if his bowl was supposed to look like this or if something was wrong. Lu told him to think again about his peculiarity, but the boy himself knew that he was not like everyone else. But that's not what Lu meant at all. Gichu didn't really understand his own value. And he also didn't know why he couldn't level up and why those with power were showing such a strong interest in him, and how he managed to take possession of the gates that no one had ever owned. And that was not all. Lu couldn't tell Gichu the rest, because if he told more, he would risk being punished. They decided to continue the classes, because if there was a chance to revive her, it would be better not to put it off for long, but to pass everything as quickly as possible. He returned to his position again, and now his task was to find the life force in his cup. It was precisely the life force that L had sacrificed to save him that should have remained within him. The guy concentrated and began to try to find that very power. At that moment, Lu asked not to look at all the contents of the bowl, as he did before. He needs to look at a separate part and find those who are hiding in the dark. Gichu did as Lu said, and plunged into the complete darkness of his bowl. He opened his eyes and saw a huge clot of red energy in front of him. Looking closely, the guy realized that this energy was death. Suddenly, an eye inside the energy opened. It was Lu, who confirmed his suspicions. Lu praised the guy for finding him so quickly, as it would now be easier for him to find the others. Gikyu began to turn his head in different directions trying to find the others, and he succeeded. At first, he saw in the distance a small lump waving its arms, and from its voice he guessed that it was Brunhart. The guy was surprised, because he didn't know that this is the form in which egos exist. He continued searching, and saw a similar lump on the other side, which was in the shape of a wolf, and realized that it was B. Looking a little further, he noticed two more formless creatures. They were Hermes and Oberon. Gichu began to look closely, but he could not find his grandfather's ego. But suddenly he heard strange sounds. When he turned around, he saw Grandpa Huang, who was busy making items. The guy started reaching out to him with his hands and wanted to touch him, but Lu shouted at him not to touch him under any circumstances. Because it was a connection with the present, and if he touches it, it is unknown what it will lead to. Then Gichu continued searching, but unfortunately he did not see any life force and did not understand how to find it in such a huge space. Lu supported the guy and said that he could find this power. He just needed to feel it. After all, when he revived his grandfather's ego with the sword Nain, he already indirectly controlled life. He just needed to remember how he felt at that moment, and the boy closed his eyes again to remember. Now he began to grasp a little of the internal structure of the bowl and realized that there were two zones in this place. This is the death zone where Lu was, and the ego zone where other egos were crowded. He searched a little more and opened his eyes as he found what he needed. Lu was glad that Gichu managed to complete the task so quickly, and was no longer surprised by it. The death zone and the ego zone are the place where they form an equilateral triangle. The boy approached the source of life and saw a small bead in front of him. He asked Lu what he should do next, and he told the boy to get ready. Gichu had to touch this energy, however. Lu himself did not know what would happen after that, so he warned the guy to be prepared for any consequences. Gichu knew that he had no other choice anyway, and he would have to do it. He flew closer to the bead and touched it with just one finger. After that, she lit up and everything around her was illuminated with light. The guy came to, and it was as if he was being torn apart from the inside by pain, and he began to scream frantically. His pupils became smaller, and his evil eye began to bleed, as if it was being torn apart from the middle. Lu tried to bring him to his senses and began asking him to pull himself together and concentrate. After all, if he cannot do this and relaxes too much, he may die. The guy grabbed his stomach and throat, which were squeezed with such force that he began to spit out blood. It was as if his insides were twisted. He was sure that this was the price he paid for touching the life forces. Lu kept telling him to concentrate or it would be fatal. He took out his sword and pointed it at his leg. Brunhart and Lu didn't understand why he was doing this and were scared. Gikyu hit himself with his sword and wounded his leg, and this helped him to come to his senses a little. As he put away the sword, Lu continued to say that the boy now needed to change the structure of the bowl. Since these life force energies were now colliding with Lu's death energy, they could not be mixed, and because of their resistance, he would not be able to avoid pain. Therefore, Gikyu had to put a wall between them, but the boy didn't understand how to do it. Lu said that he had to establish an order, first death, then the ego zone and life. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand their resistance. The guy got really angry and started yelling at Lu because he didn't explain to him how to do it, after which he fell to the floor, because the pain continued to dull him and he needed to concentrate. Lu asked Gichu not to interfere as the egos began to move inside the bowl. Gikyu lost consciousness for several hours, and when he came to, he did not understand what had happened. He stood up and asked Lu about it, but he replied that it would be better for him to look at the cup himself, and then he would understand everything. The guy agreed and closed his eyes to concentrate and get into that space again. When Gikyu opened his eyes, he saw two huge energies in front of him, with the ego between them. Looking more closely, he noticed that B and Oberon were pushing death away. On the other hand, Brunhart and Hermes pushed life aside, preventing them from colliding. And the middle of everything was supported by Grandfather Huang, and now a wall has formed between these energies. The system began to inform Gichu that his fusion level had increased, and he could now control life, which he was very happy about. Lu said the guy was lucky because the ego itself intervened to help him, but also the elixir that was left over from last time helped, and his chaga did not break down. Instead, his cup became even wider than before, and now Gichu understood why his wounds had healed so quickly. Now all he had to do was practice with the controls, because he had experience in controlling death. so he should quickly understand what was what. But Lu warned him that it wouldn't be that easy for him to do this, and the boy suddenly released some of this energy from his palm. Bronhardt praised Guy Q, and Lu was a little angry that he didn't listen to him to the end, but was still glad that the guy understood what needed to be done. All he had to do was learn to properly control this force, at least as well as death. Until his grandfather fixed the sword, the boy had enough time to practice, even though he said that the repair would take a long time. He also told Gichu that he was very sorry that he couldn't see the entire sacred sword. But Lu told the boy that this was the purpose of his training, but Gichu didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Lu asked Bronhardt to open the gates from which old swords began to fly out. Gichu remembered that these were the same sacred swords that were on the 40th floor of the tower. When the boy was unconscious, Lu asked the skeletons to collect them. Now Gichu's task was to use the power of life to revive all the remains of the sacred swords. Meanwhile, Gichu's mother offered to help Shik-hyun with cooking at their home, but he convinced her that he was okay with it and said that he just wanted to thank her for her hospitality. Shik-hyun asked her not to worry, as he was confident in his cooking skills and promised that he would quickly prepare dinner himself. He asked how Gi-kyu was and whether he had returned from the basement, since he had become completely invisible. But Mom had seen him for the last time a month ago and was worried about him. Shik-hyun reassured her and said that he had confidence in her son, because he was not the type who could not take care of himself. At the same time, he tried not to lose his vigilance, because he might not have such a chance again. It was the most opportune moment to win Soo-jin's attention, because for this, he had done so much for Gi-kyu. He even took cooking lessons from a player with perfect taste, and now it's time for his finest hour. Shik-hen took the knife and began to quickly and carefully cut the vegetables. When he had prepared everything for the soup, he began to pour the ingredients into the pan. The kitchen smelled incredible, giving hope for an equally delicious dinner. After he had boiled the soup for a while, Shik-hyun decided to taste it for salt. But at that very moment, he realized that the soup tasted terrible. He didn't understand what he did wrong and started trying to fix everything. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise and both tried to figure out where it was coming from. Shik-hyun guessed that the sounds were coming from the basement and asked Soo-jin to stay in the house while he went and checked what was going on there. When he opened the basement door, he immediately began to cough, as there was a huge column of dust there. He tried to see through the dust what was happening, but suddenly froze, and Gi-kyu asked him not to come closer. When the dust cleared, he saw several angels standing in front of him, pointing their swords straight at him. They asked Gi-kyu for permission to destroy Shik-hyun, and for some reason, called him their father. Not long before, the boy was holding the sacred sword in his hands and trying to revive it. But it turned out to be not as easy to do as he initially thought. The sword cracked in his hands and once again fell apart into pieces. Lu warned him that it wouldn't be that easy, even though managing life and death were similar, but the guy was too inclined to one side. He added that even for someone like him, it wouldn't be easy, but Gi-kyu was only angry at him because he wasn't helping him in any way. The guy threw the broken sword behind his back and immediately took the next one. She tried to concentrate again and release life energy into the sword. A lot of time has passed since he started doing this. The number of swords that Gi-kyu destroyed increased, but he did not stop training. He continued to concentrate on their inner core, and it seemed to him that he felt something. But when he opened his eyes, the sword was broken again, and this upset him a little. Lu tried to help him and said that if he was talking about a person, then it was comparable to the brain and the heart, and its job was to make the blood circulate. Gi-chu looked at the remaining swords and counted their approximate number. He tried to set himself up for the fact that he would definitely be able to cope with this task. After some time, there were only 3 swords in front of him out of all that there were. Lu suggested that the guy take a little rest, since most likely the problem was in his mental state. But Gi-kyu categorically refused his offer because right now he had some kind of feeling, and if he started to rest, he would miss everything. He took the sacred sword in his hands again and began to concentrate. It began to seem to him that everything was going as it should. But suddenly Lu started asking him to stop because he was pressing too hard on the sword. But Gi-chu couldn't control it. The life force was being absorbed at a tremendous speed, and at this rate he might not be able to do anything again. The guy started to get angry, but Lu tried to support him, telling him to leave this activity for now. But Gi-kyu did not listen to him and began to grab all the remaining swords in his hands. He decided that if he couldn't do it with one, he would try to divide that power between all 3 swords. And Gi-kyu told Shik-hyun about everything that happened, as well as how he took those 3 swords and tried to revive them, which caused him to lose consciousness. And after he woke up, those same 3 angels stood in front of him. Lu was also shocked by what was happening, because he only asked to revive the sword, but instead, he made angels. The boy apologized for them threatening him when he entered the basement, but Shik-hyun asked him not to apologize for it, and added that they did not pose much of a danger to him. The angels suddenly began shouting at Gi-chu that the person next to him was very dangerous and needed to be destroyed. He turned to them and asked them to be silent, and they obediently obeyed him. Shik-hyun was a little shocked by what Gi-kyu told him, and when he saw it with his own eyes, it was hard not to believe it. The guy asked him to keep it all a secret, even from the chairman of the association, but Shik-hyun promised that he wouldn't tell about it, because they weren't that close, even though he was his father. He decided not to miss the moment and said that he had an important conversation in Gi-kyu. The guy decided to open the gate to remove the angels on the conversation belt. He ordered them to enter them, because he was also bothered by the fact that they were sitting in front of him like statues. But suddenly the angels turned to him, calling him father. Although he did not like this nickname very much, he was expecting their question. They all began to ask him to give them names. The boy thought about it, and Lu and Brunhart were in anticipation of what names he would give the angels. He came up with names for them, and they all ended in L: Hamiel, Kamael, and Anael. Lu was surprised that the guy would do it so quickly, but he himself didn't expect it to turn out that way. Hearing their names, the angels began to cry and thank Gi-kyu. After that, they obediently entered the gate, and Gi-kyu decided to continue the conversation with Shik-hyun. Hen wanted to share information about the Carbon Guild with the guy, as he was sure that he needed to know it. He said that there was little progress because they left almost no traces behind them, and most likely the guild operates not only in Korea, but also outside the country. Therefore, they need the help of other countries where the Demon King is already operating. Unlike a useless specimen like Hen, her influence will pave the way everywhere. Gi-kyu laughed at his expression, because who would dare to call him that? But it was Soo-jung who called him that. The guy asked if it was true that Hen had started climbing the tower again, and he said that he just couldn't sit back. After all, from the very beginning, he had always sat in the office to keep an eye on Gi-kyu, but now there was no need for that. Shik-heng also said that the gates have become more active recently, and there are even a few special gates that have appeared. The guy remembered that in the last special gate, his level increased and he became its master. Gi-kyu asked Shik-hyun if there were any guilds that had entered that gate before, as he wanted to take it for himself, and Hyun agreed to his request. After that, Shik-hyun decided that it was time for him to go, and Gi-kyu wished him a good time with his mother and made a strange face, which Hyun didn't particularly like. After he left, Gi-chu began to think about a special gate, since Brunhart's ability included the ability to absorb gates. If this happens, the situation inside the gate will most likely change, or there will be changes in the formation of monsters. Moreover, it seemed to him that everything inside the gate was dull, and he wanted to change everything there. Thinking about this, he entered the gate. Meanwhile, at the gate, the angels decided that their father had sent them to destroy all the undead. But Hart had gathered an army of skeletons and was going to fight them off, because he couldn't allow strangers to be on his master's land. When Gi-chu saw what was happening there, he was stunned with shock. The angels and the undead had started a whole war. After he calmed them down, Hart and the 3 angels knelt before Gi-chu with their heads down. He turned to Hart and Hamiel and ordered them to explain what had happened between them. Hamiel was the first to explain that when they entered their father's territory, they saw the undead there and wanted to remove them, because the bad aura of the gate was also because of them. Hart, in turn, also said that when strangers invaded his master's territory, he was going to destroy them. Lu began to tell Gi-chu that the undead with the power of death are the complete opposite of angels, and that the only one to blame for this is the owner himself, who did not foresee this. The guy was shocked that Lu knew this could happen and didn't tell him anything. He didn't think for a moment, and then ordered them to stand up, and they immediately obeyed him. At first, he ordered them not to fight among themselves, since the undead and angels are members of his family. But the angels began to protest, because they did not understand how the undead could be his family. Gi-kyu asked them to stop arguing, as he did not force them to become friends, but at the same time, they were colleagues, and communicating in such a tone was unacceptable. After all, If you think about it, the undead became his subordinates before the angels, so they were higher in level than them. Although Gichu didn't ask them to treat the undead as elders, but didn't want them to fight, when he finished speaking, he saw that the angels began to cry. Hamiel replied that they were crying because it was all very shameful and embarrassing for them, but for his sake, they would do it. And Hart, seeing them crying, began to egg them on. Gichu heard this and asked him to stop provoking them. Even though he was a skeleton, the guy seemed to see his expression. Suddenly, the boy heard a voice that he recognized as Grandpa Huang. He was glad that the guy could hear him. Even though he didn't understand how it all worked, the guy explained that it was all because he was also an ego. Huang asked about the noise he heard outside the gate, but Gichu said that nothing special happened. Then he called the guy to come to him, as he had something interesting for him. The guy immediately guessed what was going on, and when he arrived, he was right. Huang had repaired the sacred sword. Gichu was shocked because the sword looked even more beautiful than before. Huang said that thanks to the pieces the boy brought him, he was able to understand how to fix it, and was even pleased with his work. Gichu thanked his grandfather for his excellent work and asked how he could repay him for it. But Huang refused, because he believed that he already owed his life, and now he had barely repaid the debt. He had done everything he could, and the rest depended on Gichu. He suggested that the guy get down to business, and Gichu thought the same thing, while those feelings after the angels were revived still remained. Lu warned him that the gates with dark magic were not quite suitable for controlling life, and they would only dissipate his feelings. It would be better to choose a familiar place where he could concentrate, and Lu suggested that he return to the basement. Gichu called his grandfather along, who was not against watching the sword come back to life, and he could also help if El got into trouble. Lu advised him to take angels with him just in case, who could help him manage his life. When they returned to the basement, Gichu immediately gave instructions to the angels to wait, and if he encountered any difficulties, then only then to act. He told them that they should listen to Lu's instructions in everything. Even though he had a bad character, he could be trusted. But the angels were against this. They did not want to listen to the ego, from which an ominous aura emanated. The guy grabbed his head again, because he was tired of explaining everything to them, and simply told them to do everything as he said, because it was for his own good. At that moment, they called him father again, and upon hearing this, Huang began to laugh and turned away, covering his mouth. Gichu turned to him and didn't understand why he was laughing, but his grandfather didn't explain so as not to embarrass the boy even more. But he understood everything himself. His face immediately turned red with shame, since he himself did not like this nickname. The guy decided to sort things out with titles and forbade the angel to call him his father from now on. In response, the angels began to beg him not to forbid them this, because he was their creator and they did not know how else to address him. Lu explained to Gichu that the angels called him father because they were new beings who had no memory of the past. In other words, they were his creations. Then Gichu offered them an alternative and told them to call him master because that was what the other egos called him. Having calmed down a little, the guy exhaled and decided it was time to get down to business. At the same time, everyone had heard about special gates in which the level is constantly measured or a new structure appears, that is, gates that go beyond the ordinary. None of the players wanted to enter them because of the danger and instability, but for GQ, they were just fodder for Brunhart. The guy stood in the center of the battle between his egos, which he summoned, and those that appeared only recently, and admired them. Most of them avoided the battle in the air, but Gichu didn't pay any attention to it. He activated his elemental darkness skill, and through the fusion of elements, he was able to make wings out of it. When Lu saw this, he was amazed at his talent, as he was able to use his skills much better than before. But also, Lu reminded him that all this was thanks to his new progress. Gichu grimaced in response to the ego's words, because he was perfectly capable of praising himself. The guy couldn't stand by while his subordinates fought for him, so he flew to help them. Huge birds with large wings circled in the sky, defending their place. Gichu skillfully dodged their attacks and quickly took them out one after another. These monsters did not frighten him in any way, and he was able to deal with them very easily, thanks to his advanced skills. When he finished with them and landed on the ground, he looked at his left hand. It didn't contain his second sword, which he had become so accustomed to and which he missed. He was a little upset, but Lu told the owner to get used to it. Suddenly, he heard Elle's voice behind him, telling him that she had brought the gatekeeper's equipment. When the guy turned around, the same Elle stood in front of him, only transformed into a little angel. The resurrection of Elle that GQ attempted a couple of months ago ended successfully, which came as a big surprise to him. She was reborn in his sword and was now his subordinate again. When he took it in his hands, the sword glowed with a bright light. The guy did not know why this was happening and was a little scared for her. But at that moment, her new skill was activated and now she could gain flesh. Gichu greeted Elle, and she immediately transformed into a sword. He was glad that she was able to gain the form of a sword, but now that she had also gained flesh, Gichu wanted to make her more free. When she transformed back into an accessory, he asked how she was feeling in flesh form, but she replied that she couldn't maintain that state for long yet. Lu was sarcastic because he still remembers that she betrayed the owner, but Gichu had long forgiven her and asked Lu not to bring up this topic again. He also understood that the time it took to maintain the flesh and her youthful appearance indicated that it was worth working on it some more. All of this could be solved if there was progress. He opened her progress window to see what she was missing. She needed 3 souls that transformed into egos, while Gichu only had 1, which was Huang Che-il. Just like in Lu's case, he couldn't use her just like that. But if we can restore the fragments of Chaelmont and King Evil Eye, as was done with Grandpa, then we can make progress. Still, he was missing one element now, although it could be obtained if he hunted, and the real problem was the sacred sword, which was also needed. The guy thought that perhaps angels would be suitable as victims for him, but he couldn't do it with them. The only option left for him was to find a player who had 100 sacred swords. While Gichu was thinking about this, his subordinates approached him from behind. The angels and undead bowed before him and reported the completion of their task. The guy praised them and asked what they did with the crystals. Hart answered him that the crystals were collecting skeletons, and if he opened the gates for them, then everyone would be transferred from there. Gichu opened the gate and ordered them to also help the skeletons collect the crystals so as not to waste time. He wanted them to collect everything quickly, because he still needed to absorb these gates. While he was bringing Elle back to life, an unusual gate appeared in Korea that he kept wanting to absorb. But in 2 of them, signs of a rupture appeared, and Gichu had to give in to another guild. Considering the previous experience, when there was a small commotion during the establishment of communication with the gate, he did it differently now. He cleared these gates without witnesses. Using his powers as a mercenary, he managed to carry out the absorption without any problems. It didn't end there. Just like with the undead, he needed to raise his control level by destroying the monsters. However, this was not a problem since his ego did everything for him, and he simply watched them at that time. When the control level reached level 100, the guy was finally happy that everything was going as it should. He began to redesign the gate to make it a little brighter and not as dull as he had planned. After the changes, the gate became much more beautiful and spacious, which pleased his ego very much, although Lu was the only one who was satisfied with the previous gate. But Lu's preferences didn't really interest his master. Once he finished decorating the gates, he had one more thing left to do. He needed to choose a deputy manager for the Heart Gate. The first candidate was Hamiel. He was the first to receive a name, so he was considered the eldest among the angels, and he was ready to give his life for his master. The second candidate was Durakan. With the development of the gate, his intelligence increased, and he began to speak, and he was also ready to carry out any order of the owner. And the third candidate for deputy was the Griffin King. He was the new keeper of the absorption gates. He flew towards the guy and landed right next to him, but from his look, Gichu thought he wanted to attack him. But the Griffin only began to gently rub his head against his owner and behaved quite friendly, but had no charisma. He had trouble communicating, and if he flapped his wings, the gate could turn into a mass of bird droppings. Therefore, it was necessary to choose from only 2 remaining candidates. At this time, Hart sat not far from them and watched what was happening in anticipation of the choice of the owner. He thought that whoever became his deputy would still be below him, since Durakan was already his subordinate. There was no better option. But even if the deputy becomes an angel, it will also look good, because any of the options will be beneficial to him. After some time, Hart was sitting on a small cliff and was very upset. Hamiel stood next to him and asked him not to be upset about the master's choice, because he was doing everything for their good. Hart looked at him. Even though he was a skeleton, his face expressed great sadness and disappointment. Hamiel was convinced that being a deputy like Hart was not a bad thing either. Hart was demoted to deputy, and Huang's girlfriend, who had long had an interest in construction and management, was appointed manager of GQ. Meanwhile, in England, Iron Shield watched the news about the gate appearing in Korea and couldn't believe that it was possible to create a gate wherever one wanted. He looked at his interlocutor, who was Andras, and did not understand who he really was. But Andras had no intention of telling him who he was. It was enough for him that they understood each other. Iron Shield agreed with him because the most important thing for him was that he could help him, because for the sake of revenge he was ready to make a pact even with the devil. Andras told the Shield not to be too surprised, because this was only an appetizer before the main course. He began to smile slyly and said that the most interesting part would begin very soon. And inside the gate, the skeletons, on Grandfather Huang's instructions, set up a temporary tent. Inside this tent stood Gi Chu with his grandfather, who opened the gate map in front of him. The guy was surprised by his trick, because he didn't know he had such a card. But Huang also found out about it when he became the manager and began to explain everything to him. The changes in the basic environment inside the gate are the same as those he already knew, since the environment of the new gate merged with the environment of the existing ones. He began to talk about their features, and showed that 3 mines appeared along the edges of the gate, in which there were crystals and rare materials. The guy wasn't particularly interested in money, while for Huang it was a real stroke of luck, and he would be able to create without much expense and with the help of free labor. Huang also noted that there was too much wasted space in the gates. Apart from the pyramids, there is no particular use for this space unless Gi Chu sells it. According to Huang's observations, the pyramid only looked normal on the outside, but inside there was horror, which he planned to do as well, but Gi Chu replied that Rogers would do it. Grandfather looked at the tent and said that it would be better to build a proper stronghold, as well as make a prison and a hunting field. The guy was surprised by Huang's plans, but he explained to the guy that he didn't mean punishment for some guys, but it was also impossible to kill them every time. He believed that it was necessary to re-educate such people because, unlike Rogers, who had lost his power, it would not be possible to control everyone, so a place for their confinement was needed. The guy thought about Huang's words and remembered the rumors that were going around the world about a prison for especially dangerous red players. This prison was called Gehenna. They said that it was the most terrible prison, and it was located inside the gates, but it is quite possible that these are just rumors. The guy understood everything about prison. The only thing he didn't understand was about the hunting field. Huang explained that the advantage of the gate was that monsters spawned there for free, which could be used as soldiers, but they did not use their full potential. This field could be used for his friends to hunt there, and for this, the guy would receive payment and thus do 2 useful things. Grandfather wanted to gradually put everything in order, and in the meantime, Hart sat not far from them and still felt humiliated. After upgrading the gates, they became stronger, and with them the monsters and different types of skeletons also appeared. And there was also a lot more Drahan, and now the guy couldn't tell which of them was real. Gi Chu asked the real Durahan to call him by his name, and he immediately raised his hand, thereby identifying himself. He decided to give him a new name so as not to get confused and began to think, but Lu was sure that the owner had thought of everything a long time ago and was only pretending to think. Having come up with a name, Gi Chu called Durakana. Hal, the subordinate, heard his name and thanked the master. After that, Hal began to transform into a huge knight before the boy's eyes, and the information window showed that Gi Chu had established a connection with the Death Knight demon. The boy was surprised by what was happening, and the knight in turn bowed to him and swore to serve his master forever. Gi Chu looked at him and was shocked that he could now create demons. Lu started to get nervous because he didn't understand why this happened, and Gi Chu himself didn't know what he did. Then Lu told the boy to check this knight with his demonic eye and find out what he was. The guy activated the demon's eye, with which he could see the entity in a little more detail. But suddenly the guy's nose started bleeding and he became very scared for him. Gi Chu was unable to stay on his feet and began to faint right in front of his subordinates. As he fell, El took the form of an angel and managed to catch him so that he didn't hit his head on the ground. All his subordinates were very afraid for him and began to run to him to help. Lu tried to explain to them that the owner was okay, but they didn't listen to him, and Ella told them to move GQ to a safe place. But the knight answered her that he would not listen to her instructions and began to command himself. He began to order everyone else to help the master quickly and do it without a single mistake. Elle picked up Gichu and flew with him to the tent, and the others rushed after her. In this confusion, Lu was shocked by their excessive care. When, after some time, Gichu came to his senses, he did not immediately understand where he was. Elle stood next to him and told him that he was lying in a temporary tent and had nothing to fear. He wanted to get up, but suddenly realized that he couldn't do it because his body didn't obey at all. Lu, standing to the side, who had scared the boy a little, told him that he had been unconscious for a whole week and therefore could not move. Gichu was surprised that Lu could stand without his help, since he had never done so before. The guy just realized that he had really been lying there for a week, and he asked Lu in fear what had happened to him. Lu explained to him that his balance between life and death had been disrupted, and the source that had burst last time had left behind a fragment. And when Gichu activated the demon's eye, a part of the source of life collided with the power of death. The guy felt so bad that it seemed to him as if a bomb had exploded inside him, but in reality that is what happened. But now he was able to find a balance, as he had been lying in the tent for a long time. When he looked around, he saw that he was surrounded by skeletons and angels. Lu told the guy that while he was unconscious, they guarded him and never even moved once. Gichu was pleased that they all cared about him so much. He noticed the bed he was making, and when he looked at what it was made of, he saw griffin feathers. Gichu was even more scared because he didn't understand what they did while he was unconscious. Lu began to explain everything to him in order, and highlighted only 3 main points. The first is that death and life were activated in Gichu's body. The second is that he lay unconscious for a week, and during this time 2 forces found balance inside him. And the third, everything he saw around him was the result of the fuss that his subordinates had caused. The guy thanked everyone for their concern and decided that it had gone too far. He shouted at them and ordered everyone to disperse and not interfere with him while he went about his business. They obediently dispersed, and Gichu asked Lu to tell him everything in more detail once again. But he answered him that there was nothing more to say, except that there was one nuance that confused him in the location of some of the fragments. Lu told the boy to look through the demon's eye himself, convincing him that he wouldn't faint this time. When he activated his demonic eye, he didn't see anything special, but it was all because the guy couldn't see his face, and Lu told him to ask Elle to show his face through the sword. The boy turned to Elle and asked her to show him what he looked like. Elle gave him her hand and transformed into a sword. Gichu began to look at his face in the reflection of the sword. When he looked more closely, he saw that one of his eyes had changed color and was gray. The demon eye's color change wasn't a major issue, but neither Lu nor Elle knew anything about it, so Gichu was left to observe it. He came to Rogers, who begged him to talk to him about some matter. Rogers began to beg the guy to give him a chance to get revenge on Iron Shield. GQ immediately realized that Hart had done everything as he had planned. Now all the anger that was in him was directed against the Iron Shield. However, the boy did not understand what Rogers could do to the Iron Guild, and he started telling the guy that he urgently needed to improve his level. After all, he had already become stronger once, and it would be much easier for him to do it the second time. As he said this, his face twisted in anticipation of revenge. But Gichu stopped him and said that he could not become stronger anymore. Even if he hunts, his strength will not return and he will not be able to level up any further. After all, now the guy could clearly see that Roger's cup was completely broken, and he was surprised that he had not died yet. Then Rogers grabbed him and started talking about how he knew a lot of information about the dirty deeds of the Iron Shield and that this would help GQ destroy it. The guy pushed him away and said that it was of some use, but he still couldn't trust him completely. Rogers was upset by this and didn't know what to say, but GQ suddenly said that he would give him a chance if he could do anything. Hearing his words, Rogers jumped up happily and said that he would carry out any of his orders, and at that moment, GQ took his life. He did it so quickly that Rogers didn't have time to think about anything, and Lu activated the cannibalism skill and absorbed his flesh. Lu asked why he didn't destroy him right away, but Gichu wanted to make Rogers angry, because when he listened to his orders, it would be more useful if he had his own goal. The guy wanted to leave the gate, but all his subordinates followed him, considering it their duty to accompany and protect their master. He was shocked by their behavior, but they continued to say that they could not leave him alone and must always be with him. Gichu was very tired of them constantly following him, and tried to think of something to stop them from following him around. And he had an idea. He said that they were so worried about him because they didn't trust Ella and Lou. And they suddenly became worried, and GQ continued to say why they neglected their strength because they also protected him. The knight began to explain himself to the guy, although he did not fully understand who Lou was, but for some reason he was afraid of him. The angels also asked for forgiveness. Although they knew who Elle was, they were afraid to meet her face to face. They all apologized to the guy for their rudeness, and GQ was finally able to leave in peace. When he came out of the basement, he saw that everything around was covered with snow and winter had come. Recently, Gichu was stuck in the basement for a very long time, and he felt like the seasons were changing with a snap. It was still quite cool outside, and he decided to go back into the house. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his sister, who was glad to see him again. Yujin held B in her arms, who had become somewhat restless, and now she realized that it was because GQ had come outside. She asked him not to disappear for so long again, but he explained to her that he was simply very busy. Despite this, she was glad that he came out just on time. But GQ did not understand what his sister was talking about, and then she was surprised by such a coincidence. She said that it was Christmas, and she thought that was why her brother came out of the basement. Entering the house, the guy tidied himself up, and his sister began to ask him why he didn't have a girlfriend with whom he could go on a date. The guy was surprised by her question and responded by attacking her with the same question. But she dodged the question, saying that she was still a schoolgirl, and the most important thing for her was to think about her studies. GQ thought that on this holiday one should spend time with family, but his sister was sure that he would say so, because that is what all single people said. Yujin was going to meet her friends, and their mother also had plans for the evening, so she wanted him to keep up and go on a date as well. GQ told her that he has one friend with whom he corresponds, which surprised her very much, because she thought that he did not know how to do this. The guy decided that he would no longer explain himself to his sister and told her to mind her own business, and he would mind his own. When she left, he thought about the holiday, since he couldn't even remember the last time he celebrated it. GQ had arranged to meet with Yubin and was about to leave the house, but was suddenly stopped by his sister. She was unhappy that he was going to go on a date in such an inappropriate state and decided to help him change. They agreed to meet at the station, and GQ was already waiting for her there. The guy was worried that he might be late because of Yu Jung, who couldn't find the right hairstyle for him for a long time. Suddenly a girl called him. When he heard his name, he turned around at her voice. Yubin was delighted when she realized that it was indeed GQ standing there and greeted him. When Gichu saw her, he was a little stunned by how dazzling she looked, his face instantly turning red. After he fainted in front of the association building, they met for the first time, so GQ thanked her again for her help and apologized. The guy wanted to buy gifts for his family, so Yubin suggested going to the mall to buy them. On the way, GQ apologized again for making Yubin waste her time on his business, but this did not bother her at all, because she understood that he was very busy. When they arrived at the mall, Yubin led the guy to the jewelry floor, which he didn't even know existed. She explained that this was a VIP area that could be used not only by special clients but also by rankers. The guy saw that there were items on the shelves. These items, in the form of jewelry, could be used by ordinary people. After Gichu's mother drank the elixir, she was able to use items, even though non-players are usually unable to do so. But as an exception, items have appeared that can be used by ordinary people, and if a guy gives such a thing to his mother, it will act as a protective talisman. Such an ornament was hard to get even at auction, so the price was not small. Yubin was worried that it was too expensive for Gichu. The guy told her that the price didn't bother him at all, because he had asked her to recommend a gift for him and was very grateful for that. But there were so many items that it was difficult for him to choose, since he knew that his sister would not like the one with a high level of protection. Then Yubin asked him to pay attention to the jewelry brand Horsen, which was very famous in Korea. She said that the brand usually only produces a few items a year, but recently the number has increased dramatically. In terms of quality, they looked a little worse than other items, but the price was reasonable. Gichu decided to take a closer look at the jewelry. He was overcome by the feeling that he knew whose hands this work was, and his ego felt the same. Lu confirmed the guy's guess and said that all these were Grandpa Huang's products. Now Gichu understood where Huang got the money from, because he no longer made weapons. It turned out that he had a part-time job, since after fixing L, he was constantly busy with something. Yubin approached the guy to find out if he had chosen any jewelry, and he agreed, and also thanked her for her help and offered to treat her to dinner. They went to another floor and sat in a restaurant where GQ ordered them food. Yubin was very impressed by the place and wondered how often he had been there, but GQ was recommended this place by a friend, as he himself had very rarely visited something like this. They started eating dinner, and the guy really liked the taste of the dish. He decided that he would come here with his sister and mother next time. When they finished eating, Yubin began asking the guy about his hobbies. The guy was surprised, because he had never even thought about it, so she decided to ask about his favorite movie. But he replied that he hadn't watched anything for a long time, and when she asked about his favorite music, the answer was approximately the same. The guy felt uncomfortable that he had rather boring answers to all the questions. But Yubin said that there was nothing wrong with that. She just felt like GQ had no free time for himself. She suddenly began to scold herself, because it seemed to her that she was interfering in something that was none of her business, and she apologized to the guy. Lu began to tell the guy that the girl was very meticulous, but she was right in that GQ did not live like a normal person. The guy didn't understand what ego meant, and then Lu explained that the guy didn't have his own time, or more precisely, he didn't have his own life. He began to give him examples and tell him that his revenge was just a release of energy, and that his becoming strong was only for the safety of his family. Gichu had never done anything for himself, and the boy suddenly understood what Lu was talking about. Back when he had to take care of his mother and sister alone, he must have had some desires, something he wanted to do. But he had to forget about all this, because this was the only way he could survive. After meeting the ego, he gained strength and got out of poverty, and it seemed to him that he had solved many problems. But what you give up is not so easy to return. Yubin continued to apologize as she felt very ashamed of her words, but suddenly she heard the guy thank her. She looked at him in surprise, and he thanked her again for worrying about him. His words made Yubin very embarrassed, and she instantly blushed and covered her face. Then she decided to ask about going to the cinema together, if the guy would have time for it. Before they could respond, GQ and Yubin heard cries for help coming from the street. When they ran to see what was happening, they saw that a special gate had opened in the very center of the city. The area was evacuated, and experts from the association, as well as players who were nearby, gathered at the gates. Yubin and GQ were also there, watching the events closely. The appearance of gates in the center of the city is not a rare occurrence, but so far there have been no cases of people losing consciousness. The association was nearby, so they arrived quickly, and there were a lot of players nearby, so they were able to help the victims. One of the association representatives addressed the players and thanked them for their assistance, and they will also hold a lottery to see who will get the chance to clear the gate. Gichu looked at his watch and asked Yubin if they needed to attend since rankers automatically became participants, and she confirmed his words. Yubin noticed his watch, which looked very old, but because of the gloves, she didn't notice it before. She thought that perhaps it was not an object, but simply valuable to him, as he was telling her at that time that their evening had come to an end. But Yubin didn't mind at all, because it was time for her to go home too. She kept thinking about how to ask him about the watch. When she finally decided to ask, she was interrupted by the shout of Secretary GQ. Turning towards the voice, they saw Song-hoon in very strange clothes who waved his hand at them in greeting. GQ asked why the secretary was walking around like that on his day off, and Sung-hoon explained that he hadn't had time to change because of an emergency call. But now the situation has stabilized, so he will just see what is there and go home. Sung-hoon called the guy for a few words and said that he was very happy for him because he managed to get out on a date on such a day. GQ began to deny Sung-hoon's words because he did not consider their meeting a date, and the secretary did not continue this conversation and said that he was just joking. After he left, Yubin remembered that Sung-hoon was the person who was entrusted to lead the ranker battle, and she also saw him when GQ lost consciousness. She noticed that she and GQ were very close, and the guy confirmed this, since he and Sung-hoon communicated a lot at work. Yubin asked him if he was going home straight away, but he had to pick up the gifts he had left at the store first and buy a cake. She decided to recommend him a good store and thought about asking about the watch next time. Suddenly GQ was called again, and when they turned around, it was his secretary again. Sung-hoon couldn't reach GQ because his phone was dead, so he had to run out to tell him the information in person. He reported that the gate evaluation result had come out, but GQ didn't understand why he had rushed to say that, unless it was an S rank. But Sung-hoon said that gate evaluation was impossible. The experts were unable to evaluate the rank. Hearing this, Gi-kyu was stunned by this news. When Gi-kyu returned home, he immediately presented the gifts to his family, who were simply shocked by them. Yoo-jung started to thank her brother for such a gorgeous gift. She couldn't believe that he was giving it to her. Gi-kyu's mom said that Shik-hyun also gave her a gift from the brand, and she felt very embarrassed about it, but the guy said that she should definitely thank him with dinner. While they continued to admire and look at the gifts, Gi-kyu went to his room to change his clothes and think things over. A gate whose rank could not be determined meant only one thing: its level was higher than S-rank. There are few such cases of such gates appearing, but each time such gates took the lives of many players. Besides, these are special gates, the level of danger of which cannot be described as anything good. Gi-chu remembered that the magical power that flowed out from them at the very beginning was different from other gates, but after that, he didn't feel anything special. The guy approached Lu to see what he thought about it, and he replied that he had some ideas, but he needed to take another look. Lu said that they would consult with L and that he could rest and enjoy the evening for now, and L also confirmed that nothing would happen for now. Gi-kyu thanked them for their concern and decided that if he was already in the mood for rest, then he needed to rest, because one evening could change little. In the morning, all the news broadcast important news about the appearance of several special gates, the level of which could not be determined. The association and the governments of various countries declared a state of emergency, and all people from those areas were evacuated. Gi-kyu stood in front of the TV and was shocked at how all this could happen in one night. He quickly got ready and ran out of the house. Saying goodbye to his family, he also took B. When he went outside, he immediately called Song-hoon to come to him urgently. But Song-hoo was about to call Gi-kyu himself, as he was already waiting for him in front of the entrance. On the way, the secretary realized that they needed to go to the Gangnam area so that Gi-kyu could check something. Sun-hoo promised to get him there very quickly and safely. He picked up the speed and they drove even faster. They arrived at the place, and Gi-chu began to study the gate with his special skill. He looked carefully, but everything was exactly as he had expected, although if you looked at it that way, no special features were visible. The guy asked Lu if he knew anything about this gate, as it looked very strange. Lu said that all his guesses about the gate were confirmed, and it was exactly the gate he thought it was. When he told the guy what this gate was, Gi-chu was very scared. He quickly ran up to Song-hoo and said that he needed to know where else the unidentified gates had appeared, as they all needed to be checked. But the secretary said that Gi-kyu had been urgently called to the association, and they needed to go there right away. The guy grabbed Song-hoo by the shoulders and said that he definitely needed to check the rest of the gates now. The secretary had no choice, as he could not refuse his boss, and they went to check the gate. Meanwhile, a meeting of mercenaries was being held at the association, where only Gi-kyu was expected, and this wait was tiring them out greatly. By evening, Gi-kyu and the secretary finally finished their business and arrived at the association. While they were sitting in the car, Song-hoo was very worried that he would be scolded for being late. Gi-kyu convinced him that he had warned the chairman that they were late due to the special gate, and so he had nothing to worry about. But Song-hoo thought that the guy wouldn't understand him, because he had completely different concerns. He pulled himself together and began to explain to the guy that he had been called in as a mercenary, where he would meet people like himself. Song-hoo admitted that no one knows how the other mercenaries will receive the guy, so if he is afraid of being recognized, he can put on a mask. Gi-kyu confidently answered the secretary that he no longer intended to hide, so he had no need for a mask. The secretary was a little upset because he took with him the mask he made for the guy last time. The guy got out of the car and headed to the association to look for a meeting room. When Gi-chu found the next office, he stopped at the door. He felt several sources of magic and decided that this was how the meeting was going. Without thinking twice, he opened the door and entered the office, in the middle of which stood a huge table where other mercenaries, the head of the association and his son, were sitting. The head of the association greeted Gi-chu and showed him a place where he could sit. At that moment, his friend Seok-woo waved to him and the guy sat down next to him. Seok-woo said that he was very late, but Gi-kyu explained that it was not because of business that he could not come earlier. A young mercenary sitting opposite him approached the guy and asked what Gi-chu's codename was. The guy found this behavior strange and decided not to answer his question, saying that it was a secret. Gi Chu felt a strong aura from the mercenary, which surprised him greatly, because if he had such strength, he could soon become the topic of newspaper headlines. The guy didn't know that there were so many strong mercenaries. He turned the other way to evaluate others. On the other side of the table sat the leader of a one-man guild that was among the top 10 strongest, Kim Do-hyun. He glanced at Gi Chu and called him the 11th mercenary. The guy looked at him carefully and realized that Do-hyun was also a mercenary. Gi Chu found it strange that he called him the 11th. After all, if we exclude the chairman and Shik-hyun, then together with him there are 7 left. Even if we count Su-jung, then there are 3 empty seats. The head decided not to waste time and to start the meeting as soon as possible, since the matter was urgent. He reminded them that the reason everyone had gathered was because of the appearance of numerous special gates. There are 20 of them in the world, and 5 in Korea, and the level cannot be determined. If the S-Rank gate is considered a natural disaster, then this situation is much more critical. Do-hyun didn't understand why the leader didn't address this problem to the top 10, because they were lone mercenaries. There was a big difference between one player and an entire guild. Lu asked the owner why this leader and member of the top 10 was speaking, since he was also a mercenary. Gi Chu suggested that perhaps they had problems with profit. Such strong guilds are a single mechanism, and most likely, he does not want to share the profit with mercenaries. Seok Woo intervened in the conversation and said that the situation was not suitable for separating mercenaries from guilds, because if they were gathered here, it meant that everything was serious. The young mercenary also supported Seok Woo and said that they had better listen to the chairman to the end first. The leader thought that Do-hyun's statement was quite appropriate. If it concerns the cleansing, then the guild should be spoken to first. But this was not the case. Unlike him, the chairman did not think that the other leaders were ready to send their entire staff to meet an unknown danger. He repeated to them that there had never been such cases, and if players were to suffer during the cleanup, it would be better not to start at all. So what they needed was not a gate-clearing team, but a reconnaissance squad that could return back. 2 twin girls decided that the chairman wanted to sacrifice the mercenaries, since they were in the minority, and it would be more profitable. But that's not what the leader meant at all. He's just proposing a plan that will most likely succeed, since he never forced them to do anything. Gi Chu watched the twins, and Lu and El confirmed his suspicions. And if you don't count the leader and Shik-hyun of all those present, these girls are the strongest. The young mercenary raised his hand and said that he agreed to go to the gate to check, because it was his job and even more so if he received a good reward. Do-hyun also agreed to the chairman's proposal, and Seok Woo also raised his hand. Gi Chu noticed that there were only 2 seats left, so he decided to raise his hand as well. At that moment, he looked at Shik-hyun, who with one look indicated that he should lower his hand, and Gi Chu obeyed, after which the twins took the 2 remaining places and the guy was a little upset. He looked at one of the mercenaries, who didn't say anything and also didn't raise his hand to participate, which seemed strange. The leader announced that they had gathered the minimum number of participants and asked if anyone had any more questions about this. Gi Chu raised his hand and said that he had information about the gate, since he had witnessed the opening of the first special gate and had checked the rest before arriving. He also said that he was able to test the gate using his abilities, but he couldn't go into more detail about his abilities. All he could tell them was that he could see things that were related to the devil. The mercenaries suddenly became very surprised and even looked scared when they heard Gi Chu's words. The guy didn't understand their reaction, because they didn't look like they didn't know what they were talking about. The chairman and Shik-hyun told everyone that they vouch for Gi Chu's abilities, and his words are completely true. Do-hen wondered if it was true that this special gate could be connected to the devil. And the guy confirmed that this is indeed the case, all 5 gates that appeared in Korea, and quite possibly all 20 around the world. This gate was the devil's kingdom. When the mercenaries heard this, they simply fell into a stupor and were very shocked by the situation. They are a kind of kingdom, or to be more precise, an abandoned territory, completely unlike ordinary gates. A special gate with an undefined level that appeared in Korea, and these lands were not completely abandoned. It was a terrible place, ruled by demons who were much stronger than ordinary gatekeepers. Having finished the conversation, all the mercenaries began to go home. Gi Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he couldn't go to bed once this meeting was over, even though there hadn't been much progress in the discussions. He thought about the fact that there were now 5 gates and 5 mercenaries, as had been decided in advance. 1 gate for each mercenary. The guy was worried whether they could cope alone because this was the devil's domain, not just a gate. But Lu was shocked that the guy didn't listen to what the chairman said at the meeting. Namely, he said that it is better for 1 player to go there who can check and quickly leave, suddenly in a critical situation. Only GQ and Shik Hyun were left in the office, so he asked him why Hyun stopped him when he raised his hand. Shik Hyun, in turn, told the guy to come to the association in the morning in a couple of days, and then he would explain everything to him in detail. He also told the guy to take his things with him, since he would not be spending the night at home. The boy nodded approvingly, and Shik Hyun said that he could go while he stayed behind and talked to his father. GQ said goodbye and left the office, which seemed to make him feel better. Suddenly, Seok Woo's voice called out to him, standing at the door of the office, and asked him why he hadn't gone home. Seok Woo suggested GQ to sit in a cafe and have a drink. The guy was surprised by such an offer because usually his friend is always busy. But Seok Woo explained that he was facing such an unusual task and he was a little anxious, so he decided to relax while he could. Lu reminded Gi Chu that he had promised to treat his secretary to dinner for keeping him late. The guy asked Seok Woo about having another person have dinner with them. When they all gathered at the cafe, Gi Q set the table for Sung Hoon as promised, and they also bought drinks. The guy apologized to the secretary for calling him to have dinner together, because he would soon have no more free time. But Song Hoo wasn't at all against it, since he was already familiar with Seok Woo, even though they weren't in such a situation. Yi Gi Q remembered that they had met during the showdown with the Iron Guild, but Sung Hoon added that he often had to meet rankers in his work. Then the secretary offered them a drink to lighten the mood a little. After some time, a considerable number of empty bottles had accumulated near them. Sung Hoon praised the drink that Seok Woo treated them to, which made the secretary blush a little. He then decided to ask Seok Woo and Gi Q how they met, since they looked like they had known each other for many years. His ego also wanted to hear this story since it was before they met, and Seok Woo revealed that he once gave Gi Q a tutorial. He started to say that the guy was always gloomy and constantly frowned, but Gi Q denied his words. Then Sung Hoon asked Gi Q what Seok Woo was like when they first met, since he was already famous back then. And Gi Q seemed to have returned several years ago, to the first floor where Seok Woo trained him. The guy had a hard time fighting the goblins, and Seok Woo was worried about raising his level. He opened his information window and saw that his level was still first. They both couldn't understand why nothing was happening. It was the last day of his training, after which he should have increased his level, but this did not happen. Seok Woo apologized to the boy and said that from tomorrow onwards he would no longer be able to teach him, and Gi Q thanked him for his help. He noticed that Seok Woo had changed. The look he had previously given him as if he were a rising star was gone. Most likely, he no longer saw the point in investing his time and energy. So a month passed. The guy hunted goblins to the point of exhaustion and barely made ends meet, selling a few crystals. Seok Woo would sometimes come to him, check on his condition and leave, which he didn't like very much. Perhaps he was driven by pity or curiosity, or perhaps a sense of superiority. Either option was unpleasant, and it would have been better for him not to pay attention to it at all. That day, he met Shik Hyun at one of the cafes to have dinner, because he quickly got tired of the food inside the gate. Gi Q noticed that Shik Hyun had been very busy lately, and he was right. He had a lot of work piled up on him. But he still asked if the guy had any difficulties, and that he could safely turn to him for help. The guy thanked him and said that he had already done so much for him, and he simply could not ask for more. Shik Hen looked at him carefully and asked again to make sure that the guy really didn't have any problems. Gi Chu thought about it, because the fact that he became a player was exactly what he wanted to discuss. But he decided that he would talk to him later, when he had achieved something more, because it seemed to him that this was the most correct thing to do. He told him that nothing was bothering him, but he had already decided that he wanted to quit his job as a player. When Sung Hoon heard this part of the story, he was very scared to know that the guy wanted to do this, and hoped that it didn't happen. Gi Q continued to tell the story that after they had dinner, Cheok Hyun gave him a ride home. When he left, the guy thought about how, as soon as he made this decision, all his doubts immediately disappeared. As he went up to his house, he was firmly convinced that he would do just that and simply assume that it was all a dream. He planned to look for a new job the next day. When he entered the house, he saw his sister taking care of Seok-woo, who for some reason was at his house. The guy didn't understand what he was doing at his house at such a late hour. The sister suddenly approached Gi-chu and asked why he didn't warn her that his friend was a celebrity. Gi-chu grabbed his head from his sister's questions because he himself did not know what was going on. Seok-woo called out to him and asked him to come outside with him so they could talk in peace. When they came out, the guy immediately told him that such a sudden visit had put him in a rather awkward position. Seok-woo apologized for this as he simply couldn't get through to the guy. Gi-chu looked at his phone, which was just turned off, and now understood why he came in person. He was more interested in the reason for Seok-woo's arrival, and immediately told him that he had decided to quit his job with the player. Seok-woo was stunned by his words and started rummaging through his things to show Gi-chu something. He took a large stack of documents from his backpack, and seeing this, the guy didn't understand why he needed them. Seok-woo began to sort through the documents, among which were the players' dissertations on leveling up and improving their skills and much more. Gi-chu stopped him because he didn't understand why he brought all this and showed it to him. Seok-woo explained to him that he was not good at comforting words, so he first found materials that could help the boy. He hoped that the guy would not give up so quickly and would continue working as a player. Gi-chu asked him why he was doing all this for him because he really didn't understand. Seok-woo could say that it was his good intentions, but Gi-chu still wouldn't believe him. So it was a pure calculation. He wanted to make a capable person with unknown potential his ally. The profession of a gamer is now considered a common thing, but almost 20 years ago, it was a completely unexplored area. Seok-woo believed that if there had been no candidates so far, it meant that his case had unlimited possibilities, which they called a specialty. Gi-chu was carried away by Seok-woo's sweet talk, so he studied for 5 years in vain. But his friend didn't think so, because in the end, everything turned out exactly as he said. Sung-hoon was impressed by the story because Seok-woo did something that was not easy, and besides, they were complete strangers. Seok-woo said that when he first saw Gi-chu, there was nothing unusual, only excitement about him becoming a player, and sometimes his face was gloomy. He remembered that they had never talked about serious things, but it was not difficult to guess the reasons. For example, one could understand everything from the same clothes that he wore every time. Also, from the obsession with collecting as many crystals as possible and not using the potion. He could understand all of this even if Gi-chu himself didn't say it. And if you add to all this, the fact that he couldn't level up, he didn't know what exactly touched him. But some thoughts came to mind. After all, if failures constantly happen in life for no reason, then it would be nice to have a person nearby who will support him just like that. Seok-woo thought that it was all because he was very kind, and with a smile on his face, he told Gi-chu that he owed him. The guy smiled back and said that he would definitely repay his debt and save his life next time. 2 days later, a huge crowd of reporters and press gathered at Incheon International Airport. They bombarded Shik-hyun with questions about the situation with the gate and what he planned to do. When Shik-hyun stopped to answer their questions, he was surrounded by a crowd of reporters. He told the press that the guild's top players were conducting an investigation to quickly find a solution to this problem, and they would discuss the rest at the upcoming association meeting. They also began to ask who the man was who was standing with him, and whether he was a participant in the association meeting. He introduced Gi-chu to the press as a new ranker and gave his code name, and also said that in their opinion, he is the closest to the status of a top ranker. After his words, reporters began to photograph the guy and ask him about everything in order to find out at least some information. Gi-chu was confused as to how he ended up standing in front of them. Sometime before that, they arrived at the plane. The guy was a little shocked because Shik-hyun did not say that they would fly to the States. He didn't understand what kind of a meeting of associations this was and why he couldn't use the portal and fly on a plane instead. Shik-hyun believed that execution was important in their business, since the guy himself said that he no longer intended to hide his powers. But still, Gi-chu didn't expect that he would suddenly decide to introduce him to reporters, and even make him go to a hairdresser and buy a suit. Lu guessed that Shik-hyun wanted to announce to everyone in advance that the guy was from the association, and that it was most likely the chairman who came up with this. Gi-chu was still unhappy with this, as he felt that he could have warned him in advance. He suddenly started taking off his shoes right before entering the plane, because that's what Yu Jung told him to do. Shik-hen didn't say anything to him, but simply went silently to take his place. When they arrived in Los Angeles and checked into the association's hotel, the guy lay down to rest a bit. He was lying on his bed with his phone in his hand, texting his sister who was just making fun of him, but he promised her he wouldn't let it go. GQ put his phone down and decided to try to pay and collect his thoughts. He closed his eyes and felt that there was a very strong aura concentrated in the hotel. Most likely all the world's strongest players were flocking to this place. GQ called out to L, who quickly took on the form of flesh and bowed to him. But he didn't call her to give her a task. He just wanted her to feel comfortable. He looked at her wings, which were too noticeable, and he asked her how they could be made smaller. And she suddenly removed her wings, which really surprised Gi-chu, because he didn't know that she could do that. Then he asked about her clothes, which also needed to be replaced with something simpler. She suddenly lit up and her appearance began to change before his eyes. Now Elle sat before him, fully dressed in battle armor. She said that this armor protects her well, but is not very maneuverable, so she only wears it when necessary. Gi-chu felt a little uneasy and decided that Elle urgently needed to buy some normal everyday clothes. Meanwhile, a special gate in the city center was guarded from the outside by several people from the association. While in the gate itself, Seok-woo fought with huge demonic monsters. One of those big monsters attacked him, but Seok-woo easily dodged its attack. He activated his ice attack skill and instantly struck back at the enemy, completely engulfing him in his ice. When he looked around a bit, he saw how many traces he had left behind and realized that secret penetration was not for him. But on the other hand, what was important to them was not secrecy, but the result of the test. He walked forward a little and found the most suspicious place. It looked like a huge hole in which someone might have lived. Seok-woo began to think about what to do. At first he wanted to go down there, but then he felt that an unusual aura was coming from there. Besides, he had spent a lot of magical power, so he decided not to take any risks and first returned to report to the association. Suddenly, huge white tentacles began to appear behind his back, trying to grab him, but he reacted in time and took out his sword to free himself from them. After all, no matter how tired he was, it was difficult to catch him with such primitive tricks. But suddenly even larger tentacles began to emerge from this hole. They grabbed Seok-woo and began wrapping his body and arms, preventing him from moving. The sword he was holding was knocked out of his hands, which made him even more tense, as it was impossible to get out of the web. She wrapped him up to the point where he could no longer breathe properly, turning his body into a cocoon. The tentacles began to drag him into the pit, and all he thought about was how to tell the association about this, because he was in a very dangerous position. And at the American Association Hotel, Sung-hoon stood in the corridor and waited for Gi-kyu to scare him. For this reason, he used the portal to get here, and specifically for this purpose, he bought an invisibility necklace, hoping that Gi-chu would not notice him. He watched the elevator and suddenly felt that it was Gi-chu coming up, so he quickly ran towards him. When the elevator doors opened, Sung-hoon screamed at the top of his lungs and greeted Gi-kyu. But suddenly his face changed, and he stood there, perplexed by what was happening. Gi-kyu stood in the elevator, with his subordinate L, and they also looked at him, and did not understand what was happening. When they arrived at the bar, Gi-chu looked at everyone present. Each of them was a strong player that could be counted on one hand. Lu warned the owner not to activate the demon's eye under any circumstances, otherwise he would be in big trouble. Sung-hoon also noted that it was rare to have the chance to see so many strong players in such a place, and he was right, as there were many famous faces gathered in the bar. Not far from them sat a Middle Eastern ranker. His code name was Oil King. He was an oil tycoon even before he became a player. And on the other side of him sat the Japanese ranker Sisanu. Suddenly, Gi-chu felt a strange sensation of the presence of an unknown energy. The other players sitting at the bar also felt it. A tall man in a white suit entered the bar and attracted so much attention. Gi-kyu watched him closely and asked Sung-hoon if it was his aura that everyone felt. But he replied that there were so many rankers gathered here that it was impossible to understand. But the guy felt an unusual flow of magical power in this player. He felt like he was quite strong, perhaps next in strength to Soo-jong. The player suddenly glanced sharply at Sung-hoon and affected him with his aura. The secretary couldn't withstand such force, so he was twisted in pain, and Gi-kyu was very afraid for him. The guy couldn't take it anymore and responded by activating his power to protect Sung-hoon. After he did this, the player suddenly stopped attacking him with his energy, and Gi-chu also stopped. The player liked that the guy was able to withstand his energy attack, and he looked at him with a smirk. GQ, in turn, was very angry about what this player had done, but he was interrupted by L, who was also very angry that he dared to threaten her master. She was literally burning with anger and revenge towards him, and GQ tried to calm her down. The player suddenly started calling L a sacred maiden, trying to find out why she was with someone who had the spirit of an unclean demon coming from them. Gichu and L looked at each other and couldn't understand why he called her by such a strange name. The guy looked at the player and realized that he definitely felt some strange energy from him, but he couldn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Suddenly, an adult man entered the bar, called the player Michael, and ordered him to stop. Upon seeing him, Michael immediately dropped to one knee and bowed in greeting to His Holiness the Pope. When Gi-Kyu and Sung-hoon heard this, they were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Lu assumed that this man was some kind of religious leader who lived up to his title. This old man was so strong that he could have taken on everyone in the bar. A few seconds later, Shik-hyun walked in behind the man and waved hello to Gi-Kyu. But the guy was interested in why he appeared with the Pope. Shik-hyun explained that as a representative of the association from Korea, he had to communicate with representatives from other countries. But most importantly, he wanted to know what happened between them and looked at Michael with a devastating gaze. In turn, Michael began to point his finger at GQ and tried to say something, but he was immediately interrupted by the Pope. He yelled at him again for pointing his finger at the guests from other countries and asked him to be quieter. But Michael continued to tell him that Gi-Chu had a demonic aura about him and that this was unacceptable. Dad yelled at him again and told him to think about his behavior until the meeting was over and not to accept any more objections. Michael was very upset by his words, but agreed and left without saying another word. The guy breathed a sigh of relief because this whole situation had been really stressing him out. He turned to Elle to find out how she was feeling, but she did not respond to his words. She sat at the table and whispered the player's name under her breath, as if she were in a trance. Suddenly, after repeating the same thing several times, she felt uneasy and fainted. After Gi-Kyu returned LA back to the accessory, he and Shik-hyun returned to the room. The guy continued to look at his hand, and Hen asked how she felt. While they were still at the bar, Lu suggested to the owner that perhaps Elle was affected by memories. She also had many forgotten memories, just like Lu, so meeting Michael became a kind of impetus for her. Since that guy didn't look like an ordinary person, he had an angelic aura about him. Gi-Kyu asked Shik-hyun what kind of person this Michael was and who he really was. But Hen himself didn't know, and only heard that this man was a very strong player who was raised by the Vatican. After all, he didn't think that a man from the Vatican had such a disgusting character. Shik-hyun said goodbye to the guy and said that it was time for him to go, because there was an important meeting tomorrow. He also added that Gi-Kyu would be going with him since it was a general meeting, so he also needed to go to bed early. The next day, they arrived at the general meeting, and Hen asked the guy to wait in one of the halls while he went to the conference hall. Gi-Kyu wondered why he didn't take him with him and why he went with him then, since he wasn't doing anything at all. Shik-hyun explained that this was a rite of passage, as it was customary for association representatives to come with an escort. Although now the heads of associations are strong rankers, in the past everything was completely different. This condition helps to maintain the balance of power so that it does not shift to either side and also maintains competitiveness. All those present at the meeting were famous players in their countries, so he should not have done anything stupid under any circumstances. But Gi-Kyu had no intention of doing anything like that, as he believed that he always behaved calmly. And Lu decided to remind him of several situations where Gi-Kyu had shown himself to be less than calm. They said goodbye and the guy went into the hall to the other players. He began to carefully examine each of the players present. Suddenly, one of the players approached him and started asking what Gi-Chu's special skill was and why it was stronger than his. He also added that he had not met anyone who was impossible to read for a long time. The player introduced himself and said that his name was Tao Chen and he was from China, and his code name was Myeonggon. Gi-Kyu also introduced himself to him. Suddenly, other rankers started approaching Gi-Kyu, one of whom was Susanoo from Japan, the one who was in the same bar as the guy. The next one to come up was the Oil King, who also wanted to say hello to him. Gi-Chu was a little scared by the countless handshakes, and was worried because they were friendly towards him. He also extended his hand to shake theirs, but suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. When he turned around, he saw Michael, who again asked about the Sacred Virgin. The guy thought for a second that maybe this guy was somehow connected to Elle's past. Michael apologized to GQ for yesterday's situation, but also said that he doesn't think he was wrong, but is simply doing it because of the couple's orders. So, he didn't intend to fight with Gi Chu, continuing to say something. He saw that the guy walked past him without paying any attention. Gi Chu smiled wickedly and greeted his sworn enemy Iron Shield. A strong energy aura appeared around Gi Chu due to him being very tense. The other players looked at him and couldn't believe their eyes that the guy had such enormous power. Iron Shield saw Gi Chu and didn't understand how he managed to become so strong in such a short time. The guy in turn answered him that he missed him a lot and that he was better off than his subordinate Rogers, but he said this without a drop of regret. Gi Chu also didn't forget to tease Iron Shield about his injured leg, saying that it looked much better already. Iron Shield was so furious at Gi Chu's insolence that he was ready to destroy him right on the spot. But their conversation was interrupted by one of the representatives of the American Association, who shouted the code name GQ. The guy answered, and the secretary said that the chairman was calling him, and he needed to go to his office immediately. As he left, Gi Chu turned to Iron Shield to look into his eyes once more, after which he went to get the secretary to find out why the chairman had called him. Suddenly, Gi Chu stopped as he sensed demonic energy. Then he turned around and noticed a man in a cloak walking with Iron Shield. The boy turned to Lu, who confirmed his suspicions, saying that he too sensed a demon who used the object to hide his identity. But Gi Chu didn't understand what the demon was doing in association with the Iron Shield, and it made him very wary. When he finally arrived at the conference hall, representatives from different countries were waiting for him there, sitting at a round table. The guy stood in the center and he felt uneasy from their gazes, which seemed to suspect him of something. He understood that there were both strong players and not so strong ones, but he had to be careful with the representatives of the associations. Among them, Gi Chu saw one of the 5 top rankers and the chairman of the International Association, codenamed Bloody Emperor. The chairman turned to the boy and asked if he knew why he had been summoned. Gi Chu tensed up. He knew he had to answer clearly to avoid any misunderstandings. Without thinking twice, the guy clearly and quickly answered that he did not know the reason why he was called. Hearing his answer, Shik-hyun clutched his head, as he had expected a more constructive answer. In turn, the chairman said that they had called him because they had heard that he knew some special details about the case with the gates. Gi Chu replied to him that he had been to the site where the special gate had appeared, and had also personally checked all 5 gates that had appeared in Korea. As a result of their investigation, he learned several facts, but warned that these were still only his assumptions. He also added that the appearance of the gate was someone's plan, because when he checked the gate, the timing and location looked very strange. And Lu thought that there was a high probability that all of this was Andras's doing, but he couldn't have done it all alone, so he definitely had an assistant. His assumptions shocked the representatives a little, and one of them suddenly hit the tables with his fist, calling the guy's words complete nonsense. He was approached by Zeus, a representative of the European Council, who did not agree that it was possible to control the gates purposefully. He believed that no one person could do this. The guy replied that he couldn't be sure about that since he didn't know about the player's abilities. And what's more, he didn't even know about Gi Chu's abilities, even though he was standing right in front of him. Zeus was shocked by the guy's answer and wanted to answer him, but the chairman interrupted him and asked him to sit down, as he believed that there was sense in Gi Chu's words. Then the chairman asked the guy what grounds he had for making such loud statements. And the basis of Gi Chu was his unique ability, which he could not tell them about. He also made an amendment and said that the criminal may not be human, and it is quite possible that it could be a demon. The representatives began to whisper among themselves, trying and did not seem to be very surprised by this. Gi Chu noticed the confusion on their faces, although he thought that they would be more worried, but Lu explained that people like them are always calm. But the guy was interested in something else. The Blood Emperor brought him with him to the Iron Shield meeting. Gi Chu couldn't believe that a strong player like the chairman didn't realize that Iron Shield had brought a demon with him. And why did they allow his presence in the association, and yet everyone remains silent and hides it? After the meeting ended, Shik-hyun came to Gi Chu's hotel to check on his well-being, as he was being overly emotional, which was not like him. The guy said that there was one thing that was bothering him and that he couldn't understand. Then Hen asked if his resentment was related to the fact that Iron Shield brought a demon with him, and Gi Chu was a little shocked that he knew about it. Shik-hen sat down next to the guy and said that he understood him perfectly, but not all demons were their enemies. He gave the example of Su Jung, who also goes everywhere with a demon, but he doesn't bother anyone. Hen had recently heard of their history and suggested that they were rather pathetic creatures, much to Lu's anger. They were originally in hell, but after the tower and hell united, they lost their power and some of them were abandoned and were either imprisoned or executed. There are many who are now on the side of the people, and the leaders of different countries allow their presence and even allocate them land to live. When he finished, he saw that Gi Chu was having another fit of rage over being punished for information that was not yet available to him. The next morning, the boy woke up in a very bad condition. When he opened his eyes, he saw Elle sitting next to his bed, happy that he had finally woken up. Gi Chu was glad that she also came to her senses. Because she had slept for a long time after the incident at the bar, Elle immediately apologized for making the owner worry. But he told her that she should apologize and could tell him about her fainting later, since she needed time to collect her thoughts. Gi Chu thought that because of some information he was out of commission for almost a day, and perhaps they could attack him in this way, because players below the 50th floor will have no choice but to take the hits. Elle decided to explain to the owner that 3 conditions were needed for punishment. The first condition is that the listener must be interested in this information. The second is that the listener must have the ability to obtain such information. And thirdly, the speaker should not have the intention of hitting the listener. If at least one of the conditions is not met, then there will be no punishment. Hearing this, Gi Q realized that the conditions were indeed not simple. He picked up his phone and saw that the meeting had already started without him, as Shik Hyun had allowed him to take a rest. Elle suggested that he rest, since she had only healed him a little, and it would be better if he didn't waste his strength. But the guy convinced her that he felt better about him, and moreover, he had important things to do. After all, he came to the States and even met the Iron Shield. He couldn't miss his chance. He started looking at the map to see where New York was, and was shocked that it was very far away. Lu asked him what that meant, and Gi Chu told him that he would be heading to the Iron Guild. When Bronhardt absorbed the gate and progressed, the guy gained one new ability, namely, it is to open several entrances to the gate and secure them, but so far its limit was only 2 entrances. In simple terms, if he opens the gate in New York, he will be able to travel from home to the States and back at any time. Therefore, his business was related to the fact that he would install a gate in the basement of the Iron Guild. Lu praised him, but he didn't understand the only thing. Why, instead of the Iron Guild building, he came to some public toilet. But it won't be easy to infiltrate one of the world's strongest guilds, and besides, Gi Chu doesn't have stealth skills, so the toilet was just right for the job. But Lu didn't understand why the owner started to undress until he saw B's pendant. Gi Chu thought it would be a shame if he couldn't do what his servant could do. He entered one of the booths and activated the elemental water skill, which turned his body into water. And with the new skill of elemental synthesis, it allowed him to use skills, merging with the spirit of the elements. He turned his body into water and entered the building through the sewers. Lu always knew that his master would be able to do something like this someday, but he never thought that his abilities had grown so much. Elemental water, fire, and darkness is a skill that transforms the body into an element with a certain attribute and the spirits are combined. This skill is aimed at allowing Lu to use elemental skills, but the main thing is the connection between him and Lu, because it only adds to the degree of mastery of elemental skills. Transforming the body into another state causes enormous resistance within the body, but thanks to the fusion of 2 skills, he succeeded. When he reached the sewer basement, he was completely unharmed. He raised his head and felt that he was underneath the Iron Guild building, just as he had followed his feelings. Gi Chu opened the gate and the system informed him that there was one place left to install the gate, and he confirmed its installation in that place. After which, Grandfather Huang came out of the gate, surprised that he was in the basement of the Iron Guild. Gi Q apologized for calling him so suddenly, but Huang, on the contrary, was pleased to see the States, even though they were only in the sewers. Grandfather's task was to hide this gate, since even though Gi Chu controlled the magical powers that flowed from it, someone could still accidentally enter the sewer. With Paimon's legacy lost, it will be difficult for him to make an item that can withstand this. But Huang convinced Gi Q that he could trust him with this matter, and even if it didn't work out, he would call Min Su, and they would solve this problem together. He also added that he would keep his hobby a secret. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about until he saw that the skill was unlocked and he was standing naked. GQ began to justify himself to his grandfather, saying that it was just a misunderstanding. After he finished his business, he activated the water fusion skill again and returned back to the same booth. The guy put on his clothes and left the toilet as if nothing had happened. When he came out, suddenly someone's voice called out to him and asked where he had been. Gichu quickly drew his swords and turned to face the man who spoke to him. This man was Michael, which made the guy even more wary. Michael, in turn, noticed the sacred sword in his hands and also tensed up. Gichu began to wonder why he hadn't sensed his presence if he was so close and was most likely watching him. The guy began to worry about whether the player actually saw what he was doing or whether it was just his imagination. Michael asked Gichu why his eyes were full of an ominous aura, as if he wanted to destroy him, and added that he was acting like a puppet of the devil. He asked Gichu to calm down as he had no intention of fighting him. The guy started asking why he was following him and when he started doing it. But Michael replied that Guy Q had misunderstood him and that he had not been following him. He said that he simply had business in the Iron Guild, just like Gichu, and pointed his finger at him. After his words, the guy felt as if he was struck by electricity, and he thought that Michael had seen everything he did, and he was simply torn apart with anger. Michael tried to stop Gichu and said that he just felt his energy heading towards the Iron Guild, but he didn't see anything else. But judging by the guy's reaction, I realized that he had done something, since some strange energy was rising from the basement. Lou tried to calm the owner down, because according to Michael, he really didn't see anything, and they should have listened to him first. When Gichu had cooled down a bit, Michael continued to tell the story. He was in the Iron Guild, as it was connected with the Vatican. The guy guessed that she was tied up because of the sacred sword. But suddenly Michael got angry at GQ, because he called himself an escort, but he showed up with a demon. An ominous aura began to emanate from him, and the guy could not understand why he was acting like this and why he hated demons so much. GQ remembered Shikhyun's words and told Michael that a player like him should know that there are demons who help people. Hearing these words, Michael was beside himself with rage and did not understand how the guy could say such things, because the Vatican fell because of demons. Gichu felt very awkward because he didn't know this information. Michael thought that Gichu was a little different, despite the demon smell, but he realized that he shouldn't have even talked to him. Suddenly, his dark and ominous aura disappeared, and everything around was blinded by bright sunlight. When the boy opened his eyes, he saw Michael standing in front of him with huge angel wings behind his back. He was tense, because he did not understand how this man could hide such strength all the time. The boy couldn't believe that Michael was even stronger than Demon King Sujong. Meanwhile, at the American Association Hotel, Shikhyun tried to call GQ, but all was in vain. He couldn't figure out where the guy had gone, because they urgently needed to get back to Korea. Shikhyun was very angry because he didn't think that everything would get so complicated. At the same time, Michael activated his powerful aura, which almost knocked Gichu off his feet. He began to attack GQ with his wings, but the boy managed to block his attack. Having repelled the attack, he was thrown back a few meters, but he stayed on his feet. Then he began to attack Michael in response with all his speed. Gichu struck him, but he managed to block it with his wings, and thus avoided the attack. The guy ran a short distance away and asked him why he was fighting him, since he wasn't going to do it, and in an open place at that. Michael replied that the Vatican treasure was located in this place and it was protected by a barrier. Therefore, no one can interfere with their battle. After these words, he again went on the attack at the guy. Enormous wings approached him, as if several swords were attacking him at once. But Gichu managed to activate his skill and reflected the accumulated damage onto Michael. He was able to dodge this too and protected his body with his wings, while Gichu was already behind him. Michael noticed this, but he knew that Gichu did not have wings, and even if he were to fly, he would not be able to control his body properly. Hearing this, Gichu opened the gate and called Hal for help, who put his hands out so that the owner could push off from them. Jumping back, the guy began to attack Michael and managed to tell him that he had misunderstood his words about the demon. In turn, Michael replied that he knew right away that there was no evil spirit in the guy. He just wanted to fight him and flew towards Gichu to deliver his blow. When they collided, everything around them glowed with a bright light and led to a small explosion of energies between them. Michael's attack seemed simple to GQ, but at the same time quite powerful. Lou also thought that this guy really wasn't in the mood for a real attack. Michael wasn't going to fight to the finish line, but rather seemed to be testing GQ. Suddenly, L approached the guy and asked him to allow her to talk to Michael. He raised his sword, and L transformed into her angel form. When Michael saw her, he immediately bowed before her, calling her a sacred virgin. He greeted her and said that he felt an aura coming from the sword, which was still hers. Gichu was surprised that the player calmed down so quickly at the sight of Ele, as if he had not been burning with the desire to fight before. He didn't understand why the sacred maiden and what it could mean, but Lou suggested watching them to find out at least something. Elle asked Michael why he called her a sacred virgin and how he knew her. He answered her that she was emitting a huge divine energy that was impossible to cope with, and if she was not a sacred virgin, then who else was she? Elle was surprised that he called her that only because of some energy, since he himself was not sure of the truth of his words. But he began to say that it was not only about the energy, but also that when he saw it, he was overcome by a very strange feeling. He didn't know how to describe it in words. It was something like a feeling of kinship. Elle turned to Gi Chu and said that she also felt similar sensations, as if she had met him before. She knew it the moment she heard his name, but Lou believed that being related to the owner of the sacred sword meant that he was more than just an angel. GQ turned to Michael and asked if he was a man or an angel, but Michael didn't understand why the guy was saying that since he was sure that he was a human. Then the guy asked another question about the wings that appeared behind him at the beginning of the battle. Gi Chu warned him to tell the truth in front of the Ellas, as they weren't stupid enough to miss the obvious. He suddenly grabbed his chest and hesitantly replied that he was a human, but then he wilted. The guy looked at him and realized that Michael himself didn't know who he really was. He began to ask for forgiveness from Gi Chu for misunderstanding everything and finding fault. It seemed to him that this way he would be able to find out the answers to his questions. Elle also told the guy that in a conversation with the angel, she seemed to start remembering something. And thanks to Michael, she remembered the most important thing, namely, a way to progress right now without the help of the necessary components. The conditions for Elle's progress are, in addition to Huang Che-il's seed, 3 ego-former souls are needed for 1 sacred sword. With souls, it wasn't difficult, but due to the lack of a sword, Gi Chu delayed Elle's progress, but now it was possible to make it without these components. He decided not to miss this opportunity and try to make this progress for Elal. The guy quickly ran up to Michael and started telling them to forget everything that happened between them and that they simply didn't understand each other. He extended his hand to him, his face twisting slightly with a smile, as he couldn't wait for Michael to leave so he could open the gate and check on Elle's progress. After that, he returned to the Association Hotel, where a very angry Shik Hyun was waiting for him, not understanding where the guy could have been for so long. Gi Q didn't expect him to be so angry with him. And in order not to anger him even more, he said that he was just walking around the city. Shik Hyun explained to the boy why he was so angry. It was all because bad news had arrived. The reconnaissance teams that entered those 20 gates around the world are no longer in contact. Hearing this, Gi Q immediately remembered his friend Seok Woo and was very scared for him. He started telling Hyun that they urgently needed to return back to Korea and remembered about the portal that they could use. But Shik Hyun told him that they were not the only ones planning to return, and that there were special rules for traveling between countries, so it was much more difficult. Because Gi Q arrived late, they missed their turn, and besides, there are too many gates in Korea where dozens of people are sent to help. Gi Q didn't care about this. He wanted to get there as quickly as possible and started telling Hyun about it, but Hyun didn't know how to do it. And then the guy told him that he had an idea how to do it, because he had an open gate. When they entered the gate, they quickly found themselves in his basement, which left Hen a little shocked. He was surprised that now, with the help of the gate, it was possible to move in space, but the guy explained that for now only to a few places. Inside the gate, I noticed griffins, that the details were in the sky, and on the ground an army of undead. In strength, it was comparable to the average guild. Gi Q asked Hyun if they would have any problems, because they had moved for an urgent matter. But Check Hyun convinced the guy that all the formalities would be corrected and finished by Song Hu, whom he left there. He added that the clearing of the special gates needed to be done tomorrow, but he would not be able to go with them since he might have to go through another gate. Shik Hyun told the boy to rest while he could, but Gi Q didn't plan on doing that since the matter was very urgent. But Hen explained to him that if they entered the gate without preparation, they would suffer huge losses, and they had better think rationally. He also asked Gi Q to spend the evening with his family, since he doesn't know what might happen, since the case this time is really dangerous. The guy nodded approvingly, and Hen said goodbye to him, as he had other things to do. He wanted to go to Gikyu's mother to at least say hello to her. The guy heard his words and wished him good luck. The next day, a lot of players gathered in the city center near a special gate. In the center of the entire crowd stood Chang-Yon, the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild, and explained the plan of action. According to the plan, his guild will go there first, as the strongest and most powerful, since they need to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Following them, the Cane Guild was supposed to enter the gate, and after them, the Gypsophila Guild. He then announced that 2 assistants from the association, Song-Hu and Gikyu, would be coming in after them. The guy listened carefully to his plan, which was well thought out, but this way they were only wasting time. After all, if Seok-Woo, who can create portals, did not come out from there, then there was a danger inside that prevented him from doing so. Perhaps his friend was still between life and death, but Gikyu tried not to think about the bad. Suddenly, the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild turned to Gichu and began to approach him. The guy didn't understand why he addressed him specifically, and became a little tense. He looked at the guy for a moment, and when he turned to leave, he said that he hoped Gikyu would not get in his way. The guy didn't understand why the leader was talking to him in such a tone, because he was seeing him for the first time. Sung-hoon calmed Gikyu down and told him not to be upset with the leader, since he was acting like this, because the guy didn't have a very good reputation among the rankers. Gikyu smiled at the secretary and said that he did not hold a grudge, because good people are always attacked by others and he was used to it. He was sure that all of this was Shikyun's fault, since he was perceived as almost a high ranker in the association. Meanwhile, Changyong gave orders to his guild to enter the gate, and told the next ones to enter in 20 minutes. Gikyu understood that this plan was the best solution for the safety of the operation, but at this rate, they might not be able to save Seok-Woo in time. He decided that he would act alone, and to do this he needed to enlist the support of a second team. He was lucky to meet the Vice Guild leader Kane during the showdown with the Iron Guild. In the Gypsophila Guild, the leader was his acquaintance Yu Bin, who just happened to look at him at that moment. But suddenly she turned away and turned completely red, and the guy didn't understand what had happened to her. Deputy Guild Leader Kane announced that 20 minutes had already passed, and it was their turn to enter. At his command, everyone obediently began to enter the gate one after another. When they crossed to the other side, the deputy suddenly stopped and was a little scared. There were a huge number of monsters lying around them, and also many members of the first guild that entered the gate. Lu warned the owner and told him to be careful, as this gate was the territory of a great demon of the Baal level. Gichu remembered that Baal was the first of the 72 who had power, which meant that the enemy was very strong, and this gate was different from the ones that came before. Lu also said that the gate doesn't quite live up to its name, since the connection with this world hasn't been fully established, but one still can't relax. They started moving forward, and the deputy looked at the bodies, and did not understand how this happened, even if they were attacked immediately. But the number of dead frightened him. Although it was inappropriate, he was glad that the Blue Dragon Guild was there, since there were no more monsters in the area now. Not far away, Song-hoon saw the flag of the Blue Dragon Guild, which they used to indicate which direction they were heading. They decided to go in the opposite direction to speed up their search. As they moved through the small canyon, the guilds tried to stick together and not stray too far from each other. On the way, a woman approached Gikyu and asked him if he was the guy Yubin had told her about. The guy was surprised by her question and realized that she was talking about the guild leader Shi Yubin. The woman confirmed his suspicions and said that Yubin usually couldn't stand men, but she told him a lot about Gikyu. Yubin heard their conversation and immediately ran up to the guy to avoid an awkward situation, as she did not expect her grandmother to talk to him. She decided to introduce them, and introduced her grandmother as the advisor of her guild, who had been helping her for a long time. Gichu bowed to her, and also introduced himself. Suddenly he felt someone's presence and apologized to his grandmother for interrupting their conversation, as he had no time for that right now. Everyone stopped and peered into the distance, from where huge monsters were approaching them, moving not only on the ground, but also in the sky. When they saw them, the deputy immediately gave the command to prepare for battle and ordered the tanks to the front line. The players quickly began to follow his orders and stepped forward, creating a wall with their shields. The enraged monsters ran towards them, and all they wanted was to destroy everyone in their path. As they approached them, They began to collide with the shields, which immediately destroyed them. But other monsters, which moved not on the ground but in the air, continued to advance. The deputy gave the command to the long-range shooters to attack these monsters with their fire arrows. He ordered the third team to cover the front row and destroy any monsters that could break through it. They couldn't relax because they didn't know how many monsters were still there, so Gi-Kyu and Song-Hu ran to help them. The monsters meanwhile continued to attack and broke the front row and crushed their shields. They were much stronger than the monsters they had seen before, so the tanks began to quickly give up their positions. At this moment, Gi-Chu quickly came to their aid with his acceleration skill. He destroyed all the monsters that were very close and did it so quickly that other players did not have time to follow him. Gi-Chu jumped onto one of the rocks and saw that more and more monsters were approaching. He was very tense because there was no end to the monsters and the situation was getting out of control. The problem was not only the strength of the monsters, but also their huge number. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the number of casualties among the players would start to increase. Suddenly, L called the owner and he felt a very strange aura. Looking closely, he noticed a small flash in the sky, which seemed to him a very strange phenomenon. Suddenly, this flash turned into a huge lightning bolt that was directed at the crowd of monsters. After this lightning struck, a huge crater formed in the ground, which slowed down the monsters a little. After descending from the cliff, Gi-Chu approached the crater and examined it, as this force seemed very familiar to him. And El said that it was divine power, which only confirmed his suspicions. He raised his head and saw Michael in the sky, who had come to his aid and was happily waving his hand at him. But when he saw Gi-Kyu's face, he began to worry that he was up to something again, and he was right, because the guy wanted to use him for El's progress. The deputy approached Gi-Chu and asked who the man in the sky was, who continued to launch huge balls of lightning at the monsters, and they burned up in the same second. The guy answered him that he was a help sent by the Vatican. Although his character was not very good, his abilities were very good. Gi-Kyu decided not to delay and told the deputy head that from now on he would act separately from them. When Yu-Bin and Song-Hu heard this, they were very frightened by his statement. They started shouting at him that this decision was too risky for him because the monsters were very strong. He told them that instead of fighting a bunch of monsters and moving forward little by little, he would rather act alone and find the trail faster. He was very angry about this situation because he couldn't delay any longer and wanted to save Seok-Woo quickly. The deputy thanked him for worrying about the chief, but was still against the guy going alone, since the chief had also gone in alone and not returned. Then Gi-Kyu pointed to Michael and said that he would go with him and they had nothing to worry about. Yu-Bin, who also wanted to go with Gi-Kyu to help him, intervened in their conversation. She knew that he and his partner were strong enough, but she thought that together it would still be dangerous. But the guy told her that she had to lead her guild, and in order to help him, she had to be capable of it. After these words, he jumped up and ran towards the monsters, jumping over the crater. Gi-Chu activated Lu's elemental fire skills and used spirit fusion to merge with the elements. He also activated El's divine power to make his attack more effective. He raised both his swords and prepared to deliver a powerful attack on the monsters. When he struck the ground with his swords with all his might, the energy from the blow spread over a huge distance and destroyed everything in my path. After his strike, huge holes were left in the ground, which were still burning from the powerful attack. When he left, he destroyed some monsters along the way, and after another destruction, the system notified about the absorption of chimera blood. He also absorbed the soul of the chimera, and his health increased. Gi-Chu was surprised by the new ability, but Lu explained to him that this power came to him after progressing, and told him to check the status window. His absorption skill improved, and now, in addition to blood, he could also absorb the souls of monsters, and he could also turn these souls into ego. The guy could get an ego even without cannibalism, and now with such a skill he didn't have to worry about the ego for progress. Michael approached Gi-Kyu and cursed, as he did not understand why they had to work together. It seemed to him that Gi-Chu had lured him into a trap, and that made it even more unpleasant. But the guy answered him that he himself continued to go with him, which meant that he himself was glad about it. But Michael began to deny his words because he followed him because he thought that he could achieve his goal in this way. He explained that his first goal was to destroy the demons and enemies of the Vatican, and the second goal was to find out who he really was. After a short silence, Michael waved his hand at the guy and said that it was time for them to go and save his friend. But Gi-Chu stopped him, since after the destruction of the monsters, there were a lot of crystals left, and they couldn't just be left behind. Michael didn't collect the crystals because he thought they had a very serious matter, but the guy convinced him that they would quickly collect everything. Gi Chu opened the gate to let his subordinates help collect the crystals. When Michael saw this, he was shocked that he could open the gate. Lu was surprised that his master was showing off his army, but Gi Chu thought it was better to show them right away, since they would still need to be taken out when the battle began. Michael was shocked that the guy had both demonic and divine powers, and even the ability to open gates. When they finished with the crystals, they went further and came across a huge hole in the ground that looked like a tunnel. Gi Chu looked around and noticed signs of a battle, meaning that Siak Wu was most likely downstairs. Michael looked at the hole, where even the bottom was not visible. He did not understand how Gi Chu would go down there because he did not have wings. But Gi Chu replied that he could also fly if necessary, but they wouldn't need it to go down into the pit. He assumed that they could safely jump into the hole without any problems, since it probably led to another space. Lu confirmed his master's words, as there was indeed some kind of portal installed downstairs, which was a magical device. Michael was still perplexed that the boy could feel even that, although he understood that a person like him was definitely capable of it. Gi Chu decided that before jumping into the hole, he needed to leave a clue. Since Michael couldn't feel what was inside, it meant that the others wouldn't be able to either. So he left a note on the ground for them to just jump into the hole, after which they collected their thoughts and jumped into that very hole. Gi Chu couldn't wait to see the face of the great demon that sat in that hole. When they entered another space, the system notified Gi Chu that he was on the lands of Botus, and his right to take the place of the owner was confirmed. The system also confirmed that Gi Chu was given the authority to declare war. He didn't understand what this meant, so he asked Michael if he had heard any notifications from the system. Michael's alerts were completely different from Gi Chu's, and he was a little surprised. But Lu explained that their information was different because he approached it differently. It is quite possible that Gi Chu is the master of the gate. Since he can control it, most likely, this is the very right to take the place of the master. Lu remembered that the system had also announced that this was the land of Bautis, and he knew this demon well. He said that he had no special abilities. He rose to his rank with the help of combat power, which meant that the demon was strong enough. While they were talking, Michael approached Gi Chu and said that they needed to move slowly, and the guy agreed with him. As they walked forward through the cave, the boy told him to cover his back, and that Gi Chu would take care of what was ahead. Suddenly the guy felt uneasy. He started shaking all over and twisted in pain. He couldn't control himself and he felt like his head would just split in half. Lu said that the aura in the cave was close to death, so his balance between life and death was upset as one side outweighed the other. Michael noticed that something was wrong with Gi Chu and began to worry a little about him. He also saw that the guy's eye had changed color and asked what was happening to him. Gi Chu couldn't think of anything better and said that he had colored lenses, but Michael naturally didn't believe him. Meanwhile, other guilds continued to clear the gates and collect very rare crystals from the monsters. The Blue Dragon Guild leader approached the other guild leader to introduce himself and thank them for agreeing to cooperate. Standing in front of him was the top ranker Tao Chen, who remembered that Korea had helped China more than once, so he had to repay the debt. While the other guild members were healing each other's wounds, the leaders were watching the situation, which turned out to be quite serious, since the gate was of a high level. Tao Chen asked why their team was split into two, since he thought it would be better to move together. To which the guild leader Chang Yen replied that he did not want to fight with extra baggage on his back, but Tao Chen did not understand what he was talking about, and he did not continue the conversation. He, in turn, gave the order to the team to check all their equipment, since they would soon be moving out. Finally, Chang Yong told the ranker that he couldn't share the credit with any of the assistants from the association. He believed that his guild would be enough for the cleanup. When Tao Chen heard this, he thought for a moment. He felt like he was being too biased towards those players, but he decided not to say anything. Meanwhile, Michael continued to question Gi Chu about his eye, as he felt that it looked like the eye of a demon. But the guy denied all his guesses and stood his ground, leading that if he starts digging deeper into him, it will be worse for him. Michael began to doubt the correctness of their direction, and began to ask the guy who was confidently walking forward about it. Gi Chu explained to him that he was going to where the demonic energy was felt the most, as their target was the gatekeeper. Michael also had feelings for demons, but Gi Chu's perception skill simply amazed him, and he couldn't keep quiet about it. Suddenly, Gi-Kyu stopped and said in Korean that he felt Seok-woo's aura ahead, but his partner did not understand what he was saying because he did not know Korean. Suddenly, Gi-Chu took off and, accelerating, ran towards the direction from which his friend's aura was coming. Michael was a little shocked by this and started shouting after him to wait for him. He started running after him, trying to catch up with him at least a little, but it was all in vain. GQ was too fast, and Michael didn't understand where he got such speed from. After running a little, he suddenly stopped right in front of Gi-Chu, who was looking at something. Michael started asking the guy why he suddenly stopped so abruptly, but when he raised his head, he understood everything. In front of them was a huge cave in which large cocoons were made of webs. Michael was very frightened by this sight, because he had never seen anything like it before. Gi-Kyu whispered under his breath that his friend Seok-woo was in those cocoons. He warned Lu and El that he planned to start destroying the webs in order to find and free Seok-woo. Lu stopped him and said that inside the cave was Bodice's lair and a bunch of demons with all sorts of barriers and traps, so even he would have a hard time surviving. Gi-Chu didn't understand what he needed to do, but Lu reminded him of what the system had informed him of in the beginning. The guy remembered that he had the right to declare war, so he did just that, declaring war for territory. The system confirmed the start of the war and began to move them to the battlefield. Michael saw that his hands began to dissolve in space and was very scared. Within seconds, they had completely disappeared from the cave, and the last announcement was that the winner of the war would take everything. At the same time, both teams met near a huge hole, faster than they thought. Chan Yong noticed that the second team was missing a player, GQ, and asked what happened to him. Deputy Guild Leader Kane tried to explain his absence but was interrupted by another player. He pointed to a sign on the ground that Gi-Chu had most likely left for them. The teams were very surprised that the guy needed to jump into that hole. Chang Yong said sarcastically that the guy only does what he wants, and he really didn't like it. Tao Chen asked him if this was the player he saw at the meeting in the States, and Chang Yong confirmed his suspicions. He also added that Gi-Chu was called a burden to everyone because he always did whatever he wanted, but for some reason Tao Chen was sure that this was not the case at all. The Blue Dragon Guild leader continued to say that he didn't trust Gi-Chu and wouldn't jump down just because of some note. His words made Yubin very angry, and she started telling him that he didn't dare to speak like that about a ranker. Her grandmother stopped her and asked her not to quarrel, since now was not the time for it. Suddenly, they all heard notifications from the system that they had declared war on the territory and were moving to the battlefield. They suddenly all became frightened, because they did not understand what kind of war was being discussed. But before they could figure anything out, they disappeared in literally a few seconds. Just as quickly, they appeared on the other side of the gate and began to look around. They saw in front of them a huge field surrounded by high cliffs. Chang Yong managed to hear that war was declared, and Ranker Tao Chen said that he had already heard a similar expression from the demon who was helping China. This is a way to establish who is the boss among the demons and quickly become stronger. But Chan Yon didn't understand why the fight was among the demons, and they were the ones on the battlefield. Gi Chu and Michael came up behind them. The guy looked around and was surprised that a war for territory was taking place in such a place. Lu said that this was the best way to minimize losses. Yubin and Song Hu saw him and were very happy that he was okay. Chang Yan didn't understand who was standing next to Gi Q, and Ranker Tao Chen explained that it was possible that they were reinforcements from the Vatican that were sent to Korea like him. He looked closely at Michael and felt a strong aura and decided that he was helping him act alone. Without thinking twice, he turned to Gi Q and said that he would be held accountable for his willful behavior and continued giving orders. His Blue Dragon Guild was supposed to take the front line, and the rest were supposed to stay out of their way and just pin them down behind. Gi Chu looked at him with bewilderment and made it clear that they alone could not cope with the monsters. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate and everything around shook, as if during an earthquake. When they turned around, they saw that huge insects began to crawl out from underground. There were an incredible number of them. The monsters climbed one after another and headed straight for them. Chang Yan roughly estimated that there were at least several hundred monsters, but there were also 3 huge commanders with them. He began to shake with fear and anxiety, because it seemed to him that he would never be able to cope with such a number of enemies. Then he heard Gi Chu's voice calling out to him, asking him not to rush to conclusions and to move a little, as he was in his way. When he turned around, he saw that the guy had opened the gate, which amazed him even more. Everyone around was also shocked by Ji Chu's capabilities. An army of skeletons began to emerge from the gates, ready to fight for their boss. When the teams raised their heads, they saw huge griffins flying out of the gates. And behind them came a demon knight on a large horse that gave goosebumps. The last one to come out of the gate was Lich Heart, who was also quite a powerful warrior. Chan Yong looked at all this and couldn't believe his eyes, because he had never seen anything like this before. The huge army of skeletons, along with the monster birds, looked so impressive that the teams had no words to describe the spectacle. From the very beginning, Chan Yong disliked Gi Q, who in his opinion became a ranker through connections through an unofficial battle of rankers. Moreover, the association openly promoted him and did not even hide its intentions, and now it would be clear to him why he wore a mask. He felt that the skeletons were emitting a very strong magical power, and could not count how many of them there actually were. When he saw the Death Knight who was radiating demonic energy, he began to think that perhaps this territorial war had started because of him. The sight alone shocked him, because he had never seen such power before. Countless numbers of griffins, each with their own king who led and guided them. He had never heard of such a summoner in his life. Tao Chen also stood next to him and was in a late stupor. When Gi Chu closed the gate and turned to the chief of the angels, Hamiel, asking about their readiness, to which he unquestioningly gave a positive answer. Hamiel also progressed, and his two minions, namely Kamael and Anael, took the form of swords in his hands. Michael, standing behind the guy, was shocked that he could even control angels. Gi Chu called upon El, who immediately responded to his call and began to take the form of an angel. She appeared in front of Gi Q and Hamiel and ordered him to begin. El remembered one important detail, and that was a way to progress right now without having all the necessary components to do so. All it took was for Hamiel to plunge into her the two linked swords that the other angels were. Meanwhile, the army of skeletons fought the insect monsters at full force. One of the three leaders began to be attacked from the sky by griffins, which he found difficult to fight off. Chan Yong watched them and couldn't let his guild lose. He raised his sword and gave the order to his team to begin the battle, to show the full power of one of the top 10 guilds. They immediately responded to his order and began to attack the monsters. Their leader kept thinking that even if Gi Chu had summoned assistance, his power also could not be infinite, because all magic has a limit. The second team was also running after them for reinforcements, but suddenly they saw something in the sky and everyone seemed to freeze. What everyone noticed was Elle, who had progressed and looked much more mature and even more beautiful. She fluttered in the sky, and behind her was Michael, whom Elle asked not to disturb her. He meekly replied that he had no right to interfere with the sacred virgin. Elle turned to him and asked him not to call her that again, since she had a name that her master had given her. She followed her master's orders and told Michael that she wouldn't mind if he decided to help her. Elle immediately flew to attack one of the monster commanders, who immediately began to attack her in return. Flying a little closer, she used her sacred sword to cut off his huge claw, which he wanted to hit her with. The monster clearly did not expect such a blow, and when he lost his paw, he began to scream and sing furiously. Then Elle raised her sword above her and summoned a powerful bolt of lightning. She directed this lightning straight at the monster, thereby hoping that it would be destroyed. At this time, the Lich began to call his soldiers back from the place where the lightning struck, as they could not cope with such a force. When Tao Chen saw the angel, he was a little stunned, as he had never seen one before. He turned to the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild and asked if he saw the same thing, because it was difficult to believe that a person could control an angel and a demon. But Chan Yong didn't hear a single word he said. He looked at Elle and thought that she was a goddess. Michael and Elle fought hand in hand, destroying monsters with their powerful lightning attacks. Everything around was on fire, as the insects could not withstand such power and immediately burned up. The Lich was unhappy that the angels were so powerful, and he could not withstand their divine power. He had to let go of the place where they were fighting. Elle continued to strike with lightning to destroy one of the insect leaders, but the monster fought back and blocked her attacks, but with one paw, since she managed to destroy one. Elle realized that the first time the leader lost a limb due to carelessness, but the second time he was already prepared, and her attacks did not work. Because Elle progressed too quickly, her powers also ran out quickly. Tao Chen watched their battle and realized that he had not had the feeling for a long time that if he interfered in the fight, it would only hinder them. And the leader of Changyen was distracted from admiring the goddess by his guild members and told to pay attention to what was happening on the other side. When he turned around, he saw a huge number of insects advancing on them from the opposite side. They looked completely different and were distinguished from the others by the fact that they had wings and approached them much faster. He tensed up and gave the call to the teams to prepare for battle. The Lich, meanwhile, was destroying the monsters and criticizing the angels, as he thought they were weak for letting so many monsters through. Michael released balls of energy, trying to hit several monsters at once. It was difficult for him to do this since they flew apart and he couldn't destroy them all at once. In turn, Elle became very angry and began to destroy the insects with even greater hatred. She cut off heads one after another, and Michael watched this, who was very impressed. Suddenly, he saw the leader of the monsters get too close to Elle and shouted at her so that she could react. Thanks to him, Elle managed to repel and block the monster's attack, but it was no longer so easy for her, as her strength was running out. The long-range shooters fired their fire arrows into the sky, while the other players directed their magical energy to destroy the monsters. Despite this, the insects continued to fly, but the guild chairman Kane noticed that they did not react to their attacks. Tao Chen also noticed this, and then he realized that the insects were heading towards Gi Chu, so he ordered the team to cover him. He realized that he was wrong when he thought that this battle with monsters was a war for territory. In fact, it was a fight with the leader who was leading them. And if too many monsters are summoned, then it means that the one who summons them should be attacked. Gi Chu, at this time, activated the skill of elemental fire and the unification of spirits. With these two skills and the acceleration skill, he transformed into a fire element and quickly destroyed the monsters. The insects could not withstand the temperature and simply burned up on the spot. The players were shocked by his abilities and looked at him with their mouths open. Lu asked the owner why he didn't use the death skill because he felt like he was wasting Elle's powers. But Gi Chu believed that elemental fire was quite sufficient, since insects burn well in it, and he decided to leave the death skill for later, as a trump card, to use it when it was really necessary. He decided not to delay because Ella really was starting to lose strength, so he had to help her. The guy sped up and rushed to help his assistant. He moved so fast that Tao Chen was shocked, as were the other players. Gi Chu ran to the battlefield and began to attack the insect leader with quick movements. Chan Yewon was shocked because a summoner who could also fight himself, it was simply impossible to admit. He gave orders to his guild to destroy at least one monster, because they would earn a better reputation if they constantly yawned. Guild Vice Kane told Yubin that they should join the fight as well. While they were fighting outside, the owner of the territory, Botus, was slowly awakening inside. A temporary tent for the waiting group was set up in parallel behind the gates. Inside, leaders Song Pil and Don Hay sat with their teams, worried about the squad that had been at the gate for 10 hours already. Don Hay said that they can only wait, since they don't know when the break will happen, because this is a special gate. Hearing this, Song Pil became even more nervous and sighed heavily. But the leader Don, he calmed him down and said that they were just waiting for a situation to happen, and he didn't think anything had happened to the squad. Song Pil hoped for this, because in the squad there was their ally Gi Q, who always showed himself in a surprising way, and Gi Chu just at that time activated his skill and called on Crusette's ego to help, who attacked another huge insect boss. He attacked him from behind and completely wrapped his arms around him, blocking all of his movements. Chan Young saw this and was shocked at how the guy managed to summon another monster. Tao Chen shouted at him to pull himself together and fight, as they had no time to admire him. The guild leader agreed with Tao Chen, as he didn't think anything more surprising could happen. Gi Chu also continued to fight the monsters, and decided to use another of his skills. He activated his communication skill and launched his tentacles of dark magic straight at the monster. They began to tie the monster by the neck, and he could not get out of them. While the monster was trying to do something, Gi Chu accelerated and jumped at it to deliver another attack. When he approached the monster, he immediately activated elemental fire. The monster's head began to burn and he began to roar loudly in pain. But when the fire stopped burning, his head was still there and he attacked the guy in return. Then Gi Chu had no choice but to activate the death skill, telling Lu that this was what he wanted. He struck with all his might with his sword, which emitted death energy that seemed to be even stronger than usual. This blow left a huge mark on the ground, and its range was several kilometers. Everyone around looked in shock, because something incredible had just happened before their eyes. With his strike, Gi Chu destroyed the leader of the Mantao squad and turned him into an ego, as the system notified. The guy himself was shocked by his blow and could not believe that it was so strong. Suddenly he felt ill and his body was twisted with sharp pain, and he could barely stand on his feet. Lu remembered that it was all because of the magical aura of this place, due to which the power of the death skill increased. But since the balance is upset, it leans to one side, so he had better be careful. Lu also warned Gichu that the master of the Bottis Gate was approaching him. Everything around began to shake with furious force, a power that grew closer with each shaking. The warriors summoned by Gichu also felt the enormously powerful aura that was approaching. The ground under the players' feet began to crack, which frightened them greatly, and they realized that someone was approaching again. All the teams were very scared, because it kept cracking and it seemed like everyone would fall through it. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion and pieces of earth flew everywhere. Something quickly began to emerge from the hole that formed after the explosion, and at the same time, this something was throwing back other players in a wave. Gichu quickly jumped off the ground and jumped up to avoid falling through. He activated the elemental darkness skill, which gave him wings and allowed him to stay in the sky. When the movement stopped, he saw a huge Bottis cocoon emerge from the ground. The boy was surprised that Bottis was so big, but Lu was sure that the demon couldn't be that big. He believed that it appeared this way because of the speed of its rotation, and if it exploded, everything around it would be destroyed. Lu suddenly asked Gichu what if for a moment there was no more way to defeat him. The boy looked at Lu's sword and couldn't understand what he meant. Then Lu hesitated and decided to pretend he hadn't said anything. But Gichu didn't like this option and started asking him what exactly he meant. At that moment, Elle called him and said that she had no more strength left and could not continue fighting. The guy praised his subordinate and she turned into an accessory. She apologized for not being able to help much, but Gichu thought the opposite and thanked her again. He also opened the gates and let the angels go, as they too were probably tired of fighting. Lu called the owner and said that he felt something approaching. The guy noticed the cocoon, which began to move and seemed to curl up. A second later, the web from the cocoon began to attack the guy and he barely managed to jump back. He decided to block his attack and placed his sword in front of him to release the energy. But there was no effect. He couldn't even leave a scratch because the tip was too strong. Suddenly the cocoon began to twist and the guy immediately began to rise higher so as not to get caught. The needles from the cocoon's web flew in a chaotic direction and destroyed everyone who was nearby. They also attacked those same insect monsters, which was very strange. Gichu watched them and realized that they were attacking everyone indiscriminately. He contacted Hart and asked how they were, to which he replied that he was fine, and that there was no sign of a decrease in strength among the undead. Lu believed that Lich was exaggerating his capabilities, because even with the demon's aura, they could not last long. Although the situation was not the best, Gichu had too little time. He noticed that their stings did not reach high into the sky. And if you don't count those who were attacked suddenly, then there were no particular problems with the griffins. The problem was with the squad that was on the ground and was definitely not ready for such an attack. Gichu looked down to see what was wrong with the players and saw that they were all protected by energy shields. On the other hand, he saw that it was all Michael's doing, who used divine energy and made a sacred zone to save the team. Lu was surprised by his magical power, because with it he could even rely on Gichu. Suddenly, another huge stinger began to attack the guy. He managed to dodge and immediately activated the death skill to deliver his blow. But even with the death skill, he could only make a small hole since he was hard and huge. Then Gichu shouted to Lu and asked about blowing up this cocoon. But Lu warned that first everything would fly apart into small pieces, and then a boss of the same size would wake up, and because of this those inside the gate could die. And if a rift occurs, then a mature Bottis will be roaming around the city center. Gichu understood that there were too few options, and he needed to do something urgently. Suddenly the guy started bleeding from his nose and eyes, and he began to tilt to the side, as if he was losing consciousness. He has put too much pressure on one side, and if he continues to use death, he risks dying. At that very second, spikes began to fly out of the cocoon, which caught the guy and threw him upwards. He felt that everything in his eyes became clouded, and it seemed to him that he missed a blow. Gichu stayed in the air and tried to stay conscious, thinking that if he couldn't use death, then he needed to think of something else. After all, the cocoon could withstand even a death skill enhanced by the aura of demons, and with a normal skill it wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on it. Elle, who possessed such power, had already run out of strength, and Mikhail's strength was also at its limit, and in addition, there were still 2 commanders left. He began to think that if everyone in the gate died and a rift occurred, then the monster would walk around the city where his relatives were, and this could not be allowed. Suddenly, Gi-Chu opened his eyes and remembered Lu's words, telling him that if there was no more way to defeat Bodis, then he should use it and stab himself in the stomach. And Gi-Chu did with all his might what Lu told him to do, and the system notified him that a connection had been established between them. Meanwhile, the spikes pressed harder and harder on the shields with divine energy. Michael miscalculated his strength, and because there were too many players, his energy was spent very quickly. Suddenly, he noticed that he was being attacked from both sides by two huge insect commanders. But Michael noticed them too late, and now he will be unable to dodge or block the blow. Just as he was preparing to attack them, they suddenly stopped doing so and froze. Then they started flying away from Michael, and he thought it was very strange, as if they were afraid of something. Meanwhile, Gi-Chu sat on the spikes of Bodis's cocoon, deftly maintaining his balance. Lu's sword was visible in his stomach, and he was now the one speaking instead of the guy. And at that moment he was very angry, because Bodis had no right to cause chaos without his permission. Then he turned and hung in the sky. He looked completely different. He had horns on his head, and on one side of his back was a huge wing. Now he waited for Bodis to kneel and bow his head before him, for he was the king of hell. When Mikhail saw Gi-Chu, he was shocked by his appearance and tried to understand what kind of power it was. Chan Young looked at Gi-Chu, and he started to shake from the aura coming from him. Everyone around felt that they were losing strength and balance and could barely stand on their feet. But then it became clear that the energy of this place was gathering in one point. The Lich was also losing his strength and could no longer support the warriors with energy. But Tao Chen realized that it was the cocoon itself that was sucking in all the energy of space. After he was fully charged with energy, he immediately began to be torn to pieces. The spikes pierced all the shields that Michael held above the players, and the cocoon began to grow. Due to the huge, powerful aura, the teams could not stay on their feet and began to be carried away by the wave. The cocoon exploded, and everyone around it was thrown several meters away from it due to the force of the explosion. Small pieces flew into the rocks with such force that they left behind huge impact marks. The players were scattered all over the field and began to slowly rise, trying to come to their senses. Tao Chen stood up and checked the other players, but suddenly he noticed a huge shadow above him and raised his head to see what it was. When he saw what it was, he was shocked. In front of him stood a monster of incredible size with huge spikes instead of hands. And then Tao Chen realized that he was wrong, and now there was no longer a question of victory or defeat. The boss's very existence suppresses the participants' strength, and in a few minutes they will all lose consciousness, and most of them will die. Michael's shield cracked as it was also hit, but after that, Tao Chen was ready to die if there was no other way out. Bodis swung one of his sharp paws to strike, his sharp limbs looking very powerful. His paw swing was so powerful that no one could escape, and the size of his blade inspired fear, which was directed at Gi-Chu. Just from the wind pressure that came from the demon's swing wave, the players were unable to stand on their feet and fell down while trying to stay on the ground. When Bodis approached the guy with his tip, Lu was absolutely calm. He was confident in his powers and saw that the demon was no longer as strong as he had been before. Lu snapped his fingers and attacked Bodis, causing a huge ball of energy to appear around him, followed by a powerful explosion. When Tao Chen saw this, he did not understand what was happening and what Gi-Chu did. Before the explosion, he saw that the monster aimed its blow at the guy. But what happened next, he did not know, as he closed his eyes from the strong wind. But even in such a short time, half of the giant's body disappeared, and this shocked him greatly. Lu watched Bodis from above and realized that he had deceived him, and that he was not in this body. He quickly began to descend to the ground with great speed, piercing the flesh of the huge monster he had destroyed. Lu caught Bodis, who had assumed his normal form and was trying to escape from him. The demon wanted to distract Lu with a strong attack and hide, but he failed, as Lu quickly saw through him. He held Bodis's head down to the ground with such force that it began to crack slightly from the pressure. Bodis began to justify himself to Lu that all this was not his doing, and that he too was tricked into doing everything. He swore that he would tell everything. But Lu smiled wryly and said that there were many other ways to get this information. Bodis became afraid, as he realized that he planned to devour him, even though he would not be able to feed Lu in such a shriveled state. He started waving his paws and begging Lu for mercy, but in that moment, He called him Lucy. Lu got very angry and started yelling at Bodis because this name had long been forgotten for him. He activated his cannibalism skill and swallowed the demon alive. When he finished, the system announced that Bodis had been successfully converted into an ego and that Lu had won the turf war. Lu thought for a second about what else he should have done after destroying the demon. The teams watched the huge flesh and tried to see at least something, since they did not understand what was happening there. Suddenly they heard the sound of movement, and something jumped out of the huge hole. In front of them stood Gi-Q, but he was completely controlled by Lu, although they didn't know it. And in his hands he held Seok-woo. He let go of him and he fell to the ground without any movement, as he was unconscious. When the deputy and his guild saw their leader, they breathed a sigh of relief. All the skeletons, led by the Lich and the Knight, began to approach Lu and bowed to greet him as a small master. Lu didn't like this nickname at all, and with one movement of his finger he blew off half of Lich's skull. He walked up to him and grabbed him. Lu threatened him that he would be able to destroy them despite the fact that they were inside the gate of the Vessel of Life. Lich realized that Lu was losing his mind, and began to ask him to give them the body of their master. At this moment, all of Gi-Chu's subordinates transformed from their accessories and came out of the gate to stop him. Elle pointed her sword at Lu and told him to stop playing and give them back his body. B and the angels demanded the same thing, as Lu began to behave very badly. Lu covered his face with his hand and wasn't the least bit surprised that they were all against him, but he wasn't going to give up. He used the power of his demonic aura to attack all of Gi-Q's subordinates, and they were thrown back by a wave of powerful energy. They fell to the ground and were unable to move for a while as Lu's power paralyzed them. Lu was disappointed because he didn't think everyone would turn against him. But suddenly he began to look at his hands and did not understand who he really was. His strength began to leave him. Suddenly, he freed his master's body and turned into an accessory. Gi-Q's body fell to the ground and was completely immobilized with no signs of life. When Elle saw this, she was very scared for her master. At that moment, Chan Young and his guild came up to her from behind and said that they had to destroy the guy. He began to shout furiously that Gi-Q was not a human being and that he must be eliminated while there was still such an opportunity. Michael at that time came down to the ground and ran up to them, trying to understand what was happening. Chan Young continued to talk about destroying Gi-Q while he was unconscious. Yu Bin and Sung Hu were shocked by his words, as they thought he was talking complete nonsense, and they would never allow anyone to touch the guy. Then the leader began to explain that Gi-Chu had attacked those he had summoned, and it was too dangerous to leave him alive. Tao Chen understood that thanks to the guy, they remained alive, and this was an indisputable fact. But he couldn't ignore the leader's words that leaving him alive was too dangerous. At that moment, Elle spoke to them, who was overly aggressive, because they did not understand thanks to whom they were alive. She mentally apologized to Gi-Chu for her arbitrariness, but she couldn't leave things like this. Elle planned to eradicate the ungrateful people who wanted to destroy her master. Strong divine energy began to emanate from her, with flashes of lightning, so that no one could come closer. The players tried to close themselves off from her strong aura, which emanated bright energy, but they also felt strong anger. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention to the grandmother, the guild advisor Yu Bin, who, despite the aura, began to approach Elle. When she came very close, Elle pointed the sword at her throat, so she kept her distance. Elle warned her that she had no intention of fighting anyone who was not her enemy, but if she got close to her master, she would not spare her. Grandma looked behind her and saw Gi-Q's lifeless body. She asked Elle if she was prepared for the fact that her master would soon die if nothing was done. Elle didn't believe the advisor because this simply couldn't happen. He definitely should have survived. But the grandmother insisted on her own and convinced Elle to help her master and not threaten everyone who came up. While Gi-Chu was unconscious, he suddenly opened his eyes, but there was complete darkness around him. He tried to figure out what this place was, and kept looking around to see at least something. The guy felt that this place was familiar to him, and suddenly Lu's voice told him that he was in the afterlife. Gi-Chu started calling out to Lu because he felt uneasy being alone in this darkness. Lu told the guy that he had little time and decided to get straight to the point. He explained to him that he planned to forget everything he remembered, as he was not sure he could stand the terrible emptiness. Lu asked Gi-Chu to listen to him carefully, but the boy did not hear anything at all and began shouting at him to repeat it again. He saw a snake that was devouring itself, and Lu's last words were that without a master, he felt a strong hunger. At this moment, Gi Chu woke up and was immediately greeted by Brunhart, who was very worried. The grandmother stood over the boy and also noticed that he came to his senses when the boy stood up and looked at her and remembered who she was. Gi Chu looked at his body and noticed that his wounds had healed. He thought that the counselor had saved him, but she denied it and said she had done nothing special. The counselor explained that the healing was due to his servant and Michael standing behind him. When Gi Chu turned around, he saw that even though the battle had already ended, Michael's magical powers were felt to be less, meaning that something had happened while he was unconscious. The grandmother told the boy that it was not all over yet and asked him to come to her when he got out of these gates. As she was leaving, she glanced at the guy and wondered if he could really be the son of Kronos. After this, Michael told the boy that he had put into him a piece of the grail that he had. Gi Chu couldn't understand what exactly the angel did, because he thought that the grail was a sacred cup, which meant that he put a fragment of the cup into it. But Brunhart remembered that Michael's hands were empty, and he had simply put some energy into the boy. The boy then asked the angel if this was the Vatican treasure he had spoken of when they were fighting. Michael reassured the boy, and replied that it was just a small part and it would soon recover, so he wouldn't have any problems because of it. He suddenly remembered the conversation between the advisor and Elle, who told her that first she must learn to control her power. After all, so many souls had died during the battle, and if Elle were to spend it thoughtlessly, she would not be able to save even those she could. After thinking about the advisor's words for a bit, Elle decided to trust her and asked what she needed to do. First, the grandmother asked that she turn back into a sword. After Elle did this, the advisor continued to talk about the plan of action. Now she had to plunge the sword into the body of its master. The advisor hoped that Elle would understand everything correctly. Grandma asked Elle not to be afraid, because she did not intend to inflict new wounds on him. And for the last stage, she needed Michael himself, who was standing nearby. She called him and told him to help her despite his relationship with Gi Q. His grandmother asked him to use the grail that was inside him. He still didn't understand how she knew about the grail and that he had it. Michael looked after her and tried to understand who she really was. Gi Chu also didn't know who she was, as he only heard that she was an advisor to the Gypsophila Guild. Michael also told the guy that he didn't know anything about him either, since he was the only one who could accept the grail so far, but Gi Chu endured the fragment and accepted it even better than Michael. The guy suddenly remembered Su Zhong's words, who was surprised that he was able to summon the demon eye. He didn't know what to answer Michael because he himself didn't fully understand who he really was. Meanwhile, Song-hoon touched the cocoon and realized that it was part of the boss. A system notification appeared, and they could now move to the reward room. Gi Q watched them from the side and also decided to touch the cocoon. When he did this, a window appeared indicating that he could absorb the gate, but he would have to wait for everyone to exit the gate. The guy turned to Lu and asked if he really didn't remember anything, but he replied that he had forgotten everything, just as he had planned. He added that he had taken some measures, but he would tell about them later, and the guy agreed with him. He was worried about Ella not responding to him, but Lu said she had simply spent too much strength and energy, so he needed to wait until they recovered. Suddenly, someone's voice called out to him, and when he turned around, he saw Chan Yon approaching him with his guild. The leader could not collect his thoughts and choose his words for a long time, as he felt uneasy after that situation. They silently bowed before Gi Chu, thus expressing their gratitude for saving their lives. The guy didn't expect them to thank him, so he stood silently and watched them. He told them that they didn't have to bow to him, because he was just doing his job of clearing the gate. The guy came closer to Chan Young and leaned towards him and said that from now on, they would both think that nothing happened. When they left, Brunhart asked the owner why he did not take revenge on them, but Gi Q explained that he was not a murderer, so he let them go. Moreover, in his condition, he would hardly be able to resist them, since there are several high rankers among them. At the same time, outside the guild gates, everyone was still waiting for the signal and dozed off a little. Suddenly, the gates started to behave strangely, and the whole guild suddenly woke up, waiting for what would happen. The squads that were sent to clean up began to emerge from the gates, and when they saw them, they were very glad that everything was okay with them. Other players began to help the wounded and provide them with first aid. The deputy guild leader, Kane, also came out of the gate, carrying his unconscious leader on his shoulders. After some time, they saw Gi Q, who came out last, and they were very happy to see him. After everything was over, the guy went to the association to get himself in order. Upon arrival, he immediately went to the shower room to wash himself and relaxed a little under the pressure of hot water. Standing under the shower, he began to think about the fact that he never got to ask the demon why he didn't kill Seok Woo and why they kidnapped him. But Lu told him that he could ask these questions, because Bodis had become his ego, as it happened when he was unconscious. Gi-Chu was even more surprised when Lu said that he ate the demon. The guy asked Lu again if he was sure he wasn't speaking figuratively and if he had simply swallowed him up. But Lu answered honestly that he really did eat the demon, and Brunhart confirmed it. After digesting this information for a bit, Gi-Chu went to the toilet and stuck 2 fingers in his mouth. In this way, he induced vomiting, because the very thought that he had eaten some creature made him feel uneasy. When he returned home, his sister took B away from him as usual to play with him, but at some point she realized that he was not an ordinary puppy, because my brother took B every time he went to work. But when he came back, he often forgot him and went away to bring the puppy. She lifted B in front of her and decided that he must be some kind of player summoner. Yu-Jin started petting him again. She didn't want Gi-Q to take him to dangerous places. But if this even slightly guaranteed her brother's safety, then she could not speak out against it. But still, she decided to tell him because she was angry that he was hiding the truth from her. Yu-Jung went to his room and abruptly opened his door to tell him everything. When she saw that Gi-Q was fast asleep and didn't react to the noise she made, Yu-Jin immediately fell silent. She came up to him to cover him and immediately left his room. After some time, Gi-Q woke up to a call from his secretary. He picked up the phone, and Sung-hoon reminded him that they had dinner planned with Yu-bin. The guy agreed, and said that he needed a little time to get ready, and that he would come soon. After finishing the conversation, he looked at his watch and realized that he had slept for about 8 hours. Lu told him that he had slept for a full 30 hours. Gi-Chu was surprised that they didn't wake him up, but they thought that rest was more important to him. After the guy got himself cleaned up, he met up with Yu-bin and Sung-hoon at a cafe. Gi-Q asked Sung-hoon where Deputy Chief Bum-jun was, since it would be nice if he could have dinner with them. The secretary explained that he seemed to be busy with business, as there were many casualties in their guild, and they were preparing a joint funeral with the Blue Dragon Guild. Gi-Q immediately turned to Yu-bin and asked how they were doing, but she reassured him that they had no casualties. The guy became a little gloomy, because this situation with the dead people upset him very much. Song-hoon noted that they had quickly cleared the gate, but there were still others left. He couldn't even imagine how many victims there would be. Gi-Chu was surprised that only 1 gate had been cleared so far. The guy immediately remembered Shik-hyun, who also entered the gate, and there was no news from him. Yu-bin pulled him out of his thoughts and asked if he was going to enter the gate again, as it was very dangerous. Sung-hoon also tensed up because this was a very bad idea, but Gi-Q convinced them that he didn't plan to do anything. Lu also told him that in his current condition it was impossible to fight unless he wanted to die. Then Gi-Q decided to change the subject and asked the secretary how Seok Woo was feeling. Sung-hoon told him that Ranker Seok Woo still hadn't come to his senses. Hearing this, the guy became a little scared. There was no external damage, but it is unknown what the demon in the gate did to him. Now he is under the strict supervision of the association and is recovering his strength. The guy was upset again, but Lu said that there was no point in being sad, because Song-hoo said that he didn't know what the demon did to his friend. This meant that Gi-Chu could ask the demon himself about this, and the guy immediately understood what he needed to do. When dinner was over, he immediately went home to enter the gate as soon as possible. Huang was waiting for him at the gate all this time, and he was very happy to see him. Huang pointed to the huge hole in the ground and thought that was why the guy came. This dungeon was connected to the Sky Island. Grandfather became curious about how big it was. Gi-Q apologized to Huang because it wouldn't be easy for him to watch over this dungeon, but on the contrary, it made him feel important. Huang decided to return to his own people, since the manager should not be absent from his place for long, and said goodbye to the guy. Gi-Q turned around to look at him and saw what his grandfather had been doing all this time. Not far from him stood a huge tower, somewhat similar to the office of the association, which his subordinates built on Huang's orders. And then he decided to return to his business and jumped into the dungeon, which transferred him to another space. He found himself again in the place where the battle had taken place, and Bodis's flesh was still standing. After all, as Lu said, in a war for territory, the winner gets everything that belongs to his opponent. Gi-Chu decided to get closer to Bodis's cocoon to see if he could summon it. When he touched the cocoon, a window appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he must choose the ego he wanted to assign, and he chose Bodis. After that, his flesh began to glow and the web began to curl up again. When his flesh turned into one big cocoon again, he suddenly began to spin and decrease in size. The web began to slide off the cocoon, and the demon Bodis, who was now his slave, appeared before Gi Chu. Bodis greeted his king and leaned his head in front of Gi Chu. The guy was glad to meet him and immediately apologized for asking him for something right after his resurrection. But Bodis was ready for any of his orders, so he continued to sit on one knee, waiting for the task. Gi Chu rolled up his sleeves and said that he needed to love him a little first. When Bodis heard this, he was a little perplexed as to why and for what reason his master would beat him. Gi Chu explained that he had a debt to one of his friends. He assured him that he would not hit him too hard. But Bodis was still a little scared. After he hit him, the demon was left with a small dent from Bodis's fall. The guy asked Lu if he was happy because it was difficult for him to control his strength in this place. Lu would have liked to try again, but he knew they needed Bodis alive and hoped he would have another chance to do it next time. GQ turned to Bodis and asked if he was ready to tell him everything, but the demon replied that he had intended to follow the boy's every order from the very beginning. Then the guy started asking him about Andres's goal and what he planned to do when he opened the gate. Bodis was surprised that Gi Chu knew that this was all Andres's doing and revealed that he had made an offer to the other demons. His proposal was to steal the players' bodies and attack the land. When Gi Chu heard this, he became very tense because they were holding Seok Wu. Lu did not believe Bodis, as he believed that Andres could not have done such a thing. The demon began to say that his words were the pure truth, because it was impossible to do this with Andres's strength alone. But if you think about it, creating multiple gates also sounds absurd. He said that Andres was able to do something similar with the help of Paymont's legacy. Gi Chu remembered that it was this legacy of Paymont and himself that was stolen from Grandpa Huang's shop. Lu also added that it is no longer just a body-snatching issue. After all, when a demon takes over a player's body, those who previously could not show power on Earth will now be able to do so. Gi Chu turned to Bodis again and admitted that even if their plan succeeded, it did not mean that they would win. There are still demon kings or strong players like Li Xian Ho on Earth. And even Botisa was able to defeat Gi Chu, which means that the probability of a successful outcome according to their plan is not that high. Bodis agreed with the guy, but what happened to him was just bad luck, and even with a small chance of success, it was worth the risk. He also added that according to Andres, there is already an assistant among the people. This assistant was in a country called the USA, and upon hearing this, the guy immediately guessed who he was. When the boy returned, the grandfather began to boast about his huge building, which was very tall. Huang had already planned that the first floor would be used to display foreign cars, and the second floor would be Gi Chu's office. But the guy was a little confused by the construction method, because it was very different from the usual one. Huang convinced him that he, as a descendant of Paimont, together with Min Su, was capable of many things. Moreover, he had everything he needed for this, and most importantly, free labor. And if we continue to build further, it will be possible to connect the tower with the Heavenly Island. When they finished discussing the construction, Huang asked the guy what he originally wanted to talk about. Some time before, when Gi Chu was still in the dungeon, Lu told him that he needed to worry about the demons hiding among people. After all, there are only a few players like Chao Cho in each country who have lost contact with them. If the demons use them for their own purposes, it will turn into a very big problem. Gi Chu realized that he needed to find these traitors and demons who were hiding among the people, but he didn't know how to do it. Lu explained that now they needed information about what exactly Andres was planning, and for this, they would need someone. Now Gi Chu stood in front of Grandpa Huang and said that it was time to wake up his son. Huang wasn't particularly pleased with this news, but he couldn't disobey Gi Chu's orders anyway, and if that's what he wanted, then that's how it would be. But the guy replied that he didn't consider himself its owner, and that it was more important to him what the grandfather himself thought about this matter. Huang sighed and asked the boy to give him a little more time to prepare for his meeting with his son. When he returned back to his basement, he began to meditate and contemplate his bowl again. Lu remembered at that moment that when he was reborn in his body, the boy's cup was completely destroyed. That grandma somehow managed to glue it back together with her life force, but that was just first aid. Moreover, his cup had very unusual contents, so even Lu couldn't say what effect it might have on her. Gi Chu began to concentrate on the bowl, because he had already been through this, and convinced himself that there was nothing difficult about it. He needed to feel again everything that was inside him and just contemplate. When he did everything as Lu told him, he found himself inside his bowl again, but what he saw simply shocked him. When he looked like that, he felt a little uneasy and broke out in a sweat. He tried to catch his breath and asked Lu what he had just seen. Lu himself was in the same shock because he had been deceived, but the guy did not understand what he meant. Lu then explained that his personality had been reborn in Gi Chu's body. The fragment that needed to be destroyed had merged with his cup. The guy was in a stupor, because now everything was much more complicated than he could have imagined. In other words, the personality that controlled his body could suddenly be revived regardless of his will. Gi Chu remembered that this was the same wild person who had eaten Botus alive, and he almost threw up again. Lu didn't know what to do about it, so they had to find that advisor urgently, because she herself told Gi Chu to come immediately after he exited the gate. But first, Lu suggested that the guy do what he could, namely wake up L and adjust the balance, although this is a temporary remedy, but it is safer with it. Gi Chu began to think about options on how to wake up L, since he couldn't beat her the same way as Lu. But Lu reminded him that L didn't have enough life force, so now she was just sleeping. Gi Chu needed to infuse her with strength, but at the same time it would be nice to jumpstart her progress. He opened the information window and saw that thanks to Lu, he had many souls that had turned into egos. For her progress, Gi Chu decided to use Mantaos's ego, Chelamont's ego, and King Evil Eye's fragment, because the stronger the ego, the more power L would have. Lu assumed that even with this, L wouldn't be able to use the summoning skill like Gi Chu, but the guy decided not to rush to conclusions and wait for the progress to finish. The only part left for progress was the sacred sword, but all the swords he had before were broken, so they would no longer work. Lu suggested that he solve this problem faster and contact Grandpa Huang. The guy felt awkward asking him after talking about his son, but there was no other choice. When he returned back, Huang said that he could help him, because he still had the fragments of the Sacred Sword of Nine and what he collected last time. Although he had already used some of it to restore L, it was still enough. Gi Chu was shocked by Huang's skills and was very glad that he agreed. But then Huang added that he had foreseen this situation and had made the sword in advance, even though it was just a shell. Gi Chu was even more surprised by this, because he did not expect to receive the sword so immediately, and in the meantime, Grandfather ordered Heart to bring the sword. At that very second, Heart came down from the huge tower towards them with his sword. He bowed to Gi Chu and Huang, holding a box with a sword in his hands. Grandpa was surprised by his speed, but Heart was always ready. Gi Chu took the sword and returned to the basement to quickly start waking up L. Lu began to encourage his master and reminded him that he had already been able to revive the destroyed sacred sword once, and he could do it this time too. Gi Chu asked Lu if he would become an angel after this, but he said that it was impossible, especially since his grandfather had already done a lot to restore this sword. Then the guy decided not to hesitate and began to connect the fragment of Chelamont and the part of the ego, where a ball of energy appeared on one side. Then he started to connect the King Evil Eye fragment and the ego part. And now another ball of energy appeared on the other side. And now, with the help of Mantius's ego, Chelamont's ego, and the Evil Eye's ego, he gave the command to begin progress. After his words, the sword glowed with a bright divine light and progress began. After a few seconds, his sword would turn into an angel, and Elle appeared in front of him. She greeted her master, but she looked completely different from before. Gi Chu asked her if it was really her, since she was simply unrecognizable. He had a lot of questions for her. But at first he was interested in why she only had one pair of wings, because after progress, she should have regained her former strength. Elle explained to him that the wings weren't really necessary unless she needed to use her full power, but she put one pair out just in case. She offered to pull out the others if that was what her master wanted, but Gi Chu asked her not to do it if it was convenient for her. Then he asked about her hair, because it didn't look right and had become half purple, but Elle herself didn't know what was wrong with it. Lu was surprised that the owner didn't realize that Elle's hair was just mixed up. He explained that Matthias's ego, which he used for her progress, mixed with Ella, and the result was an angel with the power of a demon. Now Elle is the only one of its kind because he created it himself. The guy was a little shocked by his words but kept his cool. Lu suggested to Gi Chu that they arrange a duel between the master and the subordinate. And if his guesses were correct, then something interesting should happen. GQ suddenly became wary of his words. Moreover, Lu wanted to test not only L's abilities but also his master's, but the guy didn't understand what kind of test he was talking about. Then Lu reminded him of his new connection skill. He could now take over some of the skill from the ego connected to him. And the last person Gichu connected with was Bodis, and now he could test his strength. After all, he now has a special power that allowed Bodis to take 72nd place, and perhaps he will be able to use it too. Meanwhile, L took out a feather from her wing, which turned into a sacred sword. She handed over the sword to Gichu and said that with it he would be able to fight like before. Gichu was shocked that she was able to copy herself, and he thought that if she could copy a sword, then she could do it in unlimited quantities. But L refuted his theory and said that this sword was her incarnation, because only one copy can be made by the power of the main ego, so that it does not harm the main body. It has some slight time restrictions, but the sword has the same full power as before, although it will have more power as you progress. Gichu found it hard to believe, but his strength had almost doubled due to his connection with him. L walked a short distance away from Gichu and took out all of her wings, preparing to fight. Gichu also activated all of his movement and defense skills and got into a fighting stance. They began to fight with swords, using only one technique at first. Gichu attacked L with his swords and she deftly dodged and blocked his blows. Every attempt he made to strike was repelled by his subordinate, and he was very pleased with her. The guy noticed that she was doing quite well, since he didn't think she was so good at close combat. But L replied that she had learned all this from her master, and she felt a little embarrassed about it, because she still had a lot to learn. Gichu ran a short distance away from L to try out his new skills. He asked Lu to explain to him again about Bodis's special power, but Lu replied that he should first pay attention to L, who had sensed something in her abilities. When he looked at her, he saw that demonic energy was emanating from her, and she warned him that she would now fight with all her might. L looked so powerful that GQ even became a little tense, as he didn't know what to expect from her. He knew that she had demonic power, but he didn't think that she would be able to control it. But Lu told the owner not to be too surprised by this, because this was far from the entire manifestation of strength. When he heard this, he immediately looked at Ella, who was able to activate the same death skill as Gichu. He was simply amazed by such abilities of his subordinate, and was a little confused. El told him that all this happened to her because of him, and even if she used all her power, it would not affect him in any way. After these words, she immediately jumped up and began to attack her master. Gichu was prepared for her attack and also activated his death skill to be on par with her. They ran towards each other, and it seemed that after their collision, the entire basement would be torn to shreds. Suddenly, Gichu felt something, as if he had seen all her movements in advance. When this vision passed, the same thing happened in reality. He saw all her movements and stopped her attack. He quickly twisted her sword and knocked it out of her hands. Elle did not expect such a turn of events. She looked at the owner and seemed to freeze, not knowing how to react to this. The sword flew behind her back and, hitting the wall, turned into small sparks of energy. Elle stood in front of Gichu completely unarmed. She knew he would repel her attack, but she didn't think it would be so perfect and bowed to him. But Gichu suddenly realized that her level at that moment was related to simply predicting actions or sharpening her vision. And Lu picked up on his thought and said that Elle seemed to have seen the future, and that this was the most accurate explanation. Lu congratulated the owner and said that this was Bodis's special power, the vision of the future. There are various limitations to this skill, but with it you can see the future. Gichu couldn't understand why Bodis had lost to him then if he could see the future, but that was the very limitation. It is impossible to see everything that will happen, and in the face of a huge force that cannot be resisted, such a skill is completely useless. Gichu thanked Elle for the training and asked her to return back to the accessory. He wanted to test his abilities further, but he needed to rest, as he had not yet fully recovered. As he was about to leave, he glanced at his watch to see what time it was, but for some reason it had stopped. Lu assumed that it was simply broken. But Gichu had been wearing this watch since childhood. It belonged to his father, and since then it had never broken or stopped. Then Lu asked if it was an object, because he didn't feel any magical aura from them. GQ continued to look at his watch and didn't understand why it just stopped. However, his player's instinct told him that something unexpected was happening. The next day, he woke up to a call from his secretary, who informed him that Shik Hyun had returned from clearing the special gate. He asked the guy if he was going to see Hen, and he answered without hesitation that he would get ready right away. When they arrived at the association, Gi-kyu immediately went to Shik-hyun Woo's office, but when he saw him, he was very scared. Shik-hen sat at his desk with an eye patch over his eye. He told the boy that he had nothing to worry about since it was just a scratch, but Gi-kyu didn't believe him. The guy started asking Hen about what happened to him and why he didn't drink the potion to heal himself. Shik-hen replied that he had done everything he could, but nothing helped, as if some outside force was interfering with his healing. Even Ranker Myungil put his hand in, and he was a famous healer recognized all over the world, but even that didn't help. But Shik-hen continued to calmly say that he was lucky. Unlike the Phoenix Guild that was with him, they could hardly be called a guild anymore. He said that when they entered the gate, Jang Hyo-jin was already surrounded and fighting with all his might. It was the same young guy from the meeting who seemed a little impudent to Gi-chu. When they split up, some of the guys evacuated Jang Hyo-jin outside, and they continued to fight. This all happened in the territory of Kimeris. Hearing this name, Gi-chu immediately asked Lu if he knew anything about this demon, and Lu said that this demon, like Bodis, specializes in battles, although he is only in 66th place and does not have a high status. Hen continued to say that it was the first time he had been in such a gate, and his gaze at that moment was looking into emptiness. It was a real war. When he defeated the boss, he looked around and he was the only one standing on his feet. Lu added that this demon is not as strong as Bodis, but is also not simple, although he is almost the last in status. But he also has power, and it seems that Hen barely survived. Gi-kyu looked at Shik-hyun and felt very sorry for him, because he had experienced real horror. Even though Hen acted calmly, losing an eye was fatal for the player, and he didn't believe that he really didn't care about it. Even if the best healer gave up, there was only the elixir left, but Gi-chu was not sure that he could get it. Suddenly, Ella turned to the guy and said that she would try to heal him. She immediately took the form of an angel and appeared in front of them. Shik-hyun was even a little scared by her unexpected appearance. He asked Gi-kyu why Elle looked like that, since last time she was a little girl. But the guy replied that it was difficult to explain now, and he would tell him everything later. The guy turned to Elle and asked her again if she could heal Shik-hyun, and she nodded approvingly in response. She walked over to Hen to begin the healing and placed her hand on his injured eye. Elle began to whisper something under her breath, and divine energy emanated from her hand and affected Hen's voice. After she finished, Shik-hyun tried to open his eye and succeeded. He was shocked that he could see again, but Gi-chu noticed some more changes in him. His face now looked much younger than before, and the scratch on his eye was gone. Now the wound that could not be healed has healed, and the body has become younger. Gi-chu thought it was similar to the effect of the elixir his mother drank. Elle mentally turned to the guy and wanted to say something about his friend Shik-hyun. She said that during the healing, she saw his cup in which something was sleeping. When Gi-kyu heard her words, he immediately broke out in a sweat and became very scared. He remembered Bodis's words about how they wanted to take over the player's body and conquer the entire land. The guy looked at Hen and couldn't believe that the demons could do something to him while he was in the gate, or that there was a demon inside him. Meanwhile, in the office of the association chairman, the head asked his subordinate about the gates in the city center, which were cleared first. He said that there are very strange rumors going around there. Everyone is talking about seeing a huge monster, and also an angel. So he asked his subordinate whether he was coping with his duties as a supervisor. The subordinate he was talking to was Song-hu, who listened attentively to his boss and replied that he was doing his job. Then the chief asked him another question about what Gi-chu did during the clearing of the special gate and whether there was anything out of the ordinary. At the same time, Gi-kyu did not understand what to do and how to help Hen, but Elle said that it was not about the demon at all, since he was not there. Lu also added that if he had taken over his body, he would have acted completely differently, and most importantly, he would not have allowed Elle to get close to him so easily. Elle confirmed Lu's words. What she felt was not the aura of a demon, although now they have learned to hide, it is possible that it is just a trap. But if we reason like this, their doubts will never end. Most likely it was some kind of poison. Gi-chu thought about Elle and Lu's words, trying to figure out what he should do. Shik-hyun saw his serious face and asked what was wrong with him, but the boy replied that everything was fine. Elle came back transformed into an accessory and told Hen that it was time for him to go. Hyun was surprised why the guy was leaving so quickly, but Gi-kyu explained to him that he just came by to check if he was okay and was convinced that he was. After they said goodbye, Gi Q walked out of the office and began to think about what kind of creature could be inside Shik-hyun. Before explaining, Ella asked Gi Chu if he felt any awkwardness from his friend. After all, he has so much strength and experience, and a fairly high position in the association. All the players she met knew about the demons and the secret of the tower, but Shik-hang surprisingly knew nothing. Elle's touch was not only for healing, but also to find out where her feelings of inadequacy came from. And the result of this was, as she said, there is a huge secret inside Shik-hyun. Gi-kyu began to think about it and remembered again that the effect of Shik-heng's treatment was similar to that of an elixir. Perhaps Elle's power had the same properties. But Lu contradicted his guess, since his friend was able to be healed because the unknown force inside him was demonic. And Elle was able to control both divine and demonic power. And she also added that Shik-hyun had become younger because she had given energy to his fading life source. Unlike the player who tried to heal Shik-hang and was only human, Elle's healing power is very different from that of a human. But Lu warned Gi Chu that he shouldn't count on her to heal all the time. It was just that this case was special. Lu had doubts about whether Elle was the one who healed Shik-hang, but he didn't say anything about it. Gi Chu didn't like that he kept leaving things out, but he didn't dwell on it and praised Ellie again.